Chapter 1. Just making a living in roaching. Within the verdant confines of a residential community, Suyun gazed at the plethora of vibrant live streaming content, exhaling softly. Has it been a month since my rebirth? It seems that in this parallel universe, the quickest way to amass wealth is to start live streaming. Having reincarnated into this world over a month ago, although the people remained the same, the parallel universe inevitably exhibited some alterations. Nevertheless, he had gained a general understanding of this world that in simple terms, this realm, referred to as Blue Star, bore little difference from Earth in his previous life. Suyun was still Suyun, his family and friends unchanged, and the course of history had not deviated significantly. Instead, the live streaming industry was flourishing remarkably. In this world, merely engaging in live streaming could yield platform subsidies, though modest. They sufficed to sustain a living. If one wished to earn a little extra, live streaming was undoubtedly the fastest approach. The live streaming content is diverse and vibrant. Games, outdoor adventures, puzzles, various professions are thriving. However, achieving substantial fame in such an environment seems nearly impossible. Suyun browsed the webpage, his brow furrowed in contemplation. The current streaming industry was excessively advanced. Each sector boasted its own prominent streamers, nearly creating monopolies. If he chose a popular streaming direction, while he might earn some side income, it would ultimately lack uniqueness, easily blending into the masses. However, what if I focused on childhood fantasies? Suyun's eyes suddenly sparkled as he conceived an intriguing streaming direction. Everyone harbors dreams of martial arts. I doubt anyone is an exception. Whether it's wielding a stick as a sword in childhood or attempting to cross a river on a reed, these fantasies are universal. If I can bring this theme to life, the results should be promising. Muttering to himself, Suyun felt this streaming direction held great potential. Of course, executing such ideas posed challenges, yet he recognized a simpler alternative: playing with cards, not the typical card games like Do Di Ju, but rather launching cards with such precision they could cut through objects. Let's give it a try, he chuckled softly, activating his streaming room. The title read, From Nothing to Something, Training to Throw Cards with Precision. Regrettably, as a novice streamer, he initially attracted little viewership, but Suyun remained unfazed. His greatest asset was persistence. After positioning the camera towards himself, he casually grasped a stack of cards, nudging an ace of hearts, between his fingers. What is the streamer doing? A comment floated across the empty chatroom. Suyun glanced at it and smiled. Hello, dear viewer. The streamer is about to slice a cucumber with a playing card. The viewer appeared perplexed. Unbothered, Suyun secured a cucumber to a wooden stump with a string, pinching the ace of hearts between his index and middle fingers, bending slightly before flicking it. The card launched into the air, spinning a few times before landing less than a meter away from him. Clearly, it was a failure on the first attempt. Is the streamer joking? Another comment questioned. Yet, Suyun observed the fallen card, deep in thought. Although he had failed, he sensed the reason behind it. His technique was flawed. Throwing cards required both power and skill. Without mastering the force application, no card would soar effectively. He drew another card, this time an ace of spades, instead of pinching the card in the center. He grasped it by the edges, transforming his flick into a whip-like motion. This time, the card flew more reliably, albeit still wobbling in its trajectory, barely grazing the edge of the cucumber. As he progressed through the third, fourth, and fifth cards, Suyun's throwing speed gradually decreased. He seemed absorbed in the experience, searching for the right force and angle to enhance the card's impact. The cards began to change their flight patterns. Initially chaotic, the trajectories grew increasingly direct and swift with each successive throw. Finally, as he instinctively reached for another card, he realized he had nearly depleted his deck, and nearly 3 hours had passed. It seems today's stream has come to an end, he announced to the chatroom. Why doesn't the streamer pick up the discarded cards to continue? Another comment came unexpectedly. Suyun had assumed the audience had long since departed and was pleasantly surprised to find some still engaged. He explained, used cards become bent and soft, which is not conducive for a novice like me to continue throwing. What time does the streamer start? Probably around 2 in the afternoon. I need to buy some more decks. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. You have closed the streaming room. Duration of this stream, 3 hours. Viewership, 10. Due to the increasing difficulty of throwing cards, he spent 3 hours merely using a few decks. After shutting down the stream, Suyun gazed at the suspended cucumber. Lost in thought, he felt his progress was more significant than he had initially anticipated. What might happen next? He was eager to find out. The next day, having purchased several new decks with the streaming subsidy, Yun began his broadcast punctually. The viewership remained at 10, though that loyal viewer had returned. Yun smiled, greeting him before resuming his practice. This time, his card-throwing technique had improved markedly compared to yesterday. One card flew from his hand, tracing an arc in the air before striking the suspended cucumber with a resounding thud, causing the rope to sway. However, due to a lack of force, it still failed to cut through. Yun frowned, deep in thought. Soon, he entered that special state as he had the day before. Perhaps for him, power was not the key. Perhaps technique was what truly mattered. With this in mind, he completed another set of throws. Then came the third day, the fourth day, until the fifth day. Perhaps due to Yun's unique streaming style, his audience had increased slightly, still modest, yet the comments had multiplied. And not all were positive. Is the streamer just playing around? The streamer is clearly a novice. Don't expect him to slice anything for at least a year. Is this even worth watching? Cutting cucumbers with cards. Only martial arts masters can do that. Oh, you really think practicing for 5 days will suffice? Scattered doubts floated through the chat, but Yun remained oblivious. He held the last card delicately between his fingers. After 5 days of training, the cards had become second nature to him, especially this final card, which imparted a unique sensation. His hand felt like a bow, poised and ready, and at the moment he drew it back to his shoulder. It was as if a taut bowstring was brimming with potential energy, and the card was the arrow. With a swift motion, the ace of spades shot forth, leaving a distinct trail in the air. Spinning like a dart, and with a satisfying thud, it sliced into the cucumber. Chapter 2. Card Throwing. Success. The card distinctly struck the cucumber, its paper edges penetrating effortlessly, causing the entire rope to sway. He had succeeded. Yun watched this scene unfold, exhaling a breath of relief. After 5 days, going from ignorance of the techniques to easily cutting through a cucumber was nothing short of remarkable to an outsider. Yet for Yun, it felt as though it was merely a natural progression. However, it was still not enough. Although the recent achievement made him feel undeniably empowered, he sensed intuitively that his potential extended far beyond this. He could become even stronger. It was as if a unique path was gradually revealing itself before his eyes. Glancing at the streaming room, perhaps due to the card's successful cut, the viewership began to rise noticeably. Increasing from the previous 10 to 30. While still modest, it marked a promising start. Is the streamer pretending to be a novice? Did he really just cut that? This is boring. Cutting cucumbers isn't interesting. Let us disperse. The scattered comments had multiplied significantly. But Yun remained unfazed, smiling as he said, "Everyone, I'm beginning to feel it. The power of playing cards seems to extend beyond this. Please give me a little time. I want to explore just how sharp these cards can become. How sharp can they really get? If you can slice a cucumber. I'll tip you." The streamer has gotten carried away. Does he think he is a martial arts master? Seeing the comments, Yun merely smiled faintly, offering no explanations. That concludes today's stream. We'll continue tomorrow. You have closed the streaming room. Duration of this stream, 3 hours. Viewership, 37. Another 5 days passed, and now it was the 10th day. During this period, Yun's progress had plateaued. He seemed to have hit a bottleneck. He could easily slice through cucumbers with cards now. Grabbing a joker, he flicked it with his finger. Whoosh! The card spun wildly through the air, akin to a blade, striking the center of the cucumber. Its edges effortlessly slicing in, penetrating it by a third. This was the power of technique. I no longer need to rely on the strength of my arm. Just the explosive force of my fingertips allows me to achieve what once required all my might 5 days ago. Yun pondered as he watched the card soar. While this approach appeared impressive, he took out another card, this time exerting his full strength. Whoosh! The card shot forth with astonishing speed, and this time, half of a card was almost entirely embedded within the cucumber. Yet it still failed to sever the vegetable completely. Even with all my strength, I can only enhance its power to a limited extent. This is far from my expectations. What exactly went wrong? Yun found himself at a partial impasse. But he remained unperturbed. With each use of the playing cards, he gradually sensed that they had become second nature to him, as if an extended arm, and the moment he grasped a card, he could intuitively gauge how far it could fly and its potential force. Perhaps my fixation on new cards is the issue, he mused as he tossed the last card, observing the scattered playing cards on the ground. Suddenly pausing. Over the past few days, he had adhered to the principle of using new cards exclusively. Once a deck was utilized, he would not employ it a second time. for used cards would soften and their efficacy would diminish significantly. However, Su Yun had overlooked a crucial point. Although the harder new cards possessed sufficient power and could achieve better trajectories, he was no longer the novice he had been 10 days prior. By clinging to new cards, he risked stagnation in his progress. Perhaps the softer cards were the new direction. It's worth a try. With this thought, Su Yun gathered a total of 10 decks. Ladies and gentlemen, starting tomorrow, I shall introduce some new tricks, he announced to the live stream before shutting it down. Glancing at the viewer count, he noted a respectable 60 attendees today, while it paled in comparison to established streamers. He was pleased to find that he had gained 10 genuine followers, an encouraging sign, albeit modest. After ending the stream, Su Yun took an old card into his hand for examination. It has indeed softened considerably, but it's still not enough. It needs to become even softer to present a challenge. Su Yun murmured, kneading several decks back and forth until distinct white marks appeared on the cards, rendering them thoroughly pliable. Done. On the 11th day, Su Yun attempted to throw the soft card. Yet, as he expected, its flight path was erratic, making it difficult to hit the target. However, he was no longer the novice he once was. Quickly adapting to the challenge. Compared to using hard cards, the soft cards demanded greater skill. These cards were notoriously difficult to throw. Upon release, he could feel the pronounced resistance due to their uneven surfaces, which disrupted the smooth flow of air that he needed to identify the sole support point among the limp cards. Using his fingers, wrist, and arm as a precision bow, for even the slightest oversight would result in failure. To avoid such mishaps, Su Yun had to utilize a flick of his wrist at the moment of release to forcibly straighten the soft card, enabling it to fly swiftly, swoosh, 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 in the air. There were countless failed attempts to throw the cards, yet a few successes emerged. By the 54th card, he could effortlessly slice through the cucumber with the soft cards. As the stream ended, the viewer count had dwindled slightly. With only 50 remaining on the 15th day, Su Yun's soft cards had gradually become as sharp as the hard ones, capable of slicing into the cucumber. In contrast to before, his control over his muscles had become markedly more pronounced. It was a unique sensation. Su Yun could feel all the muscles in his arm being precisely controlled during the throws, allowing him to deftly command his hand, from each bone to every muscle, as if everything had become effortlessly harmonious. The 20th day, the 25th day, the 30th day. At this point, the viewer count fluctuated around 100. Su Yun had lost track of how many times he had repeated the throws, and he had begun to feel somewhat numb. The cards, through repeated flights, had grown increasingly fragile, yet he continued to reclaim them. During these 15 days, he had not switched out a single deck, and the difficulty had escalated more than once. But what was still lacking? What exactly is missing? Su Yun pondered as he watched the soft cards slice through the cucumber. Devoid of any joy, truth be told, if he were to revert to hard cards now, severing the cucumber would be a trivial task. Yet, he refrained from doing so. He had an inkling that he might be on the verge of a breakthrough. It was a peculiar, elusive sensation. Relying solely on the strength of my arm, it is almost impossible to push the power of the playing cards to its limits. But why do I feel this strange sense? Standing still, Su Yun held a crumpled, pale old card in his hand, attempting to activate the muscle groups in his arm to throw it. Whoosh! As his wrist trembled, the card flew like an arrow. Striking the cucumber with precision, the entire suspension rope swayed precariously. No, that's not it. In that moment, a realization dawned upon Su Yun. 30 days of rigorous training, 30 days of contemplation, and countless flights of cards had brought him to a unique state of awareness. He could feel every pore in his body breathing, his limbs, waist, muscles, meridians, and even cells. Every bit of strength seemed interconnected, forming a distinct whole. What was that sensation? Su Yun could not articulate it, nor fully comprehend it. But he vaguely sensed that this feeling was extraordinary and rare. Instinctively, he retrieved the final playing card, even older and more tattered than the last. The surface was in tatters, yet he hesitated not for a moment. As all his strength suddenly coalesced in that instant, the subtle, yet palpable energy surged from his feet, traveled up his waist, and into his arm, culminating in a sudden outpouring of force, transmitted from his fingertips into the diminutive card. The card was released with a flick akin to a streak of light, effortlessly slicing through the remaining half of the cucumber, and then, thud, the wooden stump emitted a dull thud. Everyone in the live stream witnessed the card deeply embedded in the stump. Chapter 3. The surging viewer count. What the hell? Is this for real? Streamer, be honest. Are you using special effects? User, Qilong rewarded the streamer with a plane. What is going on here? How did you manage that? User, Rongqing Police Flower rewarded the streamer with a plane. Is the streamer a martial arts master? Is the person above an idiot? Why would a martial arts master come to be a mere streamer? Special effects. It must be special effects. Is it possible to use special effects in a live stream? To the person in front. I suggest you check out a foreign guy who uses horror special effects to intimidate opponents during live PKs. He's quite popular overseas. It could also be pre-recorded special effects, right? I say. What if it's not special effects, but props? The barrage of comments in the live stream skyrocketed. Su Yun's previous display had been so exaggerated and unbelievable that even he was taken aback. Let alone the viewers who had been watching intently at this moment. Nearly no one dared to believe their eyes. After all, it was a playing card. They could clearly see that Su Yun was not using a freshly purchased deck, but rather a particularly soft one. Under such circumstances, hitting the stump with a card was an immense challenge, let alone slicing through a cucumber. Yet, Su Yun had accomplished both feats in one go. This was beyond what any ordinary person could achieve. It actually worked. Su Yun suddenly snapped back to reality, only to realize that he had emerged from that elusive state. Ignoring the barrage of comments, he closed his eyes, attempting to rediscover that feeling. However, this time, he found nothing. That unique moment of enlightenment seemed to vanish entirely, leaving no trace behind. What just happened? Why did I suddenly enter such a special state? Su Yun felt a twinge of confusion as he reluctantly opened his eyes, a sense of loss washing over him. His intuition told him that once that state was missed, it would be challenging to enter it again, and he had no idea when he might achieve such enlightenment in the future. Moreover, he was uncertain about what had transpired or why it had occurred. Could it be a golden opportunity granted by his rebirth? Su Yun couldn't help but let his thoughts wander. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Even though he couldn't recapture that previous state, the surge in viewer count brought him great joy. What was happening? Su Yun picked up his phone. Suddenly realizing just how astonishing his earlier actions appeared to others, a total of 10 individuals had rewarded him with planes. In the Doucha live streaming platform where he was broadcasting, the price of one plane was 100 yuan. Meaning those 10 rewards amounted to 1,000 yuan. Even after splitting it with the platform, Su Yun would still take home 500. Moreover, the primary purpose of the planes was not just monetary, they significantly increased exposure. In this context, Su Yun was astonished to find that his viewer count had skyrocketed from a mere 100 at the start to 500, then 1,000, and eventually 2,000, 3,000. It was only at this point that the rate of increase began to slow. What did the streamer just do that left you all so astonished? Streamer, put the camera on the stump. I refuse to believe that a soft playing card could penetrate it. Exactly. If this isn't pre-recorded special effects or props, I'll swallow my keyboard. What is going on? Did the streamer just slice through a wooden stump with a playing card? LOL. I've been watching since the streamer first went live. It's been a month. He could barely throw cards at the beginning. And now suddenly he's able to slice through a wooden stump. This is impossible. It's practically evidence of special effects. Indeed, I've been watching since the streamer started. His technique was inferior to mine at the beginning. And this progress is just too exaggerated. It feels a bit fake. Foreign live broadcasts feature numerous special effects players, and I understand the routine. Surely there will be more PKs utilizing these effects. The newly arrived audience is perplexed, while the seasoned viewers are even more exhilarated. They have witnessed Su Yun's journey from complete ignorance of flying cards to the impressive prowess he displays today, which is simply astonishing. A mere month. What can a normal person achieve in that time? It is far too brief for anyone to master a skill. This is precisely why the power of Su Yun's card play leaves them in disbelief. Observing this, Su Yun chuckles softly, picking up his phone and walking over to his familiar wooden stump. Under the lens, the soft, worn card is more than half exposed to the air, having collapsed over prolonged use, resembling a mere piece of paper. Yet, the other half is firmly embedded within the stump, defying belief. Who would have thought that the power of Su Yun's flying cards could be so immense? The stump has softened. Otherwise, it wouldn't have penetrated so deeply. Su Yun harbored a different perspective, feeling the stump before him and sensing its fragility. It is, in fact, a type of lightweight wood known as balsa, the lightest and softest of all commercial timbers. Had it been any other hardwood, the card would surely not have penetrated so deeply. However, Su Yun estimated that the force of his earlier throw could have pierced the surface of hardwood as well, demonstrating considerable power. Let me be blunt. This streamer is definitely employing special effects or props. At that moment, a comment from the barrage caught Su-Yun's attention. First, let me clarify. I am a digital media arts major at a university in the capital, and I am well versed in special effects. Secondly, I consulted my friend, a biology major, and you know what he said? Impossible. Why impossible, you ask? The answer is simple. Let me provide a few examples for clarity. It is well known that ants can lift objects hundreds of times their own weight. But can elephants do the same? The answer is no. Creatures like elephants and giraffes can only lift weights equivalent to 0.1 to 0.5 times their own body weight. This is due to the fact that the strength of bones and muscles increases with area, square of the scale, while body weight increases with volume, cube of the scale. So do you understand what this streamer's actions signify? Indeed, he has surpassed the limits of human capability. If one were simply to cut a cucumber or slice a watermelon with a card, that would be comprehensible, for both cucumber and watermelon have relatively weak skins. However, a wooden stump is an entirely different matter. Its density is substantial, and the paper is far too fragile. This defies human biomechanics. Moreover, I have saved the streamer's recent footage, and I noticed something intriguing. At the moment he threw the card, it appeared remarkably blurred. When slowing down the footage frame by frame, one can see that the card's rotation in midair is almost entirely obscured, and several frames seem to vanish entirely. What does this imply? Surely, you all understand. Correct, the streamer is a master of special effects. This editing technique is known in professional terms as action continuity with fade-in out. I urge everyone to believe in science. I highly suspect that the streamer inserted pre-recorded effects during the live broadcast. Using special effects in live streaming is not particularly challenging. There is no need for astonishment. Nowadays, there are myriad ways to enliven a stream, and many employ special effects, such as that recent viral foreign horror effect. It's all the same principle, executed during a live session. Of course, one cannot entirely dismiss the possibility of props, but I am not knowledgeable in that area. The commenter with the ID Shushi set off a wave of reactions, leading others to realize. No wonder it seemed so baffling. This explains everything. As someone lacking in education, all I can say is, damn. I can basically understand what the person above said. In truth, the strength of animal limbs is determined by muscle properties and leverage principles. The power of animal limbs is also a process of overcoming resistance, leveraging to generate force. However, such levers are effort levers, meaning the resistance arm is greater than the power arm. We all know that power times power arm equals resistance times resistance arm. This means that for every doubling of muscle contraction force, the force generated at the resistance arm's front, the palm, does not double, but rather halves. In this light, you should grasp how much force the streamer would need to exert to embed a card into a stump. Fundamentally, this is impossible. 666666. Both of you are impressive. Is this something someone like me, who failed the entrance exam, can comprehend? I can read every word, but when put together, it becomes incomprehensible. However, I can roughly understand the gist. What the streamer is doing is impossible. Right? Exactly. Chapter 4. What preparation does a cucumber require? Special effects. Observing the lively discussions in the comments, Su-Yun explained, it is not special effects. While it may appear exaggerated, I merely employed some techniques. What techniques could yield such results? The comments express skepticism. In simple terms, there are two key points. Su-Yun spread his palm before the camera. When throwing the playing card, it is essential to concentrate all of one's strength in one area, the strength of the legs. Waist and arms must coalesce, and using finesse, that energy must be directed entirely into the card. It is akin to drawing a bow. When one gathers their full strength and releases, it results in the current effect. As for the second point, my inherent strength is not particularly great. In fact, it is not much higher than that of an average person. It was merely the technique I grasped moments ago that enabled me to accomplish this seemingly exaggerated feat. Just grasped? Indeed. It was a rather abstract feeling that I cannot articulate precisely, but I can attest that the state I was in assisted me in realizing this point just now, Su-Yun explained with a smile. Streamer, you truly have a way with words. I believe you. What about you all? The more you speak, the more exaggerated it becomes. Is this truly something a human can accomplish? Compared to Su-Yun's explanation, the comments leaned more towards the intellectual perspective. Su-Yun merely shook his head. This sensation was difficult to convey clearly, and since the comments did not believe him, he could not force them to. After ending the live stream, Su-Yun glanced at the back end. You have closed the live room. Duration of this broadcast, 5 hours. Number of viewers, 3,751. Gift income today, 500 compared to the initial moments of the stream. The viewer count had significantly increased, along with additional gifts. Earning 500 in a single day was indeed a pleasant surprise. It's time to celebrate. Soo-yoon stretched, feeling elated. Previously, he had struggled financially, subsisting on meager meals. But now with some extra cash, his cravings stirred. And no matter what, it was time to treat himself to a nice meal. On the other end, at the Rongqing police station, Zhou Xiaoxiao, a newcomer, spent most of her time on duty. However, today, due to assisting other departments, she remained indoors, having just finished lunch and enjoying a break. Zhou Xiaoxiao took out her phone to casually browse. Notably, she had recently discovered a unique streamer, quite different from those who regularly broadcast games or outdoor activities. This streamer, named Soo-yoon, devoted his daily sessions to playing cards, quite literally, playing cards, as his daily task involved repeatedly throwing cards at a hanging cucumber, which appeared rather monotonous, initially. Zhou Xiaoxiao had only clicked in due to the streamer's good looks. However, today she witnessed an unusual scene. The streamer, Soo-yoon, seemed unusually serious, gripping a crumpled card in his hand, as if waiting for something. What was he up to? Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but wonder. But soon, she observed Soo-yoon suddenly exerting force, and the card shot out at astonishing speed, first slicing through the cucumber, and then, with a resounding thud, embedding itself into the stump. Is this for real? Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Her eyes wide with disbelief. She had seen cards slice cucumbers before, but cutting into a stump, that was a first. Quickly, she noticed comments suggesting it was special effects, and those arguments were logical and persuasive. Yet, as a well-informed police officer and a woman, her intuition told her this might not be mere special effects. This seems like it needs to be reported, right? Zhou Xiaoxiao pondered with suspicion, meticulously locating Soo-yoon's recorded stream and watching it multiple times before making a resolute decision. She would report it to the chief. Knock knock. Zhou Xiaoxiao cautiously rapped on the chief's office door, and upon hearing it come in, she slowly pushed the door open. What is it? Chief Zhang Zhenghua, seated in his office chair, exuded authority in his middle-aged demeanor. Chief Zhang, I recently came across a streamer on Douxia and felt it warranted reporting, Zhou Xiaoxiao explained softly. A streamer? Zhang Zhenghua expressed confusion upon hearing the term. Reporting streamers was no trivial matter. Typically, those requiring reports were either involved in illicit activities or had criminal ties, making them difficult to handle. With this thought, he straightened his posture, his expression growing serious. What kind of streamer? One who plays cards. Zhang Zhenghua's gaze sharpened. What audacity. Broadcasting live gambling. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately realized that Zhang Zhenghua had misunderstood and hurriedly waved her hands, saying, No, it has nothing to do with playing cards. It's more akin to tossing poker chips and slicing cucumbers. The atmosphere seemed to freeze for a moment. Unable to contain himself, Zhang Zhenghua remarked, What significance is there in reporting on someone slicing cucumbers? But, Director, he is exceptionally skilled, Zhou Xiaoxiao patiently explained. In what way is he exceptional? Zhang Zhenghua raised an eyebrow, pondering how someone who merely slices cucumbers could be noteworthy. He possesses the ability to slice through wooden stumps. His strength is immense. After this exchange, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt utterly drained, slicing wooden stumps. Zhang Zhenghua furrowed his brow, yet he knew the proper procedures must be followed. He nodded slightly and said, Let us take a look. Soon, he was presented with a video of Soo-yoon slicing through a wooden stump with a poker card, prompting Zhang Zhenghua to exhale deeply. How could Zhou Xiaoxiao not recognize such an obvious special effect video? He even began to suspect that her intelligence was somewhat lacking. It's one thing to be idle, but you can't conjure phantoms from shadows. How could you miss such an evident special effect video? Ah, that was indeed a special effect. Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Of course, don't we have a few martial arts masters on record? Even if you were to kill them, they wouldn't be able to slice a cucumber with a thrown poker card and then pin it to a wooden board. Handing the phone back to Zhou Xiaoxiao, Zhang Zhenghua, feeling exasperated, said, You spend your days pondering trivialities. Enough. I'll assign you a patrol duty. Go out and take a stroll. Matters like this should not be brought up again. It's a waste of time. After being ushered out of the office, Zhou Xiaoxiao's face turned crimson. Reflecting on it, she couldn't believe how foolish she had been. The comments had clearly indicated the impossibility of it, yet she had still entertained the notion that it might be real. Even going to the director to request a record, how incredibly foolish. The thought of it made her cheeks flush all the way to her ears. Today had truly been embarrassing. Alas, Zhou Xiaoxiao, how could you be so dim-witted? She slapped her face lightly. Glancing back at the live stream, she found that it had gone dark, indicating that the host was no longer online, shaking her head at the sight. She resolved not to dwell on it further and planned to go out and replace her colleague on duty. Chapter 5. Seeking the moment of enlightenment the next day, Su Yun, as usual, logged onto the Dousha live streaming platform. Thank you for your support, dear viewers. The host will persevere, and let us look forward to the limits of flying cards together, as Su Yun's live stream began. A number of longtime fans gradually entered the chat. I finally waited for you. I'm glad I didn't give up. Finally, the broadcast has started. Today I'll definitely expose the host. To be honest, I've worked in audiovisual processing for many years. I can spot a special effect at a glance. Hey, I'm here to witness technology and skill. Soon, the chat was flooded with comments. These viewers, having doubted Su Yun's authenticity the previous day, were prepared to confront him today. Zhou Xiaoxiao, patrolling the Yida commercial area in Rongqing, also received the notification that Su Yun's stream had started. He really is punctual as always. Taking advantage of a break, Zhou Xiaoxiao, filled with curiosity, opened Su Yun's live stream. Welcome, Xiaoxiao, to the live stream. There are 569 viewers online. The host's punctuality gives me the feeling of being at work. Haha, Zhou Xiaoxiao playfully typed into the chat to end the stream. Su Yun had brought out a large basket of worn-out playing cards, and a cucumber that had remained unchanged for over a month had transformed into a soft wooden stump. An old playing card resembled a grayish-white fungus that had grown from the decayed stump, blending seamlessly with it, as if it were naturally formed. This was precisely the soft wooden stump that had been embedded with cards yesterday. Su Yun spoke little, silently picked up a worn playing card, and flicked his wrist to launch it. With a whoosh, the card sliced through the air towards the wooden stump. Bang! The poker card, swift as the wind, could not remain still and was immediately bounced back by the stump. The mysterious sensation from yesterday had vanished. Su Yun could not recall how he had embedded the worn cards into the stump. But the feeling at that moment had captivated him. Indeed, today he felt no sense of enlightenment. The card couldn't even break the surface of the soft wooden stump. How had he achieved that yesterday? Su Yun couldn't help but question himself. However, his greatest asset was his perseverance. He had a strong premonition that with diligent practice, he could rediscover that elusive feeling. Unbeknownst to him, half of the worn card in front of Su Yun had already been used up. As time passed, the audience in Su Yun's live stream miraculously increased, now exceeding 1,000 viewers. To be fair, I would call this host the brother of perseverance. The brother above speaks the truth, one paying no mind to the comments. Su Yun tirelessly continued to launch cards. The cards in the basket dwindled, and Su Yun's technique grew increasingly adept. Suddenly, he casually retrieved a red ace of hearts and began to gather strength. Through the insights gained from the previous day, Su Yun's mastery of power had significantly improved at that moment. His fingers clutched the new card as if they were a pair of tiger pincers. The fullness of strength was not solely about destructive power. It also required the correct technique. Calm and composed, Su Yun felt the flow of energy within him. He adjusted the card's center of gravity and his point of force. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, under the watchful eyes of countless viewers, Su Yun vigorously swung his arm that a powerful surge of energy erupted from his waist, propelling his shoulder and arm, shaking his wrist, and twisting his fingers. The card shot out like lightning. The viewers only heard the sharp whoosh of wind as the card flew by, barely catching a glimpse of its afterimage. Bang! In the spotlight, the ace of hearts astonishingly pierced the surface of the wooden stump at an acute angle. For a moment, the chat fell silent for several seconds. Bro, did anyone see that clearly? Was that a special effect? The production value is off the charts, but it looks too fake. Is that the same ace of hearts again? There must be something wrong with that card. After a brief silence, the entire chat erupted into chaos. People were astonished yet skeptical of the scene before them. That moment, a viewer who had previously claimed to work in image processing recalled their statement. And the chat was filled with Senior Image Inspector. Senior Image Inspector. Guys, is there really any need to ask? It's definitely a special effect. I've recorded it. Tomorrow I'll present the evidence to expose the host. After being confirmed by the user known as Senior Image Inspector, the viewers in the chat boldly resumed their accusations against the host. It's definitely rigged. I'm not exaggerating. I swear, there's no way it's rigged. The host has some skill. But it's not much. Just as the viewers were fervently discussing, an unexpected event occurred. The card that had just pierced the wooden stump unexpectedly fell without any wind. Lack of force? Or was it merely a coincidence that it lodged there? Suddenly, buzz, 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 a fly buzzed incessantly above Su-yun's head before darting towards the wooden stump, ultimately landing on its surface. Su-yun, unfazed, squinted his eyes, gathered his strength, and aimed directly at the fly. With a whoosh, the next moment, the fly and the card both plummeted. Observant viewers noted that the card Su-yun had just launched was no ordinary card. It seemed to have struck the fly, cleaving it in two. Although the card still hadn't embedded itself in the stump, it had accurately hit the fly, which was so fragile it had been effortlessly severed. No way is this real. Can it be that precise? This was no ordinary target. It was an exceedingly small one. Did the host showcase his skills by killing a fly? Truly the brother of perseverance, striving to excel. Don't be deceived by his special effects. This tiny feat is far simpler than embedding a card in a wooden stump. I wager my youth against tomorrow. I bet the host's slow-motion video will be exposed by keen-eyed viewers. Amidst the barrage of skepticism, Su-yun, glancing at the severed fly not far away, felt his heart race with excitement. He seemed to have discovered a new realm. Strangely, he sensed that with this period of diligent practice, his perception and reaction abilities had also undergone a subtle enhancement. What had begun as an instinctive throw of a flying card had inexplicably resulted in the fly being cleaved in two. Although the card's power had not increased, its accuracy had improved significantly. It seems feasible. I'm on the verge of a breakthrough. Unable to contain his inner joy, Su-yun began to practice launching cards with even more fervor. He had validated his convictions. Through his relentless perseverance, both the power and precision of his flying cards were continually advancing, and he still had ample room for growth. Thus, another half-day passed, and through Su-yun's training, he finally regained the extraordinary power he had experienced yesterday. Although he had not entered that unique state today, the power and accuracy of his cards had increased significantly. He was now able to successfully embed 6 out of 10 cards into the wooden stump. Meanwhile, some viewers had saved recordings of Su-yun's livestream, planning to use high-definition slow motion to expose his tricks. That on the other side, Zhou Xiaoxiao, who was out running errands due to the tedious nature of her work, had just finished her meal. In the afternoon, she had to visit several places to collect documents. She planned to take a moment to rest on a bench by the roadside. At that moment, she glanced at a suddenly disconnected live stream and muttered, "Why is it becoming increasingly fake? The flying cards and fly swatting are just too exaggerated. Will the next act involve using chopsticks to catch mosquitoes?" Although watching the live stream was quite relaxing, it left her with the impression that it was becoming more and more ostentatious, with increasingly extravagant special effects. With the live stream lacking any captivating elements, she decided to exit the room. Just then, an abrupt scream echoed from a distance. Zhou Xiaoxiao froze momentarily, her expression shifting as she instantly entered a state of alert. What on earth is happening? Chapter 6. An unexpected encounter. Zhou Xiaoxiao raised her eyes and turned towards the sound, only to see customers in the shopping mall fleeing in panic. She immediately took out her walkie-talkie. "This is Zhou Xiaoxiao. It seems there is an emergency situation at Yida Mall. I am heading over to assess the situation." After reporting her actions, Zhou Xiaoxiao squeezed her way into the crowd. Many onlookers, upon seeing the police arrive, immediately recounted the events that had unfolded inside the mall. Officer, there's someone with a gun robbing the jewelry store at door 2. You must go check it out." A robbery at the jewelry store? With a gun? Upon hearing these 2 words, Zhou Xiaoxiao realized the gravity of the situation. While directing the crowd to evacuate, she opened her walkie-talkie, calling headquarters. The voice of the squad leader from the Yida Mall area crackled through. "This is the Yida squad. Comrade Zhou Xiaoxiao, what is happening?" Zhou Xiaoxiao replied anxiously. "A gunman is robbing the jewelry store near the exit of door 2. I'm currently organizing the crowd and request assistance from headquarters." "Understood, Comrade Zhou Xiaoxiao. Please ensure the safety of the crowd. We have dispatched the nearest patrol officers. Protect the lives of the people." "Yes." Zhou Xiaoxiao watched as the crowd continued to surge out of the mall, her face filled with concern. This was the exit of door 1, while the jewelry store at door 2 was located to the east side of the mall. "I still don't know the situation of the people inside the jewelry store." Suddenly, 3 security guards clad in uniforms rushed towards her. Zhou Xiaoxiao waved to them. In such an emergency, manpower was desperately needed. Although security personnel might not possess the same caliber as the police, they were certainly more capable than the average person. Moreover, Zhou Xiaoxiao noticed they were equipped with riot shields and other common protective gear. Upon seeing an officer beckoning them, the three men hastily jogged over. "Officer, how can we assist you?" They certainly did not dare to confront the assailant head-on, but they could help manage the situation from the periphery. Zhou Xiaoxiao addressed the thronging crowd. "I need you to help me evacuate the people here. Ensure everyone's safety." The leader, a middle-aged man who appeared to be in charge, nodded repeatedly. "Absolutely, this is our duty. Leave this to us." One of the younger guards, filled with enthusiasm, exclaimed, "I'm just a humble security guard. But finally, I have a chance to protect peace." Zhou Xiaoxiao was speechless and cautioned, "Remember to be careful that if there's an emergency, evacuate immediately. That I'll check the situation at the jewelry store. Above all, ensure the safety of the crowd, including yourselves." With that, Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly made her way into the crowd, pushing against the flow. On the other side, shortly after Zhou Xiaoxiao exited Su Yun's livestream, Su Yun, having exhausted all his old cards, was compelled to conclude the broadcast prematurely. "I'm sorry, everyone. Practicing with the flying cards has left all my playing cards severely deformed, so I must end this afternoon's stream." Su Yun apologized to the over 1,000 viewers in the chatroom. "I must say, I admire Eli Ge's perseverance. The streamer has been at it for almost 4 hours. It's high time to prepare some special effects to enhance the show. Will you be streaming again tonight?" "I'm currently rendering the recorded footage, so tonight's stream will definitely showcase the special effects." Observing the mixed reviews of the audience in the chat, Su Yun found the viewers rather endearing. He then slowly spoke, "I'm going out to buy some new playing cards and everyday items. I expect to continue streaming tonight." After agreeing with a few loyal fans to resume the stream later, Su Yun closed the live stream. With a sigh of relief, he stretched his wrist. "Although my arm strength has improved significantly over the past month of training, flying thousands of cards at such intensity is still quite exhausting." Su Yun's current practice target was wooden stakes, which meant that every throw required maximum effort. If he were using cucumbers, he could simply employ basic techniques with a slight burst of power to slice through them with the sharpness of the cards. However, with wooden stakes, even a full-strength throw barely penetrated, let alone using only a portion of his strength. How did I achieve that mysterious state of insight yesterday? Su Yun pondered, mulling over the state of insight while riding his electric bike. He could distinctly sense that he had reached yet another new bottleneck, and that state of insight seemed to be the only pathway to breaking through his current predicament. Suddenly, Su Yun noticed that the main road to the shopping center was unusually clear. It's already 6 in the evening, usually. At this time, there would be many people leaving Yida Mall. In contrast, the left lane was completely jammed, with vehicles behind honking anxiously to urge those in front to move. The right lane had only a few scattered cars, while the left lane was severely congested, creating an odd scene. This isn't even rush hour. What on earth is going on? Su Yun's objective was merely to purchase some everyday items and playing cards, and perhaps withdraw some cash from the bank. Were it not for the fact that the elderly shopkeeper downstairs only accepted cash, he wouldn't have chosen to shop at Yida Mall. Shaking his head, Su Yun dismissed any thoughts of other matters, focusing instead on procuring supplies and returning to stream. This was the priority. Before he knew it, Su Yun had arrived at Yida Square. The usually bustling square was eerily quiet today. Frowning, he decided to withdraw some cash first, as carrying items while withdrawing money later would be inconvenient. Passing by a small makeshift shop, he bought a pack of cigarettes and cleared out the shop's remaining 5 decks of playing cards. Just as he scanned to pay and prepared to leave, an elderly woman's voice called out from behind him. "Young man, it seems something has happened at the mall. I heard someone is robbing the jewelry store. You'd best not go over there." "Oh." Su Yun paused and turned to inquire, "Robbing the jewelry store?" "Yes. Haven't you noticed that there are hardly any people around? The security has cleared them out, and the police have been called. They'll be arriving shortly." "Which jewelry store?" "I was just planning to withdraw some cash nearby." "Oh dear, don't go near the jewelry store at door 2. I heard the robber has a gun." Su Yun nodded and thanked the elderly woman before departing. As he walked through the desolate Yida Square, he felt a wave of difficulty wash over him. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled that there was an ATM machine near South Street, in the opposite direction of door 1. It's better to avoid the robber and withdraw money at the South Street ATM. With this resolve, Su Yun changed his direction and headed towards South Street near door 1. However, to his surprise, a large section of South Street was under construction, seemingly undergoing yet another renovation of the old city streets, which resulted in a bumpy journey and wasted quite a bit of his time. Even withdrawing cash is such a roundabout process. Chapter 7. The Exchange of Hostages. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao had arrived at the jewelry store near door 2. Gazing ahead, she observed several hundred onlookers gathered 300 to 500 meters from the store, whispering among themselves as they pointed at the interior. Someone with sharp eyes noticed Zhou Xiaoxiao in her police uniform. "Hey, everyone, look, the police are here. That's great." Zhou Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow and approached the crowd, waving her hand. "Does anyone know what's happening inside the jewelry store? It's too dangerous here. You shouldn't gather." People evidently believed that being 300 to 500 meters away was a safe distance. And even if the robber charged out, they had ample room to escape. Zhou Xiaoxiao's attempts to disperse the crowd were largely ignored. She shook her head in resignation. There would always be those who were drawn to chaos. It wasn't just these ordinary citizens. Even she was encountering armed robbers for the first time. That a few middle-aged women stepped forward from the crowd, pointing at the jewelry store. "Officer, we were just about to go shopping when we sensed something was wrong and fled in the commotion. I have some information." "Officer, my husband is still inside. Please, you must go in and apprehend the robber." A wealthy-looking woman grasped Zhou Xiaoxiao's arm, pleading earnestly. Zhou Xiaoxiao found herself surrounded by a throng of fleeing individuals. With everyone speaking over one another, she struggled to comprehend the situation and raised her voice, one at a time. "Please, I need to understand what's happening inside the jewelry store." After a concerted effort of coaxing, the crowd finally quieted down, allowing Zhou Xiaoxiao to gather the necessary information. Zhou Xiaoxiao has finally grasped the precarious situation unfolding in the jewelry store. It is exceedingly perilous. After organizing the information provided by witnesses, she estimates that there are at least a dozen ordinary citizens still inside. The robber is a burly man, obscured by a mask, rendering his features indistinguishable, brandishing a 911 handgun. He fired a shot to intimidate the security personnel. The guard has been shot in the right chest. His fate is uncertain. Injuries have been reported. Zhou Xiaoxiao, regaining her composure, analyzed the current state of affairs using the criminal psychology she learned at the police academy. It is highly likely that this is a ruthless perpetrator who opted not to fire warning shots, but instead chose to injure a security officer. This suggests that he has left himself no escape route, and has mentally prepared for the worst from the moment he inflicted harm. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt beads of cold sweat form on her forehead. She possesses no experience in handling such a crisis. This scenario is entirely different from what is portrayed in textbooks, theories, or dramatizations. It seems that the route of negotiation has already been obstructed. Hastily, she communicated the information she had gathered over the intercom. After a brief silence, a familiar voice emerged. Director Zhang Zhenhuai spoke sternly. "Zhou Xiaoxiao, I have a general understanding of the situation. Stay where you are and distance yourself from the crowd to prevent further casualties. The robber cannot escape." "Understood." Zhou Xiaoxiao is acutely aware that in this day and age, attempting to rob a jewelry store is an act of sheer folly. There is no possibility of evading capture, especially with all major escape routes being secured. However, while she is not concerned about the robber's escape, she is apprehensive about the possibility of him losing control in a moment of desperation and resorting to indiscriminate shooting of hostages. This is the most pressing issue at hand. Zhou Xiaoxiao reported further. "Director, the condition of the injured is unknown. Should we confirm their status?" Director Zhang pondered for a moment, recognizing Zhou Xiaoxiao's concerns. He was not worried about capturing the robber, as there was no chance for him to flee. After all, this is not the last century. After a brief pause, Director Zhang inquired. "According to eyewitnesses, was the injury to the chest?" Zhou Xiaoxiao replied gravely. "Yes, the chest. If the injury has penetrated the lung, he may not last long without prompt medical attention before our reinforcements arrive." Upon hearing this, Director Zhang fell silent over the intercom. In such a dire situation, time has become the most critical factor. "Zhou Xiaoxiao, do not take any reckless actions. Reinforcements are en route. Remain vigilant regarding the robber's movements. He will likely attempt to flee the scene. Our backup will encircle the area as swiftly as possible and manage the evacuation of the crowd. If necessary, we may allow him to escape. This is a bustling area, to prevent the robber from harming civilians during his flight. We must not provoke him. Just follow discreetly and report his movements." Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately assented, her resolve intensifying. Director Zhang took a deep breath. "I suspect the robber will, for safety's sake, take hostages. He will wait for police reinforcements to arrive while ensuring the hostages' safety. At that point, our SWAT colleagues will occupy advantageous positions and, if necessary, proceed with sniping." "Yes, Zhou Xiaoxiao understood that this decision would introduce more variables into the situation. Nonetheless, it is the only method to maximize the preservation of hostages. Meanwhile, at Yida Plaza, Zhou Xiaoxiao glanced back at the crowd, uttering a reassuring statement before hastening towards the jewelry store, moving against the tide of people. Rest assured, the Rongqing police will ensure the safety of your loved ones. Zhou Xiaoxiao comforted the citizens, then hurriedly began the evacuation. Just then, she noticed the jewelry store's main entrance being pushed open from within. A masked robber, burdened with a large bag and wielding a gun, hurriedly emerged. The sight of the robber sent the recently calmed crowd into another frenzy. Zhou Xiaoxiao swiftly blended into the throng, eager to avoid any confrontation with the robber to protect the innocent bystanders. After all, he is bound to be apprehended. Thus, the foremost concern is safeguarding the public. The robber, too, had no time to look back. Upon exiting the jewelry store, he darted quickly along a prearranged escape route. Zhou Xiaoxiao successfully evacuated the crowd, and as the robber fled, she hastened to pursue him, maintaining a safe distance while continually urging those around her to leave promptly. After traversing several alleys in pursuit of the robber, the number of people around dwindled significantly, indicating that this was indeed his escape path. Designed to maximize concealment and evade capture, Zhou Xiaoxiao remained on his heels, unwilling to let her guard down. Eventually, the area was nearly deserted, and the robber was on the verge of escaping. Zhou Xiaoxiao knew she could not delay any longer. Otherwise, she would lose track of him, allowing him to vanish entirely. Should the entire police force be mobilized to search later, the consequences would be even more severe. Without hesitation, she shouted loudly while seizing a stone and hurling it forward. Taking the initiative. "Don't move, police." The sudden shout from behind startled the robber, causing him to whirl around just in time to see the stone hurtling toward him. He quickly dodged, but still sustained a glancing blow. Although his expression remained hidden beneath the mask, it was undoubtedly one of surprise. He had meticulously plotted his escape, having spent over a month scouting and even sabotaging surveillance along his route. Yet somehow, police had arrived at the first opportunity, disrupting his plans. In an instant, he raised his handgun, aiming it at Zhou Xiaoxiao, and barked, "Stay back. One more step and I'll shoot." Zhou Xiaoxiao, gazing at the menacing barrel of the gun, felt a surge of anxiety yet remained resolute. She aimed her weapon at the robber, determined to restrain him until assistance arrived. Just then, an unforeseen development unfolded. She had assumed the narrow alley would be devoid of bystanders. Yet a child's head suddenly popped out from a luxurious car parked nearby. Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback. How could she have anticipated a child being left alone in the vehicle? Presumably, an adult had left the child there while attending to business. This was utterly reckless. Indeed, the robber also noticed the child and, in a brutal instant, shattered the car window, yanking the child from inside. "Wah!" The child cried out in distress. With the robber's gun trained on the terrified child, Zhou Xiaoxiao found no opportunity to act. Now armed with a hostage, the robber became increasingly audacious. He held the child in front of him as a shield and menacingly fired a shot towards Zhou Xiaoxiao. Chapter 8. Do you think I'm a fool? However, the anticipated bullet that should have torn through flesh and shattered bones did not strike her. Instead, it ricocheted off the ground nearby. Zhou Xiaoxiao had instinctively taken cover behind a barrier. Having foreseen such an occurrence, thus not acting impulsively, the relief of narrowly escaping death did little to ease her worries, as she had not truly escaped danger. Despite the robber's poor marksmanship, he held a defenseless hostage in his grasp. Moreover, he could very well take her life with the next shot. Seizing this fleeting moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao shouted, "Hold on, I'm here to offer you a way out." Sure enough, her words caused the robber to pause momentarily. "What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think I would fall for that?" Without wasting words, Zhou Xiaoxiao, concealed behind her cover, spoke calmly and collectedly. "None of us want this situation to escalate. The police are rapidly increasing their numbers. Do you really think that even with these hostages, you can escape unharmed? My offer is simple. You can leave now, but you must release the hostages." The robber, momentarily caught in a whirlwind of thoughts, faced a crucial decision. However, he soon seemed to arrive at a conclusion. His tone suddenly calm. "I must admit, your proposal is indeed tempting. But do you think I would be foolish enough to fall for it?" The robber maintained his wariness, fully aware that he was engaged in a deadly game. Any misstep would lead to dire consequences. Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart raced, her gaze fixated on the robber, fearful of any sudden, reckless reaction. Yet, The robber merely chuckled coldly at her and began to retreat slowly with the hostage. "Don't pull any tricks, or I'll kill him," he warned Zhou Xiaoxiao as he backed away with the child. Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression shifted. Although she had anticipated this turn of events, it was still disheartening. Her intention had been to buy time through dialogue while ensuring the hostage's safety, as I mentioned earlier. "You can leave, but you must release the hostage." Bang! Without hesitation, the robber raised his gun and fired a shot into the sky. This was clearly a warning, yet the action further intimidated Zhou Xiaoxiao. Her heart sank as she realized the robber's extreme caution. He was not going to relent. "Do you think I don't see through your scheme? If I leave alone, I probably won't make it a few blocks. If I take the hostage and manage to escape, I can guarantee the child's safety. So, inform your colleagues not to test my limits." The robber's ferocious words chilled Zhou Xiaoxiao to the bone. Leaving her with dwindling options, she dared not make any further demands of the robber, fearing his unpredictable nature could result in further injuries. The robber was exceedingly cautious, ensuring that his head remained shielded behind the hostage's small frame. As she gazed at the dark muzzle of the gun pressed against the child's temple, Zhou Xiaoxiao dared not even breathe. The robber's heartless madness made it abundantly clear to her that even with a single hostage, she could not afford to let her guard down. Swiftly, she distanced herself from the assailant while signaling the still-present crowd to hasten their evacuation. Gradually, a few individuals among the onlookers maneuvered around the corner towards exit 1. Nan Street was an ancient thoroughfare, its roadside greenery betraying the passage of time. The nearby buildings were dilapidated, their numerous layers of paint attempting to conceal the ravages of age, and such places typically featured a maze of narrow, winding alleys and haphazardly arranged structures. The robber had evidently chosen this spot with care, as it provided a means of escape. Not far from Nan Street, a dark vehicle awaited by the roadside. Undoubtedly the means of flight for the criminal. The moment he spotted the car, the robber visibly exhaled in relief, thinking he would soon make his getaway with a considerable sum of cash. "Little one, if you behave, I promise your uncle will let you go soon." The robber's tone grew increasingly exuberant as he drew nearer to the black car. Zhou Xiaoxiao's anxiety intensified, and she found herself drenched in cold sweat. Once this criminal gets inside the vehicle, there's no telling whether he will release the hostage. The initiative has always been in his hands, and Zhou Xiaoxiao dared not take that risk. If he manages to get into the car, the child's fate may very well be sealed. "No, I must buy time." Whether for the sake of the mission or the safety of the hostage, Zhou Xiaoxiao had no choice but to delay. She could only wait for reinforcements to arrive, hoping that when confronted by the police, the assailant might hesitate. "Wait, the police may already have set up a blockade along the route. You would do well not to attempt to escape by car." To her surprise, the robber responded with laughter rather than anger. "You think you can stall me? Don't think I'm unaware. It's rush hour now, and your police won't be able to set up a blockade and clear the roads that quickly." His words fell upon Zhou Xiaoxiao like a bucket of icy water. As he effortlessly pierced through her intentions, maintaining a facade of composure, she continued to try to manipulate the robber. "No, you underestimate the Rongqing police." "Huh," the robber scoffed, thinking to himself that this young policewoman was indeed not to be underestimated. Not only was she courageous, but her mind was also astute. Trained officers like her were not easily deceived, and allowing her to remain would undoubtedly pose a threat. With a disdainful smile, he shot Zhou Xiaoxiao a glare and barked, "You little brat. Do you really think I'm a fool? You've been stalling for time, and I wouldn't be surprised if a sniper is already aiming at my head." Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly felt a wave of murderous intent, sending chills down her spine. In that moment, everything around her seemed to slow down. The robber's gun gradually shifted from the child to her own person. Chapter 9. A familiar voice. "The broadcaster is you." In a brief moment, which in reality occurred in an instant, the shadow of death encroached upon her senses. During her time at the police academy, she had watched numerous bloody and violent films to toughen her nerves. Yet those were mere portrayals, nothing compared to first-hand experience. With a gun pointed at her, the pressure she felt was unimaginable to those who had not endured it. "Die, you cop!" The robber cackled maniacally, swiftly raising his gun to fire. "Ah!" the child cried out, and from the distance, the anguished wails of the child's mother pierced the air. Yet just as the robber was about to pull the trigger, a sudden mechanical sound emanated from the electronic door behind Zhou Xiaoxiao, accompanied by a robotic voice. "Ding! Welcome to your visit. Wishing you a pleasant day." The robber turned sideways, peering past Zhou Xiaoxiao. What met his gaze was a young man, frozen in place, staring back at him. Upon noticing that the newcomer was not in police uniform, the robber sighed in relief. "Damn it, you scared me. I thought the police had arrived already." The robber grumbled internally. But caution kept him from lowering his guard. He sized up the young man before him, who wore ordinary casual attire and appeared somewhat frail, clearly just an inconspicuous youth, posing no threat to him. Meanwhile, Su-Yun, who had just withdrawn cash from the ATM, stood dazed at the machine's entrance, glancing ahead. The moment he raised his eyes, he found himself locking gazes with the robber, spotting the firearm in the robber's hand. His heart sank, and as he took in the surrounding scene, he immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. He had encountered a robber. Damn it. How careless of me. How could I be so unfortunate as to find myself in this predicament? Didn't the old lady say that the robber was at the jewelry store by exit 2? How did he end up over here on Nan Street? This is quite a distance. Is he really so relaxed about his escape? With no time to ponder, Su-Yun began analyzing the current circumstances. He observed the robber with his neck craned, gun aimed at the policewoman's head, looking at him with an utterly disdainful expression, clearly not regarding him as a threat. This thought momentarily eased Su-Yun's tension, realizing that as long as he was ignored, he might have a chance to escape. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao, with her back to Su-Yun, was equally perplexed. She had no idea what was transpiring behind her. Under the threat of a gun, she could not turn to check. All she could see was the robber's puzzled gaze drifting past her, seemingly drawn to something behind her. What is happening? Is it reinforcements? Zhou Xiaoxiao dared not make a sudden move. Her focus remained fixed on the robber as she devised a counter-strategy, determined to save the hostage first. Though she was unaware of the events unfolding behind her, she recognized that as a police officer, she must persevere until the very last moment. At the plaza of exit one of the Rongqing Yida shopping mall, the armed robber and Su-Yun exchanged glances. The atmosphere undeniably tensed. Su-Yun, noticing the dark gun in the robber's hand, broke the silence, feigning awkwardness as he spoke. "You carry on. I merely came to withdraw some cash and had no intention of disturbing you." Despite striving to maintain his composure, the sight of the gun sent a shiver of fear through Su-Yun. After all, he was just an ordinary person, flesh and blood, unable to withstand a bullet. It would be disingenuous to claim he was unafraid. On the other side, the robber, taken aback by the young man's complex emotions, found himself at a loss. What was this situation? A chance encounter? For a moment, he was unsure how to handle this unforeseen development. Zhou Xiaoxiao, with her back to Su-Yun and unable to move, was startled by the sound that a vague sense of familiarity washed over her, as if she had heard that voice somewhere before. But she could not place it. Could it be that her colleagues had arrived? Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao pondered this, the robber's angry shout snapped her back to reality. "What the hell are you doing?" The robber, momentarily stunned, returned to his senses and barked at Su-Yun. Su-Yun thought to himself, "What am I doing? I said I'm just passing by. Would you believe me?" After a brief pause, Su-Yun smiled and said, "Brother, judging by your demeanor, you must be robbing this place, right? How about this? I just withdrew 200 yuan in cash. Why not share the wealth? I'll give you the 200 yuan. And in return, you let me go, deal?" The robber felt a series of question marks hovering above his head. He had seen thick-skinned individuals before, but never one with such audacity. This young man's appearance inadvertently delayed his plans. He could not afford to waste any more time. With both cash and hostage in his possession, there was no need to complicate matters further. He had resolved to shoot this young man. But just as he moved his wrist, he realized something was amiss. Aiming the gun at the policewoman's head served as a threat, and should he divert his attention and make a significant movement to aim at Su-Yun, she might retaliate. With this thought in mind, the robber had no choice but to relent, waving his hand dismissively and barking, "Get lost! Who the hell cares about your measly 200 yuan?" To the robber, 200 yuan was insignificant, and he chose to disregard Su-Yun entirely. It had already been over 10 minutes since he had robbed the jewelry store, and it was highly likely that some police officers were already nearby. He did not want to attract attention by firing his weapon and revealing his location. His priority was to deal with the policewoman and any unnecessary hostages and make his escape swiftly. "Get lost!" The robber issued his final warning to Su-Yun. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao overheard their exchange, confirming that the figure behind her was merely an ordinary person. Instantly, her heart raced with anxiety. Having one hostage was already a precarious situation, and now another had appeared. The already urgent scenario had become even more complicated. "Hurry and leave. Zhou Xiaoxiao's gaze remained fixed on the robber, though her words were clearly directed at Su Yun. At that moment, she had completely disregarded her own safety, the welfare of the hostage, and the crowd had become her sole focus. Chapter 10. Re-entering a special state. Action. Fortunately, the robber did not consider Su Yun a target. To him, the greatest threat was the policewoman before him. Meanwhile, Su Yun, having been rebuked by the robber, watched as the assailant turned his back to him. Seemingly ignoring him, he was taken aback, but after a moment, he felt a sense of relief and promptly turned to walk back into the shopping mall. With a gun pointed at him, it would be sheer folly not to run, a mere mortal. A carbon-based life form stands no chance against the might of modern weaponry. Moreover, he must hasten to procure supplies to return home and commence his broadcast. Once he has made a promise to his fans, he cannot afford to break it. This is the principle by which Su Yun abides. Yet, as he departs, Su Yun slips his hand into his pocket. There, he encounters a slightly rigid piece of paper. Indeed, it is a playing card he always carries with him. With a deft flick, he expertly manipulates the card between his fingers, then retrieves it from his pocket, pinching it between 2 digits. He then assesses the distance. He has already taken 10 steps, with each step averaging half a meter, totaling 5 meters. After a month of rigorous training, within this range, his card throwing is both swift and precise. In the next instant, a glint of cold light flashes in his eyes. Buzz! However, just as he is about to act, a sudden halt seizes him, his mind overwhelmed by a profound sensation that inexplicably resurfaces in that fleeting moment. It is as if all his senses are heightened. The rush of wind fills his ears, and everything within the mall comes into sharp focus. This ephemeral feeling transports Su Yun into a realm that feels entirely his own. The panicked hostages, the ruthless robber, the desperate policewoman, all begin to blur. Yet everything resonates with a clarity that is unmistakable. Simultaneously, he senses every pore in his body inhaling deeply, his limbs, spine, from muscles to meridians, down to the very cells. Each source of power seems to coalesce into a singular entity. What is this sensation? Su Yun cannot articulate it, only vaguely perceiving its extraordinary nature, a rare phenomenon that one cannot seek out. In that instant, without a trace of hesitation, all his strength converges that a subtle energy begins to ascend from his feet, coursing through his waist and into his arms, culminating in a sudden surge of power that transfers from his fingertips into the card. This long-lost enigmatic feeling reawakens, prompting Su Yun to reflect that it is indeed this moment and circumstance that allows him to experience such a sensation. It would be remiss not to lend assistance. With a decisive flick of his wrist, he snaps his fingers and releases the card backward. The playing card shoots forth like a bolt of lightning. Meanwhile, on the other end of the street, just 10 seconds earlier, an ear-piercing alarm blares nearby, the sound of a police siren signaling the approach of law enforcement, intended to intimidate the wrongdoers. Thanks to Zhou Xiaoxiao's delay, the police have just managed to arrive. The abrupt wail of the siren startles the robber, who visibly flinches, yet he remains hopeful, as the distance is still considerable and his escape route has been meticulously planned. However, had he not been hindered multiple times along the way, he would have been long gone by now. Realizing this, the robber bellows in rage, "I knew you were trying to set me up." An opportunity. Zhou Xiaoxiao, catching a glimpse of the robber turning towards the siren's direction, feels her mind sharpen. The distraction gives her a fleeting chance to breathe. She knows all too well that she cannot afford any further delay. Otherwise, either the hostages or herself will surely perish. The robber, not a fool, senses the impending arrival of reinforcements and is about to become desperate. Zhou Xiaoxiao, decisive in her actions, seizes the moment to charge forward, her seemingly frail figure exploding with latent potential. Fearless of death, she unleashes a terrifying force. In a swift motion, she draws her baton from her waist, evading the gun's muzzle, and strikes the robber's wrist while simultaneously colliding into him with a resounding crack. The robber, taken by surprise, loses his balance, causing his aim to falter and fire a shot into the air. Both tumble to the ground, the robber groaning in pain as agony radiates from his wrist. "You're asking for death," he roars, regaining his composure and swiftly redirecting the gun, hell-bent on eliminating the meddlesome policewoman. This is bad, Zhou Xiaoxiao thinks, clearly underestimating the robber's physical prowess and quick reflexes. Despite the violent clash, he still grips the gun firmly. Swiftly reacting even while off-balanced, he is likely a seasoned criminal. Zhou Xiaoxiao realizes that she may be facing certain doom. Nevertheless, she instinctively pushes the child free from the robber's grasp, knowing it is the last and only action she can take. "You bastard." In that very moment, the robber, now aware, prepares to lift his firearm. Swish. Yet, just as the robber's murderous intent solidifies, Zhou Xiaoxiao feels a rush of wind. The sound reminiscent of something slicing through the air, crisp and clear to her ears. In the next heartbeat, she catches a fleeting glimpse of a blurred white light flashing before her eyes. "Is this the light guiding me to heaven?" Zhou Xiaoxiao muses, bracing herself for death, only to be startled awake by a piercing scream. The robber, too, is momentarily disoriented, perceiving a hazy shadow that dances before him at an impossibly clever angle, before he can comprehend what it is. Pain erupts in his wrist, and he cries out in agony. It was that fleeting light that had cut him. Chapter 11. The danger averted. An unbelievable intervention. What the hell? The robber's heart races with fear. But before he can react, the excruciating pain in his wrist renders his entire right hand powerless. His wrist droops limply, devoid of strength. With a soft thud, the finger that once squeezed the trigger falters, and the gun slips from his grasp. Damn it. The robber understands all too well that the weapon he wields is his only means to intimidate the hostages and the policewoman. With the gun now fallen, he has lost all leverage. Ignoring the policewoman's movements, he releases his left hand, preparing to retrieve his firearm. Zhou Xiaoxiao, feeling the pressure on her throat lessen significantly, regains her senses. Out of the corner of her eye, she spots the gun slipping from the robber's right hand, igniting a spark of joy within her. There is no time to ponder what that flash of light was. Zhou Xiaoxiao, recognizing the serendipitous opportunity, steels herself and unleashes a surge of incredible strength. She delivers a powerful elbow strike to the robber's chest. With a thud, the robber gasps, his left hand now freed, while his right remains too weak to reach for the gun in time. In a moment of desperation, he attempts to roll to the right, hoping to create an opening for his left hand to grasp the weapon. However, Zhou Xiaoxiao is equally agile, springing to her feet despite the bruising grip on her neck, and immediately lunges for the robber's gun. Zhou Xiaoxiao is fueled by righteous fury, seeing the robber's intent to use the roll to his advantage. With fierce determination, she shouts, "Get away!" At the same time, she delivers a powerful kick that sends the robber sprawling. Seizing the moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao swiftly retrieves the fallen gun and aims it at the robber, who is clutching his injured wrist and writhing in agony. "Don't move." In an instant, the tables have turned. The robber glares at Zhou Xiaoxiao with seething hatred, unable to fathom how this policewoman has managed to injure him, nor can he comprehend the nature of that swift flash. "You filthy bitch," he snarls through clenched teeth. He feels as though the tendons in his wrist have snapped, unable to believe that this seemingly delicate policewoman possesses such ferocity, especially with the unexpected efficacy of her attack. Has the police force been outfitted with cutting-edge technology? This is utterly absurd. Seeing the robber attempt to make a move, Zhou Xiaoxiao retaliates fiercely, delivering a sharp kick to his knee. Crack! The robber screams in agony as he collapses to the ground. Zhou Xiaoxiao springs forward, swiftly retrieving her handcuffs and radio. The robber glares at her, but Zhou Xiaoxiao does not grant him a moment's respite. She seizes his wrists, spinning around to pin him down with her knee, thus eliminating any chance of resistance. Just as she is about to secure the robber with the handcuffs, she notices something amiss. The robber's right hand feels slick in her grip, but a closer inspection reveals that the skin on the inner side of his wrist is grotesquely torn. Blood pouring from a horrific gash, the crimson liquid seeps onto the ground, staining it. What on earth happened? When did he get injured? Upon closer examination, Zhou Xiaoxiao finds the injury peculiar. Having studied related topics before, she knows that wounds inflicted by common weapons differ greatly from this one. However, the nature of the injury on the robber's wrist leaves her momentarily perplexed. As she contemplates this, she inadvertently tightens her grip, causing the robber to yelp in pain. It hurts. The robber grimaces, and Zhou Xiaoxiao snaps back to reality. She hastily cuffs his hands behind his back, feeling a sense of relief wash over her as she watches him writhe on the ground. Still crying out in distress, the heavy burden weighing on her heart lifts as she exhales a long, relieved breath. The danger has finally passed. The exhilarating sensation of having survived fills Zhou Xiaoxiao with immense relief as she stretches her neck. Feeling the lingering ache from her earlier struggles, Zhou Xiaoxiao finally realized that she had truly been reborn. With no time to assess her injuries, she hurriedly approached the terrified hostages. "It's all right, don't cry. Your mother is here." Observing the child, now crumpled on the ground in fear and weeping alongside her mother, Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but exhale in relief. "Is the child unharmed?" After a brief moment, she crouched down to inspect the child for injuries. "I'm fine, thank you, officer." Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a wave of gratitude for having managed, in her final desperate act, to deflect the robber's gun. Otherwise, a vibrant life would have been extinguished before her very eyes. "All right. The robber has been subdued. Everyone, please calm down." After comforting the frightened crowd, Zhou Xiaoxiao activated her radio. Calling headquarters, this is Zhou Xiaoxiao." Following a crackle of static, the radio remained silent, and with no response forthcoming. Zhou Xiaoxiao had no choice but to set it aside, prioritizing the stabilization of the hostages and the robber. Chapter 12. What you fear will come to pass at this moment. Director Zhang was en route. Hastily making his way to the scene, as he inquired, the young officer promptly reported the status of all departments. Reporting to Director Zhang, the armed police detachment has mobilized all personnel and is currently near Yida Plaza. The traffic police have deployed their entire force and have established checkpoints within a 5-kilometer radius of Yida Plaza. Additionally, a special police unit has dispatched a contingent of 30 officers, and their vehicle is right behind us. By the way, Director Zhang. At this point, the young officer hesitated, struggling to voice his thoughts, sensing something amiss. Zhang urged, "Speak up, what are you hesitating for?" The young officer continued, "Director Zhang, it seems the media has caught wind of the criminal incident at Yida Plaza. The higher-ups just called the police station to inquire about the situation." "All right, I understand." Zhang's heart sank. It appeared the situation had escalated. Just as he switched off the radio, his phone rang. Picking it up, he was not surprised to find it was the higher-ups calling. "Hello, leader." Before Zhang could finish, a heavy voice filled the line. "Director Zhang, I hear there's been a loss of life in the robbery at Yida Plaza." Zhang paused before responding. "Leader, our patrol officers arrived at the scene immediately." At this moment, he could only hope that Zhou Xiaoxiao could effectively calm the emotions of the criminals, praying that no further chaos would ensue. "Is that so? I'm on my way to Yida Plaza, and I expect you to present a flawless report to the citizens of Rong City upon my arrival." The superior spoke in a calm tone, yet Zhang felt an uneasy tension creeping over him, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. "Old Zhang, you understand what I mean, right?" Zhang swallowed hard and replied resolutely, "Rest assured. Leader, after so many years of service, I won't allow any blemishes to tarnish Rong City. I will resolve this matter properly." Hearing this, the leader finally chuckled lightly. "That's good to hear. I'll see you at Yida Plaza shortly." "Understood. Leader, see you soon." The last word from the superior was heavily emphasized, clearly indicating that Zhang was expected to resolve the situation before their arrival, especially with the media involved. After hanging up, Zhang wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling the weight of the situation pressing down on him. "Hello, Deputy Chun. I order you to prepare your team for action immediately." "Understood, Director Zhang." "Hello, old Zhou. This situation is quite serious. Please ensure your criminal investigation team is alert." "Don't worry, old Zhang. I've already heard that the mayor is personally coming, and I've given instructions." "Hello, Xia. Does your special police unit have any snipers among you? If necessary, they could neutralize the criminals." "Director Zhang, rest assured, although the personnel are few, each one is an elite. I will make arrangements right away." Zhang made several more urgent calls, his anxiety mounting. The officer driving had never seen the director display such an expression. He pressed the accelerator to the limit, weaving through traffic with remarkable speed. Soon, Yida Plaza came into view. Zhang's eyes brightened. Finally arrived. Quickly, to the jewelry store. Just as Zhang issued his command, the radio crackled with updates from various departments confirming their positions. "Director Zhang, the police have dispersed the crowd, and all personnel are on high alert, awaiting your orders." "Report, Director, the armed police detachment has secured all exits at Gate 2. Should we force entry to rescue the hostages?" "Report, comrades from the criminal investigation team have entered the mall through the side entrance and have sealed off the criminals' escape route. Please give further instructions." "Report, the sniper unit from the special police has reached the vantage point across from the mall and has yet to locate the criminals, requesting direction for the next course of action." "What is going on?" Where are the criminals? And Zhou Xiaoxiao? Zhang furrowed his brow, gazing at the jewelry store across the street. Just as he pondered, the anxious voice of a radio officer broke through the static. Director Zhang, the situation has changed. Upon hearing this, Zhang felt as if he had lost his footing atop a towering building, his heart racing in his throat. The officer continued. Director Zhang, a bystander reported that 3 minutes ago. The criminals took a female officer and 3 hostages towards South Street at Gate 1. What? Quickly notify everyone to redirect to South Street. Yes. Turning off the radio, Zhang felt like an ant on a hot stove. Just as he feared, the very thing he dreaded had come to pass. I hope Comrade Zhou Xiaoxiao can hold on. Zhang's palms were already slick with sweat, knowing that the higher-ups were en route and would arrive at the scene shortly. The sudden turn of events left him anxious, but years of experience quickly helped him regain composure. The immediate priority was to urgently ascertain the latest movements of the criminals. So many officers have arrived today, and all our old friends from various departments are here. If something goes wrong, I wouldn't have the face to continue as director. Fortunately, Gate 1 was just a turn away. Zhang intended to contact Zhou Xiaoxiao to get a clearer picture of the situation for emergency handling. However, he reconsidered, realizing that if the radio noise alerted the criminals and made them feel threatened, it could lead to further complications. Xiaoli, step on it. Zhang could only continue to urge the officer driving. Xiaoli, sensing the director's urgency, Xiaoli wasted no time and drifted onto Yida's South Road, flooring the accelerator. Zhang clutched the handle tightly, not blaming Xiaoli for the bumpy ride, wishing for even greater speed. In no time, the police convoy, led by Zhang, arrived near Gate 1. Director Zhang, look, it's the criminals and the hostages. Chapter 13. It's on fire. Suddenly, Officer Xiaoli spotted several figures at the plaza by Gate 1 and promptly alerted Zhang. Zhang quickly looked up and spotted Zhou Xiaoxiao waving at him. What is going on? As the police car pulled over, Zhang finally saw the situation clearly. Zhou Xiaoxiao was aiming her gun at a masked man on the ground while frantically gesturing with her other hand. The 3 hostages sat far off by the roadside. Zhang could hardly believe his eyes and tapped the driver, Officer Xiaoli. Xiaoli, am I seeing things? Is that Zhou Xiaoxiao holding the gun? Officer Xiaoli stammered. It really does seem to be Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhang confirmed again. So the robber on the ground has been subdued. Exactly, that must be the robber. This girl really took down an armed and dangerous criminal all by herself. Director Zhang. As you can see, she really did. With the red and blue lights flashing, the police car parked beside the robber's vehicle. Ha, come on. Xiaoli, let us go help. Zhang's heart soared with joy, his previous worries dissipating as he urged Xiaoli to get out of the car. Upon opening the door, he was so elated he didn't know which foot to step out with first. Officer Xiaoli stepped out ahead, greeting Zhou Xiaoxiao before hauling the robber up. Zhang quickly followed, approaching Zhou Xiaoxiao to assess the situation, gasping in astonishment. What have you done? Before Zhou Xiaoxiao could respond, the blaring sirens filled the air. Police, fire, and ambulance sirens rang out in a chaotic symphony. The cacophony grew louder as several police cars raced toward the scene, each officer clad in tactical gear, swiftly surrounding the robber. Seeing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed, "Wow, they really mobilized everyone." Before she could finish her sentence, a few large buses arrived in succession. "Stand by, evacuate the crowd." At the command of a captain, armed police with riot shields and various equipment dispersed rapidly. Following them were traffic police on motorcycles. Ready for action. A row of neatly arranged barriers sealed off the nearby roads. This area is under martial law. All unrelated vehicles and personnel are to detour and leave promptly. Behind the police riders were several fire trucks and ambulances. With 1 fire truck stationed at each intersection, the ambulances formed 2 teams, one heading towards the jewelry store and the other arriving at the roadside near Gate 1.1 after another. Dozens of medical personnel rushed out of the ambulances. Some carried stretchers while others hurried with emergency kits in hand. At the end of the road were several government vehicles for comprehensive law enforcement, closely followed by the signal cars of Rongqing television station and other media outlets. At this moment, the arriving officers exited their vehicles, each one poised and vigilant, scanning the vicinity for any trace of the robbers. After a prolonged look, someone realized that only vehicles and officers from various departments were present, all allies. But where were the enemies? A young officer curiously inquired of his colleague. "Did we come to the wrong place? I don't see any robbers." Someone unfamiliar might think this is just our department's social gathering, replied a burly officer who had just jumped out of his vehicle, hoisting an automatic rifle as he bellowed, "Where are the robbers? I don't see how such a big robber could escape." This time, with forces mobilized from various departments, not to mention the robbers at the jewelry store. Even the entire Yida Plaza would be apprehended. Officers whispered among themselves, searching for the robbers, while a group of snipers, armed with rifles, were equally bewildered. Without a clear sight of the robbers' location, how could they find a vantage point? Suddenly, all the officers' radios crackled to life simultaneously, followed by a surge of static, through which Zhang Zhenghuai's voice emerged. "Comrades, thank you for your hard work. The robbers have been subdued." This news struck everyone like a thunderclap. Where was the ruthless criminal? Where was the armed thug? Just like that, it ended before it even began. This was the collective thought of all the officers stationed in the rear and periphery. They exchanged puzzled glances, unsure of what had transpired. Yet, there was no time for further contemplation. Even though the robbers had been subdued, to guard against any accomplices, immediate measures were required to secure and control the scene. Unbeknownst to everyone, a playing card, faintly stained with blood, lay quietly on the road, only to be blown further away by the rushing police vehicles, finally landing in front of a car emblazoned with Rongqing Police Department. Upon seeing the arrival of the police, many onlookers who had been hiding in the shadows began to emerge. They approached Yida Plaza, whispering among themselves. Most held up their phones to capture the moment, while a few bounced excitedly to catch a glimpse of the unfolding situation. Discussions erupted. "Wow, so many police have arrived at once. It's quite a spectacle. Rongqing police are really impressive. Isn't that stating the obvious? Now that the police are here, the robbers are surely cornered." Forget the robbers. Even Superman would be turned into a sieve here. Who exactly subdued the robbers? I heard gunshots near Gate 3. I was hiding behind the cartoon structure near the flower bed and saw it. It seemed to be a beautiful female officer who single-handedly subdued the robber. Someone in the crowd suddenly exclaimed. And the crowd erupted in excitement. The notion of a beautiful female officer bravely fighting off robbers was already a hot topic. If there were anything more captivating, it would be a beautiful female officer single-handedly fighting off robbers. Is she really that impressive? I'm in love. How beautiful is she? Do you have a picture? Show me. The ordinary citizens of Rongqing had never witnessed such a scene. That it would not be long before the news of Rongqing police swiftly subduing the robber would flood the social media circles of the city's residents. Not only would it circulate among the public, but it would also dominate the headlines and news that night, as well as various self-media and internet short video platforms. Chapter 14. Becoming the center of attention, the excitement escalated as nearly all official forces and media in Rongqing converged at Yida Plaza. Police Chief Zhang Zhenghuai stared in disbelief at Zhou Xiaoxiao, asking once more, "Zhou Xiaoxiao, did you accomplish this all on your own?" Zhang Zhenghuai still struggled to believe it, as it was simply astonishing. Several hostages emerged unscathed, while Zhou Xiaoxiao had only sustained minor injuries. In stark contrast, the subdued robber appeared in a far more pitiful state, with bloodstains on his wrists, a slight fracture in his left calf, and his body covered in dust, hardly resembling a human. Zhang Zhenghuai, having served in the police force for decades, could not recall any intern possessing such capability. Not only did she remain unflinching in the face of danger, but she also managed to subdue a vicious armed assailant under extreme peril. If memory served correctly, regular patrol officers were not typically armed. Moreover, even seasoned detectives would find it challenging to achieve such a feat. After all, reality is not a television drama. As Zhou Xiaoxiao hesitated to respond, Zhang Zhenghuai anxiously paced back and forth. It was then that Zhou Xiaoxiao stammered, "Chief Zhang, I really don't know. The robber was holding me hostage, and all I saw was a flash of white light. Then suddenly the robber's gun fell. I saw his gun drop, and in a moment of panic, I retaliated, and after freeing myself, I easily subdued him." As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoxiao pointed towards the robber who was being bandaged on his wrist. The robber, aware that a multitude of armed officers were now focused on him, realized he was trapped and could only glare fiercely at Zhou Xiaoxiao through his mask. Knowing she was the cause of his capture, Zhang Zhenghuai and his colleagues, noticing the robber's gaze directed at Zhou Xiaoxiao, seemed to understand the situation at hand. The evidence was undeniable. Zhou Xiaoxiao had single-handedly subdued the armed assailant. Seeing the disbelief in their eyes, Zhou Xiaoxiao shrugged. "Chief Zhang, I truly don't know how it happened. I just acted instinctively. Mid-sentence, her earlier assertion of instinctively subduing the robber faded as she realized she could not adequately explain it. However, to everyone else, Zhou Xiaoxiao's modesty was evident. "Oh, come on, Zhou Xiaoxiao, don't be so humble. What we witnessed couldn't possibly be fabricated." At that moment, a colleague from the criminal investigation team stepped aside, allowing a middle-aged man with narrowed eyes to approach Zhou Xiaoxiao. Zhou Xiaoxiao recognized him from a large conference where she had served as the director's secretary, Zhou Nanhai, the political commissar of the Rongqing Criminal Investigation Brigade. He was a legendary figure, renowned and respected. Zhou Xiaoxiao instantly felt a surge of reverence, saluting with respect. "Hello, Commissar Zhou." Zhou Nanhai appraised Zhou Xiaoxiao, nodding with a smile. "You truly exemplify the strength of women. Not only are you young and beautiful, but your calmness under pressure and adept problem-solving skills are commendable. You are indeed a rare talent. Would you consider joining my criminal investigation brigade?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback, never anticipating such praise and an olive branch extended by such a legendary figure. Colleagues from various departments, upon hearing Zhou Nanhai's favorable opinion of Zhou Xiaoxiao, cast envious glances at her. They were in awe, but each one also questioned if, at the age of 20-something, they could have achieved what Zhou Xiaoxiao did today. Clearly, they could not. Lacking her prowess, they could only envy her openly. For most officers, this envy was one thing, but for Zhang Zhenghua, it tightened his chest. He felt as if he were a cat whose tail had just been stepped on. Flaring up in agitation, he stepped forward, waving his hands insistently. Hey, this won't do. Zhou Xiaoxiao is a key talent we are nurturing in our police department. Old Zhou, how can you poach her right in front of me? Old Zhang. Just a moment ago, you weren't speaking with such an attitude. Why the sudden change? You don't seem very magnanimous for a police chief, Zhou Nanhai countered. Spare me. I admit I owe you a drink. But I will never let her go. Zhou Nanhai was momentarily speechless. You. Beside them, Zhou Xiaoxiao stood quietly, not daring to speak, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment as she felt somewhat out of place. Officers from both the Criminal Investigation Brigade and the police department watched their superiors argue over Zhou Xiaoxiao, feeling a twinge of jealousy while simultaneously admiring her. This young woman was genuinely impressive. What a commotion. I could hear your voices from afar. Even before I arrived, boomed a hearty voice belonging to a middle-aged man. Although unseen, his voice commanded attention. Everyone turned to locate the source, and 4 special police officers, armed with automatic rifles, parted to reveal a robust man, this imposing figure, with a gleaming bald head and an aura of authority that inspired fear, was instantly recognizable to all. Xie Yudong, the captain of the Rongqing SWAT team. Xie Yudong approached Zhou Xiaoxiao, forming a triangular stance with the 2 leaders. Despite nearing 50, he exhibited no signs of aging. Standing nearly 6 feet 3 inches tall, he towered over most, exuding an undeniable presence. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. Both leaders, please stop arguing. Such exceptional skills in subduing criminals can only shine in my SWAT team. Before Xie Yudong could finish, Zhang Zhenghua and Zhou Nanhai simultaneously interjected. Shut up. Shut up. Xie Yudong was left speechless, swallowing the remainder of his sentence. The previously competitive battlefield had swiftly transformed into a scene reminiscent of the 3 Kingdoms, with the masked members of the SWAT team clearly sharing in the awkwardness. Indeed, this included Zhou Xiaoxiao, who felt unworthy of such treatment. At this moment, she found herself utterly speechless, unable to interject, and could only contemplate how to provide a thorough explanation during the work report back at the police station. Just as an air of awkwardness enveloped the gathering, a squad leader from the armed police unit hurriedly approached, saluted, and exclaimed, Leaders, the mayor has arrived. Chapter 15. Undeserving. The truth. Mayor Wang has come. The 3 prominent figures were momentarily taken aback. Rendered speechless, this was no ordinary matter. It involved the superior leader of Rong City, known throughout the organization for his decisive and formidable demeanor, Wang Ziniger, the mayor of Rong City. In previous years, whenever Wang Ziniger appeared during the cleanup operations, his presence alone would instill fear in local criminal elements. Thus, at just over 40, he had ascended the ranks with remarkable ease. Under his leadership, Rong City had not witnessed such a tumultuous and severe incident in the past 2 or 3 years. Moreover, Rong City was currently vying for the title of most beautiful and livable city in the nation. One could hardly deny that this robber had stumbled into a hornet's nest, though there was only one assailant. The tranquility of the entire Rong City had been thrown into disarray. From a distance, Zhang Zhenghua spotted Mayor Wang, flanked by a throng of media personnel, making his way toward them. Zhang leaned in and whispered to Zhou Xiaoxiao today. You are bound to shine. Be sharp and articulate. With so many media present, your words must be precise. Once you handle them, you can return to the office to recount the details. Understood? Zhou Xiaoxiao, quick-witted, comprehended the director's intent. He was advising her to simplify the events of the day and refrain from revealing too much in public, as doing so could place the entire Rome City police force in a precarious position. Once this matter hit the internet, opinions would be polarized, and there would inevitably be those who would exacerbate the situation, ultimately jeopardizing the credibility of the Rome City police, aware of the stakes involved. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded firmly. Seeing her resolve, Zhang Zhenhuai felt reassured. In his eyes, Zhou Xiaoxiao had always been diligent in her work, aside from her occasional indulgence in frivolous live streams. Her capabilities in various aspects were truly exceptional. With arrangements in place, Zhang Zhenhuai swiftly turned to his two old friends, gesturing discreetly, and murmured, Gentlemen, public security is my domain. Let us mobilize the personnel to manage the aftermath. As for the rest, we can discuss it over drinks another day. Zhou Nanhai chuckled. Now that's the spirit of seeking assistance. Rest assured. Xie Yudong glanced at Zhou Xiaoxiao and reassured her. Our police team's shining star has subdued the robber. I believe Mayor Wang will not only refrain from reprimanding, but will commend Director Zhang instead. With those flattering words, the leaders immediately adopted a serious demeanor, gesturing for the nearby officers to spring into action. The armed police maintained order among the curious onlookers. Traffic police directed the surrounding traffic. Criminal investigators promptly secured the scene for evidence collection. Special police began patrolling the vicinity to prevent any accomplices from escaping. Officers from the police station controlled the recently bandaged robber, while firefighters and medical personnel rushed to assist the three hostages into ambulances. Upon learning of a critically injured security guard, they sped off without delay. Everyone operated with commendable efficiency. Only a few officers remained alongside the three leaders and Zhou Xiaoxiao, awaiting Mayor Wang's inspection. As Mayor Wang approached, flanked by a horde of media cameras, everyone greeted him in unison. Mayor Wang, welcome. Clad in a simple official jacket, Mayor Wang appeared somewhat slender, lacking the fierce countenance one might expect. Instead, he exuded an air of approachability. Nevertheless, his presence immediately cast a shadow over the senior officials, as he radiated an unspoken gravity and authority. His keen gaze seemed capable of piercing through to the very secrets of the heart. Who is the most formidable? It is the one who can uncover all your hidden truths with a mere glance. Such individuals possess an insightful clarity, leaving others defenseless in their presence. Mayor Wang stepped forward, acknowledging the greetings, and inquired, What is the situation here? Wang's inquiry was direct. Upon his arrival, he sought immediate clarity on the matter. Zhang Zhenhuai felt a jolt of apprehension and stepped forward to report, Mayor Wang. The robber has been subdued. Currently, 3 citizens are experiencing minor shock, and 1 security officer has been shot and transported to the hospital. Zhang Zhenhuai succinctly conveyed the situation. After listening, Wang Zindiger surveyed the scene and noticed the robber. Protected by officers, he pointed towards the assailant and asked, I heard it was a young female officer who apprehended him single-handedly. Upon arriving, Wang had overheard the discussions among nearby citizens and officers, initially skeptical. He found his assistant corroborating the account, which piqued his interest and prompted him to verify the details with Zhang Zhenhuai. In response, Zhang Zhenhuai promptly brought forth the impeccably poised Zhou Xiaoxiao, stating, Mayor Wang, this is Zhou Xiaoxiao, an exemplary intern from our police bureau, a top student from the police academy. With that, Zhang Zhenhuai gestured for Zhou Xiaoxiao to present her report to the mayor. Zhou Xiaoxiao, feeling immensely nervous, had never been so close to the mayor before. Her only previous encounter had been a distant attendance at one of his lectures during a general assembly. Fortunately, Zhou Xiaoxiao was quick to adapt. She saluted and stated earnestly, Intern Police Officer Zhou Xiaoxiao from the Yida Road Police Station. Reporting to the leader, Wang Zindiger assessed the upright figure of Zhou Xiaoxiao before noticing the large bruise on her neck and her disheveled hair. He nodded appreciatively, smiling, Excellent, excellent. What a remarkable female officer. How did you manage to subdue the robber in such a perilous situation? Hearing Mayor Wang's repeated commendation of excellent, the officers safeguarding the scene were filled with envy. Such praise from the second-in-command of Rome City was remarkable. Not even Director Zhang Zhenhuai had received such high accolades. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoxiao, the center of attention, was overwhelmed with joy. However, she was cautious, recalling Director Zhang's earlier advice to choose her words carefully. The situation, while seemingly clear, had yet to reach a definitive conclusion. and she was still pondering the circumstances surrounding the robber's injuries. After careful consideration, Zhou Xiaoxiao began. Report to the leader. At that moment, the robber was preparing to kill the hostages. She briefly explained how the robber had attempted to harm the hostages, and in a moment of desperation, she collided with the assailant, causing his firearm to fall, allowing her to subdue him. Wang Ziniger nodded, his gaze toward Zhou Xiaoxiao brimming with approval. Upon first hearing about the incident, he had immediately become alert, fearing the situation might escalate. Fortunately, thanks to the young officer before him, the reputation of Rong City had been preserved. After a brief discussion with Zhang Zhenghuai, Zhou Nanhai, and Xie Yudong, Mayor Wang turned to address the media. Zhou Xiaoxiao stepped aside, observing the bustling crowd, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. The admiration directed toward her left her feeling unworthy. Yet having experienced the events firsthand, she was acutely aware there was something amiss. Therefore, regarding the prevailing belief that she had single-handedly subdued the robber, she refrained from taking undue credit. I did not subdue the robber alone. Something feels distinctly off. As Zhang Zhenghui managed to extricate himself from the media, he noticed Zhou Xiaoxiao standing in a daze. Approaching her, he softly asked, "What is wrong? Are you feeling overwhelmed by your newfound fame in the police force?" Zhou Xiaoxiao rubbed her neck, stiffness from prolonged captivity causing discomfort, and murmured, "Director Zhang, I wasn't lying. I truly did not subdue the robber alone." Zhou Xiaoxiao felt it imperative to clarify the matter with Director Zhang. Otherwise, she would feel undeserving of such a claim. Chapter 16. Encountering after shopping. Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao repeatedly insisted that she had not subdued the robber alone, Director Zhang's brow furrowed involuntarily. "However, I just learned from the robber and the hostages that only you were present at the scene. Who else could it have been?" Zhou Xiaoxiao recalled that a passerby had appeared just as the robber was about to kill her. "No, there seemed to be another passerby who intervened." Zhang Zhenghuai waved his hand. "I understand. The robber mentioned that too. But that individual left immediately." "That's true." With Zhang's comment, Zhou Xiaoxiao's thoughts began to waver. Zhang Zhenghuai patted her shoulder, offering reassurance. "Don't overthink it. You performed admirably today." Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I know today has been exhausting for you. But you still need to return to the police station to write a detailed work report. Mayor Wang specifically requested to review the proceedings." "Understood." After their exchange, Zhang Zhenghuai hurried off to organize the officers handling the scene. As a leader, he had a multitude of responsibilities awaiting him. Zhou Xiaoxiao watched as he departed, lost in contemplation. After a moment, she resolutely stomped her foot. Since clarity eluded her for now, she would ponder the matter further upon returning. Once she had processed everything, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt considerably lighter. However, as she relaxed, she suddenly became aware of the pain in her neck. Thus, she decided to seek medical personnel for a brief examination. Just as she took a step, a swarm of media personnel wielding cameras and recording devices surrounded her. "Greetings, heroes of Rongqing. I am a reporter from Rongqing Television. May I take a few moments of your time for an interview?" "Hello. We are reporters from Rongqing Headlines. Officer Zhou, pardon the interruption. We are journalists from Tomorrow's Justice." Faced with 5 or 6 microphones, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt momentarily at a loss. Raising her eyes, she noticed Mayor Wang in the distance preparing to enter his vehicle. At the very moment he turned to look in her direction, he discreetly gave her a thumbs up before departing. Zhou Xiaoxiao understood that Mayor Wang intended to present her as the spokesperson for the police. The robbery at the jewelry store today was undoubtedly one of the few egregious incidents in the past 2 years. This event not only marred the reputation of Rongqing but would also garner national attention, thereby impacting the city's overall standing. However, should this matter be resolved flawlessly today, there would be a shift in the narrative. Mayor Wang aimed to transform a challenging situation into a favorable one. With a masterful maneuver, he sought to turn calamity into safety, potentially allowing Rongqing's reputation to flourish nationwide. Thanks to Zhou Xiaoxiao's exemplary performance, not only had the robbers been apprehended, ensuring the safety of Rongqing's citizens, but she also showcased the strength of the Rongqing police, the care of the municipal government, and the city's security. It was a case of achieving multiple benefits with a single effort. The mere fact that Mayor Wang could make such a discerning judgment and decision in such a short time was a testament to his profound foresight that many could only aspire to. Zhou Xiaoxiao silently admired the mayor's sagacity. After a moment's contemplation, she began to engage with the various media outlets. "Hello, esteemed media friends. I am delighted to contribute my part for Rongqing in addressing the media." Zhou Xiaoxiao refrained from elaborating on the details of the incident or asserting that it was solely her efforts that had countered the robbers. "Officer Zhou, What mindset did you possess that enabled you to transform a crisis into resolution and regain control over the robbers? Indeed. That is a very professional question, my fellow journalist. Ha ha ha, not only is Officer Zhou young and beautiful, but she also speaks so sweetly. I merely represent a portion of Rongchen's citizens who are curious about your thoughts at that moment. Zhou Xiaoxiao paused briefly and smiled, saying, "In truth, I did not subdue the robbers myself." Snap! At her words, the gathered journalists gasped in astonishment, quickly capturing close-up shots of Zhou Xiaoxiao. She gestured towards the officers behind her who were attending to the aftermath. Smiling, "You see, I have the Rongchen police behind me and the citizens of Rongchen beside me. Is that not so?" Many reporters had anticipated some insider revelations from Zhou Xiaoxiao. They were taken aback by her dramatic twist of narrative. Her implication was clear. This was not solely my achievement. The million citizens of Rongchen are my steadfast allies, and the formidable Rongchen government is my source of confidence. With just that one statement, she encapsulated the collective strength of Rongchen. Moreover, both Zhou Xiaoxiao and the Rongchen government emerged elevated from this incident. At that moment, senior officials in the office, watching the live broadcast, spontaneously praised Zhou Xiaoxiao's eloquence, exclaiming, "Brilliant!" Just prior, he had received a call from Mayor Wang, expressing skepticism about allowing a young lady to handle the media. Now, he felt completely reassured. Truly a rare talent. Eventually, after Zhou Xiaoxiao informed the media that she needed to attend to her injuries, they reluctantly departed. "Officer Zhou, you are incredibly brave." Zhou Xiaoxiao engaged in light conversation with the medical personnel as they treated her neck bruises. From them, she learned that the robbers' hostages had already been taken to the hospital. Pondering for a moment, she inquired, "Were the robbers severely injured?" A female nurse, applying ointment to Zhou Xiaoxiao's neck, gazed at her with admiration and remarked, "Officer Zhou, you are indeed a heroine among women. Who would have thought you were so beautiful yet so fierce in action?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was unsure whether this was a compliment or a reproach, and awkwardly smiled. What do you mean?" The robber's right wrist was slashed by a sharp object, and it seems his tendons are nearly severed. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart skipped a beat. No wonder the robber had been unable to hold onto his gun, resulting in its fall. However, such a vicious criminal deserves his fate. If it were me, I would have stabbed him 360 times, avoiding all vital points. By the way, would this be considered justifiable self-defense? It shouldn't be illegal, right? The nurse continued to chatter while equipping Zhou Xiaoxiao with a lightweight protective collar for her neck. Once her injuries were treated, Zhou Xiaoxiao swiftly bid farewell to the chatty nurse. Glancing around, she noticed that her colleagues had nearly completed the aftermath operations. Suddenly, from within the shopping mall, a young man dressed in casual attire emerged, burdened with bags of various goods. Since the incident had not affected the Yida Mall, many citizens remained inside. However, the robber had fled towards Gate 1, so those inside the mall would likely exit through Gate 2, rarely choosing the exit where the robbers had appeared. The sight of this individual being the first to leave through Gate 1 piqued her curiosity. Chapter 17. Seeking the past to understand the present. From a distance, Zhou Xiaoxiao could only see the person's silhouette, laden with bags predominantly filled with fruits and vegetables. "Xiaoxiao, Chief Zhang requests that you return to the police station to write a report." Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao stood there, pondering the direction of Gate 1, a colleague's voice called out to her from behind, prompting her to shake her head and board the police car without further thought. She noticed that as soon as that person exited through Gate 1, other citizens seemed to realize the crisis had passed and followed suit, streaming out of the mall. "I must quickly write my work report upon returning and organize the details of the situation, otherwise the misunderstandings could become troublesome," Zhou Xiaoxiao thought to herself as she began to recall the moments of subduing the robbers, growing increasingly perplexed. At that moment, at the entrance of the mall's Gate 1, Suyun stepped out with his purchases, only to be greeted by a square filled with police officers, causing him to pause momentarily. He had known the external crisis was resolved while still inside the mall, which was why he dared to exit through that door, yet he hadn't anticipated such a significant police presence outside. After observing the commotion for a while, Suyun glanced at the darkening sky and hastily departed from Yida Square. The day was growing late, and he remembered his promise to his online friends, prompting him to hurry home to start his live stream. As he mounted his e-bike, he headed straight home. Upon his return, Suyun's first order of business was to prepare for his live stream. After gathering the necessary playing cards, he opened the Douxia streaming platform. He casually scanned the trending live streams in the local channel and noticed many titles related to the female police officer and the robbers. Su-yun did not dwell on it and skillfully activated his own live stream. The streamer has begun broadcasting. Come and watch. In an instant, the live stream platform sent notifications to all of Su-yun's followers. Eagerly, he picked up the playing cards, ready to explore the lingering sensations from the recent extraordinary state. As usual, Su-yun began to practice his card throwing. After several attempts, he found his touch becoming increasingly familiar. As if he had grasped something. He raised his hand and threw. Crack. The playing card embedded itself into the surface of a wooden post, perfectly balanced. Did it work? Su-yun adjusted his stance and sent out several more cards in quick succession. Bang! The cards sliced through the air, embedding themselves 3 inches into the wood, achieving a perfect success rate. I really did it. It was remarkable because before leaving home, Su-yun had practiced for half a day. Managing to barely get 10 cards to land successfully only 5 or 6 times, and that required significant preparation. However, thanks to the incident with the robbers, after entering that mysterious state once more, he now seemed to have mastered the technique, achieving a 100 success rate even without entering that special state, effortlessly embedding cards into the cork post. This effectively solidified both his power and technique, granting him complete control. Of course, the power of the cards would likely not compare to when he was in that extraordinary state, but nonetheless, this was clearly a significant leap forward. Overjoyed, Su-yun rushed forward to confirm his success. Once satisfied, he turned to see the viewers' reactions in the chat. Online viewers, 27. Noticing the mere 27 viewers, Su-yun felt puzzled. Earlier in the afternoon, there had been over 1,000 viewers, so why had the number decreased so drastically during prime streaming time? Looking at the empty chat, he felt a twinge of disappointment, as the scant 27 viewers seemed to be dead fish. It seems everyone missed it. With a deep sigh, Su-yun steeled himself again, although his friends hadn't witnessed it. He had genuinely experienced it. This only reinforced his belief that the peculiar feeling he had encountered was immensely beneficial. Moreover, it had the potential to instantly elevate his energy and enhance the power of his cards. Could such a state be harnessed? Contemplating this, Su-yun suddenly had a thought. Perhaps he was not the only one to have touched upon this power, since there were no real viewers in the livestream at the moment. He decided to post a pinned message saying, "The streamer will be away for a moment, be right back." He turned off the camera and opened a search web page. After some contemplation, he entered into the search bar, a tranquil state of mind. An abrupt surge of power, heightened perception. What is this state, and what causes it? Before long, the web page transformed, presenting a plethora of related information. Su-yun quickly scanned through the results, only to find them largely nonsensical. After watching the courses of the island's teacher on my phone, why do I feel a state of serene clarity akin to that of a Buddha? This particular plant, when consumed, is said to significantly enhance one's strength. Reportedly, it is quite expensive, with a price of 500 grams per pound, equating to 1,000 grams per kilogram. Su-yun felt a headache coming on, muttering to himself, "What on earth is all this?" Consequently, he deleted those keywords and resumed his quest for answers. Not long after, he stumbled upon an intriguing post in a forum. The thread recounted astonishing incidents from around the world where individuals, faced with sudden and urgent situations, accomplished unbelievable feats. For instance, on one road, a little girl found her legs pinned beneath a car weighing several tons. And in a fit of grief and rage, her father astonishingly lifted the vehicle to rescue her. Or a man who caught a child falling from a height with his bare hands, both emerging unscathed. Such events illustrated humanity's capacity to unleash unprecedented strength in critical moments. Numerous real-life Superman incidents were chronicled by this forum member. After carefully digesting the post, Su-yun fell into deep contemplation. Human potential. This seems somewhat akin to my situation, yet is entirely different. He was acutely aware that his remarkable strength was not sparked by someone or something inciting a fervent desire within him, but rather, it emerged under unique and unknown conditions, propelling him into a wondrous state. Furthermore, his experience diverged from the concept of human potential, as it did not involve a sudden outburst of strength, but rather an immersion into a realm of profound mystery. Thus, while the post's content inspired him, it simultaneously made him realize that his state was entirely distinct from mere human potential. He then altered his search keywords to focus on ancient texts. Suddenly, he came across a passage in the ancient text The Analects where Confucius mentioned being both ordinary and sacred, transcending the mundane to attain the sacred, which piqued his interest. Transcending the ordinary, surpassing the commonplace, he murmured, feeling he might be on the right path, as it seemed the ancient text contained accounts of extraordinary individuals that resonated with his own experiences. Abruptly, Su-yun's pupils dilated. He discovered a description of a particular state in an ancient tome that closely mirrored his own, The Essence of the Golden Flower, a Taoist classic. This text specifically addressed the path of cultivation. Although subsequent interpretations varied widely, Suyun gleaned a unique understanding. In deep stillness, one perceives the heavenly heart, leading to the arrival of the divine. This implied that by calming the mind through meditation, one could achieve a state of serene clarity, gaining insights into the mysteries of the universe. Intriguingly, the book also mentioned a secret technique of returning light, which outlined 3 levels of cultivation: golden flower blossoming, golden flower radiating, and golden flower great concentration. Golden flower blossoming manifests as an elevation of auditory perception, allowing one to hear the ethereal sounds of the surroundings, serene and prolonged, inducing a sense of tranquility. Golden flower radiating represents a transcendence of visual perception. Upon reaching this state, if all is silent and the bright moon rises, the world is enveloped in gentle golden light, while the scenery transforms into a misty white, revealing the essence of material existence. Golden flower great concentration is the most enigmatic, akin to the wondrous sensations of the divine turtle supporting the heavens or the primordial spirit departing the body, where one can sense and control all things, freely traversing the heavens and earth with utmost ease. Upon reaching this point, Suyun was profoundly shaken. He recalled experiencing a moment of golden flower radiating earlier that afternoon at Yedo Plaza. Reflecting on it, he realized it was strikingly similar to the book's description. Filled with excitement, Suyun focused intently on this Taoist classic, The Essence of the Golden Flower. The more he learned, the more he encountered a significant dilemma. This book was categorized as a philosophical text of Taoism, commonly regarded as theoretical rather than factual. How could it be mere theoretical thought? What then does my experience signify? With deep confusion, Suyun discovered that this theoretical discourse was not baseless. The Essence of the Golden Flower, authored by L. Dongbin. The L. Dongbin, known as one of the 8 Immortals. Suddenly, Suyun stumbled upon a passage in an obscure collection of miscellaneous writings. L. Dongbin, atop a mountain, experienced a fleeting moment of enlightenment, achieving golden flower great concentration, catching a glimpse of the heavenly gate, the celestial palace, but it vanished in an instant, just a fleeting glimpse. Thereafter unable to enter the Tao. Pondering for years before writing about the golden flower, eventually preaching in the wilderness, disappearing into the mundane with no trace, even L. Dongbin's experience was fleeting, after which he felt nothing more. Is this the same state I have encountered? Desperate for answers, Suyun scoured various articles online, becoming increasingly captivated. Why are all these just fragments? Where is the complete text? He found only incomplete excerpts online, leaving him perplexed. Ultimately, he resigned himself to the idea of searching for a comprehensive copy at the largest library in Rome City, hoping to find a transcribed version. Naturally, Suyun was not in pursuit of the original text, which he deemed unlikely to find, but merely wished for a copied version to satisfy his curiosity. Moreover, Suyun suddenly felt awkward every time he mentioned the profound state, pondering whether to bestow a name upon it. This sensation is not something ordinary people experience. It's exceedingly rare. I've only encountered it twice in several days. He considered that such thoughts might be somewhat pretentious. It resembles a unique sense of transcendence, reminiscent of moments of enlightenment in fantasy novels. Ordinary individuals seem unable to easily attain this state. At best, they might only activate some latent potential, but they fall far short of entering this profound realm. Clearly, it must be quite challenging and rare. And the sage speaks of transcending the ordinary to attain the sacred. Let us call it the transcendent state. Chapter 18. A frightening disappearance. Let us call it the transcendent state. Suyun repeated this name several times, finding it increasingly pleasing to the ear that he resolved to label the enigmatic sensation experienced during the flying card practice as the transcendent feeling or transcendent state. The more he contemplated it, the more he cherished this appellation. Eager to master the transcendent state, he swiftly returned to the live stream, diving back into the flying card practice. Unbeknownst to him, the sky outside had completely darkened. Observing the pitch-black sky, Dr. Gao furrowed his brow. Outside the special monitoring room of the People's Hospital in Rome City, Dr. Gao scrutinized the photograph in his hands, utterly perplexed. Just then, the door of the special monitoring room creaked open. Creak. Upon seeing the officer Chun, dressed in police uniform, Dr. Gao hurriedly approached. Captain Chun, may I take another look at the suspect? Captain Chun, puzzled, glanced at Dr. Gao. Is there still something troubling you? Wasn't it stated that the suspect is no longer in critical condition? Dr. Gao glanced around cautiously, ensuring no one was within earshot before pulling Captain Chen aside. Captain Chen, let us step aside to discuss. Sensing Dr. Gao's seriousness, Captain Chen said nothing further and followed him into an empty ward. Unable to contain his curiosity, Captain Chen broke the silence first. What is the matter, Dr. Gao? You seem quite anxious. I discovered something. Take a look. With that, Dr. Gao produced a photograph from the folder in his pocket. What is so mysterious about it? Captain Chen regarded it with skepticism. Observing merely an injury photo of the suspect, he pointed to the image and asked, what is noteworthy about this? Dr. Gao flipped to a close-up of the suspect's wrist wound, indicating the injury. Do you see anything unusual? Captain Chen scrutinized the photo. Noting the large wound but finding nothing amiss, he was at a loss as to why it warranted such concern, considering Dr. Gao was an experienced physician. Shaking his head, Captain Chen, slightly impatient, remarked, Dr. Gao, please don't dawdle. I still need to monitor the suspect. Sighing heavily, Dr. Gao expressed his disappointment in Captain Chen, finally whispering, the weapon that caused the wound is problematic. Oh, Dr. Gao's words immediately piqued Captain Chen's interest, while he had little interest in other matters. News regarding the case was a different story. What do you mean? Dr. Gao cast a resigned glance at Captain Chen, tracing the outline of the wound on the suspect's wrist with his fingertip. Look here. The shape of this wound is quite peculiar. Common knives, due to their sharp edges, create long, neat incisions when they cut through flesh. To avoid blocking the details with his finger, Dr. Gao replaced it with a pen. Shifting his explanation, now look closely. The suspect's wound exhibits distinct stopping marks at the incision, indicating it was not caused by a sharp blade. Captain Chen appeared bewildered. Stopping marks? Indeed, Dr. Gao nodded, swiftly drawing a long line on his own arm with the pen. A sharp weapon, like a military knife, would leave an effect like this. After saying this, Dr. Gao drew another line on his arm, but this time he noticeably paused before slowly and forcefully making the mark. Behold, when a blunt instrument inflicts a wound, its lack of sharpness necessitates considerable force to breach the skin, resulting in distinct force marks at the site of the injury. As he listened to Dr. Gao's animated explanation, complemented by illustrative gestures, Captain Chen began to comprehend. Indeed, your explanation highlights a difference. But could it be possible that Officer Zhou used another tool to injure the robber? After all, in a crisis, there might not be time to draw a weapon. Engrossed by Dr. Gao's meticulous approach, Captain Chen attempted to apply criminal investigation logic to analyze the case. Dr. Gao turned to the first photograph, unveiling a close-up of a second wound. This image displayed a highly magnified, clear injury, where the exposed flesh revealed distinct specks of various colors, along with signs of vascular damage. Captain Chen, upon seeing it, exclaimed in astonishment, what does this signify? Dr. Gao, his expression grave, regarded Captain Chen and slowly stated, the wound's surface is exceptionally smooth, akin to a surgical incision, executed without any pause, thus eliminating the possibility of it being inflicted by a firearm. Then what kind of weapon could it be? Aside from firearms, it must be a bladed weapon, such as a knife or sword. Captain Chen interjected, bladed weapons. The only sharp tool we officers are equipped with is a military knife. There's no way a stun baton could cause such a clean cut. He then pointed to the wound in the photograph and inquired, what about these colorful specks? Dr. Gao, with a serious demeanor, responded, these could very well be remnants of the true weapon that caused the suspect's injuries. I carefully collected a portion for analysis. What are these remnants? In terms of composition, they primarily consist of chemical wood pulp, grass pulp, and pigments along with some ink. That sounds rather complicated. Could you simplify it? Dr. Gao took a deep breath. In simpler terms, such materials are commonly found in everyday products, like paper shopping bags, advertising print materials, and packaging boxes. So, you mean to say that these are remnants from something akin to cardboard? In other words, we're talking about paper shavings, correct? Cardboard? Paper shavings? That interpretation is not entirely incorrect. But how could it harm someone? Captain Chen, please don't jest. Dr. Gao paused, then mused. Could it be that the assailant used a paper packaging box or bag to conceal the weapon, thus allowing it to become contaminated with wood pulp? Moreover, if it's not a police-issued weapon, we have yet another puzzling aspect with a remarkably smooth wound. What sort of bizarre weapon could create such an effect? Captain Chen, captivated by Dr. Gao's enigmatic discourse, found himself perplexed, unable to grasp the implications of Dr. Gao's cryptic message. Even if the suspect was not wounded by police weaponry, what significance did that hold? Growing somewhat impatient, he pressed. So, what is the conclusion? Dr. Gao, attuned to Captain Shin's impatience, softened his tone with a hint of humor. Ah, no wonder you can't make it as a detective, Captain. Captain Shin waved dismissively. Right, enough of that. Just tell me what this indicates. What does it indicate? It suggests that there was another individual present at the scene. What? Could you repeat that? Captain Shin exclaimed in disbelief. Dr. Gao reiterated. It indicates that there was another person at the scene. This individual used a paper bag, like those used for clothing or shoes, to carry a peculiar weapon that injured the suspect, causing the latter's firearm to slip away. Captain Shin slapped his forehead in realization, as if awakening from a dream. He snatched the photograph from Dr. Gao's hands, scrutinizing it closely. He understood the weight of Dr. Gao's assertion. While he was not adept at criminal analysis, he was resolute in his pursuit of justice. If Dr. Gao's words held any truth, then there must have been another individual present, one who had vanished. Chapter 19. Increasingly bizarre, that terrifying white light, whether this individual was friend or foe remained uncertain. But one thing was clear, they would not appear without reason, nor would they inflict harm upon the robber. It was highly plausible that they were an accomplice, perhaps engaged in a dispute over the spoils, or even seeking to eliminate witnesses. Alternatively, could this be a mysterious benefactor aiding Zhou Xiaoxiao? What could possibly motivate such assistance? Furthermore, possessing a weapon of lethal capability would imply that this person was no ordinary citizen, as even bows and crossbows are heavily regulated and access to such instruments is limited. Who, after all, would casually carry a weapon with lethal potential? If this individual existed, the sensational case that had captivated the city would take on an entirely different dimension. Captain Shin felt an urgent need to identify this person. At the very least, he must swiftly gather substantial evidence to confirm the existence of this mysterious figure who had appeared and then disappeared. Dr. Gao, let us go question the suspect together. Captain Shun, now more eager than Dr. Gao, astonished him with his urgency. The two hastened to the suspect's room, and just as Captain Shun grasped the doorknob, he recalled something and turned to Dr. Gao, inquiring repeatedly, Dr. Gao, could you have misinterpreted the evidence? Is it possible that Officer Zhou inflicted the injury with something else? And what about the possibility that the robber's own recent injury reopened? This is no joking matter. Do you have confidence in your assessment? Now it was Dr. Gao's turn to feel exasperated and helpless, muttering in anger. You may question my character, but you must never doubt my expertise. All right. Since you're vouching for your credibility, I shall momentarily place my trust in you. With that, Captain Shin opened the door to the specialized observation room. This facility was designated for police use, primarily for humanitarian reasons, to treat suspects who had not yet been convicted. Both men entered the room, brows furrowed in concentration. Upon seeing Captain Shin return, the two officers guarding the suspect immediately stood to salute. Captain Shin, what brings you back? Captain Shin glanced at the lethargic suspect and gestured for the officers to step outside. Please leave for a moment. I have some questions for the suspect. Understood. The officers nodded and exited the room. As one of them reached for the doorknob, Captain Shun called out, Oh, and please fetch Officer Zhang to take the suspect's statement. Certainly, Captain Shin. Please wait a moment. Shortly thereafter, a capable female officer in her 30s, with a short haircut, entered the room carrying some documents and equipment. Officer Zhang closed the door behind her, skillfully setting up a recording device in front of the robber's bed. Dr. Gao vacated a chair, and Officer Zhang thanked him as she took a seat. With a handwritten notebook in hand, she turned her attention to Captain Shun, signaling that they could commence. Thank you, Officer Zhang, Captain Shin said politely. The two were from different departments. Officer Zhang specialized in interrogating serious offenders and was merely assisting Captain Shin at this juncture. Initially, Captain Shin had planned to interrogate the suspect once their condition stabilized. But the urgency of the situation necessitated a preliminary understanding of the events. I warn you, confess for leniency, resist for severity. You will answer as I inquire. Captain Shun adopted a stern demeanor, reprimanding the robber with an air of authority. At this point, the robber had removed his mask, and his identity was known to the police. Having been caught red-handed, he was acutely aware of his dire circumstances. Consequently, he adopted a defiant attitude, scoffing. What is this? You make it sound like I have a chance. I've already told you everything once. What more do you want? Captain Shin pulled 2 chairs closer, inviting Dr. Gao to sit as well. He picked up the photographs and examined them thoughtfully, stating calmly, We suspect that you are concealing critical information. If you cooperate, you understand the distinction between a death sentence and life imprisonment, don't you?" Upon hearing the mention of execution, the robber visibly flinched, his demeanor shifting to one of seriousness. Who would not fear death, especially upon realizing that their own demise loomed near? A person's mindset is often gradually unraveled. This fear of death amplifies over time, until the shadow of mortality envelopes one's psyche entirely. Thus, the robber was not devoid of fear. He was simply putting on a brave front in the presence of the police. As the saying goes, decapitation merely leads the head to touch the ground. In 18 years, one may yet be a hero. But who has truly witnessed the underworld or experienced reincarnation? Death is final. In this world, once you are gone, everything about you is erased, including consciousness, the vibrancy of life, the spectrum of emotions, and even one's very essence will vanish completely. An old saying captures this sentiment. A good death is preferable to a miserable existence. The robber paused, his response veering off topic as he asked, "Did that security guard die?" He was eager to ascertain whether the guard he had shot had survived. If the guard were alive, he might still have a chance for leniency in his sentence. Captain Shin secretly chuckled, realizing that the robber was quite astute regarding the current stakes. "No, he is temporarily out of danger, thankfully. You didn't shoot him in the left chest. Otherwise, he would have died on the spot." Upon hearing this, the robber exhaled a sigh of relief. In the current predicament, one finds oneself under the eaves, compelled to lower one's head. Thus, the robber reluctantly recounted the ordeal once more in conjunction with Captain Shin. Suddenly, Captain Shin raised his hand to interrupt the robber, exclaiming, "Hold on. Repeat how you injured your wrist." Although perplexed, the robber could only comply, stating, "At that moment, I intended to intimidate the hostages ahead, when suddenly the female officer shouted loudly, causing me to be knocked down. In the instant of my fall, I felt something flash before my eyes, and then my wrist throbbed painfully, causing my gun to drop." As he spoke, the robber presented his already bandaged wrist to Captain Shin and his companions, pouting as he added, "Look, it's this. The doctor said the tendons are severed." Ouch. The robber seemed to have moved too abruptly, pulling at his wound, and he muttered a few words through gritted teeth. "Severed tendons? I truly cannot fathom how you police are trained, even when subdued. You can still execute such maneuvers. Is it that even female officers are this fierce? Or have you police secretly equipped yourselves with special weapons? Had I known you were this formidable, I would never have resorted to crime." Captain Chun discerned the robber's desperate attempt to mask his malevolence, as he had transformed the act of killing a hostage into an intention to frighten them, which struck him as rather amusing. What good is it to lament now? Regret comes too late. However, Dr. Gao, standing nearby, caught on to the nuance and inquired, "From your account, are you implying that you did not witness Officer Zhou injuring you?" It was only after Dr. Gao's prompt that Captain Chen recognized the suspicious aspect. He hastily pressed further. "You just mentioned a white flash at the moment you all fell. What was it? Did you see clearly?" The robber was momentarily daunted by the intensity of the two, stammering, "I don't know. I didn't see clearly. Besides, at that time, my mind was solely focused on shooting the hostage." Dr. Gao and Captain Chun exchanged knowing glances, seemingly communicating unspoken information. The robber felt a chill run down his spine, pondering whether Dr. Gao and Captain Chun might be plotting something against him. Captain Chun was the first to renew his interrogation. "Are you certain that only the 5 of you were present, with no one else around?" "Officer Chen, I assure you, I am not lying. I am certain, absolutely certain." Observing the robber's unwavering denial of the presence of others, Captain Shin raised a close-up photograph of the robber's wrist injury. Pointing at the photo, he deliberately adopted a stern tone. "I now have evidence to suspect that you have accomplices. The injury you sustained was due to a dispute over the spoils. Speak honestly." Chapter 20. Target locked? Upon witnessing this scene, Officer Zhang, who had been recording, raised an eyebrow and promptly inquired, "Captain Shin, are you suggesting that there may have been others present at the scene? Are you aware of the implications of such a statement?" Captain Shin was momentarily taken aback. He had merely intended to bluff. However, he understood what Officer Zhang was implying, and thus gestured for Dr. Gao to elaborate. Dr. Gao, comprehending the cue, leaned in to whisper a few words to Officer Zhang. Officer Zhang frowned as he listened, setting down his documents to pose a question. "Captain Chun, I believe your judgment lacks rigor. Although the robber did not see Officer Zhou inflict the injury, it does not exclude the possibility of her involvement." Upon hearing Officer Zhang's assertion, Captain Chun and Dr. Gao suddenly realized that they had indeed overlooked this possibility. Then let us review the surveillance footage. Officer Zhang, noticing their confusion, suggested, retrieving the footage will take time. I assume the technical team is already compiling it. For now, we can simply reconstruct the scene of the incident to verify whether Officer Zhou could have feasibly inflicted the injury on the robber's wrist under those circumstances. Yes, indeed. Officer Zhang makes a valid point. Without further ado, the three began to reconstruct the scene based on the robber's detailed description. Captain Chen took on the role of the robber. Officer Zhang portrayed the female Officer Zhou Xiaoxiao. While Dr. Gao stood by to correct their actions, Captain Chen firmly held Officer Zhang in a chokehold with his left hand while mimicking the action of firing a gun with his right. Was it like this at that time? The robber was bewildered. Watching in disbelief as the two officers commenced a scene simulation in his hospital room, he thought to himself, what more is there to doubt? It must have been the female officer. Or perhaps it was the police's advanced technology at play. Upon hearing Captain Chen's repeated inquiry, the robber feigned careful observation of their actions. Yes, just like that. And then the female officer suddenly crashed her right shoulder against my chest. Officer Zhang controlled the force as they both staggered backward in a dramatic fall. With a thud, they landed on the ground, fortunately cushioned by a mat, preventing any injury. Officer Zhang sprang up, her brow furrowed. Seemingly lost in thought as she recalled the moment of their fall. In that instant, she had attempted to reach for the robber's wrist with her right hand while being choked. However, there was a critical issue. A normal person's arm could not possibly reach the robber, who was leaning to the right, unless it were to grow backward, rendering it entirely impossible. Are you certain that is how it transpired? Before Captain Chun could pose the question, Officer Zhang took the initiative to interrogate the robber. The robber feigned recollection, considering for a moment before nodding. That's peculiar. Captain Chun, let us try again. Dr. Gao, pay attention to the distance between my right hand and Captain Chun's wrist. Captain Chun and Dr. Gao nodded, albeit with some skepticism, yet they recognized Officer Zhang's expertise as a seasoned detective. After the trio reenacted the scene once more, Officer Zhang remained silent for an extended period, her expression grave. Officer Zhang, have you discerned something? Captain Chen pressed for an answer. Indeed, Officer Zhang, you are the expert. We trust your judgment. Dr. Gao chimed in. At this moment, the robber began to feel uneasy, muttering, I see you all are overly suspicious. What is there to debate? If it wasn't the female officer, it surely must have been some advanced police technology. Silence. Captain Chen chastised the robber curtly. Officer Zhang suddenly raised her hand, signaling Captain Chen to temper his anger. Then turned her attention to the robber, seemingly struck by a thought. I noticed in your testimony you mentioned a passerby you encountered while withdrawing money. Are you certain this individual was merely an ordinary person exiting an ATM? The robber pondered deeply for a moment, then resolutely nodded. You mentioning him almost made me forget about that person. Had he not delayed me, I wouldn't have ended up in this predicament. Let me remind you once more, if you conceal any information, it will only add to your charges. Think carefully. The robber, feeling quite helpless, reiterated his encounter with the ATM man. Perhaps due to the heightened state of anxiety focused on his escape, his memory of the individual's appearance was faint. Yet he could clearly recall the events. After receiving the same information again, Officer Zhang refrained from further questioning. The passerby mentioned by the robber was arguably the individual present at the scene closest to the incident. It could either be coincidence or a potential suspect. Officer Zhang began to collect her documents and gestured for the others to exit. Captain Chen opened the door and called over two patrolling officers in the corridor. Ensure you keep a close watch on the robber. Yes. Captain Chen, rest assured, I want to let the robber escape. Satisfied with the response, Captain Chen led Officer Zhang and Dr. Gao to their designated rest area within the police precinct. Upon entering, Officer Zhang hastily dialed a phone number. Soon, the call was answered. Sister Zhang, what is up? Has the robber revealed anything on your end? Officer Zhang, her expression serious, glanced at Captain Chen as she replied. Xiaoyu, are you still on site? Have you gathered any nearby surveillance or found any evidence left at the scene? Old Zhang, they are still searching for possible overlooked evidence at the scene. After all, Yida is a major shopping center crucial to the public, and we must ensure it can operate normally tomorrow. We have collected the surveillance footage. It is comprehensive, but unfortunately, it holds little value, as it only captures the robber in action. Officer Zhang inquired further, what about the surveillance near South Street? Specifically, the footage from where the robber was subdued. Has it been organized? to prevent the possibility of accomplices. We have also retrieved the South Street footage, but you know, Sister Zhang, this is the old city. Despite the increase in surveillance over the past few years, there are still many blind spots. Unfortunately, the portion of South Street where the robber fled is currently under construction, resulting in damaged footage and unclear images. Of course, it's also possible the robber tampered with it beforehand. Our technical department is still working on restoring the footage. It should be possible to repair. However, there may not be any suspicious points in that segment of the footage. Hearing this news, Officer Zhang's frown deepened. This indicated that the evidence at their disposal was exceedingly scarce, insufficient to corroborate the robber's claims. She hoped the footage could be restored as much as possible. After contemplating, Officer Zhang asked, "By the way, Xiaoyu, did the eyewitness mention a person coming out of the ATM?" Upon posing this question, a brief moment of contemplation and recollection occurred on the other end of the line. "Oh, Sister Zhang, regarding that man who withdrew money from the ATM, the eyewitness did mention him. I don't know if he was just unlucky or fortunate." Officer Zhang detected an underlying implication in Xiaoyu's words and pressed for more clarity. Xiaoyu, quickly retrieve the eyewitness's statement, along with the footage of him at the ATM. I need detailed information on this individual. Chapter 21. Restoring Surveillance. An unimaginable strike. Why, Zhang Jia? You don't suspect that this person is connected to the robber, do you? Oh dear, Zhang Jia, I think you're under too much pressure. This individual is absolutely innocent. Listen to me. This man went unnoticed at the ATM. And he happened to be near South Street by Gate 1, so he was overlooked during the evacuation. Later, when he withdrew cash, he coincidentally encountered the robber who had fled nearby. You could say he was unfortunate. But the robber was in a hurry to escape and had no intention of paying him any mind, allowing him to slip away and narrowly avoid disaster. Detective Zhang found it hard to believe, as this aligned perfectly with the accounts of the robber and the hostages present. Xiaoyu, are you sure you haven't overlooked anything? Did that person have anything in his hands or carry a backpack or something? For instance, a guitar case, or perhaps a cardboard box containing clothes and shoes. Xiaoyu's voice came through, tinged with exasperation. Zhang Jia, we have long since conducted thorough inquiries with the eyewitnesses at the scene and recorded their statements, fearing that we might miss any clues. According to the witnesses who were hiding by the flower bed near Gate 1, they indeed saw the man withdrawing money, albeit from a distance, making it difficult to discern his features. However, they could see that he was holding only cash, and they can confirm with certainty that he had no backpack on him. His hands were entirely empty, devoid of any possessions. This account was corroborated by multiple witnesses, each recounting the same details, so we can rest assured that there is no discrepancy in the information. Nevertheless, the witnesses were focused on the robber's movements, so after the man was allowed to leave, they paid him no further attention. At this point, Detective Zhang had already formed a basic understanding, but still asked for reassurance. Did anyone see him pull out any unusual weapon from his clothing? Unusual weapon? Xiaoyu was taken aback, quickly flipping through the recorded statements before responding. No, because according to the witnesses, after the robber released this man, he hurriedly departed and did not linger at the scene. As Xiaoyu spoke, he urgently retrieved the internal surveillance footage from the ATM on South Street, scrutinizing the images of the man withdrawing money, and confidently replied, the ATM cameras show that he was not carrying anything, nor did he draw out any weapon-like object. After all, such items would surely attract attention. Although the witnesses were focused on the robber, if that man had indeed pulled out a weapon, it would have been impossible for all the witnesses to miss it. After Xiaoyu's account, Detective Zhang, having confirmed repeatedly that the man at the ATM was empty-handed and possessed no paper packaging or weapons, ended the call. Upon seeing Detective Zhang hang up, Captain Chen and Dr. Gao approached, puzzled, and asked, "What is the matter, Officer Zhang? Are you suspecting the man who withdrew money?" Detective Zhang nodded, then shook his head. Initially, I had significant doubts about the ATM man, as the timing of his presence was too coincidental. And shortly after he left, the subsequent events unfolded. However, now, based on the numerous eyewitness accounts and the ATM surveillance, he appears to be merely a careless passerby, as he lacked any conditions to possess an unusual weapon. Thus we can eliminate him as a suspect. However, this inadvertently confirms a far more terrifying reality. The mere utterance of this statement caused the temperature in the break room to drop to a critical point. Quickly, report this to Director Zhang. The new wound on the robber's wrist could not possibly have been caused by Officer Zhou. There must be another individual concealed at the scene, armed with an unknown dangerous weapon. If we do not clarify this matter, it could become serious. The technical department should be nearing completion with the restoration of the surveillance footage. We must immediately request Director Zhang to verify it. Boom. Although Captain Shun and Dr. Gao were among the first to harbor suspicions, they were still taken aback at this moment. For if this matter were confirmed not to be the police's doing, the nature of the entire case would drastically change. Just moments ago, Detective Zhang had reenacted the crime scene, and there was no way Officer Zhou could have reached the robber's wrist. Moreover, the two had been in a moment of free fall, in a state of suspension, making it impossible for them to execute any significant movements that it was akin to an ordinary person attempting to hover jump. Without a period of practice, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve. Furthermore, the most suspicious detail was that the robber seemed to be deliberately concealing something. He insisted that the police were responsible, which could imply one of two possibilities. Either he genuinely had no other identifiable suspects, or he had become aware of the police's suspicion and was intentionally attempting to obscure the presence of another individual at the scene. Captain Shen picked up his phone, ready to dial. Glancing at Dr. Gao and Detective Zhang for confirmation, both nodded resolutely. Captain Shun, realizing the gravity of the situation and the significance it held for the various department heads, did not dare to be negligent. Moreover, there were no leads from the witnesses. The only recourse was to reconstruct the scene from the surveillance footage. After dialing Director Zhang's number, Captain Chen hastily spoke. Director Zhang, we have discovered a situation that may indicate a shift in the case. Later that evening, around 8 o'clock, in the office of the Rongqing Public Security Bureau, Zhang Zhenhuai had just hung up after a conversation with a superior when his phone rang again, without a moment to catch his breath. The words of Deputy Captain Chen made his heart race. Are you certain? Chen Yi, you mustn't act rashly regarding this matter. Deputy Captain Chen of the first team articulated their discoveries with unwavering conviction. After a long pause, Zhang Zhenhuai finally exhaled a few words. All right, I understand. Immediately have the technical department send over the restored surveillance footage. Hanging up the phone, Zhang Zhenhuai picked up the office phone again. Contemplating before calling the lobby. Xiao Li, please bring Zhou Xiaoxiao in. Understood, Director Zhang. Oh, and inform all members of the committee to come to my office for an emergency meeting. Certainly. With that, Zhang Zhenhuai furrowed his brow. His entire being collapsing into his chair, he felt utterly drained. He had initially believed the matter had been perfectly resolved. Just moments ago, Mayor Wang had even called to inquire about the situation. He had confidently assured that the case was concluded, only to find it now unraveling. The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Logically, robbing a jewelry store cannot be considered a trivial matter. How could the robber possibly operate without accomplices? His mind was racing with thoughts, yet he found no clarity. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the office door, followed by Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice. Director Zhang, I've come to report on my work. Come in. Zhou Xiaoxiao entered and, sensing the grave expression on Zhang Zhenhuai's face, softly asked, What's wrong, Director Zhang? You look troubled. Zhang Zhenhuai rose from his chair, gesturing for her to sit. Suddenly raising an eyebrow, he asked, Xiao Zhou, can you confirm that the wound on the robber's wrist was not inflicted by you? Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback, then stepped forward to place her written work report on Zhang Zhenhuai's desk before returning to her position and respectfully stating, Director Zhang, this is my written report, detailing the events from my perspective. I am certain that I did not cause the wound on the robber's wrist. I was just about to submit it to you. Sensing the doubt in Zhang Zhenhuai's gaze, Zhou Xiaoxiao continued, I also find this puzzling. As I mentioned this matter to you when I was at the scene. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zhenhuai's expression darkened further. He gestured for Zhou Xiaoxiao to sit again and sighed. Xiao Zhou, please proceed with your tasks. We will wait for the committee members to arrive for an emergency meeting. As he spoke, Zhang Zhenhui glanced at the time. The technical department should soon deliver the restored surveillance footage. Emergency meeting? Restored footage. Zhou Xiaoxiao's heart leapt, and a troubling sensation washed over her. Before long, the office of Director Zhang was met with a series of knocks. Zhou Xiaoxiao, being considerate, opened the door and stood behind it, ready to assist everyone. The committee comprised the leadership of the Rongqing Bureau, and as an intern police officer, Zhou Xiaoxiao understood the importance of being attentive and serving her superiors, though it was already after work hours. All 7 leaders, including Director Zhang, arrived on time. At this moment, the office held a total of 8 individuals, including Zhou Xiaoxiao. They took their seats on the surrounding sofas, turning their gazes toward Zhang Zhenhuai. Chapter 22. The video recreates the scene. Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly served the previously prepared tea to the leaders in accordance with their ranks. The members of the leadership team were already aware of Zhou Xiaoxiao's remarkable performance earlier that day, each offering her appreciative nods of gratitude. Zhou Xiaoxiao, not daring to become complacent, smiled humbly in response before stepping back to the side. Deputy Director Wang lightly gestured towards Zhou Xiaoxiao's position, smiling at Zhang Zhenghua. Xiao Zhou is indeed sharp and capable. She is a rare talent in our police bureau. Initially, one might have expected Zhang Zhenghua to commend Zhou Xiaoxiao as well, but he was too preoccupied. With a grave expression, he scanned the room and said, "Since everyone is here, I shall explain why we are convening this emergency meeting." Zhang Zhenghua solemnly began addressing the suspicious points raised by Deputy Captain Chen. What precisely was the object that, under such sudden circumstances, injured the robber with such precision to inflict that particular wound? Upon hearing this, the previously relaxed atmosphere among the group vanished, as everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. Subsequently, Zhang Zhenghua motioned for Zhou Xiaoxiao to read her written report aloud to everyone. Zhang Zhenghua then continued, "Has anyone noticed that Xiao Zhou's work report aligns perfectly with the testimony provided by Deputy Captain Shun regarding the robber? Every suspicious detail points towards that sudden flash of white light." What Zhang Zhenghua referred to was, of course, the fleeting white shadow mentioned by both parties involved, after which the robber sustained an injury to his wrist. Upon ruling out Zhou Xiaoxiao's involvement, everyone realized that there might indeed have been a mysterious individual present at the scene. Director Zhang. Could it be possible that another officer injured the robber from a distance? Someone suggested an alternative possibility. Zhang Zhenghua waved his hand dismissively. "I have already communicated with various law enforcement departments after the incident, and the timelines of everyone's arrival do not match up. There was simply no opportunity for intervention." Then this is indeed peculiar. The hostages, the robber, and Xiao Zhou all stated that no one else was present at the scene. The robber might be lying, but surely Xiao Zhou and the hostages would not. Thus, this is the suspicious aspect. Moreover, if it is confirmed that such a person exists, then they must possess an exceedingly dangerous and unknown weapon. The presence of such an individual among civilians poses a significant threat. The crowd fell into deep contemplation, recognizing the gravity of the situation that it was akin to someone illegally carrying a firearm, hiding within the city, regardless of whether they were friend or foe. This was a matter of great seriousness. Yet, the seasoned detectives present had never encountered such a scenario in their extensive careers. Zhou Xiaoxiao concurred. "Indeed, I didn't even see him appear before I injured the robber. That raises the question of what weapon was used, and I certainly did not hear any gunfire or similar noises. By the way, what about the surveillance cameras near South Street? Didn't the technical department say they were close to being repaired?" Just as the mention of surveillance cameras was made, Zhang Zhenghuai's office phone rang, and it was indeed a call from the technical department. Zhang Zhenghua pressed the speakerphone button, allowing everyone in the office to hear the voice on the other end. "Director Zhang, the surveillance footage from Exit 1 and Exit 2 has been gathered, but there are no points of interest. The surveillance near South Street has suffered some damage due to construction, or perhaps the robber tampered with it beforehand, leading to a certain degree of impairment. However, our technical team has managed to restore some footage, which has been sent to you. Thank you for your hard work." Zhang Zhenghua immediately gestured for Zhou Xiaoxiao to operate her computer and display the footage on the projection screen. Understanding his intent, Zhou Xiaoxiao began to manipulate the equipment. She was also deeply curious about this incident, especially about how the robber had been injured. The group felt a surge of excitement upon hearing that there was restored footage, as the answer seemed to be within reach. Soon, Zhou Xiaoxiao projected the footage onto the large screen and softly announced, "Leaders, the technical department has only sent this one file, and I will now begin playback." The audience turned their attention to the screen. The footage depicted the scene near South Street, captured from a relatively high camera angle. It conveniently recorded the location from the construction site to the bus stop. Beyond that, visibility was obscured. However, due to the distance and prior damage, even after restoration, the image quality remained exceedingly blurry, allowing only the outlines and colors of figures to be discerned. This was the result of the technical department's considerable effort to restore the footage. At this moment, they could see a man withdrawing cash from an ATM, who, upon exiting, encountered the robber before hastily departing. This segment revealed no suspicious details, although the image was too indistinct to clearly identify individuals. It was evident that the man carried only a few banknotes and no other items or bags. Mere seconds after this passerby exited the view of the cameras, Zhou Xiaoxiao, dressed in police uniform, suddenly fell backward along with the robber. Clearly, Zhou Xiaoxiao had seized the opportunity to strike, while the robber raised his gun and fired a shot into the air, the next moment aiming it directly at Zhou Xiaoxiao. But at that instant, the robber's handgun fell from his grasp. Zhou Xiaoxiao reacted swiftly, kicking the rolling robber aside and seizing the gun to subdue him. The sequence of events was quite clear. Yet none of them could identify anything suspicious with the naked eye. Can we magnify the image? Deputy Director Wang suggested. All right, just a moment. Zhou Xiaoxiao responded while beginning to adjust the settings. Before long, the image was magnified several times, and the pixelation became more pronounced. This time, everyone clearly observed the robber's wrist droop as he lost control of the handgun. This frame, can we enlarge it further? Zhang Jinghuai urged anxiously, pointing at the screen. Sure. With Zhou Xiaoxiao's further adjustments, the image was magnified to its limits, resulting in an even blurrier view, with individual pixels forming blocks. Slow it down and play it back repeatedly. Zhou Xiaoxiao complied. And soon everyone noticed something unusual, that a white shadow flew through the air in slow motion, moving at an incredibly rapid pace, nearly undetectable without technological assistance. This was primarily due to the damage sustained by the surveillance equipment. The shadow swiftly passed over the robber's wrist and continued out of the camera's view. The damage had also limited the camera's field of vision, with other portions appearing as black screens. This is the object, the crowd in the office exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. Although the image was too blurry for clear identification, they had at last unearthed a trace of a clue regarding the presence of this entity. If they could locate this weapon, they might follow this lead further. Chapter 23. A playing card in the police station. Zhou Xiaoxiao was equally taken aback, as she finally comprehended that the fleeting white light she had witnessed was, in fact, this object, rather than a mere illusion of death. The group continued to replay the footage, repeatedly confirming that this peculiar object was indeed the source of the incident. After a lengthy silence, Zhang Jinghuai set down his phone and broke the stillness. I just inquired. Immediately after the robber's arrest, colleagues from the forensic department conducted a trace examination at the scene, but found no evidence of conventional weapons. Moreover, the shadow that exited the camera's field of view was also untraceable. We must pool our thoughts. Then, what could this weapon possibly be? Deputy Director Wang replied. Based on proportions, it is probably less than the size of a palm. Although its speed is impressive, it is nowhere near that of a bullet. The flight trajectory is indiscernible, but it seems somewhat erratic. It likely has a lighter weight that I cannot think of what this weapon might be. Hearing this vague weapon description, the office erupted into a brainstorming session, with everyone exchanging their thoughts. Could it be some form of low-quality homemade firearm? As soon as someone proposed this idea, Zhang Jinghuai dismissed it. No, Captain Chen already stated that a bullet-inflicted wound would not appear this way. And what kind of bullet could look like that? Deputy Director Wang chimed in. Exactly that. I also mentioned that we can rule out the possibility of it being a firearm, considering its size, speed, trajectory, and the nature of the injuries. But aside from bullets, what weapon could possess an undetectable speed and cause such damage to the tendons? Could it be a bow and arrow? Yes, or perhaps a short crossbow. Zhang Jinghuai noticed that the discussion was drifting off course and quickly pointed to the large screen, reminding them, we cannot dismiss this possibility. A crossbow, at a certain angle, could create a cold weapon effect, but if it were a bow, then the arrow would certainly have left evidence at the scene. Yet, the criminal investigation team did not find anything suspicious. As the discussion continued, Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly envisioned a scene in her mind. Instinctively, she blurted out, could it be a playing card? At this, everyone's attention shifted to Zhou Xiaoxiao. A playing card? The leaders present were momentarily startled by her unexpected suggestion, but did not express anger. Instead, they began to connect Zhou Xiaoxiao's proposition with the image in the footage. The more they pondered, the more they felt that a playing card indeed matched the characteristics of the object in the footage. Its size was just right, and the depth of the injury on the robber aligned as well. However, while anything was possible, it seemed utterly implausible for it to be a playing card. There were numerous reasons that made this theory untenable. Immediately, several leaders raised their objections. But a playing card is made of such soft paper. Surely it wouldn't be able to sever the robber's tendons. Exactly. The tendons in human hands and feet are incredibly resilient. Anyone who's dealt with beef tendons knows that even processed ones require considerable effort to break. Indeed, if you were to suggest a playing card made of metal, there might be some possibility, but even then, A metallic playing card could not achieve such speed and force. Moreover, there are no known weapons capable of launching playing cards, and this concept doesn't align with weaponry principles. It is simply infeasible. It's normal for young people to enjoy martial arts and fantasy novels. But one must not let such fantasies influence real cases. Yes, 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 in novels, flying leaves and flowers, killing from a distance, are mere fabrications. Investigations must be rigorous. Zhou Xiaoxiao found herself blushing from the criticism of several leaders. Hastily lowering her head, she thought to herself, "It's all that wretched flying card streamer's fault. I've become bewitched by it. The leaders are right. How could I let fiction seep into reality?" Upon witnessing the scene, Zhang Jinghuai promptly emerged to support Zhou Xiaoxiao, chuckling, Everyone, let us not speak ill of little Zhou. I believe it is commendable for young people to possess imagination. After all, in our line of work, we ought to break free from conventional thinking." Midway through his statement, Zhang Jinghuai shifted his tone. "Of course, Director Wang's criticism is also valid. We must distinguish between fiction and reality. It seems you are simply fatigued today. Why don't you head home to rest?" Zhou Xiaoxiao gazed at Director Zhang with gratitude, realizing she was indeed a bit worn out. The events of the day had felt like she had traversed 2 days in one. Since Director Zhang had spoken, Zhou Xiaoxiao decided to go along with it, offering an awkward smile. "Now that you mention it, I suppose my mind is a bit foggy." Hearing this, everyone smiled and said, "Then little Zhou, you should take a break. After all, you have already documented everything you know in your report. Indeed, today has been quite harrowing. You should return to enjoy a good night's sleep, for there is much to do tomorrow." Zhou Xiaoxiao cast a shy glance at the large screen, implying that since the leaders had yet to leave, how could she possibly depart? Sensing her hesitation, Zhang Jinghuai waved his hand. "Go on, rest. This is an order. The matters ahead are confidential, and I shall not allow you to sit in. In that case, I shall trouble you, esteemed leaders." Finally, upon hearing of the confidential nature of the content, Zhou Xiaoxiao saluted the leaders and, with an apologetic demeanor, took her leave. After her departure, discussions resumed in the office of the police chief. Director Zhang, Deputy Director Wang. From this video, we can draw a conclusion. There is certainly another individual present at the scene. Furthermore, the weapon in this person's hand is no ordinary item. It can sever tendons in an instant. One might even argue that, given the right circumstances, it could sever an artery just as swiftly. This is a perilous individual. Indeed, this poses a significant threat concealed among the populace, until we locate him. We cannot dismiss the possibility that he may strike again. Regardless of this person's identity, the mere fact that he possesses such an unknown lethal weapon indicates he is no ordinary individual. Moreover, one cannot expect a typical citizen to carry such an enigmatic weapon on the street, can they? Could it be that this person's target is not the robber, but perhaps an accomplice? He may have intended to shoot Zhou Xiaoxiao, only to accidentally injure the robber during their altercation and subsequently fled without opportunity. Zhang Jinghuai rubbed his eyes, appearing weary. Precisely, we must find this individual. However, our primary focus should be on determining what weapon fits all these characteristics. Thus, the group continued to exchange their opinions, deliberating into the late hours without reaching a consensus. The footage from the surveillance camera was too unclear, providing scant information, and the nature of the unknown weapon's discharge was exceedingly abstract, making it difficult to draw any connections. They even began to speculate. Could it possibly be some form of black technology? More than an hour passed. Zhang Jinghuai tapped the table, regaining his composure. "Let us call it a night. We are not as sprightly as we once were." "Oh, my back feels like it's about to break." All right, old Wang. Remember to issue a notice shortly, instructing all departments to remain vigilant and keep an eye on the robber, while also monitoring all suspicious individuals in Rome City." Zhang Jinghuai stated solemnly. "Currently, the lines between friend and foe are blurred. The enemy lurks in the shadows, and it is entirely possible that he is an accomplice of the robber, intent on eliminating witnesses. Everything remains uncertain, and we must be on guard. Indeed, this matter requires careful handling. Although we currently lack leads, we must still disseminate directives to ensure we remain vigilant in maintaining urban safety, should any issues arise. We must act swiftly." As he spoke, Deputy Director Wang stood up and stretched his arms. "All right, let's conclude for now that I will relay this to the on-duty personnel." "Very well, then, I appreciate all of you, my old comrades. return home to rest. I shall manage to endure through the night in the office. Observing Zhang Zhenghuai rummaging through bedding, Deputy Director Wang jested at the door. Well, it is fortunate I am the deputy. Had I been the chief, I might not sleep soundly tonight. Ahaha. The next morning, outside the Rome City Police Station, a cleaning lady had just arrived at the entrance when she noticed a throng of reporters enjoying breakfast. As it was still early, the duty officer at the entrance kept them at bay. The reporters spotted the cleaning lady and rushed forward to inquire. Excuse me, ma'am, are you one of the cleaning staff at the police station? The lady paused. Yes. Why? We would like to interview Officer Zhou Xiaoxiao. Do you know when she will be on duty? Oh, you mean Xiaoxiao? She usually arrives quite early. It's nearly time, so perhaps you should wait a bit longer. Thank you. As the cleaning lady entered the gated area to begin her duties, she suddenly recalled something and turned back to remind. Oh, esteemed reporters, please remember to dispose of your trash in the bins after breakfast. Having said that, she stepped into the station. As usual, she busied herself for a while, and the lobby was soon left spotless. While continuing to tidy the officer's workroom, she unexpectedly discovered a playing card on the floor. Picking it up, she found it to be a worn-out ace of hearts, covered in footprints, with some dried black substance on the corners, the origin of which was unknown. Chapter 24. The city whispers of that person. The footprints on the playing card revealed that it had evidently been stepped on by someone and stuck to their shoe. Subsequently being brought in, the cleaning lady chuckled to herself, thinking, this must be from Officer Li and the others sneaking off to play cards. Thank goodness I found it, or Officer Li would have caught an earful. With that, she tossed the playing card into the trash bag, intending to discard it along with the paper waste later. After some time, the cleaning lady pushed the garbage bag out of the office building. By now, it was nearly time for work, and several officers began to arrive. Along the way, the cleaning lady greeted them warmly. Suddenly, she spotted Deputy Captain Chen Yi, sporting two prominent dark circles under his eyes, hurrying toward the office building, accompanied by a plump man in his 50s. Captain Chen, burning the midnight oil again, the cleaning lady inquired with concern. Chen Yi paused, rubbing his eyes. What can I say? You know, if we rest, who ensures your safety? That's true, but Captain Chen, do take care not to wear yourself out. Don't worry, ma'am. A man at 30 is like a blossoming flower. I am in my prime. After all, by the way, have you seen Director Zhang? I haven't. And who is this gentleman beside you? Chen Yi glanced at the well-dressed middle-aged man, smiling. This is the relative of the hostage Zhou Xiaoxiao rescued yesterday. He is here to present a banner in gratitude to the police station. The cleaning lady smiled warmly. Ha ha ha. Xiaoxiao is truly remarkable. I always knew this young lady, both pretty and sensible, would achieve great things that I won't keep you any longer. Ha ha ha, all right ma'am, goodbye. As the cleaning lady wheeled her cart past Captain Chen, she suddenly remembered something and quietly reminded. By the way, Captain Chen, be cautious when playing cards in the lounge. I'm glad I noticed this time, but next time, be sure to tidy up the cards. If your superiors find them, you'll be in for it. Playing cards. Chen Yi was taken aback for a moment, nodding, but did not dwell on it. Nonetheless, it was indeed inappropriate, and he would need to investigate who had been playing cards at work. How bold of them! With that, Chen Yi bid farewell to the cleaning lady and led the suited man away. Chen Yi brought the suited man into the lobby, saying, Mr. Xiao, please wait here in the lobby. Officer Zhou should arrive shortly. Mr. Xiao, the man in the suit, shook the banner in his hand. All right, thank you, Captain Chen. Just as Captain Chen was about to leave, a cacophony of voices erupted at the entrance of the office lobby. Officer Zhou, I am the director of the Law Popularization segment. When would you be available to accept our invitation? Officer Zhou, our program will not take up too much of your time. We only need you to say a few words. Zhou Xiaoxiao entered the lobby, waving her hand. This is the office lobby. If you have requests, please consult the personnel at the front desk. I'm afraid I do not have time to consider these matters at the moment. Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice, nearly everyone in the lobby turned to look. Captain Chen also spotted Zhou Xiaoxiao arriving for work and quickly summoned colleagues to escort the disruptive media personnel out. I apologize, but please maintain order in the office lobby. If you have any requests, contact our publicity department. As Zhou Xiaoxiao saw the media personnel being restrained by her colleagues, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, these reporters are truly relentless. After venting her frustration, she turned to find Captain Chen leading a beaming Mr. Xiao toward her. Good morning, Captain Chen. Captain Chen waved dismissively. Good morning. After a night of turmoil, look, Mr. Xiao has been waiting for me since early morning, insisting on thanking you in person. Following Captain Chen's gaze, Zhou Xiaoxiao carefully scrutinized Mr. Xiao, realizing he bore some resemblance to the child from yesterday, likely being the father at this moment. Mr. Xiao hurriedly presented a commemorative banner with both hands, saying, Officer Zhou, I cannot express my gratitude enough. If it weren't for your timely intervention, my son might have. Zhou Xiaoxiao chuckled lightly, replying, Mr. Xiao, you are too kind. Protecting the citizens of Rongqing is our duty. Mr. Xiao raised his hands as a gesture for Zhou Xiaoxiao to accept the banner, insisting, please accept it. It's a token of appreciation from the citizens of Rongqing. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao hesitating to accept, Captain Chen stepped forward to mediate, taking the banner with a smile. Xiaoxiao, you are being too serious. Being respected and loved by the people is our honor. Besides, a banner is not considered a bribe. Zhou Xiaoxiao couldn't help but twitch her lips, offering an awkward smile that it wasn't that she didn't want to accept it. Rather, she felt that the person who truly saved Mr. Xiao was the one who had injured the robber, and her role was merely to assist. Thus, she felt undeserving of such recognition, which was also why the media outside had taken a similar stance. Now that Captain Chen had put it this way, she had no choice but to acquiesce. After all, she could not disclose that there was still another person at the scene, as Director Zheng had stated that this matter must be handled with caution. And no one was allowed to leak information until a final conclusion was reached. By the way, the banner is for Officer Zhou, and I also want to donate a check for 5 million to the Rongqing Public Security Bureau. Mr. Xiao continued, glancing around before pointing at an old air conditioner, adding, You ensure our safety and happiness, but your working environment is rather chilly. Look, even the air conditioner is so outdated. This money is a personal donation from me to the police for replacing the air conditioning. Upon hearing this, both Captain Chen and Zhou Xiaoxiao were taken aback. They had not expected Mr. Xiao to be so generous, offering 5 million. That not only was he lavish, but his approach to life was also commendable. If he had given the 5 million directly to Zhou Xiaoxiao or the police, no one would have had the courage to accept it, but stating it as a donation for police equipment made it reasonable. Captain Chen was the first to interrupt Mr. Xiao, saying, Hold on, Mr. Xiao, we will gladly accept the banner, but we cannot accept the money. Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly chimed in. Yes, that is too generous. We have the government backing us. And Mr. Xiao, your concern is appreciated. After a round of polite refusals, Mr. Xiao squinted and retracted the check, saying, In that case, I will not insist. However, I will remember your life-saving kindness, and I will invest in Rongqing in the future. The mention of the Xiao Group caused Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes to widen. If memory serves, the Xiao Group topped the financial report of the neighboring mountain city last year. Zhou Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity, Is it the Xiao Group from Mountain City? Indeed, I came to Rongqing to discuss a project, but unexpectedly encountered a robber. Thanks to Officer Zhou. Ah, Mr. Xiao, you are too polite. I only welcome you to develop in Rongqing on my own behalf. The three exchanged pleasantries, and each time Mr. Xiao expressed a desire to individually thank Zhou Xiaoxiao for her life-saving efforts. She deftly deflected the sentiment. The notion of receiving unearned rewards was not something she could entertain. Furthermore, some matters were beyond her control, such as the ongoing sensationalization of the female police officer's brave confrontation with the robber, which had rapidly spread throughout the city. Discussions regarding this hot topic were fervent, both in reality and online. Chapter 25, The Truth Revealed. This is what I did to master the extraordinary state. Su Yun rose early to begin a live broadcast. He continued with the practice of throwing cards at wooden targets. Perhaps due to the early hour, the number of viewers was disappointingly low. Welcome the seasoned censor into the live room. Live room count, 31 people. Wow, our special effects streamer is starting so early today. The guy above said there would be a real streamer. Ha ha ha, I must say the streamer's special effects skills are exceptional. Nothing has been rendered yet. With the comments from a few old viewers, the previously quiet live room began to liven up. Why are you still watching the card-throwing guy? Didn't you enjoy last night's news? What news? Hurry and share half with me. You don't know? The female police officer in Rongqing single-handedly dealt with an armed robber, and it's gone viral. Exactly. Surely nobody is still on 2G. It's all over the trending charts. Guys, wait a moment. I'm going to catch up on the news. I'll be right back. Live room count, 22 people. Su-Yun remained focused on mastering his card-throwing technique and did not notice the dynamics within the live room. Soon, the number of viewers skyrocketed to 45. I have to say, the female police officer is truly stunning. Isn't that right? It makes me want to fall into her hands. How many tendons do you have left to challenge her? I heard the robber was incapacitated with a single encounter. No way, the authorities haven't released any reports yet. Are you believing in rumors? By the way, isn't the card-throwing guy in Rongqing. I wonder how much he knows. As soon as this was mentioned, the comments in the live room flooded with requests for the streamer to speak up. However, Su-Yun was still practicing his card throwing with his back to the camera, and he had notably improved his skill today, successfully hitting the target each time. Due to his diligent practice, he hadn't noticed the barrage of comments. The season censor gifted the streamer an airplane. Yet, one viewer, anxious for answers, immediately sent a significant donation and added, "Streamer, stop with the special effects and talk about the female police officer." Instantly, the live room erupted with excitement. Thanks to the pull of the airplane donation, the viewer count swelled to 378. Master Huang is amazing. Do censors earn that much? I, a steady person known as Mountain City Lu Xiang, am available if you need someone. Initially focused on his practice, Su-Yun was drawn to the notifications from the live room. What is going on? Why is the broadcast doing so well this early? With curiosity, he began to read the comments and realized they were discussing the robbery incident in Rongqing. Aren't you from Rongqing? Don't you know any insider information? Streamer, help me get the female police officer's WeChat. I'll send 10 airplanes as a reward. As he contemplated, Su-Yun recalled the events of the previous night. After returning home, he had seen reports about the armed robber at Yida Plaza. At first, he hadn't paid much attention, but he froze when the report mentioned that the robber's tendons had been severed. Indeed, when he left the scene, he had thrown a playing card in an extraordinary state. Yet, he had only intended to help and was uncertain of the card's effectiveness, as he had always practiced against wooden targets and had no experience in using cards offensively. Subsequently, he searched for other related reports on the robbery and confirmed that the robber had indeed been injured by the card he had thrown. He didn't care about the other details. What intrigued him was the astonishing lethality of the card thrown in his extraordinary state. It was far more powerful than the cards embedding into the wooden targets under normal circumstances. Severing tendons. Isn't that a bit terrifying? As the instigator, Su-Yun couldn't help but feel surprised. He had never anticipated that the cards thrown in an extraordinary state could possess such power. A mix of delight and complexity filled his heart, as he suddenly realized that the skill he had mastered was not as simple as he had initially thought, nor was it merely a nostalgic reenactment of his childhood fantasies. Rongqing's female police officer is my goddess, gifting the streamer an airplane. The notification of gifts pulled Su-Yun back to reality. In the brief moment of distraction, the comments were dominated by a viewer with the ID, Rongqing's female police officer is my goddess, who was fervently requesting the streamer to share information about the female officer. Observing the enthusiasm of the viewers, Su-Yun felt somewhat cornered. First, I would like to thank the two families for their donations. However, I don't know the female police officer, so I cannot assist you. Upon hearing the streamer's response, the fans of the female police officer were instantly deflated. In that case, let me ask, as a Rongqing local, what are your thoughts on this matter? Most viewers believe that Su-Yun, being from the city where the incident occurred, should have some unique insights, or perhaps even some local gossip. However, when it came to his opinion on the matter, Su-Yun simply smiled and humbly replied, "What do I think? Well, actually, this was my doing. So, I don't have any strong opinions. I just feel my card skills still have room for improvement." Huh. At his words, the audience erupted. Streamer, I suspect something is off. Are you just trying to ride the wave? Is it that obvious that you're trying to gain traffic? Exactly. I always thought the card-throwing guy was a pragmatic person, solely focused on special effects. I didn't expect him to sound so lofty. Streamer, look at what you're saying. Who would believe that? Faced with the near-universal skepticism of the viewers in the live room, Su-Yun merely smiled. His character clearly unbothered by their doubts, he shrugged and said, "If you don't believe me, that's fine. There will be opportunities to prove it later." Look, the streamer is starting to give up. I feel embarrassed for the card-throwing guy. I have no grudge against the streamer. Is it really necessary to tease me this early in the morning? In a moment, an unexpected discourse led to a surge in the popularity of the live broadcast. with netizens transitioning from skepticism to outright condemnation of Su Yun's remarks. Eventually, the atmosphere devolved into mockery, as many accused Su Yun of resorting to nonsensical statements merely to capitalize on the trending topic. However, Su Yun remained composed, choosing to continue practicing his card throwing that he had no desire to engage in arguments with these online critics. Allowing them to bicker was not entirely unfavorable, as it could effectively enhance the broadcast viewership. Moreover, through the practice earlier that morning, he had become aware of an issue regarding his extraordinary state. Su Yun had a vague sense that something imperceptible had shifted within his body during these extraordinary conditions. Otherwise, how could he have reached such astonishing levels on two separate occasions? For instance, had he not been in an extraordinary state while confronting the robber, he would never have inflicted severe injury. In ordinary circumstances, a card throw that merely cut the wrist would already be considered impressive. It was unfathomable to cause such grievous harm as severing tendons. It seems I must expedite my inquiry into the materials regarding the extraordinary state. Chapter 26. I believe in the extraordinary. Su Yun was uncertain whether this transformation of his extraordinary state posed a threat or a benefit. Much like certain sports, prolonged practice could inflict harm on the body. Could the extraordinary state be similar? Given that he had only recently experienced it twice, he felt an urgent need to ascertain the underlying nature of this state. He needed to avoid the possibility of descending into madness, sacrificing his health for such a peculiar condition, which would be a grave miscalculation. Su Yun aimed to mitigate any potential damage caused by the extraordinary perception before it could inflict significant harm on him. Of course, if it proved beneficial, it would also enhance his control over this extraordinary state. Regardless, verifying the extraordinary state had become an imperative task at hand. The live broadcast ends here. I shall head directly to the library. Resolute. Su Yun closed the stream amidst the online criticism. From the outset of his decision to pursue live broadcasting, he had prepared himself mentally. No one could attain universal approval once exposed to the public eye. Both praise and condemnation would inevitably follow. Thus, Su Yun did not take the netizens' criticisms to heart. His singular focus was on understanding what this extraordinary state truly entailed and how it could be defined. Mounting his electric scooter, Su Yun set off for the largest and most comprehensive library in Rome City, the Rome University Library. That he sped along, and soon arrived at the library's entrance. I hope to find the answers I seek here. Su Yun gazed at the library building before him, a sense of nostalgia washing over him. It has been nearly 2 months since I last returned to Rome University. Upon stepping back onto familiar campus grounds, memories of his university days flooded his mind. Su Yun was a fourth-year student currently interning elsewhere, although officially still a student. His ties to the university had significantly diminished. He was merely one graduation certificate and a farewell party away from concluding his years of academia. After a brief moment of reflection, Su Yun shook his head and stepped into the library's atrium. Excuse me, could you please register your student ID? Of course. After a quick registration, Su Yun made his way to the 3rd floor. If memory served him correctly, the 3rd floor housed historical literature, ancient texts, and classical poetry. The book he sought, Tai Yi Jin Hua Zongji, likely fell under the category of ancient literature or classical prose. Navigating the rows of towering bookshelves with ease, he soon found himself among a number of eager underclassmen immersed in their literary explorations. However, the ancient literature section was relatively sparse. After all, ancient literature was merely an elective course, resulting in fewer students pursuing it. More often than not, these texts served as extracurricular reading material. Not overly concerned, Su Yun began weaving through the aisles of books. After a considerable search, he finally located the tome he desired. Wonderful, it truly exists. With palpable excitement, he picked up Tai Yi Jin Hua Zongji and began to examine it closely. The pages were slightly yellowed, suggesting it was an old book, yet it bore not a speck of dust, indicating meticulous care by the staff. Upon opening to the first chapter, he immediately noticed something peculiar. The classical Chinese text featured annotations written directly within the book. Who would write in a public book? Su Yun remarked. Dismayed, as library books were generally expected to remain unblemished. If annotations were necessary, one would typically use a bookmark to indicate points of interest, preserving the integrity of the original text. L's annotations. Su Yun was drawn in by the notes, which appeared to have been inscribed with a fine brush, and they bore a name. This piqued Su Yun's curiosity about the annotator. After perusing a segment of the notes, he couldn't help but admire the eccentricity of the annotator. Thanks to their observations, he found himself able to comprehend some of the more challenging vocabulary, as classical Chinese could be quite difficult to translate. And Su Yun was not a top-tier student in that regard. Just as he became engrossed in reading, a sudden, light voice interrupted his thoughts. "Hey, Grandpa, look, someone is reading great-grandfather's book." Su Yun turned in surprise at the sound of the youthful voice. He saw an elderly gentleman, around 70 years old, accompanied by a charming young woman, both gazing at him with curiosity. Su Yun, equally astonished, responded, "Excuse me, sir, is there something I can help you with?" The elderly man approached with a warm smile. "Young man, are you reading Tai Yi Jin Hua Zhongji?" Su Yun nodded. The young woman leaned in closer, whispering, "This book was donated by my great-grandfather, so please don't damage it." Su Yun smiled slightly, teasing, "Oh, is your great-grandfather El Zhu El Dongbin?" In response to Su Yun's jest, the young woman shot him a glare. Of course not. As they conversed, the elderly man and the young woman moved closer to Su Yun, making it difficult for him to focus on his reading. The elderly man waved dismissively. "Please, young man, don't mind us. All of these ancient texts were collected by my late father, who dedicated his life to studying them. After his passing, I made sure they were donated to the Rome University Library." The young woman continued, "My grandfather is a professor of ancient literature at Rome University. He comes here each month to care for these books in memory of my great-grandfather." Hearing this, Su Yun suddenly understood, thinking to himself how curious it was to encounter such an unusual pair here, that it was unexpected that the elderly gentleman was a professor of ancient literature. It seemed the annotations in the book were indeed the work of his late father. Su Yun expressed his apologies. "If that's the case, I apologize for disturbing Professor L. However, I have a small request. May I borrow this book?" Su Yun spoke politely, lifting the Jin Hua Zhongji in his hand. To his surprise, both Professor L and his granddaughter reacted with astonishment, exclaiming, "Young man, you enjoy reading this kind of book?" In Professor L's mind, certain elements mentioned in the book were beyond his comprehension, even bordering on superstition. For instance, in the chapter on Yuan Shun Shi Shan, it stated, "When the true nature of the spirit descends into the palace of Qian, it separates the soul and the spirit." In his view, soul represented yang energy, while spirit denoted yin spirit. Consequently, Professor L had long regarded this text as merely an ancient philosophical treatise, a figment of imagination without tangible evidence. His father had once devoted himself to exploring the ideas within, striving to realize the principles espoused in the book. Yet after exhausting his later years, he had achieved nothing, further solidifying Professor L's conviction that it was all a hollow endeavor. Professor L, with a furrowed brow, remarked, "May I ask, young man, why are you interested in this book? If you're looking for fantasy novels, there are better collections downstairs." Su Yun smiled knowingly. "To be honest, sir, I believe that what this book discusses is not mere imagination." Chapter 27. To become an unparalleled pioneer. To be honest, sir, I believe that what this book discusses is not mere imagination. Upon hearing this, both Professor L and his granddaughter felt a jolt of surprise, wondering if this young man might be suffering from some delusion or had become enchanted by novels. After a moment's contemplation, Professor L felt a responsibility to caution the youth before him, hoping to prevent him from straying down a misguided path, much like his father had. "Young man, you may treat this ancient book as leisure reading, but do not become too deeply entrenched. While some ancient texts are philosophically profound, they ultimately express abstract concepts, serving more as reflections on thought rather than realities. Not to mention, my late father spent his life visiting numerous Buddhist and Taoist temples. Yet no one ever attained the state of sudden enlightenment to glimpse the heavenly mechanism described in this book. Strictly speaking, it's merely a theoretical discourse left behind by El Zhu. Moreover, in my decades of research into ancient literature, I've encountered only a handful of individuals who have had fleeting glimpses of the insights described in the texts, but even those instances were scarce in the grand history of the great Xia. No one has ever truly reached the theoretical realm articulated in this book. Do you understand what I mean?" Professor L rambled on for quite a while, and Su Yun understood that he meant well. However, he was indeed grasping the extraordinary state, albeit still uncertain whether it genuinely aligned with the ancient texts. Thus, he could only respond with resignation, "I appreciate your concerns, sir. Thank you." With that, Su Yun returned to his reading. clearly unwilling to abandon his pursuit. Meanwhile, Professor L's granddaughter, El Hongya, began to feel increasingly restless. Muttering with displeasure, he remarked, "Why are you so obstinate? My grandfather kindly advised you. Yet you remain so stubbornly ignorant. It seems you've read too many novels." Professor L tugged at El Hongya, signaling her to mind her words, and added, "Young people, remember to trust in science. However, these ancient texts are esteemed classics. Their philosophical theories are thought-provoking, and perusing them is certainly worthwhile." With a resigned wave of his hand, Professor L departed, taking El Hongya with him to the corner. El Hongya playfully turned back to Su Yun, making a fist gesture, as if to say, "A dog biting El Dongbin is not a kind-hearted person." Watching the pair leave, Su Yun could only smile bitterly. "What can I do if you don't believe me?" he muttered inwardly and resumed his examination of the ancient texts. Nevertheless, he absorbed Professor L's earlier words. Gleaning a critically important piece of information from their discourse, it appeared that despite the rich cultural heritage of the Great Xia, with countless extraordinary individuals and heroic figures emerging over millennia, not a single one had truly attained the extraordinary state. Both Professor L and his elder father were authorities in the field of classical literature. While their words might not be entirely trustworthy, they certainly possessed greater knowledge than he did. Could it be that I am somehow different from the ordinary, or that I possess unique talents that have afforded me such an opportunity? Or perhaps my extraordinary state is not the same as the philosophical concepts described by the ancients? Once Su Yun was gripped by these doubts, he found it difficult to break free. The primary reason was his uncertainty regarding whether the theoretical realms recorded in the ancient texts, or the philosophical ideas therein, were indeed akin to his own extraordinary state. He began to immerse himself in studying the ancient writings, seeking any semblance of similarity to his own experience. Time slipped away unnoticed. It was only when his stomach began to protest vehemently that Su Yun realized it was already past 1 in the afternoon. He had been so engrossed that over 4 hours had passed. These 4 hours had proven immensely beneficial for Su Yun. Not only had he delved into the Tai Jinhua Zhongji, but he also contemplated selections from the I Ching, the Huangdi Neijing, and various other ancient tomes. He even explored major Taoist works such as Biopuzi and Zhuangzi. Ultimately, Su Yun was astonished to discover that instances of sudden enlightenment among extraordinary individuals were exceedingly rare in the ancient texts, and those that did occur were fleeting. Notable figures such as the well-known Taoist Laozi, Confucius, the founder of Confucian thought, Guanzi from the Warring States period, Zhuangzi, and Guhong, all left indelible marks on the annals of history, contributing to monumental literary and philosophical works. After careful contemplation and discernment, Su Yun concluded that the extraordinary state he sensed was indeed the very condition described in the ancient literature. Thus, he reached a pivotal conclusion. The ancient texts were not merely theoretical, but he himself embodied the unique talent necessary to actualize those theories in practice. The distinction lay in the fact that those chronicled in the ancient texts experienced their extraordinary states as fleeting moments, never remaining long enough to re-enter, which is why they dedicated their lives to the pursuit and even authored related philosophical treatises, which later generations regarded as theoretical realms. Their lives consisted merely of a singular, ephemeral encounter with that state, and many of these ancients, having sought it in vain, began to doubt themselves in their later years, articulating it as a philosophical realm. While I may lack the grand thoughts of the ancients, unable to compose profound literary works, it appears that my talent manifests in my physicality and the manipulation of objects. Moreover, I have entered the extraordinary state twice within a month, each time remaining for a considerable duration. Unlike the ancients, whose experiences were but fleeting moments, perhaps I may have further opportunities to enter. Could it be that I possess an exceptional talent in this regard? With this conclusion, Su Yun's desire for power intensified. He could not help but acknowledge that, having lived as an ordinary person for over 20 years, he had suddenly transformed into an extraordinary talent. Although he had made no notable achievements in other fields, lacking great thoughts or remarkable literature to secure a place in history like the ancients, it seemed he possessed a unique aptitude for this elusive, extraordinary state. Today, he not only gained insight into the rarity of the extraordinary state, but also deepened his understanding of its significance. After pondering for a while, Su Yun resolved to abandon the pathways of the ancients. After all, his unique talent had no precedent for comparison. Furthermore, while the ancients often leaned towards philosophical development. He excelled in the mastery of intricate skills. Therefore, he decided to establish his own system of realms. Since he possessed such talent, why not become an unparalleled pioneer throughout the ages? Chapter 28. The original four supreme techniques. With a clear mind, Su Yun swiftly formulated an idea. I shall designate the first realm as my current strength, as I have merely brushed the surface of grasping the extraordinary state without entering it. My power remains rather unremarkable, thus, it can only be classified as the first glimpse of the path. First realm, a glimpse of the path. Should I attain further enhancement, let us consider the flying disc. If its lethality approaches that of conventional weaponry, capable of taking lives, then it would constitute a qualitative leap that if I can enter the extraordinary state once more, I would undoubtedly have the opportunity to reach this level. Achieving such power would barely qualify as stepping into the second realm. Second realm, as commanding as one's own fingers. In Su Yun's mind, the second realm's power was but one aspect. It also encompassed mastering flying discs and similar items, achieving an unparalleled level of control, as if they were extensions of his own limbs. Akin to as commanding as one's own fingers. The third realm, though still distant, would be an elevation beyond, as commanding as one's own fingers, aspiring to the legendary state of unity of man and sword. However, his skills were not limited to swords alone. Thus he would refer to it as third realm, unity of self and objects. Su Yun envisioned this realm as a transcendence of the human body and all surrounding entities, should one achieve this level. It would bear a resemblance to the legendary instant enlightenment and insight into the mysteries of the universe. The concept of unity of self and objects entails a profound connection with nature, where the human form and objects become one, indistinguishable from each other. Above the realm of unity of self and objects, could there be even higher accomplishments? Recalling the sensations of his extraordinary state, Su Yun ultimately believed such heights were attainable. Yet, he recognized that he remained far from that level. Thus he had no clear conception of the subsequent realms. Consequently, he provisionally designated the fourth realm as unknown state. The four realms Su Yun devised were not limited to cards, but encompassed all skills. Any unique ability could be applied to these four realms. At present, the most crucial task was to master the realm of a glimpse of the path, and to find a way to reach the realm of as commanding as one's own fingers. He was eager to validate whether his ideas could be realized, to discover if the realms he had established were genuinely achievable, and what powers would accompany such attainment. With that, he had finally established a goal for progress. Su Yun smiled contentedly, relishing his classification system. Moreover, as his streaming endeavors had recently begun to show promise, with income from his broadcasts alleviating his daily concerns, he could fully dedicate himself to research in this area, that he cherished this lifestyle. Free and filled with wonder. Of course, this was contingent upon having viewers for his streams and earning money. Otherwise, with an empty stomach, he would be unable to devote himself to mastering extraordinary skills. Yet, it was surprising that he, having no foundation in martial arts or body refinement, had embarked upon this path of exploration. Indeed, there was a distinction between external objects and martial practice. Su Yun was gradually mastering a unique skill. Now, I must find ways to continue enhancing myself. Just as he resolved this, his hungry stomach urged him to leave. Before anything else, I should fill my stomach. Otherwise, I might truly become a celestial being. With a light chuckle, Su Yun hastened out of the library. He had initially intended to take the Tai Jinhua Zhongji with him, but after experiencing the extraordinary state twice, he felt his cognitive abilities had expanded significantly. Much of the crucial content remained firmly lodged in his mind, almost to the point of photographic memory. Stepping out of the library, he observed the campus gradually coming to life. Remembering his newfound ability to retain information, Su Yun couldn't help but smile wryly. If only I had awakened to this extraordinary state sooner. I might have been able to attend Tsinghua or Peking University. University life was such that most students only stirred from slumber for the early 8 o'clock class, while the afternoon was when most young people thrived. Many who awoke at noon did so out of hunger. Embracing his identity as a foodie, Su Yun decided to have lunch in the school cafeteria today. It had been quite some time since he had dined there. While eating there regularly might become unpalatable, indulging in it occasionally as a nostalgic experience was undeniably flavorful. Clearly, Su Yun belonged to the latter category. As he walked briskly, he suddenly spotted a group of vaguely familiar figures ahead. Upon crossing paths, both parties exhibited expressions of uncontainable surprise. Su-yun, hey, it really is you. I was wondering why you looked so much like him. Su-jia, Yang Dado. The 3 girls and 2 boys before Su-yun were all his classmates. And it was evident that both sides were astonished by each other's presence. Given that they were in their 4th year, they were expected to have left campus for internships since the day of the dual selection meeting. They had dispersed across the country, and they had not seen each other since. Surprisingly, I encountered so many familiar classmates at school all at once. Among them was a close friend from my school days. Su-yun gazed at the 5 individuals before him, a hint of astonishment in his voice as he inquired, "Why are you all still at school?" In response, Yang Da-tu, a male classmate clad in a white shirt and dress pants, who was also a friend of Su-yun's during their school years, immediately donned a knowing expression. "Class monitor, I must have been right. I told you Su-yun must have muted the group chat." The charming girl referred to as the class monitor, Su-jia, considered both the class beauty and the department's flower, was currently fixing a questioning gaze upon Su-yun. He shrugged his shoulders, conceding that they had indeed guessed correctly. Su-yun had never been one to engage in group chats or to make timely appearances. Thus, he had configured the group notifications to remain silent, only occasionally checking for any significant messages during his leisure time. After a brief exchange with Su-jia and the others, Su-yun finally grasped the reason behind their presence on campus. It turned out that today marked Su-jia's birthday, and she had specially invited all her classmates from Rome City to join her for a meal. Su-jia and her companions had taken leave early, hence their collective visit to school. Su-jia suddenly turned to Su-yun. "Su-yun, we plan to wander around the school for a bit and then grab some afternoon tea to chat. What about you?" "Oh, I'll head over a bit later. I have some matters to attend to this afternoon." Yang Da-tu leaned in. "What work keeps you so busy?" Su-yun waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing serious. I'll definitely be there in the evening." The others did not press further, and Su-jia reiterated, "Next time, please don't ignore the group messages again." Su-yun nodded in acknowledgement. After exchanging a few pleasantries, they parted ways. Su-yun had lunch in the school cafeteria and spent the afternoon immersed in the library, continuing his research on ancient texts, delving into the unique philosophical insights of ancient scholars. Of course, the philosophical thoughts of antiquity were not solely derived from extraordinary states of enlightenment, as such instances were rare and few. The majority stemmed from rigorous academic inquiry. Chapter 29. Su-yun, what have you been up to since graduation? Time flew by, and soon it was the appointed hour. Su-yun checked the time and rode his electric scooter to a nearby hot pot restaurant. Su-jia had mentioned that a hot pot gathering would evoke the warmth of reuniting with old friends, thus reserving a private room there. With his hands in his pockets, Su-yun entered the establishment. "Excuse me. Handsome, how many in your party? Do you have a reservation?" Su-yun glanced at the enthusiastic waitress, a somewhat inexperienced young woman. He surmised she was a junior working part-time, and smiled. "Reservation under Ms. Su, number 666. "Oh, you must be the beautiful senior. You are also a senior from Rome University, right?" Having not been addressed as a senior for quite some time, Su-yun felt an inexplicable sentiment tugging at his heartstrings. Finally understanding Su-jia's choice of venue to it was not merely due to its proximity to the school. They often came here for meals during gatherings, reliving the nostalgia of campus life, while encountering juniors who bore echoes of his past. Before even tasting the hot pot, he was already savoring the flavor of youth. Su-yun chuckled softly in affirmation. Indeed. The junior, sporting dimples, smiled brightly as she guided him. Su-yun raised his hand to stop her, saying, "No need to trouble yourself. I am familiar with this place. You may return to your duties." "Very well. Wishing you seniors a bright future." Su-yun smiled and nodded in reply, then made his way towards the private room. It must be said that the junior had a way with words, whether due to the familiarity of the setting or the abundance of cherished memories. Su-yun found himself relaxing considerably. As he opened the door to the room, he was greeted by a sea of familiar faces. "Su-yun, come in, take a seat. We've been eagerly awaiting your arrival. Su-jia mentioned running into you at school, and we couldn't believe it. Today, let's take advantage of the class beauty's charm and indulge in some nostalgia." In response to the enthusiastic welcomes from his classmates, Su-yun smiled and nodded at each one. Shortly thereafter, Yang Da-tu, dressed in a suit, pulled out a chair beside him, gesturing for Su-yun to sit. Their camaraderie had been strong during their school days, and with graduation still ahead, there was no sense of estrangement. Su-yun, feeling no need for formality, settled down among friends he had known for over 3 years. After surveying the group, he noted 9 individuals in total, 5 men and 4 women, each radiating joy. Yet conspicuously absent was the guest of honor. Checking his phone, he spoke slowly. "I haven't kept you waiting, have I? Where's our host today?" Yang De-tu removed his suit jacket and hung it nearby. "You arrived just in time. The class beauty just stepped out to take a call." "Oh, is anyone else joining us?" "It seems not. Aside from you, everyone in the group chat has clearly stated they couldn't make it. After all, our major requires us to venture to coastal first-tier cities for better opportunities. And most have left Rong City." A short-haired female classmate chimed in. It sounded like Su Jejia's father was on the line. "Since the dishes will take a while, let's chat in the meantime." "Indeed. This marks our first small gathering post-graduation as a class." The short-haired girl first directed her gaze towards Yang De-tu, the only one in a suit. "Yang De-tu, you look quite the part. I take it you've landed a good job?" Yang De-tu, not at all offended by the teasing, chuckled. "You might be surprised. My job aligns perfectly with my studies." Intrigued, everyone leaned in. As they were all students of international finance and securities, and any role within their field was considered prestigious. With a puffed-up chest, Yang De-tu declared, "I am now a manager at a Fortune 500 company." The revelation sent shockwaves through the group, eliciting a chorus of admiration for Yang De-tu. "Wow, who would have thought? With your abysmal grades, you still managed to snag such a high position. Did you pull some strings?" "Exactly. Your head seems to be getting bigger. You must be mingling with influential people. Isn't that the truth?" Huang Li, who went home for maternity leave, "Doesn't he even have a belly as big as yours?" One female classmate brought up Huang Li, who had left early to give birth, comparing Yang De-tu's belly to that of a pregnant woman. Prompting a wave of laughter, the atmosphere warmed amidst their playful banter. Just then, the door to the private room creaked open, and Su Jejia, clad in a floral dress, entered with a smile, waving, "What amusing tales are being spun without me?" "Ha ha, nothing much. We were just commenting on how Yang De-tu's belly seems to be growing." "Oh, come on. This is all for work. It helps cultivate a stable and reliable professional image. Unlike you, looking all skinny and cunning." "Come, Jejia, you tell us. Yang De-tu claims to be a manager at a Fortune 500 company, but I don't believe it." Su Jejia glanced at Yang De-tu beside Su-yun and then addressed the group with utmost seriousness. "Indeed. He is a manager at a Fortune 500 company." The room fell silent, all eyes wide in disbelief as they regarded Yang De-tu. Before he could bask in his glory, Su Jejia's next statement turned his face beet red. "Yes, he is a client manager at a life insurance company. How does that not count as a manager at a Fortune 500 company?" Boom! Yang De-tu felt as though his bubble had been burst. His face flushed like liver. Ha ha ha! Laughter erupted once more. However, as the conversation shifted to careers, all eyes turned to Su-yun. With little time even to glance at group messages, his classmates were eager to learn what he had been up to. Su Jejia, having called Su-yun twice the previous night without receiving a response, was particularly curious and quickly asked, "Su-yun, you always say you are busy, even too busy to return calls or messages. What exactly are you working on?" "Yes, Su-yun, we are all quite curious." As his classmates pressed for answers, Su-yun was about to respond when Yang De-tu, still reeling from his earlier embarrassment, suddenly piped up, "I know." "What you know?" The group was startled by Yang De-tu's sudden exclamation, their attention shifting to him. Clearing his throat, he cast a mischievous glance at Su Yun at Su-yun, puzzled, wondered what antics this lively Yang De-tu was up to now. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe for amusement, Yang De-tu continued, feigning gravitas, "This afternoon, when I saw Su-yun at school, he looked so familiar. I pondered for quite a while and couldn't place him." Chapter 30. Su-yun, you truly are remarkable familiar. Of course, he looks familiar. We've lived and studied together for over 3 years. Yang De-tu waved dismissively at the male classmate who had spoken. "That's not what I meant. How could I not recognize Su-yun? What I meant to say is, I saw someone on the Dousha live streaming platform who bore a striking resemblance to Su-yun. He was a rather mundane flying." Yang De-tu abruptly turned his head, his gaze sharp as if interrogating Su-yun. "Tell me, was that streamer you?" "Yes, it was me. To be honest, if you confess, you may receive leniency." Yang Data trailed off, suddenly struck dumb, unsure if he had misheard. "What did you just say?" Soo-yoon nonchalantly picked up a piece of watermelon from the table and replied, I said. That streamer you're watching is me. What? At this revelation, everyone else lost their composure. Soo-yoon had actually become a streamer. Although the live streaming industry was currently booming, it was by no means a simple path. Moreover, Soo-yoon was considered a top student in their class. While not exceptionally brilliant, securing a decent salary with a regular job should have been well within reach. Why would she choose to switch to live streaming? Soo Jeojia clearly found it hard to believe and questioned Soo-yoon with curiosity. Really? How could you choose to become a streamer? Soo-yoon took another bite of watermelon, having anticipated their astonishment. Don't look at me like that. Jobs are hard to come by these days. I just want to try something new, and honestly, it's a way to get by. Her words resonated with many classmates. Soon, they seemed to recall some unpleasant memories, their gazes dimming with unspoken concerns. Indeed, finding a job is genuinely challenging now. That's right. Otherwise, why would I, a finance major, end up selling insurance to mothers and elderly folks? At least we, from Rome University, should be regarded as a prestigious institution. Honestly, I am still relying on my family for support. It's been 2 months since I graduated, and I still haven't found a suitable job. I heard some classmates who went to the coast are working as accountants in small companies, earning an internship salary of only $2,000, while rent for a small room costs over $2,000. It's not even enough for rent. Exactly. A few guys from our dorm have mentioned wanting to change careers. There simply aren't enough jobs that match our majors. Our field mainly leads to banks or financial companies. But without connections, getting in is nearly impossible. Hearing you say that, I wish we had chosen different majors back then. Don't think like that. Besides emerging industries, most fields are saturated now. Those born in the 80s and 70s are in their prime. Who would want us inexperienced youngsters? I agree with that. The saturation means they 1T step aside, leaving us with no chance to even try. In comparison, I actually think Soo-yoon's choice is quite wise. The live streaming industry is thriving. Who knows? Maybe one day Soo-yoon will become a big streamer and earn a lot just by promoting products. Seeing the atmosphere grow heavier, Soo Jeojia quickly intervened, saying, Hey, we shouldn't think like this. If I hadn't chosen this major, I wouldn't have met all of you. Her words seemed to snap everyone back to reality. That makes sense. Soo-yoon, you truly are remarkable. Hearing you say that, I suddenly feel it's not too bad. At least I've gained your genuine friendship. Indeed. Well said. Let's toast. Young Dadu raised his glass high and exclaimed, Come on, let us toast to our class beauty. Today we must celebrate. Cheers to our class beauty. May she forever be 18 and as beautiful as a flower. As the drinks flowed and the laughter echoed, a group of freshly graduated students reveled in their nostalgia, each laugh echoing their carefree spirits, casting aside all their worries. Suddenly, Soo Jeojia raised her glass apologetically and said, Dear classmates, I need to use the restroom. I'll down this shot first. Sure, our class beauty is so generous. Go ahead and come back quickly. As Soo Jeojia stumbled out with her bag, a sober female classmate hurriedly went to assist her. Not long after they left, young Dada declared he had reached his limit and pulled Soo-yoon along to the restroom. Thus, everyone began to trickle out, taking a break in the interim. Soo-yoon, still relatively sober, supported the heavily intoxicated young Dada to the men's room. However, the moment they arrived, young Dada began to vomit violently, prompting Soo-yoon to pat his back until he calmed down. Young Datu, leaning against the wall, muttered, I'm fine. It's just that I'm so happy to see everyone again. Soo-yoon continued to pat his back, saying, If you can't handle it, don't push yourself. This is a gathering, not a business meeting. There's no need to harm your health. Yeah, you can head back first. I just need to rest for a bit. Soo-yoon shook his head and reluctantly finished in the restroom, prepared to return to the private room. As he reached the corner of the hall, a cacophony of startled exclamations caught his attention. He hurried to the front desk, where he found Soo Jeojia looking anxious, a short-haired female classmate pointing in terror towards the door. The previously encountered waitress exclaimed, Thief! A thief! Soo-yoon rushed forward to support the dazed Soo Jeojia and inquired, What happened? The short-haired female classmate, clearly shaken and mostly sober, pointed outside, saying, Jeojia's bag was left on the table. The thief took it while we weren't paying attention, and when we noticed, he ran out. So audacious. Soo-yoon handed Soo Jeojia's hand to the short-haired girl, saying, Take care of Jeojia. I'm going after the thief. Without hesitation, he dashed outside. Chapter 31. A card of intimidation. Soo-yoon rushed to the entrance, where the waitress pointed towards the emergency exit stairs. He went that way. What did he look like? He was wearing a baseball cap and black clothes. Su-yun bolted into the emergency exit. The hot pot restaurant was on the 3rd floor, which meant the thief couldn't have run far. After a few strides, despite the turmoil in his stomach, Su-yun felt his steps were remarkably light. He was not drunk. Rather, he had gained a subtle enhancement from entering an extraordinary state twice before. Even his overall body control had improved. With each step feeling almost effortless, Su-yun's speed was astonishingly fast. Soon, as he entered the narrow corridor on the 1st floor, he spotted a frantic figure fleeing. Baseball cap, black clothes. This was the man. Stop. Hearing the command from behind, the thief jolted but didn't halt. Instead, he quickened his pace towards the exit. If he could blend into the crowd, he might shake off his pursuer. However, the speed at which he was being chased filled him with dread. This is your final warning. Stop now, or I will have to take action. The thief was no fool, with the exit in sight. Who would stop? Seeing that the thief had no intention of slowing down, Su-yun's gaze hardened. He swiftly retrieved a playing card from his pocket. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked it into the air. This motion was one he had practiced countless times, ingrained in his muscle memory. As long as he pinched the card with his wrist, his body instinctively took over. That moment, launching the card appeared casual. Yet it was infused with all his strength. Of course, the target was no longer a stationary object but a person in motion, demanding a higher level of precision. This marked the first time Su-yun aimed at a moving target. Whoosh! The throng at the exit was mere meters away, and the thief's excitement surged. But before he could take another step, a swift whistling sound sliced through the air, and he felt something fly past him. Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his ear, causing him to stumble and lose his balance, landing unceremoniously. Though he hadn't seen what had flown past him, he could distinctly feel warm liquid oozing from his ear. A clear sign that whatever had struck him had drawn blood. Panic set in as he hurriedly touched his ear, only to see crimson staining his fingers. Blood! What have you done to me? The thief, now terrified, scrambled backward on the ground, eyes wide in disbelief as he stared at Su-yun. He had only intended to steal a bag, never imagining it would come to this. As Su-yun closed the gap, he halted before the thief, who had ceased fleeing. Still want to run? Su-yun's eyes glinted like cold steel, an aura of icy menace enveloping him. Brother, I only took a bag. Was it really necessary? The thief stammered. Trembling under Su-yun's intense gaze, he realized escape was futile. This person was not only swift, but also wielded an unidentifiable yet formidable weapon. What was it? Was it a silenced gun? His earlobe was torn, and a thin cut marred his cheek. Could it be that a bullet had grazed him? If it had struck him directly, he would have been a goner. The more he imagined, the colder he felt, an indescribable terror creeping over him. Unbeknownst to him, it was merely a playing card, and it had indeed struck him, precisely where Su-yun had aimed. Unfortunately, its power was limited, without entering an extraordinary state. The best he could do with his nascent skills was to slice through the earlobe and cheek. Thus, Su-yun chose to strike at the earlobe and profile, serving as a deterrent. Otherwise, targeting other areas would not inflict any harm. Only a swift cut across exposed parts of the body could result in even the slightest injury. In truth, such power is quite formidable for an ordinary person, far exceeding the realm of common understanding, akin to being sharply sliced by a blade. While not necessarily fatal, the intimidation factor is considerable, particularly in an uncertain situation. As for thieves, engaging in petty theft and minor mischief is within their purview. Yet they lack the audacity to commit acts of violence, murder, or robbery. Now, Su-yun had effectively frightened him to the core. Recently, Rongqing has been rigorously cracking down on all surrounding criminal activities due to a bank robbery incident. Had it not been for his dire financial straits, he would not have dared to act against the wind. Now, he harbored grave doubts about whether he had stumbled into the crosshairs of an undercover officer. At this moment, no amount of regret would be of any consequence, prompting him to beg for mercy. Brother, I will return your bag. I implore you to spare my life. Su-yun seized the trembling woman's handbag that the thief timidly offered. Upon seeing Su-yun accept the bag, the thief's anxious heart eased somewhat. The mere fact that the bag was accepted indicated the possibility of negotiation. Brother, I acted on a sudden impulse. I promise I will never dare again. As he spoke, the thief raised 4 fingers in a gesture of sincerity. Su-yun replied curtly, "The bag is returned. That's what you owe. However, what about pushing my friend? What if she gets hurt? Who will cover the medical expenses?" What do you suggest, brother? The thief, now trembling with fear, was anxious that the man might suddenly retaliate. Su-yun discerned that the thief had abandoned any thought of escape. After all, running away would be futile in his grasp. With a wave of his hand, Su-yun declared, "Forget it. I won't make it difficult for you. Come with me to apologize to my friend." Huh. The thief was taken aback again. There was no precedent for returning to apologize to the victim. It was merely inviting trouble. What? Unwilling. Su-yun's tone turned icy, applying pressure on the thief. Though he had not drunk excessively, the recent turmoil had left him slightly inebriated. He could not guarantee whether he might, in a drunken haze, threaten the thief further. Sensing Su-yun's contemplation, the thief capitulated. All right, brother, whatever you say, I will go apologize to your friend. Those who engage in thievery are typically timid individuals, and their only commendable trait is their ability to bend and yield. With thick skin, they can easily back down when caught. Su-yun yanked the diminutive thief forward, urging him onward. Let us go. With no other option, the thief hunched his neck in submission, reluctantly leading the way. Silently praying for his own safety, the two returned to the hot pot restaurant, where a crowd had gathered at the front desk, animatedly discussing the earlier incident. As they berated the thief, they noticed him sheepishly peeking back into the establishment. What is going on? The crowd was puzzled. Momentarily at a loss, why had the thief returned, effectively walking into a trap? Upon closer inspection, a handsome young man calmly followed the thief back inside. The waitress, a junior at school, recognized the two and exclaimed, "Senior, did you catch the thief?" Applause erupted throughout the hall. Well done, young man. Truly impressive. That thief vanished in an instant, leaving us helpless. Su-yun remained silent, merely pushing the thief before the startled Su Jiejia and her classmates. The sudden turn of events had stirred quite a commotion, prompting those in the private room to emerge. They were all busy comforting a somewhat inebriated Su Jiejia. Su-yun noticed a robust middle-aged man beside her, gently comforting her with a hand on her shoulder. Upon seeing Su-yun return with the thief, he fixed a fierce gaze upon them. "Apologize to the victim at once," Su-yun commanded the trembling thief. The thief shivered at the sudden reprimand, cautiously raising his eyes to gauge the angry crowd. Finally, he timidly uttered, "I am sorry. I truly deserve this. I shouldn't have stolen from the young lady." Chapter 32. Do not forget. I am a flying card streamer. Su Jiejia glared fiercely at the shifty-eyed thief, remaining silent. Truthfully, she was quite furious. She had been looking forward to a joyful birthday celebration with her classmates, only to have her mood spoiled by this thief. Before Su Jiejia could speak, the imposing middle-aged man furrowed his brow and swiftly twisted the thief's arm behind his back. His movements were so swift and decisive that the onlookers barely registered what had transpired. Only Su-yun noticed the intricacies of the situation, silently astonished at the man's apparent expertise in martial arts. His movements were lightning fast, akin to a vice, leaving the thief no room for resistance. The thief cried out in pain. "Ouch! Ouch! It hurts! Silence!" The middle-aged man's voice boomed, instantly silencing the thief. This moment, the thief could only internally lament, realizing he had provoked a formidable adversary surrounded by skilled individuals. Although his arm throbbed painfully, he dared not utter a word, suffering in silence. After restraining the thief, the middle-aged man turned his penetrating gaze towards Su-yun. "Young man, did you capture the thief?" Su-yun, unaware of the man's identity, simply nodded in response, opting to return Su Jiejia's handbag to her instead. She accepted the bag, her eyes filled with gratitude. She had not anticipated that the usually reticent Su-yun possessed such hidden depths. "Young man, you," Su Jiejia hastily grasped the middle-aged man's arm, causing a momentary pause among the onlookers, who turned their attention to the duo. "Dad, this is also my classmate." "Dad?" At this revelation, both Su-yun and the surrounding classmates were taken aback. The muscular man standing at nearly 6 feet tall was Su Jiejia's father. Yet, Su Jiejia was a refined and graceful young woman, a stark contrast to this rugged giant. Su's initially fierce demeanor softened upon hearing his daughter's reproach, and he quickly broke into a smile, saying, "Oh, so you're Jiejia's classmate. We owe you a debt of gratitude." Su Jiejia promptly added, "Thank you." "Su-yun, are you injured anywhere? Let me check." At that moment, Su-yun sensed the palpable intensity radiating from Su's father and hurriedly waved his hands, insisting he was unscathed. Suddenly, a short-haired female classmate exclaimed, "Hey, why is the thief bleeding from his ear?" At her words, the crowd finally noticed the considerable amount of blood trickling from the thief's right ear. Su Jiejia looked at Su-yun in astonishment. "What happened? How is he bleeding? Did you use a knife?" Su-yun shrugged. "Not at all." "Who injured him?" Su Kuai examined the thief's ear wound, a wave of suspicion washing over him. The thief, head lowered, cautiously glanced at Su Yun. Though the movement was slight, it did not escape the crowd's notice. Su Yun, did you do this? Did you use a knife? That's quite ruthless. Su Yun shook his head. I didn't use a knife. You can ask him. Facing the crowd's questioning gazes, the thief dared not speak, for he was unaware of what weapon had been employed against him. Shortly after, 2 patrolling officers arrived at the restaurant, taking the apprehended thief away. Upon learning that Su Yun had single-handedly subdued the thief, they praised him. Su Yun, however, remained indifferent, politely declining their commendations. Returning to the private room, Su Jiajia checked her handbag and found nothing missing. She then introduced her father to her classmates, saying, "Everyone, this is my dad. He came back to celebrate my birthday today. He usually serves in the military, so it's normal you haven't met him before." As she spoke, Su Jiajia cast an apologetic glance at Su Yun. "I almost caused a misunderstanding. But thanks to Su Yun, otherwise my dad would have had to foot the bill for this meal." The classmates quickly rose to toast Su Kuai. "Hello, Uncle Su. Greetings, everyone. On behalf of my daughter, I express my gratitude to you all." Su Kuai shed his earlier menacing demeanor, warmly toasting each student. His gaze eventually settled on Su Yun, and he inquired, "Young man, how did you manage to catch the thief? Care to share with Uncle?" This topic of conversation instantly revived the earlier awkward atmosphere. Young Dada chimed in, "Yes, we didn't expect you to have such skills. Indeed, we're all curious about how you caught the thief. What a heroic rescue." Just as a male classmate began to mention heroics, he was silenced by Su Kuai's fierce glare. In Su Jiajia's eyes, her father was a wonderful man, yet to the students, he was a fierce protector of his daughter. Though they were meeting him for the first time, they had heard plenty about him from Su Jiajia. Truly, seeing is believing. Cowed by Su Kuai's stare, the boy returned to his seat, and once again, all eyes turned to Su Yun. Realizing he could not evade the question, Su Yun finally spoke. "It's really nothing special. That thief was so small that I could outpace him easily." He refrained from elaborating further. But the implication was clear. He had merely used his long legs to catch up with the thief. That moment, a curious classmate inquired, "So how did you manage to injure the thief?" Su Yun smiled faintly, not making any effort to conceal the truth, and candidly replied, "Don't forget, I am a flying umph." However, this remark from Su Yun was met with a chorus of jeers from his classmates. Su Kuai, not taking it to heart, still complimented, "I really appreciate it. Young man named Su Yun, right? Quite impressive. By the way, young man, have you found a girlfriend in college?" Su Kuai's final question caught Su Yun off guard, causing him to cough as he choked on the hot and spicy tripe he had just put in his mouth. Observing this, Su Jiajia hurriedly handed him a cup of tea, playfully chiding her father, "Dad, Su Yun is considered a top student at school. What kind of question is that?" Su Kuai chuckled. "What's wrong with that? I'm just trying to engage in a little gossip like you young folks do. The lad is both clever and handsome. How could I not ask? Dad, it's time to cut the cake. Where's the cake you bought?" All right, I'll go get it now." Su Kuai was ushered away by Su Jiajia, muttering, "I hardly have anyone in the army who dares to speak to me like that. Only my precious daughter." Chapter 33. Parting after Su Kuai left. Su Jiajia turned to Su Yun with an apologetic expression. "My dad is quite straightforward. He can't keep anything to himself, so please don't take it to heart." Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. "It's nothing. I actually find him quite easy to get along with." "That's good to hear." Meanwhile, at the Rongqing Ingchun Street police station, within the duty room, the thief had been brought in by Officer Li and his partner. "Officer, I merely found a bag. Is it really necessary to cuff me?" Officer Li abruptly shoved the cuffed thief. Retorting, "You little rascal brandished a knife. Being caught red-handed with stolen goods changes the game entirely." The thief trembled at this statement, having spent years in and out of the system. He understood the basics of criminal law. Once a controlled knife was involved, it was no longer just simple theft. "Officer, don't wrongfully accuse me. I truly never used a knife, and who would intentionally cut themselves?" The commotion drew the attention of several on-duty officers as they entered the lobby. Suddenly, a sharp-looking female detective in her 30s emerged from the elevator. It was Officer Zhang, who had recently participated in a reenactment of the scene where the robber was injured alongside team leader Chen at the hospital. Upon seeing Officer Li with the suspect in custody, she quipped, "Wow, Officer Li, it seems you've accomplished something significant today." Officer Li, recognizing her as Detective Zhang, quickly replied, "Detective Zhang, we merely catch petty thieves. We can't compare to your work." "Oh, Spare me the modesty. I just heard that once a knife is involved, it changes everything. Detective Zhang, why are you here so late? Is there something you need? Don't get me started. It's about that robbery case from a few days ago. I'm here to retrieve some basic information on the hostages. This situation has been driving me insane lately. Upon hearing this, Officer Li realized the robbery case was still unresolved. However, as a mere patrol officer, he felt he had no right to pry further to that moment. Officer Zhang adjusted her briefcase and noticed the thief's bleeding ear, advising, "You should hurry and attend to the suspect's injuries. It's nothing, a little scratch won't kill him." After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways. Officer Li, feeling frustrated, shoved the thief forward. "Hurry up. Let's get you bandaged up before you confess to your crimes." The thief, having overheard their conversation, began to fear that Officer Li might be trying to boost his own record. The more he pondered, the more anxious he grew, defensively stating, "Officer, I truly never wielded a knife. You know I just dabble in petty theft that I wouldn't dare to rob anyone with a knife. So how did your ear get cut?" "Then, you're twisting my words. This is no knife wound, and I didn't even have any blades with me. So stop slandering me." "Twisting your words." Just as Officer Zhang exited the lobby, she glanced back, shaking her head with a wry smile, not dwelling on the matter, and made her way to the parking lot to return to the precinct for additional work. The robbery case seemed to have no end in sight. Simultaneously, on the other side, the joyous moments were fleeting, and before they knew it, it was nearing midnight. As everyone had internships, several classmates decided to leave early. "Jia, we have work tomorrow, and it's getting late. We need to head home and get ready for bed." Su Jia understood and nodded with a smile. "I know, work is important. Thank you all for making time to come today. I had a wonderful time. No need for all that. Let's keep in touch regularly." "Yes. Graduation defenses are just around the corner, and we should have a day out together then." "It's settled then. I can't believe it's already time to part ways. Our 3 years of camaraderie are deeper than mere acquaintances in society. And the fact that everyone came today shows how much we value this friendship. Su Jia, will always remember. All right, let's plan another get-together soon." "Yes, definitely, take care." Just then, Su Yun slowly stood up, seeing him rise. Su Jia quickly asked, "Su Yun, are you leaving too?" Su Yun nodded. "It's getting late." Glancing at the time, Su Jia realized it was nearly 1 in the morning, and it was indeed time for everyone to head home. "Since you've been drinking, you shouldn't ride your bike. Let my dad give you a ride." Nearby, a slightly dazed young dada perked up at this and exclaimed, "Huh, can I get your father to drop me off too?" Su Jia's cheeks flushed crimson at this remark, complementing her wine-red hue and making her all the more enchanting. Su Yun glanced at young Datu. "I'll share a taxi with him. He can hardly walk as it is." A flicker of melancholy crossed Su Jia's eyes, but she quickly smiled. "All right, you two take care." Su Yun nodded in response, draping an arm over young Dada's shoulder while gripping his suit with the other hand. No gathering lasts forever. Everyone knew that this farewell meant the next get-together could be far off. Often, time, distance, and all other excuses are mere justifications. When one truly wishes to see another, no matter the distance, steps will be taken to bridge the gap. Thus, it is not that we lack time or are too far apart. We simply lack a compelling reason to meet. This is why many friends find it hard to reunite after graduation, only to gather again at weddings. When one tells themselves, a friend's wedding happens only once in a lifetime, so I must attend. Likewise, this is why family and friends only seem to gather during holidays or special occasions. They are merely provided with a necessary reason or motivation to come together. Observing Su Yun assisting young Dada out the door, Su Jia contemplated. "Su Yun, remember to answer your phone." Without turning back, Su Yun replied, "Happy birthday." As Su Yun departed, the remaining classmates expressed their intent to leave as well. After a flurry of farewells, tranquility returned, leaving only the remnants of the gathering scattered across the floor. At that moment, Su Kuei returned from the restroom and, noticing only his daughter remained, remarked in surprise, "Has everyone left?" "Yes. That young man, Su Yun, appears quite unassuming, yet he seems to possess quite a bit of talent. It's just that he talks a bit too loosely, claiming to have used flying." Su Kuei's sentence trailed off as Su Jia suddenly interjected, "Dad, does that mean everyone will eventually leave?" Perhaps sensing a sudden wave of loneliness, her voice quivered slightly. Su Kuei understood this was a pivotal moment in his daughter's life, one marked by parting. He gently patted Su Jia's head, offering comfort. "Silly girl, in this world, aside from lovers and family, everyone must pursue their own lives. But I don't want to part with my friends. You can meet offline, and you can chat online. That's far better than the comrades I've lost in battle. Chapter 34. A new live streaming venture. After the birthday gathering, Su-yun helped the hefty young Datu, who weighed around 200 pounds, into a taxi. Had it not been for Su-yun's recent boost in physical condition, he reckoned it would have taken at least two of his former selves to drag young Datu into the car. Looking at young Datu, who was utterly intoxicated, Su-yun couldn't help but give him a couple of light taps on the head. Young Datu inhaled sharply, shaking his head. Huh? What's going on? What happened? We're home, my son. Oh, all right. If I come home late, I'll get a spanking from Mom. After escorting the dazed young Data back home, Su-yun hailed another taxi for himself and returned to his own residence. Noticing it was nearly 1:30 in the morning, he quickly took a shower and then collapsed into bed, falling into a deep sleep. A night devoid of dreams ensued, and Su-yun slept until he naturally awoke. After a brief wash-up, he began to feel the lingering effects of the alcohol, with a dull ache in the back of his neck. Why is this hangover still lingering? Su-yun grumbled as he lay back on the couch to rest. He pulled out his phone to check for messages, and as soon as he opened it, he discovered several missed calls. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that all the messages were from Su Jiejia, likely sent while he was occupied with a shower and thus oblivious to their arrival. The most recent message, time-stamped around 2 in the morning, read, "Are you asleep?" At the sight of this notification, Su-yun became increasingly convinced that there was some urgency behind it and promptly replied, "Awake." A moment later, he received an immediate response. "Nothing serious, just checking if you were asleep." "Oh, I thought something was amiss." "All's well. Then I'll get back to my tasks, bye-bye." Clearly, Su-yun's straightforward, almost blunt reply left the other party somewhat speechless. Su Jiejia responded with a meme depicting Tang Sang's had engulfed in flames. Su-yun smiled faintly and chose not to reply further. Instead, he suddenly remembered that he hadn't streamed in nearly a day. Although he had posted a notice on the platform the previous day to announce his absence, he felt that such actions might still impact his newer followers. Naturally, his longtime fans would be less affected. Nonetheless, he viewed it as a debt owed to his audience. "It seems I must find a way to make it up to my fans," he mused. Throughout the morning, Su-yun pondered how to engage his viewers in a more captivating manner. It wasn't until he descended for lunch that a potential solution eluded him. "Fans often say my flying cards are rather monotonous. It appears I must make some changes in that regard. Stagnation in viewership is not an option." After over a month of streaming, Su-yun distinctly remembered that his peak popularity coincided with his initial foray into the extraordinary state, when a flying card had struck the cork board, leading to a flurry of audience donations and an influx of viewers. Since then, his numbers had fluctuated between a few hundred to 1,000. Su-yun realized that his audience retention rate was less than ideal. To improve retention, I must captivate my audience, but my flying cards seem rather dull. Lost in thought, even during lunch, he contemplated this dilemma. As he dined, he watched others stream, hoping to glean insights on how his peers enhanced their popularity. Hello, dear family. Welcome to the live stream of Situ Dao Dao. Today, we have a special guest, a streamer who claims to be the king of the mountain city. Let's see if he is genuine enough to deserve the title. Attempting to connect for a PK, please hold. The other party declined your connection. Dear family, he dares not accept the PK challenge. It seems our audience has intimidated him. We'll try connecting again later. At this moment, a light bulb went off in Su-yun's head. He smacked his forehead and exclaimed, "Of course. How did I not think of connecting for a PK? I can also raise my popularity through PK battles." Resolute, Su-yun quickly finished his lunch and returned home. He opened the Dosha livestream platform and briefly researched how to initiate a PK. He discovered that there were two forms of PK on the platform. One involved customizing a connection with a designated streamer for interaction, while the other entailed random connections, typically matching streamers with similar follower counts. This method was entirely random, yet it required that both parties were in a state of attempting to connect. Having grasped the basics of PK gameplay, Su-yun was eager to begin, noticing it was lunchtime. A peak time for viewership, he opened the Dosha platform and commenced his livestream. Today marked his first attempt at this new format, and he felt a twinge of anticipation. The live stream you are following has begun. Please join promptly. Notifications about the live stream spread across the platform as viewers trickled into Su-yun's room. Number of viewers, 136. The count continued to rise, indicating a timely surge in viewership. Here they come. Why didn't the live stream happen yesterday? It seems there was an issue with the props, or perhaps the recorded effects weren't set up correctly. After all, Streamers have been using effects more frequently lately. That makes sense. No wonder there was a day off yesterday. I've been following the streamer's flying cards for a month now, considering how adept the streamer is with effects. Why not become an effects-focused streamer? Exactly. The neighbor, Mo Shoei Chien, started a roadshow yesterday, making an entire building disappear. It was thrilling. And then there's the foreign imitator using horror effects to scare viewers. He got banned after just 2 PKs. I think the streamer doesn't need to be fixated on flying cards. It was fine at first, but now it feels increasingly tedious. I'm nearing visual fatigue. Is it possible that the streamer's props are limited to this? Or they can only create this type of effect? Suyun glanced at the comments in the live stream and noted that some viewers had valid points, particularly regarding his recent monotonous style. Indeed, even he felt a growing sense of numbness. This realization prompted his desire for change today. Good afternoon, dear family. Today, I plan to enhance the visual experience for everyone. After all, consuming the same dish for an extended period can become tiresome. Upon proposing to elevate the entertainment value of his stream, the comments exploded. Iligo has finally had a breakthrough. Exactly. We've been watching the flying cards for over a month. If it weren't for our admiration for Iligo, we would have left long ago. Just based on Iligo's perseverance, I believe the streamer will surely rise to fame. They just hadn't found the right approach until now. What does the streamer plan to do today? Chapter 35. The struggles of a breakthrough in response to the mixed reviews from viewers. Suyun felt a comforting sense of support from his loyal followers that he spoke up. Today, let us try connecting with other streamers for some interactive fun. I hope everyone will show their support for the streamer. Thank you all. Without waiting for the audience's reaction, he initiated the connection. Attempting to connect for a PK, please hold. You have been matched with the streamer, a little strawberry. With a sudden sound, Suyun's live stream screen was split in two. And after a brief black screen, the connection was established that a new live feed appeared, revealing a female streamer dressed in a revealing outfit, her curves accentuated. Upon seeing Suyun, a young and handsome man, her demeanor visibly softened. Hello, handsome, what type of streamer are you? Hello, I'm a card-playing streamer. Confused, a little strawberry chuckled. Playing cards? This is a positive energy platform, and we don't condone gambling. Instantly, both live streams erupted with comments that a little strawberry stream had 2,476 viewers. Positive energy. Positive energy won. I stand against gambling. Brother, you do realize the yellow word is best left unmentioned. I, Huang, stand against gambling. Following this, the other stream was flooded with positive energy remarks. Suyun's stream had 587 viewers. The female streamer has such fair and sizable hands. I can't help but point it out. It's best not to pry into societal matters. With these two streamers connecting, it seems we're just a step away from the dark side. I will not allow you to speak ill of our Iligo. We are legitimate flying card streamers. Suyun observed both sides of the live stream. Noting that the connection had brought in several hundred new viewers to his stream, the results were astonishing. This was a surefire way to attract traffic. Seizing the momentum, Suyun declared, "Miss, you've misunderstood. I am a flying card streamer." Flying cards. What does that mean? Suyun showcased the wooden post filled with playing cards behind him and replied, "It means exactly that." Upon seeing the wooden post resembling an archery target, she quickly grasped the concept. As a flying card streamer, why don't you showcase your talent? Sure, what is your talent? I dance. After some light-hearted banter, they agreed to engage in a PK battle, with the understanding that the loser would face the winner's penalty. Suyun reluctantly accepted and began preparing for his performance. What talent could he showcase? Merely throwing cards, of course. Although his followers may have grown weary of it, the audience in the other stream had never seen it before, rendering it somewhat novel. As the PK commenced, a little strawberry's live stream immediately registered a combat power of 200. This combat power represented Dosha's platform's data on strength and popularity during PK battles. In essence, it encouraged streamers to boost their combat power through gifts and likes. The commendable aspect of this system was the visual representation of combat power, displayed as a health bar above each streamer, constantly stimulating the audience's visual senses. The two streamers essentially engaged in a tug-of-war, with the combat power bar acting as the rope. During the competition, the fans and viewers from each streamer automatically aligned themselves with their respective teams, akin to two classes competing in a tug-of-war, each eager for victory. Thus, the water friends will ardently engage in liking and showering gifts. For the host, This not only provides an opportunity for exposure before the audience in the opposing live stream, but also results in a share of gift rewards. From the viewer's perspective, it offers greater entertainment and enjoyment, along with a sense of fulfillment upon victory. This exploits the collective psychology of the audience's love for lively spectacles. Hence, once the live PK activity was introduced, it garnered enthusiastic support from all. Soon, Su-yun, who initially lagged in the PK, experienced a dramatic turnaround in his combat prowess after deftly tossing a few playing cards, instantly surpassing Xiao Qiaomei. Observing her dwindling combat value, Xiao Qiaomei began to dance even more energetically. The elder brother in the live stream is cheering for Xiao Qiaomei. She can exert herself even more. We, as brothers, cannot stand by and watch her being bullied. Indeed, the child who cries receives milk. Under the barrage of sweet talk, Xiao Qiaomei easily grasped the psychology of her top supporter. With a generous display, her top supporter gifted her a BMW, instantly catapulting her combat value far above Su-yun's. In stark contrast, Su-yun's side appeared rather monotonous, devoid of any exhilarating background music or stirring rhetoric. All that remained was his repetitive tossing of playing cards. Though fast and precise, the initial astonishment quickly faded into boredom. Before long, the PK time concluded, and Su-yun faced defeat. The opposing female host demanded that he perform 50 push-ups before she would relent. Subsequently, Su-yun connected with several smaller streamers, each showcasing a different persona. There were the clumsy fool, the shout-casting telegram monkey, singers, fortune-tellers, and even those live-streaming the rhythmic banging of a wooden fish. A dazzling array of characters. Indeed, point one cannot help but acknowledge the creativity displayed in the live streaming industry, where everyone is willing to go to great lengths to attract an audience. In comparison, Su-yun's card-tossing livestream appeared rather pale and insipid. He himself began to ponder whether his content had become too monotonous. However, Su-yun's motivations for streaming had evolved beyond merely garnering popularity. He now placed greater importance on enhancing his own skills. Upon shutting down the stream, Su-yun noted that his peak audience today had nearly reached 4,000. It seems this PK format is truly effective, he mused. After all, he had persevered in live streaming for 2 months, only just managing to reach a consistent viewership of several hundred. The previous peak had barely touched 2,000 on a single day, and now, merely testing the waters during the afternoon had shattered that record. If he were to stream during the evening's peak hours, he might even surpass 5,000 viewers. This initial foray had allowed Su-yun to taste success and recognize the potential for growth in his streaming career. For several days thereafter, Su-yun commenced each live stream with a few rounds of PK. Gradually, a saying began to circulate among the smaller streamer community: if you randomly encounter a card-tossing streamer, play with him, he is bound to lose. Su-yun found it perplexing. Regardless of whether his popularity was higher than his opponents, he invariably lost during PKs. Consequently, the tone in his live stream's comments began to shift. Those who had previously called him Perseverance Brother now affectionately referred to him as Guaranteed Loser Brother. Yet, Su-yun's demeanor remained unperturbed. He took no offense to the penalties he faced, completing them with a sense of integrity. Of course, the penalties imposed were never overly harsh, generally consisting of physical challenges. If they were too extreme, the platform would not permit them, so everyone was aware of the boundaries. Connecting to PK. Please wait. You have been randomly matched with the streamer, Taekwondo Black Belt, Hongya. Su-yun recognized the name from the system prompt and felt an unsettling premonition when the opposing live stream materialized before him. He was taken aback. In a way, it was her. The screen displayed a stunning woman sporting a high ponytail, a fitness headband, and clad in a white Taekwondo uniform. Adorned with a black belt, she epitomized the pinnacle of martial prowess in Taekwondo. Despite the change in attire and aura, Su-yun was certain he had not mistaken her identity. This was Lu Hongya, the granddaughter of Professor Lu, whom he had encountered on Su Jiajia's birthday at the Rongda Library. The reason Lu Hongya lingered in Su-yun's memory was not due to her beauty, but rather because she had made a face and mockingly threatened him with her fist during their parting at the library. How many girls would dare to act in such a manner? Thus, Su-yun had etched her into his mind, and he never anticipated that their paths would cross again in the vast expanse of the internet, and that they would be randomly connected. As Su-yun recognized Lu Hongya, she too recognized him. Leaning closer to the camera, her radiant face glistening with sweat, she curiously examined him before exclaiming, "It really is you. You made me search high and low for you." There's a story here. Instantly, both livestream audiences sensed the aroma of gossip. The first to erupt were Lu Hongya's fans. She was not merely a pretty face. Her follower count exceeded 800,000. With a staggering 20,000 viewers currently online, this was a level of popularity far beyond Su Yun's reach. Furthermore, Lu Hongya was an officially certified black belt streamer, primarily teaching women self-defense and fitness basics. While her bio suggested such, the majority of her fans were undoubtedly drawn by her looks at this moment. Her comment sparked a flurry of excitement among her male followers. What did she mean by searching high and low? Was there some story between them? Before long, seasoned fans began to dig for information. Oh no, brothers, let us not turn against each other. We have a common enemy now. Don't scare me, bro. My wife Hongya and I are just fine. Wife, I just checked the other live stream. It seems he and wife Hongya are from the same city. What? Proximity breeds intimacy. Brothers, unite. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yes, Hongya is mine. While both were astonished at the unexpected encounter, they failed to notice the chaos unfolding in their fans' comments. Wiping the sweat from her brow, Lu Hongya remarked, I can't believe you're live streaming. I thought you'd be off meditating in the mountains. Su Yun discerned that her tone was laced with sarcasm, a lingering resentment over his previous dismissal of her grandfather's authority at the library that he chose not to engage in a tit-for-tat. May I ask, what kind of streamer are you? In Su Yun's view, this was merely a commonplace greeting exchanged among streamers. However, Lu Hongya held a different opinion. She felt that Su Yun was deliberately trying to belittle her. Lu Hongya was not just a moderately famous streamer. Her online persona and choice of attire made it evident that she was a taekwondo instructor. With a hint of annoyance, Lu Hongya remarked, can't you see? If your eyes are of no use, you might as well donate them to someone in need. Su Yun was indeed taken aback by Lu Hongya's sharp tone. Perhaps Lu Hongya also realized that her words had been a tad too harsh. She bore no profound animosity towards him, merely teasing him a bit. Yet, it seemed her teasing had crossed the line. Consequently, her tone softened considerably as she inquired, my apologies, that slipped out. So, what type of streamer are you? Su Yun remained silent, gesturing towards the wooden post behind him, which was adorned with several playing cards. Lu Hongya, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Can playing cards really embed themselves in a wooden post? Clearly, Lu Hongya was skeptical of Su Yun's ability to drive soft playing cards into a post that moment. She also noticed the barrage of comments on the screen praising Su Yun's skill in this regard, while her own fans expressed doubt. You're using playing cards? Surely, you've tampered with your props. We can have a competition to see, Su Yun suggested. How do we compete? If I can embed a playing card into the wooden post. You accept a punishment. What do you say? Su Yun, displeased by the skepticism radiating from Lu Hongya, felt compelled to show her his prowess. The comments say you rely on special effects and props. No one believes you can actually embed cards into a wooden post. And I don't either. Lu Hongya dismissed the challenge, accusing Su Yun of trickery. Are you afraid? Su Yun chuckled. Are you afraid? Lu Hongya retorted, her laughter lightly mocking. Come on, let us compete. However, the netizens say you're bound to lose. How about we compete in something else? Lu Hongya smirked. Plotting her strategy, Su Yun could almost hear the gears turning in her mind, wary that she might switch tactics to give herself an advantage, leaving him unprepared for any special effects. Yet, Lu Hongya would likely be disappointed. All right, what do you suggest? After a moment's thought, Lu Hongya replied, I don't have many wooden boards left. I used them all for my kicks. How about we have a PK match and see just how skilled you are? Kicking wooden boards in Taekwondo was a classic showcase of talent. Sounds good, but let us agree on the punishment first. If it's too harsh, I won't accept it. Upon hearing Su Yun's words, Lu Hongya laughed, her bright eyes sparkling as she tilted her head playfully. I knew you lacked real skills. Now you're already thinking about how to avoid punishment. Su Yun, feeling exasperated, thought to himself that it was absurd for a major streamer with hundreds of thousands of fans to challenge a small streamer like him with a mere 1,000 followers. However, he didn't let that show, understanding that the reason he was participating, despite knowing he would likely lose, was to attract some of her fans. What if you lose? You'll have to perform a split jump off a bench, he proposed. The split jump involved raising a leg over the shoulder from a bench and then landing in a full split. For someone like Lu Hongya, who practiced Taekwondo, it was hardly a challenge. She readily accepted and stipulated her own punishment. If you lose, you must go outside and use your playing cards to knock down 10 leaves. You cannot end the stream until you do. Lu Hongya was clearly trying to make it difficult for Su Yun. For an ordinary person, Hitting a leaf accurately with a playing card was already a tall order, let alone knocking them down. Her intentions were rather mischievous, aiming to keep Soo-yoon streaming all night as he attempted to collect leaves. All right, Soo-yoon agreed. He intended to use this stream to draw attention, not expecting to win, but even a few fans from her side would be a gain. After all, small streamers rarely received exposure. Even occasional official recommendations were minimal. Encountering a significant streamer like Lee Hong-ya was akin to hitting the jackpot, and he was determined not to miss the opportunity. As expected, not long after, Soo-yoon faced defeat, an overwhelming one at that. There was nothing he could do. Lee Hong-ya's fanbase was simply too vast, easily trampling over Soo-yoon's meager 1,000 followers. The two were not even in the same league. However, although Soo-yoon lost the PK, he successfully gained 2,000 new followers, an impressive increase that more than doubled his previous count. The viewership broke records, reaching an astonishing 18,000 online, albeit not concurrently, since Soo-yoon's punishment involved knocking down leaves with playing cards. It piqued the audience's curiosity. Many viewers eagerly anticipated whether Soo-yoon would foolishly attempt to knock down leaves or finally switch to a new scene with special effects. After disconnecting from Lee Hong-ya, Soo-yoon's follower count rose to a total of 4 for 53. Staring at his account dashboard in disbelief, he exclaimed, 4 for 53 followers. This entire experience felt surreal. Just moments ago, he had barely over 1,000. And now his follower count had surged exponentially. Even with his typically calm demeanor, Soo-yoon couldn't help but feel elated as he wrapped up his stream for the day. After a refreshing wash-up, he came to a realization. I must seize this opportunity with Lee Hong-ya. Though Lee Hong-ya's words were sharp and often unkind, the allure of her popularity was undeniable. Perhaps this was the charm of the internet. The magic of live streaming. In an instant, it could catapult you to success, bringing forth unimaginable opportunities. Soo-yoon felt a surge of joy throughout the day, relishing the sweet taste of online fame. The next day, the first thing Soo-yoon did upon waking was to post a pinned announcement on his account, streaming at 11:30 a.m. to fulfill the punishment of knocking down leaves with playing cards. Soo-yoon had also picked up some tricks from marketing accounts, adding multiple exclamation marks to emphasize his announcement. This tactic was meant to heighten emotions and capture attention. The simplest way to stand out amidst a sea of normal text was to alter punctuation patterns, thus gaining visual prominence. It dawned on Soo-yoon that he was gradually stepping into this vibrant world. After posting such an announcement, he decided to venture outside for some outdoor training. Last night, Lee Hong-ya had inspired him. His practice of throwing playing cards indoors had limited his potential. Furthermore, he believed that his recent endeavors with playing cards had begun to yield numerous benefits in his daily life. For instance, he had successfully thwarted criminals by using his cards to incapacitate them. Moreover, his extraordinary state had bestowed subtle enhancements upon him. His stamina, endurance, vision, perception, and reflexes had all been gradually improving, albeit slightly if he had previously been in a suboptimal state of health. He was now at least back to normal. All of this stemmed from his training with playing cards, so Soo-yoon had no intention of changing his approach just yet. Instead, he felt he should delve deeper into this skill and master playing cards to perfection. But how to achieve perfection? He had Lee Hong-ya, in an unexpected turn of events, to thank for enlightening him. If he could easily hit a wooden post from 6 to 7 meters away, what about 10 or 20 meters? Could he still hit his target with precision? Furthermore, Soo-yoon knew that his explosive power with playing cards had yet to reach its peak. There was still room for improvement, as he had yet to attain the second theoretical realm, the control of one's limbs as if they were extensions of the body. To reach this second realm, he needed to enhance his accuracy, distance, and power significantly. Thus, Soo-yoon resolutely chose to go outdoors today, aiming to train in a more complex environment. Chapter 38. The final push towards the second realm. The weather today was overcast, with a north wind blowing at 3 to 5 levels. After checking the weather forecast, Soo-yoon stepped outside. However, he quickly found himself at a loss. Where should he go? The park? No, it would be too crowded, and if someone got hurt, it would be troublesome. Plus, cleaning up the scattered playing cards would be a headache. After pondering for a while, Soo-yoon decided to practice on the hillside behind his community. It was a steep, abandoned area that developers had left behind due to its challenging terrain. Aside from a few plots at the base cultivated by elderly residents, the upper slope was relatively unspoiled. Resolute in his decision, Soo-yoon gathered his supplies and set out. Armed with a large box of playing cards, he navigated the rugged path for an hour before finally reaching the hillside. The ground was overgrown with weeds, dotted with sparse trees. This looks perfect, he thought, clearing away some weeds to create a spot to stand. Once his preparations were complete, Soo-yun began his first outdoor practice with playing cards. He had some prior experience throwing cards outdoors, once against a robber and another against a thief, with promising results and accuracy within a reasonable range that he believed that as long as the environment wasn't overly complicated, the difficulty should be manageable. With that thought in mind, Soo-yun expertly gathered his energy and launched the first card. Whoosh! Suddenly, a gust of wind swept across the hillside, causing the card, which had been aimed at a tree trunk, to veer off course. The strong wind forced the playing card to lose its momentum, sending it far off target before it gently floated down. Upon witnessing this scene, Soo-yun found himself utterly disoriented by the wind. It seems that the potential for improvement is unprecedentedly vast, he murmured, resuming his attempts at flying cards. Initially, several playing cards were tossed about wildly by the strong gusts, tumbling in every direction. However, as the fierce wind subsided, the cards could barely graze the trunk of a tree in the gentle breeze. Yet, Soo-yun aimed to strike the leaves upon that tree. He endeavored through various methods, and after numerous failures and explorations, he gradually discerned the correct adjustments needed. When flying cards outdoors, there are myriad factors to consider, particularly the control of wind direction. In a typical setting with calm weather, such concerns can be dismissed, but in the presence of mountain winds, one must master the technique. Thus, Soo-yun began to explore new ways to exert his force in this regard. After an indeterminate number of cards had been thrown, he suddenly recognized the direction of the mountain wind. "Northeast wind," he exclaimed, hurling a playing card with fervor. The swift sound of slicing air echoed as the card soared into the strong wind, moving with such alarming speed that it startled even Soo-yun. In an instant, the card flew past its target, brushing perilously close to the leaves before vanishing into the treetops. Observing this, Soo-yun furrowed his brow. A failure. Before he could express his surprise, he noticed that the very leaves he aimed to dislodge had been neatly severed in two, drifting gently to the ground. He recalled that the card's trajectory had not even grazed the leaves. It had fallen short by several inches. How, then, could it have sliced through half a leaf? Pondering this mystery, Soo-yun continued to launch several more cards, each resulting in a similar outcome. None made contact with the leaves, yet all managed to cleave them in half. Drawing upon the sensation he had just experienced, he sent forth dozens of cards, each skimming past the target leaves. While a few faltered due to the wind's force, the majority executed the feat of severing the leaves without direct contact. After repeated confirmations, Soo-yun began to form a hypothesis. Could it be that, lost in thought, excitement flickered in his eyes. He suddenly realized that not only had he made significant advancements in his card-throwing technique, but he was also drawing ever closer to the second realm of mastery, where precision and control are second nature. With little time to ponder further, Soo-yun seized the moment, adapting his force application. He began to meticulously sense the wind's direction at his nose before launching each card. In a favorable wind, he altered his grip on the cards to a parallel position, allowing the wind to flow through his fingers, thus minimizing air resistance before the cards were propelled forward. This alteration allowed the cards to harness the wind, soaring forth like a paper airplane gliding through the air with a remarkable force. With a swift motion, a leaf fell without having been touched. This faster and smoother technique shall be named the wind-assisted method, Soo-yun declared, designating this method of utilizing the wind to enhance his throwing technique. He felt that, in the future, he might adapt various methods depending on the context, so he intended to distinguish them clearly. Furthermore, Soo-yun discovered a rather formidable aspect of the wind-assisted method. It could harness the power of the airflow. The reason the cards had been able to sever the leaves without direct contact was due to the change in his application technique, which generated a slicing airflow as the cards flew. This could also be referred to as chi force. It bore a resemblance to sword energy, yet it was not as mystical. Rather, it was the cutting force generated by the high-speed flight and rotation of the cards that affected the surrounding air. At this moment, the force was not overwhelmingly strong, but it was sufficient to sever delicate leaves. It was akin to a helicopter descending towards the ocean's surface. The helicopter does not touch the water, yet the powerful airflow stirs the surface. The airflow generated by the swiftly flying cards was even more formidable. If I can reach the second realm of mastery, could this card, chi force, potentially pierce flesh from a distance? Exclamation point. Soo-yun was swept up in a tide of exhilaration. This revelation marked a groundbreaking advancement for him, enhancing his understanding of the threshold he had just begun to touch. The path lay ahead. and all that remained was to take a step forward to ascend to a new level. Taking a deep breath to steady himself, Soo-yoon glanced at the time. It was nearly 11:30. Unbeknownst to him, he had been enjoying the cool breeze on this small hillside for over 3 hours. Shaking his head at his immersion in practice, he hurriedly opened the Dosha live streaming platform on his phone. To his astonishment, within less than a minute of starting the broadcast, the number of viewers surged to over 1,000, and this figure continued to escalate with each passing moment. Soo-yoon could hardly contain his excitement. Sensing that he might break the online record again that very afternoon. Could we reach 10,000? He mused, checking the streaming features to ensure everything was functioning smoothly. Fortunately, the live streaming industry in this world was exceptionally advanced. With seamless networks, platforms, and equipment, 5G networks are truly remarkable. After confirming that everything was in order, he greeted the viewers in the live chat. Good afternoon, everyone. Today, I am here to fulfill the punishment from last night's PK. I wonder how many of you in the chat witnessed that battle. Chapter 39, Breaking Records, Performing Leaf Plucking, Live Viewers, 4887. The number of live viewers skyrocketed, showing no signs of slowing down. It was evident that Lu Hongya had hit the mark with her promotion. It was almost certain that a significant portion of the audience were fans from Lu Hongya's side, eager to witness his punishment. Soo-yoon felt a rush of adrenaline, aware that some viewers were merely passing through and not fully acquainted with the events of the previous night. Thus, he began explaining the punishment to the newcomers while simultaneously pinning a message in the chat. An honest streamer accepts punishment. Plucking leaves with cards. If I fail, I will not end the stream. Seeing this attention-grabbing title inspired by clickbait, Soo-yoon couldn't help but chuckle to himself. However, he had to admit that such tactics were indeed effective. After he updated the title of the stream to this phrase, the popularity surged once more. Live viewers, 7,511. This was Soo-yoon's first solo broadcast, and achieving such a staggering number of viewers in such a short span was exhilarating. He glanced at the chat, which was being inundated with messages. Here we go, watching the streamer eat his words. I predict he'll take until next year to pluck 10 leaves. Let us be real. Even if he gets lucky, he'll be lucky to snag 2 or 3. To be fair, our brother Ely is a man of his word. What the guy above said is just a special effect. Right. The chat was a whirlwind of comments, and the speed at which they were coming in was overwhelming. Without a computer backend, Soo-yoon struggled to keep up. When he looked up again, the number of viewers was on the verge of breaking 10,000. This was not even during peak streaming hours. Most major streamers tended to broadcast in the evening, which meant a substantial portion of the audience would be divided among them. However, now it was midday, and the absence of overnight streamers and major names created a significant gap in the streaming schedule. The time from 11 a.m. to 1 p.m. was referred to in the streaming community as the platinum streaming period, which was precisely why it provided a rare opportunity for smaller streamers to shine. At that moment, viewers began sending gifts in the chat. Thanks to this life must marry Hongya as a wife for the play. Live viewers, over 10,000. 11,000, 12,000, 13,000. Soo-yoon watched as the online viewer count soared, only stabilizing around 15,000 before ceasing to rise. It was worth noting that when he ended his stream the day before, the total view count was just 18,000. Yet today he had achieved over 15,000 simultaneous viewers. In an instant, Soo-yoon's heart swelled with joy. He had shattered all his previous records that afternoon. Moreover, this was different from the viewership generated by Lu Hongya's stream, as these individuals had come to his stream specifically for him. If he managed this wave effectively, Soo-yoon firmly believed his follower count would surge once again. He then briefly reiterated the nature of his punishment to the viewers. Brothers, a man's word is his bond. If I do not meet the requirements of this punishment today, I shall continue streaming. Instantly, the chat erupted. 66666. The resolute Ely. The streamer is incredible. Does the streamer's phone have enough battery? In that moment, the viewers clamored, eager to see how Soo-yoon would conclude his performance. What Soo-yoon had not noticed was that his live stream had surged to the top of the rankings for that time slot in Rongqing. At the Rongqing police station, a beautiful female officer was in the cafeteria preparing her meal when a colleague tapped her shoulder and handed her a phone. Xiao Xiao. Is this the card-throwing streamer you recommended to me? Xiao Xiao glanced at the screen and was immediately taken aback. The top-ranked streamer in Rongqing's time slot was none other than Soo-yoon's live stream. An honest streamer accepts punishment, plucking leaves with cards. If I fail, I will not end the stream. Is that really him? When I watched earlier, there were barely 100 viewers, and now he is at the top of the Rongqing leaderboard. Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed, gazing at her phone screen in astonishment. A colleague, balancing a tray of food, sat down beside her and remarked, I'm curious to see how this flying card technique manages to pluck leaves. It's like something out of a martial arts film. But you always say I'm superstitious. Why are you watching too? I'm watching. But I never said I believed it. If he really could pluck leaves with flying cards, I could throw him a handful of darts and he'd be in trouble. Zhou Xiaoxiao chuckled. It's all just pre-recorded effects with props. His live streaming audience has already figured it out. He is merely seeking attention. If you truly want to report him, the allegation should be about misleading advertising instead. That's true, but at least he is at the top of our Rongqing live streaming leaderboard. The show should be entertaining enough. Su Yun stood on the hillside, glancing at his watch. It was nearly 11:30. The number of viewers in the live stream had risen to 18,000, although the growth rate had slowed. It continued to ascend. Initially, it was exhilarating to watch, but now Su Yun felt somewhat numb. After all, in the internet age, miracles can happen at any moment. Who knows which one might go viral? ISNT that his current situation, reining in his slightly fluctuating emotions, Su Yun began to stabilize the camera in a fixed position. Lacking an assistant, he had to use a phone stand to secure the shot for himself before he could continue the live broadcast. Brothers, the auspicious time has arrived. Let us commence the flying card leaf plucking. With that, the live stream erupted in excitement, and numerous big spenders began showering gifts. These affluent viewers were not merely seeking entertainment. Donating to the streamer and securing the top spot offered them significant advantages. The traffic that Su Yun was generating was astonishing, particularly because he was sufficiently new. Becoming his top supporter didn't require spending much as long as they occupied the first place in Su Yun's live stream. The traffic he attracted would inevitably direct some attention their way. For instance, the current top supporter was a user named Mian Guozhubao, Haigo, who had only given over 5,000 in gifts. Yet had attracted dozens of precise potential customers interested in jewelry. If just one of them made a purchase, it would be worth far more than 5,000. Su Yun was oblivious to this layer of strategy and had no intention of flattering his top supporter. After all, he was merely live streaming to make a living and hoped to have more time for study and practice. However, he still felt it necessary to express verbal gratitude. That was simply polite. At this moment, Su Yun positioned himself over a meter away from the camera, ensuring that his upper body was visible within the frame, while also encompassing the massive tree situated over 10 meters away. He slowly unveiled a new deck of cards, showcasing their authenticity to the audience, asserting that he was using only ordinary cards, not props. Of course, many viewers remained skeptical. Then, Su Yun prepared to demonstrate the flying card leaf plucking technique. Chapter 40. Is the streamer really this outrageous? With over 10,000 viewers in the live stream, Su Yun stood calmly, having no need for additional preparations, as the flying card technique was second nature to him. He harnessed the wind and, with a swift motion, propelled the playing card forward, leaving only a fleeting shadow in its wake. Whoosh! With a crack, the card zipped into the dense canopy, disappearing in an instant. I told you it wouldn't be that easy. Hitting one would be pure luck. Looks like the streamer won't be getting any sleep tonight. Ha! This is the consequence of daring to oppose my wife. Hongya. 10 leaves? I think that's a stretch. In the live stream chat, a chorus of jeers erupted. Viewers relished watching the streamer stumble, as it added to the entertainment value. However, amidst their lively banter, they suddenly spotted a faintly yellow leaf drifting down in the very path the card had traversed. Witnessing this scene, the viewers were momentarily stunned. But hesitation lasted only a heartbeat before the audience reacted. It's almost autumn. Naturally falling leaves don't count. Exactly, it was just a coincidence. I told you, otherwise it wouldn't have taken so long. It must have been a fluke. Stop being so cynical. Our Ili Gu has been practicing card throwing and cucumber slicing at home. Plucking leaves is a piece of cake for him. Is someone paying you to say that? How much? Let us all make some money together. The chat was filled with a myriad of comments, but Su Yun paid them no mind, continuing to launch a second playing card, which vanished into the depths of the forest. The scene repeated itself. Amidst the audience's frenzied skepticism, yet another leaf slowly descended from afar. Most viewers maintained their stance of coincidence, reasoning that with autumn approaching, a gentle breeze could easily cause leaves to fall. However, the third attempt yielded the same result. Wait, what? Is this just a coincidence? Didn't you notice the delay? It can't possibly be the streamer's doing. I bet my brother's 10 years of being single on it. Right. Good things come in threes. I wager my brother has 10 years of being single too. 1. 10086. Once, twice, thrice, a coincidence might be plausible, but what about 10 consecutive times? After Su-yun plucked the 10th leaf with the card, the audience was at a loss for words. What do we say now? Who will step up? I'll do it. The streamer must be using props, like hiding an electronic device in the tree canopy to secretly drop a leaf when the card strikes. Exactly. Wise words. I second that. Me too. Su-yun found their banter amusing, despite feeling exasperated with this generation of viewers. Nevertheless, witnessing the online audience nearing 20,000, he decided to play along with their narrative to enhance the show's entertainment value. Opting for a close-up demonstration. All right, from now on, I'll only pluck leaves that everyone can see, so please keep your eyes peeled and watch frame by frame. With that, he returned to his spot for card throwing. This time targeting a horizontal branch adorned with a few unblemished leaves, untouched by the scorching sun. Everyone, pay attention. This time I intend to pluck leaves from this branch. Su-yun adjusted the camera, ensuring both he and the branch were clearly visible, and then stood calmly in front of the lens, seemingly awaiting a cue. This is getting interesting. Outdoor settings are more appealing. It adds to the show. Streamer, show us what you've got. This piqued the interest of the audience, who leaned forward, eager to see what he was about to conjure. Su-yun suddenly twitched his nose, and at the moment his hair was tousled by the wind. He swiftly rotated his wrist, activating the wind-assisted technique, launching the card with a forceful flick. Whoosh. In the live stream, viewers only caught a glimpse of Su-yun's wrist as a flash of white shot forth. With a crack, in the blink of an eye, a leaf on the branch facing the camera was severed at its stem and floated down. The chat was momentarily silent, filled with bewildered emojis. It happened too quickly for anyone to comprehend. Hold on, brothers, I'll just pull up a slow-motion screenshot from my profile. Sure enough, moments later, the tech-savvy viewer returned to the live stream, declaring, "This flying card stunt is a bit absurd. You guys should check it out." Really? That is impressive. Check out the GIF on my profile, everyone. The audience rushed to view the slow-motion video from the technical viewer's profile. It clearly showed that Su-yun's flying card was at least 2 to 3 centimeters away from the leaf. Yet the stem inexplicably snapped. No wonder the technical viewer had been left bewildered, deeming it outrageous. And that was the power of the wind-assisted technique. Its force was formidable, leaving everyone in awe. This also serves as evidence of Su-yun's understanding of the second realm of the final step. Chapter 41. Nothing more, just skillful hands. In front of everyone, Su-yun once again demonstrated the art of flying cards to pluck leaves. On 2 occasions, he managed to extract 2 leaves using a single playing card. With the card surrounded by an aura of energy, akin to a sword's radiance, creating a dazzling spectacle that showcased his exceptional skill. Even Su-yun could not help but feel a sense of self-admiration. However, when he confidently glanced at the barrage of comments, he was instantly taken aback. The comments were filled with skepticism towards him. The special effects are blatant. I just slowed it down and saw that the playing card didn't even touch the leaves. Everyone disperse. This is purely special effects, alright. He didn't even touch the leaves. This bug is way too obvious. Perhaps the host should find a proper job. I'm out of here. And he calls himself an honest streamer. This is just boring. Flying cards to pluck leaves is highly probable with skill. But cutting through the air with a card, that goes beyond mere proficiency. It's an insult to our intelligence. Middle finger disdain. That's called the cutting force created by air convection, if you don't understand. Stop blabbering. I support Brother Ely. Exactly. Our Brother Ely can even chop wood with playing cards. Cutting leaves with their currents is nothing, right? Special effects, Brother Ely. Doghead. Su-yun looked at the barrage. Feeling overwhelmed, he was confident in his abilities and felt no guilt. Yet no matter how he explained, it was all dismissed as special effects, leaving him quite helpless. Su-yun contemplated that he must find an opportunity next time to dispel these rumors about special effects. Indeed, to wear a crown, one must bear its weight. Su-yun realized that as his popularity grew, the discordant voices would inevitably increase. Nevertheless, he did not let it trouble him, for with benefits come drawbacks, after all. Without hype, who would watch? After checking his gains from that afternoon, Su-yun was pleasantly surprised to find that he had actually topped the popularity charts during the Molten City segment. That was an unexpected delight. Moreover, his follower count had risen to over 7,000. With 20,000 viewers, gaining over 2,000 followers, this conversion rate was indeed commendable. Su-yun felt quite satisfied, and the earnings from that afternoon were astonishing. Comparable to the struggles he had endured for over a month, he had made nearly 10,000 yuan. For a freshly graduated student, this income was quite impressive. Fortunately, Su-yun did not place too much importance on money. He was not obsessed with it. Instead, he was focused on how to enhance his skills. Practice was the true path. However, after a whole morning of activity, coupled with the intense training of his card-throwing techniques, Su-yun felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over him. I ought to treat myself to a good meal. Resolute in his decision, Su-yun briefly mentioned that he had fulfilled his punishment before closing the live stream. Once the stream ended, Su-yun let out a sigh of relief, packed up his equipment, and returned home. Due to his exhaustion and the new dealing techniques he had practiced, his wrists felt quite sore, prompting him to decide to indulge in a nice meal outside. Meanwhile, on the other side of the internet, staring at the black screen of her phone that read the streamer has ended the broadcast, LV Hongya found it hard to let go. The image of Su-yun plucking leaves with flying cards repeatedly surfaced in her mind. Initially, she thought Su-yun was quite trustworthy for executing the punishment with such integrity, and she was also curious to see how he would manage to save face during the live stream. To her surprise, he not only succeeded in plucking 10 leaves but did so flawlessly and effortlessly, completing the punishment with ease. At first, she was astonished by how he accomplished it. However, upon seeing the barrage of comments attributing it to special effects or props, she began to understand. Yet Su-yun was quite adept at creating an engaging live stream. Feigning anger, he demonstrated the trick again with a close-up shot, and unsurprisingly, the spectacle was even more impressive than before, far beyond the simplicity of plucking leaves. A particular comment in the barrage stirred ripples in LV Hongya's previously calm heart. The cutting force created by air convection. On the surface, this theory was not entirely implausible. In reality, powerful air currents could indeed be considered a derivation of this concept. However, achieving such an effect was no easy feat, akin to the sword aura depicted in novels, which was utterly unattainable. It required a combination of extraordinary speed and explosive force beyond the object's inherent properties. Could Su-yun truly accomplish this with just a few flying playing cards? Clearly, it was a fanciful notion. The more LV Hongya thought about it, the more uneasy she felt, prompting her to pull out a deck of playing cards and attempt to fly a few. Although her attempts were haphazard, with cards scattered all over the room, she realized that with consistent practice, it was not impossible to achieve the precision of flying cards. After all, as the saying goes, nothing more. Just skillful hands. This phrase, known to all in Huaxia, implies that with enough practice, one could certainly master the technique of plucking leaves, provided it was not about plucking steel bars. If one trains diligently for a long time, cutting leaves is not impossible. After all, the hardness of playing cards makes it quite easy to slice through leaves. It's just about using air currents for a clean cut. That's a bit far-fetched, if that's the case. Wouldn't my taekwondo leg techniques be able to break boards with the power of my feet? Foot power? Huh. Why does that sound so strange? In the end, LV Hongya recalled the scene when she encountered Su-yun at the library. How could I believe him? This guy even claimed to be a genius in cultivation. It's just ridiculous, not a single reliable word. With a slight pout, LV Hongya reluctantly closed the live stream and prepared to head to the taekwondo gym. Meanwhile, in the cafeteria of the Rongqing Police Department, Zhou Xiaoxiao stared at the black screen of Su-yun's live stream, feeling a mix of emotions. This guy, has he given up on even trying to disguise it? The special effects are so obvious. Why persist with flying cards? He should really switch to a different project. But this voice, it suddenly reminds me of the passerby I encountered when we were robbed. Could it really be him? I only recalled playing cards during the meeting because the voice sounded so familiar, and it turned into quite a joke. Glancing again at the same city label displayed on the live stream page, Zhou Xiaoxiao found it quite plausible. However, she did not dwell on it too much. She merely found it amusing that she had unexpectedly crossed paths with a small streamer she had been following in such a context. It was quite a fascinating coincidence. He's almost at 10,000 followers now. So fast. I remember when I first followed him, he only had a few hundred. I bet he'll switch to a special effects show in a few days. Zhou Xiaoxiao murmured softly before closing the stream and exiting Su-yun's profile page. Yet, suddenly, something seemed to click in her mind. After a moment, she turned to Officer Li beside her and said, "Hee. Li Gu, do you like to do magic tricks?" Officer Li shot her a wary glance, feeling that her inquiry in the police station was not entirely innocent. "What? Can't I have a hobby? Li Gu, don't you need props for magic tricks, like playing cards? Do you have any with you? Let me try some." Looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao's sparkling eyes, Officer Li thought to himself, "Is this what you're using to test my resolve? Ridiculous. I'm at work. How could I possibly carry playing cards with me? Are you trying to get me in trouble? Of course not. I have a set of trick cards in my bag. I'll get them for you after lunch. But you mustn't tell the captain. I promise I won't say a word. I think you've been watching too much live streaming and are getting carried away. Officer Li grumbled as he picked up his tray and walked away, with Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly following him. Chapter 42. The Underlying Currents of Rongqing. Here, I just bought these magic trick cards. Please don't break them. Thank you, Li Guo. After successfully obtaining the cards, Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly expressed her gratitude. Although they were trick cards, they were not significantly different from regular playing cards. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pass for the real thing. Eagerly, she left the area, finding a secluded spot to tear open the packaging and pull out a few cards. She then took out a piece of carrot with wormholes that she had brought from the cafeteria and, with a slight exertion, easily sliced it in half with the playing cards. Using playing cards to cut something is quite easy. Cutting leaves should be even simpler. After reaching this conclusion, Zhou Xiaoxiao scanned her surroundings, her bright eyes narrowing as she suddenly threw the playing card in her hand. Snap! Unfortunately, her aim was completely off, and the card, intended for the trash bin, accidentally flew onto the cleaning lady approaching to tidy up. Oh no! I misfired. Zhou Xiaoxiao lowered her head, feeling embarrassed. I'm sorry, Auntie, that was unintentional. The cleaning lady quickly approached Zhou Xiaoxiao, gently tapping her forehead and murmuring, Xiaoxiao, what mischief are you up to again? Your supervisor just passed by. Zhou Xiaoxiao apologetically clasped her hands together, saying, I was wrong, Auntie. The cleaning lady glanced at the playing card in her hand, noticing it was the Ace of Hearts, and suddenly recalled something, scolding softly, I didn't expect this little girl to be playing with cards again. You were the one who left them in the break room last time. Weren't you? A little amusement is fine, but don't let it interfere with your work. Otherwise, Auntie won't be able to cover for you. I understand, Auntie, but what do you mean last time? Zhou Xiaoxiao looked perplexed. Don't play dumb. Last time. Thanks to Auntie cleaning up after you. And now you're carelessly tossing cards again. If your supervisor sees, you'll definitely get reprimanded. I was wrong, Auntie. I won't do it again. After a series of promises, Zhou Xiaoxiao reluctantly put away the cards and returned to her office. Although she had received a lecture, it also cleared up some of the doubts in her mind. It appears that this flying card technique can indeed be mastered. However, the notion of slicing leaves mid-air seems rather exaggerated. While playing cards can enhance precision, their power remains inherently limited. Yet, if one were to employ a card in a grinding machine, it would possess a certain cutting capability, potentially resulting in grievous wounds. Just then, the abrupt ringing of a phone shattered Zhou Xiaoxiao's daydreaming reverie. Hello, Captain Shun, what is it? Finish your meal quickly and come to the office for a meeting organized by Director Zhang. It begins in 5 minutes. Huh, why did Director Zhang call for me? Your handling of the recent robbery case was quite impressive. Director Zhang is deliberately nurturing your potential. Enough with the chit-chat. You'll be in trouble if you're late. I've already had dinner. I'll head over right away. Zhou Xiaoxiao hastily tidied the dining table and swiftly retrieved the meeting notes from her desk drawer. In no time, she arrived at the small conference room in just 3 minutes. Upon entering, she understood that this meeting was of considerable significance, as such small gatherings organized by Director Zhang typically included only crucial personnel. Pushing open the door, she found the room already filled with a group of attendees, eagerly awaiting the commencement of the meeting. Glancing around, Zhou Xiaoxiao noted the presence of over 10 individuals, with 3 solemnly dressed men in military uniforms seated next to the main seat. The involvement of military personnel indicated that this meeting was anything but ordinary. Still in her internship phase and aware of her modest standing, Zhou Xiaoxiao chose a seat against the wall outside the main conference table. Shortly thereafter, Zhang Zhenghuai entered the meeting room alongside Captain Chun. Now that everyone is present, let us commence today's urgent meeting. After taking his seat, Zhang Zhenghuai surveyed the room, his gaze resting on the military men. You may be wondering why military comrades are attending today's meeting. Allow me to briefly introduce them. This is Commander Su, Political Commissar Li, and Deputy Commander Wang from our local garrison. Zhang Zhenghuai introduced the 3 military figures. Among them, Commander Su particularly commanded attention. With his formidable presence marked by a gleaming bald head and an imposing stature of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, he undoubtedly had been a formidable soldier in his youth. He was, in fact, Su Zhejia's father, Su Kuwei. The trio nodded slightly in acknowledgement. In the somber atmosphere, applause seemed inappropriate, so the attendees merely returned the gesture. Subsequently, At Political Commissar Lee's signal, Su Kuei slowly rose, gesturing for the projectionist to display the information on the large screen. Clearing his throat, Su Kuei addressed the assembly directly. "Greetings, comrades. I will get straight to the point regarding the matter at hand." Through Su Kuei's succinct overview, the attendees gradually grasped the meeting's agenda. It turned out that Su Kuei and his team were engaged in a covert operation aimed at eradicating an international mercenary group. This band of mercenaries exhibited highly unpredictable behavior, and despite several confrontations, Su Kuei's team had failed to eliminate them decisively. Recently, they learned that 2 of these mercenaries had resurfaced, prompting Su Kuei to pursue leads that led them near Rongqing, where they finally detected a trace of the group's movements. Initially puzzled as to why the mercenaries would venture to Rongqing, Su Kuei discovered that they had, in fact, recruited a new cohort there. Exercising caution, Su Kuei refrained from immediate action until he could ascertain the identities of these new associates, subsequently informing relevant departments in Rongqing. With Director Zhang's assistance, the situation was finally clarified. It turned out that this new group included a gang of grave robbers with criminal records. This revelation suggested a bizarre collaboration between 2 seemingly unrelated factions, warranting the convening of today's urgent meeting. The military's task was to pursue the mercenaries, while the matter of the grave robbers fell outside their jurisdiction. With the collaboration of military and police forces, Director Zhang promptly resolved to apprehend both groups before they could create chaos in Rongqing. Zhang Jinghuai then unveiled the projection, stating, "This gang of grave robbers possesses a certain degree of armed capability and is notoriously ruthless. Classified as A-level fugitives. Furthermore, at least 2 exceptionally dangerous mercenaries are involved, significantly augmenting their operational capacity. While we currently lack clarity on the motivations behind the alliance between the mercenaries and the grave robbers, Commander Su's pursuit of these 2 mercenaries leads us to recognize that this situation represents more than just a grave robbery case. It is imperative that we assist our military comrades in apprehending the mercenaries." Chapter 43, Outdoor Trials commence. Aspiring to enter the second realm, as Zhang Zhenghuai's words resonated, Su Kuei rose to salute all present, earnestly stating, "I kindly ask for your cooperation. During the apprehension of the suspects, our military will ensure your safety. And we will undoubtedly bring these heinous mercenaries to justice. As for tracking their whereabouts and the grave robbers, we shall rely on Director Zhang and all of you comrades." Zhang Jinghuai quickly stood, gesturing for Su Kuei to take his seat, then surveyed the attendees with a stern expression. While Commander Su has expressed his support, the responsibility of ensuring safety within Rongqing lies with our police force. Thus, Commander Su is assisting us, but we must uphold our duty to safeguard our city. Is that clear? Clear, Zhang Jinghuai queried the assembled officers, and they responded in unison with resolute voices. Excellent. Now let us discuss and analyze the details. Preparing our deployment so that the moment the grave robbers make their move, we can act decisively. With that, Zhang Jinghuai began instructing his team to operate the computer and display the current information on known criminals. Zhou Xiaoxiao attentively listened, taking extensive notes. The meeting continued for 3 arduous hours before concluding. After dispersing, Zhou Xiaoxiao was once again summoned to the office by Director Zhang and Captain Chen to review the various leads regarding the robbery case. Despite the absence of any clues concerning the mysterious threat to date, the investigation must persist, Zhang Jinghuai remarked. Xiao Zhou, the workload has been somewhat heavy lately, but young individuals like yourself must grow through such high-pressure environments. To be frank, can you handle it? Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao shook off her fatigue, invigorated, and replied, "I assure you I will accomplish the tasks assigned by the organization." Very good, very good. By the way, have there been any suspicious individuals appearing in Rongqing recently? Captain Chen pondered before responding. Director Zhang, it has been quite peaceful since the robbery. Only a few petty thieves have been apprehended. As for the mysterious individual we are seeking, who possesses an unknown dangerous weapon, we still have no leads. Zhang Jinghuai, upon receiving this information, felt a mix of relief and concern. The tranquility in Rongqing indicated that the city government's extensive deployment of police forces to capture the robbers had indeed showcased their resolve and capability in establishing a safe city and combating crime. The results were evident, as the security situation had markedly improved over the past week. However, the lingering worry was the individual from the robbery case, who had vanished at the scene with a dangerous weapon. This person was like a thorn in Zhang Zhenghuai's side, causing him restless nights Until that person was located, they would remain a ticking time bomb hidden within Rongqing. With a furrowed brow, Zhang Zhenhuai issued a few directives before departing. Time passed unnoticed, and before long, it was time to clock out. After bidding farewell to Captain Qin, Zhou Xiaoxiao resumed her research in the office on the activities of the grave-robbing gang. The most recent sighting was near Huanchuan Town, Dashi Dam, and Gotzi Ditch, after which they vanished without a trace. What could Huanchuan Town possibly hold that would interest them? Bored, Zhou Xiaoxiao pulled up a map on her phone to examine the locations of these 3 sites. All were situated over 70 kilometers from the main urban area of Rongqing, nestled against the mountains, connecting to outer cities. As she scrolled, Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly noticed something peculiar. Huanchuan Town, Dashi Dam, and Gotzi Ditch were all located at the foot of the Ranshan mountain range. Could it be that they are attempting to excavate an ancient tomb on Ranshan? Following this line of thought, Zhou Xiaoxiao perused some ancient text regarding Ranshan but found no records of notable figures being buried there. Before she realized it, night had fallen. Zhou Xiaoxiao ordered takeout, intending to work overtime to organize her materials. Before long, the delivery arrived, but as she ate, she felt bored once more. So, she opened the Doushao live streaming platform, inexplicably clicking into a stream titled, "In the future, flying cards will reach the realm of perfection. Plucking leaves to drop stars." At 7:30 p.m., within Su Yun's live stream. Welcome Rongqing's little police flower to the live stream. Number of viewers online, 8543. The broadcast displayed Su Yun practicing flying cards indoors. Due to spatial constraints, he was demonstrating his skill at striking wooden targets with flying cards. The chat was polarized, with one segment admiring Su Yun's perseverance and another deriding him as a special effects fraud. Of course, there were also those who were merely drowsy, hoping to witness some remarkable skill. Su Yun seemed unfazed and, after practicing for a while, began to interact with his fans. I watched an outdoor stream from the host this afternoon. It seemed much more entertaining. Exactly. I am so tired of indoor streams. I strongly suggest the host try outdoor streaming. I look forward to the host capturing the moment of hitting 2 birds with 1 card. One can indeed use playing cards to hit birds. I shall live stream the act of chopping them. Indeed. Special effects are merely that, effects, and props are just props. Accuracy may suggest extensive practice, yet those absurd card-throwing visuals surely cannot convince any fool that they're genuine techniques, can they? Observing the increasingly errant atmosphere in the chat, Su Yun felt a wave of exasperation wash over him. Nonetheless, upon reflection, the suggestion from a few netizens to conduct outdoor live streams seemed rather appealing. After all, he had already tasted the sweetness of outdoor broadcasting earlier that afternoon. Whether in terms of popularity, entertainment value, or personal growth, it appeared to be an excellent choice. Confined indoors for too long had indeed led to a lack of innovation. Experiencing the outdoors, with its myriad of complex card-throwing environments, would surely enhance his skills. It was akin to martial artists who, after honing their craft, must venture outside to test their mettle, just like earlier today. His initial outdoor practice had remarkably led him to grasp the technique of wind-assisted throws, significantly improving his card-throwing prowess. Now, Su Yun had a premonition that this outdoor trial might very well propel him into the second realm, mastery akin to guiding his fingers. What might this realm hold for the power of card-throwing? I must admit, that brother's suggestion resonates with me. I shall embrace it. I plan to engage in more outdoor live streams in the near future. It will serve as both a challenge and an exercise for my card-throwing skills. Su Yun readily accepted the netizen's proposal, vowing to prepare for outdoor live streaming soon. Meanwhile, within the Melting City police station, Zhou Xiaoxiao, while munching on her meal and watching the stream, noticed that the host intended to change his external environment, which prompted a smug smile from her. Her guess had indeed been correct. The host was planning to switch to other special effects for his show. Nonetheless, the introduction of new elements reignited her interest in the card-throwing streamer, as she was curious to see how he would creatively engage with the outdoors. Outdoor live streaming won't be so easy. With the wind and rain, I am eager to see what tricks he can pull off. Zhou Xiaoxiao remained glued to the live stream until Su Yun concluded it. Just as she finished her meal, allowing her to tidy up her belongings and return to work, after shutting down the stream, Su Yun fell into deep contemplation if he were to choose the outdoors. Merely practicing on the small dirt slope behind his apartment was hardly sufficient. Aside from other considerations, the thought of cleaning up stray playing cards was already a headache at this rate. The neighborhood's environmental management lady would certainly impose a hefty fine on him. Furthermore, the simplicity of that small slope rendered it too mundane. Live streaming there once or twice would be tolerable, but beyond that, it would be indistinguishable from indoor sessions. Therefore, he needed to select a location with a more dynamic and intricate environment, one that would truly facilitate his trials, granting him the opportunity to break through into the second realm. Where exactly should I go for my trials? Just then, as Su-yun pondered this dilemma, his phone suddenly rang, causing him to flinch slightly. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was his college buddy, young Datu, calling. Hello, Datu, what's up? Chapter 44. Damn it, Su-yun, you truly should be ashamed. Before Su-yun could finish his sentence, young Datu's voice erupted through the phone. Wow, Su-yun, you've hit the big time. Huh? Before Su-yun could process this, young Datu began to babble incessantly. Stop pretending. I told you could make it big. This afternoon, many of my colleagues saw your stream. Honestly, your special effects skills are impressive. Where did you learn them? Are they effects or props? As young Data rambled on, Su-yun found himself unable to interject. Come on. Be honest, does live streaming pay well? After a moment of stunned silence, Su-yun finally replied, It's not too bad. All right, don't keep secrets from me. I want to spill the beans. How much did you earn from today's stream? Su-yun glanced at the back end of his computer and, after tallying tips, audience subsidies, and leaderboard bonuses, found he had earned over 14,000. He was taken aback himself. On the other end of the line, young Datu, having not heard a response from Su-yun for a while, grew anxious. Hey, Su-yun, are you still there? How much did you make? Su-yun's thoughts were pulled back by young Datu's booming voice, and he stammered. Around 10,000, I guess. What? Say that again. Clearly skeptical, young Datu pressed for clarification, prompting Su-yun to repeat himself. Is that in cherry blossoms or Korean won? Don't tell me it's in Zimbabwean dollars. Young Data had begun to spiral into disbelief. It's in soft sister currency, earning over 10,000 in a single day. His monthly salary was only 2,005, and even with performance bonuses, it barely reached 3,000. Su-yun's earnings in one day equaled half a year of young Data's income. Anyone would find that hard to digest. Young Data's voice trembled. You should be ashamed. Su-yun, you truly should. Su-yun chuckled at this typical sentiment of worried about a brother's suffering, yet envious of his success. Ha ha ha, don't be so surprised. The super popular streamers make hundreds of thousands in a single day. Besides, today was simply a stroke of luck. It's not like I earn this much every day. On average, it's only a few hundred. Su-yun attempted to console the sobbing young Datu. After a considerable pause, young Data seemed to have made a decision, saying, Su-yun, I need to discuss something with you. Instantly, Su-yun's heart skipped a beat. What is it? You're not asking to borrow money, are you? Young Data laughed awkwardly. No, I am not that type of person. I mean. He hesitated, prompting Su-yun to press. What do you mean? With a heavy sigh, young Data confessed. Honestly, I'm struggling. It's not as glamorous as you think. I know. When I dropped you off that day and saw you living in a tiny room, I figured as much. Yeah, Su-yun, let me be frank. I was laid off. They said they don't want someone with a bachelor's degree like me, claiming my performance is worse than that of a middle school dropout. Young Data's voice softened. I want to learn how to live stream from you. I plan to go back home to take care of my grandmother. I've seen many rural folks doing it online, and I'd like to give it a shot. Su-yun contemplated for a moment before responding. That's a good opportunity. You don't need to cling to their pride. Life is yours to live. And doing well is what truly matters. Young Data said, I'm moving back home tomorrow. Let me treat you to a meal, and you can teach me. It would be even better if you could visit my hometown for a few days. Oh, if I recall correctly, your hometown is in Gotsi-go, over 70 kilometers away, right? Is there much there? To my shame, I've been away for a while, and my entire belongings fit into a single suitcase. Su-yun had no intention of mocking him, having lived two lives. He understood what it meant to struggle alone, that he merely thought that Su-yun had chosen the right path. Otherwise, he too might have ended up like young Dao. The latter's situation was a true reflection of an ordinary person. Suddenly, Su-yun remembered that Gotsi-go lay at the foot of the famous ranch on forest protection area, and an idea sparked in his mind. Tentatively, he asked, Dadu, I need to do some outdoor live streaming to find inspiration. Since you've kindly invited me, I want to stand on ceremony. Upon hearing this news, young Dadu was evidently excited, exclaiming, Really? You truly want to come back home with me for a couple of days? Su-yun smiled. I must see what kind of live stream content you can create. All right. It has settled then. Thank you, Su-yun, for not looking down on my poverty and for being willing to help me. Su-yun smiled gently. There's no need to belittle yourself. We've been classmates for over 3 years. I don't mind your poverty, and I certainly don't mind your looks. I understand, but I still want to thank you. Wait, what do you mean by not minding my looks? In the end, Soo-yoon and Young Data continued their conversation, solidifying their plans. Soo-yoon found nothing laughable about Young Data's predicament. He firmly believed that Young Data was someone capable of achieving great things. This young man was pragmatic and diligent. He was merely temporarily hindered by his pride. Now, as he faced his struggles with such candor, it signified a profound shift in his mindset. Even more commendable was Young Data's willingness to seek guidance from someone who had achieved results. Whether he would succeed depended on his willingness to explore and learn, for after all, a master can only lead one to the door. Personal growth depends on one's own effort. After completing his evening routine, Soo-yoon retired for the night. The following day, he had arranged to meet Young Data to purchase equipment, aiming for a technical exchange regarding the live streaming industry. Having lived a monotonous life for the past 2 months, he yearned to immerse himself in nature and attempt to break through his limitations in card throwing. As thoughts swirled in his mind, he gradually drifted into a deep slumber. The next morning, Soo-yoon rose early and busily prepared his belongings. He intended to seize this opportunity to thoroughly test himself in the Ranchon area, planning to stay for several days. Soon, by noon, Soo-yoon met up with Young Data. After sharing a simple meal and discussing their plans, they set off to procure supplies. Soo-yoon bought several boxes of playing cards, nearly emptying the store's inventory. The sales clerk looked on in horror. Young man, just how large of an event are you planning? Illegal activities are strictly prohibited. Soo-yoon chuckled. I'm not using them for gambling. The sales clerk, with a conspiratorial tone, replied, Where's your event taking place? I used to have quite the reputation as a card shark in my youth. Do you need someone? As she spoke, she displayed her half-missing pinky finger, implying that her past as a card shark had cost her dearly. Soo-yoon felt a twinge of embarrassment, hastily waving his hands and pushing the cart forward. After this minor mishap, the procurement process became significantly smoother. Young Data purchased supplementary lighting and a mobile phone stand among other live streaming equipment. And before leaving, he also bought some fruits and supplements. The two of them intermittently gathered enough supplies to fill half a van. This van was secured by Soo-yoon, who had the foresight to book a cargo service in advance. After adding a bit more to the fare, the three of them set off with a full load of supplies, driving out of the main urban area of Rong City and heading straight for Ran Mountain. The trial was about to commence. Chapter 45. The quest for immortality at Ran Mountain. As they traveled, the towering buildings gradually thinned out, giving way to undulating hills and interspersed wind turbines, signaling that they were nearing the outskirts of the city. Feeling a mix of excitement and trepidation, Young Data pondered, Soo-yoon, could I be the first university student who struggles in the outside world and ends up returning home? What nonsense are you spouting? This is what we call a determined youth returning to develop the new countryside. In the 70s and 80s, you'd be labeled as a sent-down youth. Soo-yoon noticed Young Data's unease and offered some comforting words. The weight of Soo-yoon's perspective indeed lightened Young Data's spirits, and he reverted back to his jovial self. The journey to the mountain, though only a little over 70 kilometers, took nearly 4 hours due to the rugged mountain roads. The driver joined in their conversation, making the bumpy ride feel less desolate. As dusk approached, they finally arrived at Gotsi Valley, a quaint village nestled at the foot of Ran Mountain. The village had a small population, with most young people, like Young Data, having migrated to the city. Only during the festive season did the village come alive with activity. Young Data was the first to alight from the vehicle and greeted his grandmother, who was home alone, before helping to unload the supplies. Soo-yoon, maintaining his politeness, also greeted Yang's grandmother and placed the gifts he had brought before joining in the unloading efforts, together with the driver. They worked diligently to transfer the entire load. After paying the fare, the driver departed alone. Young Data took the items back to his home, engaging in a warm exchange with his grandmother, standing alone in the yard. With his back to the setting sun, Soo-yoon gazed at the majestic and mysterious mountains in the distance. A wave of solitude washed over him, stirring a deep longing for his parents. Once I make some progress, I should visit my parents, he resolved, planning to return home after his mountain retreat. Today, Soo-yoon had taken a leave of absence from his live streaming platform, explaining that he was preparing for outdoor broadcasts. And most of his followers expressed understanding and growing anticipation for his outdoor content. Soo-yoon, let me tidy up your room first. The countryside is a bit rustic. Please bear with it. young Dada suddenly emerged from the old stone house. Feeling somewhat sheepish, Su-yun chuckled. Don't say that. I'm a country boy too, accustomed to this environment since childhood that in fact, I should thank you for bringing me here to enjoy the fresh air. Young Datu, unable to counter, nodded and returned inside to busy himself. Once more, Su-yun gazed toward the distant Ran mountain range. The undulating hills resembled a slumbering azure dragon, basking in the golden light of the setting sun, lending an air of sanctity. Tomorrow, we shall venture into the mountains. We must seize the moment and not delay. Su-yun murmured to himself, taking a stroll around. Observing the surroundings, as dinner time approached. Many villagers began to wrap up their day's work and head home. Zixin, your grandmother is calling you for dinner. Zixuan, your grandfather is summoning you home. Joyful children scampered back to their homes, clearly the offspring of the post-90s generation. Gradually, the sky darkened, the last rays of the sun concealed by the distant mountain range, leaving behind the chirping of insects and birds in the pitch-black fields. Occasionally, a few old dogs barked, adding a touch of life to the tranquil night. There were no car horns, no neon lights, and no bustling street vendors. Everything returned to its primal state. Suddenly, Su-yun felt as though he had touched upon a certain opportunity, an extraordinary state. Regrettably, it was but a fleeting glimpse. He did not fully enter that wondrous state again. To date, over a month had passed since he began practicing flying cards, and though he had briefly experienced that extraordinary state twice in quick succession, he had since found no further enlightenment. However, in the stillness that enveloped him, he did catch a faint glimmer of understanding. Everything around him seemed vividly clear, as if occurring right before his eyes. Although he did not fully enter that extraordinary state, he still savored the profound insights within. Finally, he exhaled a long breath, feeling much clearer. No wonder some practitioners prefer to seek enlightenment in the mountains and fields. Indeed, being away from the smoke and chaos of the world allows for greater clarity of thought. It seems I have come to the right place, merely observing the sunset and the rising moon, along with the curling smoke from chimneys, has already provided me with a glimpse of that extraordinary state. Su-yun felt a deep sense of conviction that this trial at Ran Mountain would surely lead to a breakthrough. With a final deep breath, he inhaled the crisp, fresh air, feeling invigorated from head to toe, as if his very essence had been renewed. Just then, young Dada's voice broke through his reverie. Su-yun, dinner is ready. You must try my grandmother's braised pork. It's explosively delicious. All right, I'm coming. Su-yun turned and entered the house that on the simple wooden table lay an array of 4 dishes and a soup. Quite a sumptuous spread. While it lacked the elegant presentation of a fine restaurant, it was undeniably appetizing at first glance. In this new era, especially in villages close to towns, life was not too impoverished. The economic conditions were quite decent. At this moment, young Datu cast a curious glance at Su-yun, sensing that there was something subtly different about him. Su-yun, why do I feel like you suddenly exude an indescribable aura? Su-yun, taken aback, replied, what kind of aura? Young Dada scratched his head, pondering, but found it hard to articulate, and finally waved his hand dismissively. I can't quite put it into words. It just feels like ever since you arrived in the mountains. You're different somehow. How should I put it? You seem more ethereal, your demeanor more serene than usual. Never mind, let's eat. After young Dada's cryptic remarks, Su-yun hesitated for a moment, but soon grasped the likely reason, his recent brush with the extraordinary state. He shook his head with a smile, redirecting his focus to the delicious food before him. Young Datu's grandmother, having lived alone for many years, was delighted to have company in the house, and like her grandson, she also sensed the unique aura emanating from Su-yun, which brought a sense of tranquility and comfort, allowing for engaging conversation. That Su-yun, feeling at ease, indulged heartily, devouring 3 hefty bowls of rice before finally setting down his utensils. That night, Su-yun and young Dadu shared a room, where Su-yun briefly taught young Dadu how to navigate the dosha platform, guiding him through the account registration process. Best to choose a name related to your streaming content. It should be straightforward and memorable, Su-yun advised. Young Dada nodded, then shook his head. Got it, but I still don't know what I should stream. That's not urgent. Tomorrow we'll explore, and you must leverage your strengths. All right, I'll take you into Ran Mountain tomorrow. That's where the real fun is. Yes, let us get some rest. The next morning, the two awoke to Yang's grandmother's calls, realizing it was only a little past 5 o'clock. So early. Grandma, Can we sleep a bit longer? Young Data replied groggily. Young people nowadays really can't wake up early in the morning and have trouble sleeping at night, his grandmother murmured before leaving them be. At 7 o'clock, she called them again for breakfast. Su Yun and Young Data sluggishly got out of bed. After finishing breakfast, the sky began to brighten. Unbeknownst to them, a gentle rain had fallen overnight. And now, fine droplets still drifted down, refreshing their faces without discomfort, perfectly complementing the distant mountains, truly embodying the phrase, the azure sky awaiting the misty rain. Yang's grandmother thoughtfully retrieved 2 long-preserved, yet well-kept coats for them to wear. Although they appeared slightly bulky, they provided warmth that Su Yun didn't mind his appearance and donned the coat without hesitation. He urged Yang Dedu to prepare, and the two set out with their equipment and a box of cards. Yang's grandmother offered a series of reminders, and only after promising to return for dinner did they finally step outside. As they ventured onto the muddy mountain path, Yang Data glanced at the mist-shrouded Ran Mountain, asking, Su Yun, how will you live stream here? Aren't you a flying card streamer? Su Yun also looked up at Ran Mountain, feeling the grandeur of the landscape as they approached its base. Viewers, having spent so long in concrete jungles, yearn for life in the mountains. This will be a tremendous advantage for our live stream. Chapter 46. The breakthrough opportunity finally appears. On their way into the mountains, Yang Datu encountered many familiar faces. Each elder bore the marks of time, yet radiated vitality, likely on their way to gather firewood. Yang Datu, having grown up under their watchful eyes, greeted each with great respect as Su Yun remained silent. Merely smiling and nodding in acknowledgement, the two walked for over an hour along the mountainous path, barely reaching a corner of the burning mountain. In terms of elevation, they were still at the foot of the mountain. Yang Data panted heavily and said, Oh dear, I haven't exercised in ages. I need to take a break. Su Yun shot him a glance, exasperated, and remarked, You call yourself a child of the mountains, yet you can't handle a mere few steps. I find it quite baffling that you aren't even out of breath or flushed. It's as if you exercise regularly, he replied. Isn't playing cards every day considered exercise? Su Yun retorted, Come on. That's just keeping your wrist nimble. It has nothing to do with leg strength. Su Yun shook her head, chuckling softly, and continued onward. Yet, a ripple of realization stirred within her. Had Yang Data not mentioned it, she might not have noticed that her endurance and physical fitness, essentially her overall health, seemed to have improved imperceptibly. After walking for so long, she felt only a slight fatigue, which was quite impressive compared to Yang Datu. It appears that the extraordinary states experienced twice have subtly activated some potential within my body. The suboptimal health I once had seems to have vanished completely. It seems that this time in the mountains, my physical condition must keep pace as well, striving for a breakthrough in my realm. Su Yun mused inwardly. Yang Datu, trailing behind, finally caught up with his weary body. Soon, a road appeared before them, marked by a sign that read, Important Water Resource Reserve of Rongqing. Burning Mountain Reservoir. Su Yun inquired of Yang Datu, Is there a reservoir here? After taking a few deep breaths, Yang Data replied, You don't know about the renowned Burning Mountain Reservoir. Half of Rongqing's tap water comes from here. Let's go take a look, Su Yun suggested. After walking for a considerable distance, they finally arrived at the Burning Mountain Reservoir. The reservoir was constructed in a massive basin within the burning mountain. Due to years of accumulated water, coupled with mountain springs and hidden rivers, a vast lake had formed. Many years ago, Rongqing built a hydraulic project here, gradually giving rise to the current Burning Mountain Reservoir. Besides the main expansive lake, numerous tributaries meandered nearby, some looking no less than small lakes in their own right. Fishermen could be seen scattered along these tributaries. Suddenly, Su Yun smacked her thigh and exclaimed, Right, Datu, do you know how to fish? Yang Data pondered for a moment and replied, Of course. Are you interested in some fish? But I didn't bring a fishing rod. Su Yun pointed at an old man fishing. What I mean is, you could live stream your fishing. It's a fulfilling endeavor and is sure to attract attention. At her suggestion, Yang Data's eyes lit up. You're right. I can fish, but with so many fishing streamers out there, how can I stand out? Considering the situation in this parallel world, Su Yun thought for a moment and said, Currently, there aren't any particularly famous fishing streamers. This is an opportunity. Don't worry about the details. Just get started. That's true. I'll go learn from those fishermen. You can directly stream from the mountain. All right. Sounds good. Call me if anything comes up. Inspired, Yang Data hurried off towards a larger tributary, eager to learn from the nearby fishermen. Delighted to see young Data solving his streaming dilemma, Soo-yoon seized the opportunity to focus on her own training. After agreeing on a time and place to meet, she ventured deeper into the mountains. After walking a considerable distance, approximately halfway up the mountain, Soo-yoon selected a secluded grove and set up her streaming equipment. The streamer has started broadcasting. Hurry to the scene to watch. Once the platform disseminated the news of Soo-yoon's stream, an influx of viewers quickly filled the live room. This time, Soo-yoon had learned how to change the live room's cover, featuring a picturesque scene from the nearby forest. Unsurprisingly, while most streams were set indoors, her outdoor photos served as an excellent draw. Before long, over 1,000 viewers had joined her live stream, and the numbers continued to rise as Soo-yoon embarked on a busy day. Yet, the change of environment, especially being in the mountains, filled her with novelty, prompting her to eagerly begin her card-throwing practice. However, to her surprise, her first throw of the day veered off course. Assuming the mountain winds were to blame for the deviation in accuracy, she decided to use the tailwind technique. With a slight flick of her wrist, she executed the essence of the shaky gun technique from a drama. Whoosh! The playing card transformed into a silver streak, shooting forth with the speed of an arrow as it left her hand, spinning rapidly with a fierce energy surrounding it. However, in the next moment, the launched card suddenly wobbled in midair, its speed slightly affected. Subsequently, the card vibrated at an imperceptible frequency before veering even further off course. What is happening? The viewers in the live room couldn't quite discern the details, but Soo-yoon saw it clearly. The card she had thrown using the tailwind technique had been forcibly altered in direction twice. While airborne, she quickly attempted a few more throws, although the accuracy varied. All of them missed the pine tree trunk she aimed for. Oh, I see. After a moment of contemplation, Soo-yoon suddenly grasped the issue at hand. To verify her hypothesis, she chose a moment when the mountain winds were particularly strong to throw a card. Sure enough, the result mirrored her previous throw. Then, she selected a time when there was no mountain wind, and this time the outcome was far more stable. So that's it. Soo-yoon's verification confirmed that the root of the issue lay with the mountain winds and the density of the forest. She realized that when the mountain winds swept into the forest, they did not flow in a single direction as they would on a small slope, but rather split into two streams due to the immovable trees. It was akin to blocking a faucet with a finger. The water would divide into two streams. The airflow behaved similarly to as the mountain winds coursed through the forest. They were repeatedly divided, creating countless erratic air currents. These currents collided with one another and were redirected by other tree trunks, which was why her throws using the tailwind technique were subject to multiple forced directional changes. Given that the cards were too lightweight, even at high speed, they could not withstand the complexity of these air currents. But how could this situation be avoided? Soo-yoon momentarily found herself without answers. Nonetheless, she diligently continued her exploration for solutions, hoping to break through her bottleneck during this outdoor trial. As time passed, soon it was time to meet young Dadu as agreed. I'll stop the broadcast for now. I'll continue in the afternoon. Soo-yoon concluded her stream and met with young Dadu. They found a nearby farmhouse for lunch. During the meal, young Dadu shared insights he had gleaned from observing others fish. Soo-yoon, let me tell you, this morning an old man caught a fish weighing over 20 pounds. It nearly dragged him into the water along with his rod. Over 20 pounds. That's enormous. Soo-yoon became intrigued. Yes, the fish moved through the water like a boat riding the waves, splashing up over a meter high. Hearing this, Soo-yoon paused as if grasping a fleeting insight. What did you say? Riding the waves. Chapter 47. Second Realm. Young Dada was startled by Soo-yoon's sudden exclamation, causing him to fumble with his chopsticks. Riding the waves. What is up? Indeed. Riding the waves. Like a sudden revelation, Soo-yoon finally discovered a solution for her card throws against the wind. Her tailwind technique merely harnessed the wind's force to accelerate the card's trajectory. Suitable for stable conditions. However, when confronted with complex air currents, it not only failed to assist, but hindered her throws. Yet, breaking the waves, with sufficient force and explosive power, one could overcome any wind and waves. In fact, all winds and waves would transform into mere water splashes, generating even greater lethality. Eat up. I need to get back to streaming soon. Soo-yoon urged young Dadu, eager to experiment with the method she had just realized. Although young Dada felt somewhat perplexed, he refrained from questioning further. Halfway through their meal, a kind old man brought a plate of poached fish slices to their table. Yes, they puzzled over this. Young Dada recognized the old man as the one who had caught the big fish earlier. Pointing at the poached fish, young Dadu inquired, Sir, What's this? The old man chuckled and waved his hand jokingly. Thanks to the young lad for helping me hold the rod earlier. Otherwise, who knows who would end up eating whom? Ha! The old man, though down to earth, possessed a delightful sense of humor, and young Dada found him quite agreeable. It was later revealed that this old man was actually the owner of the farmhouse, surnamed Deng. Thus, not only did old man Deng offer them a discount, but he also promised to teach young Dadu how to fish in the afternoon. Everyone was quite pleased, and upon learning that young Datu lived nearby in Gatsiko, old man Deng became even more welcoming. Young Datu, adept at socializing, quickly seized the opportunity to share a few drinks with him. As the liquor warmed their spirits, the bond between the old and young deepened, and before long, they were on friendly terms. Young Dadu raised his cup and declared, "It's truly a stroke of luck to meet you today, old man Deng. It's rare to find such camaraderie. Let me toast to you once more." Deng Day waved his hand, saying, "Hey, why call me Day? That feels too formal that we are fated to meet. If you don't mind, let us become friends across generations. Just call me Big Brother, and I shall pass on the art of fishing to you." Su Yun discerned the underlying meaning and immediately signaled Yang Datu with a glance, urging him to seize the moment and become a disciple. Yang Datu, feigning drunkenness, exchanged knowing looks with Su Yun before breaking into a smile. "All right, I suppose I shall take you as my master. After all, you are my elder." Deng Day laughed heartily, thumping the table and gesturing toward the wine cup before him. "Then you better raise a toast to your master." Yang Dada hurriedly rose and bowed deeply. "Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." Deng Day shook his head, his face aglow, and downed the wine Yang Dada offered in one gulp. Success. Yang Dada felt a surge of joy, but then worried that the old man might regret this decision once sober. To his surprise, Deng Day, whose drunken haze had lifted, fixed a profound gaze on Su Yun and Yang Datu, then rose gracefully, swishing his sleeves, clapped the stool, and laughed heartily as he departed. The fluidity of his movements belied any signs of drunkenness. After Deng Day left, Su Yun and Yang Datu exchanged glances. Yang Dada broke the silence first, cautiously leaning closer to Su Yun's ear. "Su Yun, I can't shake off the feeling that I've boarded a pirate ship." Su Yun nodded, chuckling. "Indeed, an old ginger is spicier. This old man was clearly looking to take you as his disciple, and you walked right into his trap." Yang Dadu recalled Deng Day's knowing look directed at him, filled with a sense of accomplishment, and shivered involuntarily. "It has settled then. I've become Deng Taigong's willing bait." Su Yun quickly took a few bites of food and announced her intention to start a live stream, advising Yang Dada to take care of himself. "Su Yun, don't go. I'm starting to feel like this old man is becoming less and less like a proper elder," he exclaimed as Su Yun shot him an exasperated glance. "That's not my concern. You chose to take the bait. Do you think I might end up in trouble? Perhaps I should join you in the mountains for the live stream. You should focus on learning to fish from your master. Wouldn't it be delightful to become a fishing expert?" With that, Su Yun swiftly departed from the farmhouse, leaving Yang Datu shivering alone in the wind. Su Yun made her way to the mountains, returning to the familiar spot she had streamed from earlier that morning. Skillfully setting up her equipment, she immersed herself in practice once more. She began by testing her explosive power. Thud. At close range, the playing card was deflected by the tree trunk. After all, tree trunks are not like softwood stakes. Embedding a regular card into them is exceedingly challenging. Su Yun approached to inspect the situation, finding only a mark resembling a carved line. The bark of the pine tree is indeed much tougher than softwood. The area Su Yun was streaming from was filled with towering pine trees, which contained a high amount of pine oil. These trees, dense and resilient, would take considerable effort to fell even with a cleaver. For a playing card to leave such a mark, Su Yun deemed it quite impressive. Yet not her limit. She continued experimenting with various angles of force. There was some progress, but not enough to achieve the breakthrough she desired. Hence, both Su Yun and Yang Datu embarked on their respective rigorous training. Su Yun focused daily on mastering the technique of breaking the waves, while Yang Datu, with his more extensive fishing knowledge, followed Su Yun's advice and changed his online name to Fishing Expert. Yang Datu, initially resistant, thinking it too vulgar, he could not resist how memorable it was. After adopting this ID, Yang Datu streamed his daily learning sessions with his master, quickly amassing 600 followers within a week, much faster than Su Yun did initially. Moreover, the viewers in his stream were generous, rewarding him whenever he caught a fish, allowing Yang Datu to taste success almost immediately. Consequently, he became even more diligent in honing his fishing and streaming skills. What was young Data learning daily? Suyun's first reaction upon hearing it was a resounding wow. It turned out that on the first day, Deng Day instructed young Data to chat with every angler on the tributary for at least 3 minutes each. The next day, he was tasked with helping fellow fishermen catch fish, mix bait, carry buckets, untangle lines, and distribute cigarettes. Each day brought different tasks, but young Data was never allowed to touch a fishing rod. However, it was not without rewards. Aside from the visible increase in followers, he also learned how to select fishing spots, bait, rods, and distinguish between various fish species. Suyun felt a sense of satisfaction witnessing young Data's progress. Meanwhile, on the 5th day of his own rigorous training, Suyun finally broke through the subtle restrictions and touched upon the second realm, as if an extension of the body. On this day, the sky drizzled lightly, as usual. Suyun ventured deeper into the mountains. It has been 5 days, and I feel so close to a breakthrough. The second realm is within reach, yet I keep falling short. As if something is missing. Is it that without entering the extraordinary state, I am doomed to fail? But if I rely solely on the extraordinary, I may end up at a disadvantage. Ultimately, everything must rest in my own hands. Today, I must succeed. Otherwise, I want to descend the mountain. Suyun silently resolved. The more he thought about it, the quicker his steps became, after days of climbing. He noticed his movements felt lighter. Upon reaching a familiar spot, Suyun couldn't help but reflect. A strange place becomes familiar after a few visits. People are the same. He adeptly set up his streaming equipment and initiated the broadcast. So early today. Host. Is it once again in the deep mountains? Quite nice. The program has been improving each day. I wonder when the host will introduce special effects, keeping us all in suspense. When will you start selling goods? Host. Perhaps some props or tutorials for special effects? Perhaps due to the early hour, the live stream had fewer viewers, but those present were highly engaged, likely because the host hadn't introduced any special effects recently. Suyun paid no mind and began his practice. Not long after, with a whoosh, a playing card slipped from his fingers, only to descend in the gentle rain. The raindrops striking the card and moistening it applied just enough weight to influence its fall. However slight, Suyun adjusted the angle of his throw slightly upwards, attempting to create an ascending arc for the card. Yet even if it soared higher, could it surpass the raindrops? Soon enough, it floated downwards. Instead of hastily throwing another card, Suyun chose to lie back and feel the rain's descent. Cold raindrops pattered against the pine needles above. Some droplets found their way through tiny gaps and landed on Suyun's cheeks. Washing his face with rainwater, Suyun felt a refreshing clarity enveloping him, as if the mountains and the world were cleansed by the rain. Buzz, suddenly, Suyun seized a fleeting opportunity, the source of which eluded him. But he instinctively felt that if he threw a card now, it would be unstoppable. Without hesitation, Suyun executed the familiar card-handling motion, as if drawing a bow, fluidly and effortlessly as he grasped the card. His senses heightened dramatically. The card felt like an extension of his own flesh, almost as if it were one of his fingers, connected to him by a lifeblood. He sensed the card's value, as if it were etched in his mind. Then, with a tremor, the playing card shot forth, whoosh. The sound of the card slicing through the air resonated like the call of a mountain spirit, cleaving through the rain-soaked landscape, relentless in its trajectory. Everything around him felt under his command. Although the card had been launched, he could strangely perceive the coolness of the raindrops landing on it, and the subtle vibrations as it flew through the air. All relayed back to his senses. It felt as though he was not just throwing a card, but rather a part of himself, breaking the waves, as if an extension of the body. In that instant, Suyun, or rather, a single finger of his, pierced through the sudden and opportune moment, breaking the restrictions. He felt the sensory awakening brought forth by the second realm, as if an extension of the body. The technique of breaking the waves served as a key, naturally surging forth, crashing through the door to the second realm. The rapidly vibrating card continued its flight, shedding countless raindrops, slicing through the air with unstoppable force. That moment, it stood alone in its brilliance. The entire pine forest and the pouring rain seemed to dim in its presence, all eyes drawn to its trajectory. If it were a sword, it would undoubtedly sing with a fierce resonance. Echoing throughout the mountains, in the next moment, the flying card struck its target. With a whoosh, it swiftly grazed the pine tree trunk, veering off course and disappearing into the woods. Did I succeed? Suyun fixated on the pine tree trunk about 8 or 9 meters away. Yet it remained silent, devoid of any marks left by his technique, causing a flicker of tension in his heart. Just as he prepared to approach for a closer inspection, the trunk suddenly split open with a loud bang. Resembling a chestnut bursting from the heat, revealing a deep and long gash. Subsequently, streams of brown tree oil began to ooze from the wound. The power of the card was akin to that of a knife or axe, cleaving a wound into the pine tree. Meanwhile, during Su Yun's practice with the cards, the audience in the live stream had swelled to over 3,000 viewers. Initially, everyone was engaging in their usual banter and idle chatter, when suddenly they beheld Su Yun, seemingly in a trance, clutching playing cards and standing motionless in the rain. Witnessing this spectacle, the barrage of comments significantly dwindled, for those familiar with the streamer understood that he was poised to unleash a remarkable effect. Curiosity swept through the audience as they gathered to watch. As anticipated, the next scene left the viewers utterly astounded, rendering them momentarily speechless, as if they had forgotten to voice their thoughts. After a brief pause, when the pine tree oozed its sap, one viewer finally regained composure, exclaiming in astonishment, "Streamer, the difficulty of these effects is escalating." Another chimed in, "That was impressive. It was like a martial arts master striking with a leaf. Effortlessly powerful, engaging in a fierce battle atop a mountain amidst torrential rain. If you could switch the target to a person next time, it would make for a blockbuster." 6666. And that aura from earlier was inexplicably special. Indescribable. It felt as if the mountains belonged to him. That force seemed capable of cleaving the very earth, resembling a true martial arts master. This really showcased the streamer's prowess. The effects are becoming increasingly stunning. The comments surged like a tide, all captivated by Su Yun's recent display. Regrettably, none took it seriously. However, considering the context, it was understandable. There have been instances where a sword kick at the Great Wall was dismissed as mere effects, let alone Su Yun's flamboyant display. That if one could not witness it firsthand, discerning its authenticity was indeed challenging. Meanwhile, new viewers were equally astonished, drawn in by the recent spectacle, promptly following Su Yun. What kind of streamer is this? That move was incredible, cutting a pine tree with playing cards. My worldview has been shattered. Huh, are you a new fan? The veterans know it's just effects. They care not for how the cards fly, only whether the effects are impressive. This was top-notch. I hope the streamer switches the pine tree for a person next time. That would be excessive. Yes, I'm a new fan, but why does it feel so real? You wouldn't understand if the special effects in a drama are of a low standard. Our Perseverance Brothers effects are worth more than $2.50, of course, complemented by props. Streamer, please upgrade the effects next time. Showcase a card slicing through a person. On the other side, Su Yun remained oblivious to the barrage of comments in the live stream, his gaze fixated on the wound of the pine tree. At that moment, he realized he had succeeded. Through the technique of wave breaking, he had breached the second realm, and the gateway to mastery had opened before him. All that remained was to step through, and everything would seamlessly fall into place. Unable to contain his elation, Su Yun approached to inspect the condition of the pine tree. The cut was nearly 2 centimeters deep. While it might seem modest, this was achieved with a playing card against a pine tree. If it were flesh, he could easily envision the terrifying sight of flesh splitting apart. It was akin to being struck by a knife or axe, and even more severe. I must quickly grasp the inspiration I just had. Su Yun snapped back to reality, hastily returning to his previous position. Reflecting on the sensation from earlier, he attempted to replicate the wave-breaking technique by launching another playing card. Unfortunately, this time it ended in failure. No, that wasn't the feeling from before. Su Yun shook his head and continued to experiment. Once again, it resulted in failure. What is going wrong? Is there something I'm overlooking? Thus, Su Yun began to tirelessly imitate that fleeting moment of success. Yet, this remarkable skill seemed increasingly elusive. Eventually, he even reverted to the initial scene of tilting his head in the rain. But still, he did not succeed. Undeterred, he firmly believed that his previous triumph was not a mere fluke. He must have overlooked something essential. Thus, he persistently attempted the wave-breaking technique, striving to unlock the door to the second realm. The rain showed no signs of letting up. Rather, it intensified, mirroring Su Yun's fervent spirit. He was lost in the repetition of launching cards, forgetting the passage of time, oblivious to the downpour. Even the viewers in the live stream were fervently cheering for Perseverance Brother. After all, streaming in the rain, so utterly engrossed, despite the occasional pre-recorded effects, the audience could still discern the streamer's dedication, the authenticity of the outdoor setting, coupled with the sporadic stunning displays of card throwing. stirred the viewer's emotions, leading to an increase in gifts sent their way. It was not until the phone rang that Soo-yun was pulled back from his near-manic state. Answering the call, he heard young Data's voice. "Soo-yun, why aren't you back in this heavy rain? Don't you check the weather before streaming?" Clearly, young Datu was somewhat reprimanding Soo-yun for his excessive dedication. More concerned for his health, the rain was intensifying, now the size of small beans, stinging as it struck his face. "Don't worry about me. I'm taking shelter from the rain." Soo-yun reassured young Data to alleviate his concern. "All right then, once the rain lightens up, head back to my master's farmhouse. It seems the rain will last until tomorrow. That will stay there for the night." "Okay." After hanging up, Soo-yun sought refuge in a dense grove of pine trees. Fortuitously discovering a low depression with a protruding rock, that he settled into the depression, the rock shielding him from the downpour. From his backpack, he retrieved some bread and milk for a simple meal. Soo-yun had resolved before ascending the mountain that he would not descend until he had achieved a breakthrough today. He had determinedly prepared some food beforehand, as descending and ascending the mountain consumed 3 to 4 hours, which he deemed a waste of time. Could it be that my strong resolve is what allowed me to momentarily attain such mastery? Leaning against the inner wall of the rock, Soo-yun's emotions settled, only to suddenly feel a chill enveloping him. It was then he realized he was completely soaked. Only the lining of his rain jacket remained dry, while his base shirt was drenched from the rainwater trickling down his neck. Soo-yun decided to remove the wet clothing, donning only the rain jacket. In this manner, he waited in the depression for over an hour, until the rain finally began to lessen. "No, I must continue to practice." Chapter 49. Returning to the mortal realm with the second realm in tow, Soo-yun gazed skyward. Perceiving the rain not as an adversary, but rather as an excellent opportunity for training, he had never practiced in such a tempestuous atmosphere, and perhaps his recent breakthrough was a result of this timely downpour. Since it was a trial, enduring the hardships was essential for progress. Soo-yun's mindset remained remarkably optimistic. He stepped back into the rain. With each footfall, the soft pine needles beneath his feet released a splash of water, enveloping his soles. The soft needles, the howling wind through the trees, the gentle patter of rain, and the rustling leaves created a symphony of nature. Soo-yun transformed into a gust of wind within the forest, a droplet of rain cascading from the heavens, a steadfast pine swaying to the rhythm of the storm, or even a leaf steeped in rain and earth. Soo-yun aimed to immerse himself in the entirety of nature, desiring for nature to envelop him in return. For mastery, is it not akin to nature itself, merging oneself with the cards? Gradually, Soo-yun began to perceive the precise location of each raindrop that landed upon him. Sometimes it would strike his ear, at other times it would rest upon the third eyelash of his right eye, or even a single fine hair on his finger. He could not discern if this was an illusion or mere imagination. But in that moment, he felt akin to a soaring seabird, breaking free from the constraints of the waves, ready to ascend into the vast sky. That he navigated the realm between heaven and earth. Soaring amidst the storm, unbeknownst to him, Soo-yun had once again stepped into the second realm, mastery. In this moment, he could distinctly sense every subtle change throughout his being. A gust of wind tousled a few strands of hair. A droplet of rain refreshed several pores, and he was acutely aware of it all. This included the playing card in his hand. Whoosh! Soo-yun's heart, like still water, suddenly rippled with energy, and with a flick of his wrist, 3 playing cards soared from his hand. The wind and rain danced around him, the cards slicing through the air, once more cleaving the pine tree. Consequently, without exception, all 3 cards struck true, severing the pine tree. Mastery. Soo-yun marveled internally. Quickly regaining his composure, he did not wish to let this realization slip away. He launched several more playing cards, each finding its mark. Before long, the distant pine tree was riddled with wounds, its sap oozing out, only to be washed away by the rain. At this juncture, Soo-yun no longer needed to consciously gauge the wind direction. He could intuitively sense it through the subtle movements of the fine hairs on his hand. This is the true essence of mastery. Merging the cards with oneself, every inch of sensation and muscle in the arm fully engaged, the cards becoming an extension of oneself, akin to a skilled butcher carving meat. Soo-yun's heart brimmed with joy as he immersed himself completely in the pine grove. He reveled in the caress of the wind, the whispers of the leaves, the solidity of the trees, and the exhilaration of the soaring cards. Though excitement coursed through him, Soo-yun remained vigilant, for earlier that day, he had briefly ascended to the second realm before plummeting back down. The streamer is working so hard. Perhaps you should take a break. Streaming in the rain for so long might harm your health. Today's live stream has been phenomenal. that Pine Tree has been utterly transformed by the main act. Viewers, please be cautious. Watch out for potential bans. Even the props seem exhausted, yet the streamer shows no signs of fatigue. Today's effects are truly the strongest, and they feel so authentic, unlike those other streamers whose effects appear excessively fabricated. Vanishing entire buildings along the way. How extravagant. Indeed, I still prefer watching Perseverance Brothers' effects. They are refreshingly genuine. As it is now, broadcasting live amidst the torrential rain. This is indeed reality, with intermittent bursts of special effects that enhance the contrast to the fullest, creating a down-to-earth atmosphere. Just as mentioned in the live stream, Suyun took a moment to rest before practicing again, alternating between fatigue and respite. Time flew by so swiftly that he lost track of how long had passed. But eventually, Suyun firmly established his realm, mastering that sensation and confirming his complete grounding in the second realm, as deft and precise as the name implies. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened. Only when he had exhausted his deck of cards did Suyun awaken to the reality. Is that all? He mused, making his way to the shallow ditch where he had placed his backpack. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the rainwater had filled the ditch, submerging his backpack within it, by the faint light. Suyun discovered that the playing cards remained dry, but he was left with only a single box from the once full backpack of cards. I was so immersed that I didn't even notice my phone had died. The live stream was abruptly interrupted. He glanced at the dimming sky and his phone, which had inexplicably lost power. After charging it briefly with a power bank, he turned it on to find numerous fan messages in the live stream's back end, mostly inquiring why the broadcast had suddenly gone dark. Some were even concerned about Suyun's well-being, asking if he had fallen ill from the rain or needed medical assistance. The warmth spread through Suyun, despite their incessant complaints about his stream being subpar. Their hearts were genuine, revealing true feelings in times of hardship. That he replied to a few messages, but soon his phone shut down again, likely due to the power bank being waterlogged, with no other option. Suyun tucked away his lifeless phone and prepared to descend the mountain. It must be getting late. I have essentially stabilized my mastery of the realm and should return. Resolute, Suyun decided to rise and head back. He feared for his health, and with his phone dead, any mishap in the mountains would leave him helpless. Just then, the rain ceased. Through the sparse canopy, Suyun beheld the moon, freshly cleansed from the storm. Finally, the clouds have parted to reveal the bright moon. Suyun's words held a double meaning, referring both to the weather and to his recent breakthrough in skill. Feeling a sense of relief, he removed his drenched clothing for a quick drying. He wrung out his rain-soaked garments and poured the water from his shoes. Though icy, it was a necessity. Suyun hoisted his backpack and stepped toward the edge of the pine forest, yearning for a warm shower and a restful sleep. Having been in a state of intense concentration to grasp the sensation of mastery, he now felt the full extent of his body's aches, particularly in his arms, which felt as though they might break. This, perhaps, was the after-effect of his newfound skill. After all, the immense strain of fully engaging his arm's sensory capabilities was considerable. In other words, Suyun's physical condition still required improvement. Although he excelled in ranged attacks, he remained feeble in close combat, unable to match the demands of his own abilities. After a day of rain, I still have some energy. It seems my immunity has improved significantly. However, if given the chance in the future, I should explore techniques for physical enhancement. Elated by his breakthrough, Suyun ambled through the dimly lit pine forest, eagerly anticipating future training in other skills. Lost in thought, he did not realize how long he had walked until an unsettling feeling began to creep in. What is going on? This pine forest should have been traversed in 10 minutes. After nearly 20 minutes, he still had not encountered the asphalt road leading to the reservoir, but a sense of foreboding filled his heart. The darkness was overwhelming, and he felt adrift in the woods. He attempted to retrace his steps back to the familiar part of the forest, but realized that, having wandered to avoid the rain, he had lost his point of origin. This is bad. Gazing at the increasingly murky night, Suyun felt both hunger and fatigue, drenched to the bone. Most others would have succumbed by now. Most concerning was his dead phone. Gritting his teeth, Suyun pressed on, but every part of the mountain seemed indistinguishable from the last. Nevertheless, he had to find that asphalt road. This is a disaster if I get drenched again and can't find a way out. My body won't hold up. After a while, Suyun noticed that the forest was becoming denser. Suddenly, he spotted a flicker of light not far ahead, which invigorated him. If he could find someone, he could inquire about the way out or, at the very least, charge his phone to contact Yang Datu. With renewed determination, Suyun trudged toward the light, his weary body pushing through the fatigue. As he drew closer, he could faintly discern voices amidst the dimness. Peering closely, he could make out several figures moving in the beam of a flashlight. They seemed oblivious to the water pooling in the forest, crouching low and scanning their surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Something's amiss. Soo-yoon immediately became alert. Slowing his steps, he remained at least several dozen meters away, and they had not yet noticed him. Could they be poaching at night? The rain had ceased, and the night was eerily quiet. He could vaguely hear their murmurs on the wind. But he was not certain that in the distance, he spotted what appeared to be a stout man, his face full of roughness, urging, "Well, did you find anything?" Then, a deep, gravelly voice weakly replied, "Stop flapping your gums and help out. Keep an eye out." Soo-yoon caught snippets of their conversation, and, while he couldn't discern their precise intentions, his instincts warned him that this group of individuals in the dead of night was likely up to no good. Are they perhaps trying to dispose of a body? This thought sent shivers down his spine. He decided it was best not to interfere to avoid attracting trouble, so he began to retreat slowly and discreetly. Crack! The sudden snap of a brittle branch beneath his feet made Soo-yoon's heart leap into his throat. Damn it! Cursing under his breath, he hastened his departure from the area. What was that noise? Simultaneously, the stout man turned his wary gaze toward the direction from which Soo-yoon had retreated. It just rained. The mountain wind must have broken the branch, a shorter individual muttered quietly. No. Xiao-san, you go check over there. Boss, is that really necessary? We've been lying low for nearly 2 weeks waiting for this heavy rain, and you're being overly suspicious. The shorter man clearly bore some resentment. Stop whining. Yuri, quick on your feet. Go check it out. Fine, fine. You're the boss. I'll do as you say. The individual named Xiao-san muttered something under his breath before rising to leave. Xiao-san had barely taken a few steps when the stout boss hissed, "Sanzi, take your gear with you. If it turns out to be a person, leave no witnesses." Xiao-san waved his knife, replying, "Boss, do you really think it's a person?" The stout man shot him a fierce glare, causing Xiao-san to lower his head sullenly and slip into the shadows. Not everyone could engage in this line of work. For instance, Xiao-san was a nimble, clever little thief. In the world of tomb raiding, little thieves typically referred to those who were quick and small. Responsible for digging tunnels, Xiao-san's resentment was not without cause. He was annoyed that today was supposed to be his turn to dig, yet 2 tall individuals had forcibly taken over his position. Not only would he receive a much smaller share, but he also wasted a considerable amount of time digging a massive hole for the 2 burly men to enter. I really can't fathom what the boss was thinking. Those 2 foreigners don't know a damn thing. They were utterly unprofessional. Xiao-san grumbled as he continued on, but he did not halt his pace. His vision in the dark was quite remarkable. After all, he had spent years working at night and had long since adapted to low-light conditions. Before he knew it, following the stout boss's directions, Xiao-san had ventured quite far. He had never considered that someone might appear in the depths of the mountains after such a torrential downpour. Hence, his only goal was to find a fallen tree trunk to return and report back. Squish! Suddenly, he felt the ground give way beneath him. Xiao-san looked down, his heart tightening. Fresh footprints. He hurriedly moved forward to inspect the area and discovered a series of peculiar footprints scattered along the path. Shallow and clearly made by someone trying to conceal their traces. Instantly, Xiao-san's vigilance heightened, and a sense of foreboding washed over him. The boss said that after a heavy rain, the forest floor is covered with needle-like pine leaves, and the sound of rain effectively muffles all other noises. However, this also posed a question regarding the footprints. Due to the rain-soaked pine needles, they would not bounce back immediately, meaning a heavy object had left an impression that would take time to recover and obscure the mark. The current footprints indicated that someone had recently been here and had not left long ago. Xiao-san, wary, quickly used his walkie-talkie to inform the stout boss of his findings. Upon hearing this, the boss's expression darkened, and he hissed in a low voice, "What? I knew something was off." At that moment, Xiao-san understood why the stout man was in charge. Had it been him, he would have likely found himself in a precarious situation by now. Xiao-san's eye, with a tone of contrition, murmured, "Brother, I was wrong. You are indeed brilliant. What should we do now? I believe he hasn't gone far. Stop flattering me. Go and apprehend that person immediately, regardless of the circumstances. He must have seen something he shouldn't have." "Understood, brother. But what if a conflict arises?" The stout brother retorted with irritation. "Did you not bring your weapon when you left? Show no mercy to him. If you can subdue him, do so that we will deal with him after we finish our business." "All right, brother, await my good news." With that, Xiao Sanzai hastily set off, his short legs following the footprints. Meanwhile, Su Yun pressed on without pause. His heart a tempest of conflicting emotions. He had never encountered such a situation before. No, the previous incident with the robbers didn't count. In that case, he was near a familiar shopping mall, surrounded by numerous onlookers. But this time was utterly different. He was deep in the mountains, utterly isolated. If he were indeed confronted by a villain, he could easily be silenced and buried without a soul to witness. The thought filled him with dread. The more he pondered, the more suffocating his thoughts became. Why do I keep finding myself in such predicaments? Is it because, after entering an extraordinary state, my luck has defaulted to a lower value? Lost in his thoughts, his feet continued to carry him forward. Just as he was pondering how to find a way out, he suddenly heard the sound of footsteps splashing through the water behind him. It was the sound of boots sinking into the soft leaves. Someone is coming, chasing me in the dead of night. They can't be anything but trouble. With his heart racing, Su Yun had no choice but to flee, his instincts urging him onward. Not far from him, in a thicket of pines, Xiao Sanzai caught sight of a shadow moving within the trees. Before he could make a decision, the figure suddenly accelerated, catching him off guard. Hey, is this guy a monkey? Why so nimble? Xiao Sanzai muttered, not daring to linger, quickly following suit. Despite his short legs, he exhibited remarkable agility. Having grown accustomed to darting through the woods. In contrast, Su Yun found himself in a more precarious situation. In the dimness of night, aided only by the faint moonlight, visibility was poor. A sudden sprint could lead him to collide with a tree trunk. Though Su Yun's physique had improved recently, the challenging environment posed significant difficulties. He felt a surge of energy, yet found it hard to channel effectively. Frustration welled up within him, cursing his misfortune. What a strange turn of events. Why must I encounter everything? Surely, my extraordinary state couldn't have drained my luck. Even as he voiced these thoughts, the increasingly close footsteps behind him compelled him to clench his teeth and quicken his pace. Suddenly, Su Yun burst through the pines, and before him lay an open expanse. Finally, an escape. With a surge of energy, he prepared to dash forward. However, after just a few steps, he abruptly crouched down and skidded to a halt. What lay ahead was not a wide, clear path, but rather the edge of a cliff overlooking a reservoir. A fall could lead to being smashed on the rocks below or drowned in the depths. Su Yun plopped down onto the ground, barely managing to catch his breath, grateful for his narrow escape. Yet, from behind came a chilling, sinister laughter. Kid, running away, why have you stopped? Su Yun quickly turned around, spotting a short figure concealed in the shadows beneath the trees. The moonlight obscured by the canopy. Judging by the voice, it appeared to be a middle-aged man. With wariness, Su Yun scrutinized every movement of the figure, slowly speaking, "Why do you pursue me? We are both poachers. There's no need for this." His words served a dual purpose, testing the man's disposition while hoping for a stroke of luck. Perhaps the man was also a poacher, and by revealing a shared vocation, he might lower his guard, allowing Su Yun a chance to escape. "Poacher, where's your hunting rifle?" Xiao Sanzai's question caught Su Yun off guard, and his tone shifted to one of aggression as he demanded, "Speak. What did you see earlier?" Chapter 51. What is mastery of one's limbs? The second realm unleashed. Su Yun found himself at a loss for words. It was evident that the man was engaged in illicit activities. Otherwise, there would be no need for such an elaborate pursuit. He knew he was in no position to argue. Any eloquence would be in vain against such villains. Strike first, or be struck. In a flash of insight, Su Yun realized that the man was likely waiting for his accomplices to arrive. If he allowed the situation to drag on, he would surely be in dire straits. Without hesitation, he made up his mind. Sitting sideways on the ground, he spoke to distract the man while discreetly slipping his hand into his pocket. Although he had no real weapon, he did possess a deck of playing cards. He would have to rely on his own skills in card throwing. As he prepared, he addressed the shadow beneath the trees. "If I said I saw nothing, would you believe me?" The figure remained silent, showing no signs of movement, clearly cautious and aware that Su Yun was stalling for time. Meanwhile, Su Yun assessed his surroundings. He was only about 10 meters away from the shadow, a bit farther than his usual practice distance. But it should still possess enough lethality, provided the man stood still as a target and allowed Su Yun to gather strength. If the man began to move quickly while Su Yun was in motion, his accuracy and power would be compromised. Yet, in reality, it was improbable that the man would remain still. "Are you silent because you wish to delay for your accomplices to arrive and subdue me?" Su Yun continued to engage in conversation. Searching for an opportunity, Suddenly, his eyes brightened as he spotted the asphalt road he had been desperately seeking, just beyond a low cliff to his right, merely 4 or 5 meters high. This could be his lifeline. With determination, he began to edge closer to the cliff, perhaps sensing Su Yun's subtle movements. The figure beneath the trees suddenly sprang into action, moving with remarkable swiftness, not like a hare, nor as fast as a leopard, but agile like a shadowy rat. The black figure darted towards Su Yun. In the moonlight, Su Yun caught a glint of cold steel in the man's hand. A weapon. Alarm surged within him, and without hesitation, he released the playing cards he had been charging. They shot forth like lightning, cleaving through the night. With the technique of, as if using one's limbs, the second realm was fully unleashed, though not yet flawless. It was a far cry from the initial fumblings of a novice. Su Yun had honed a deft skill in card throwing, the cards now possessing tremendous speed and power, far beyond before. Granting him a moment of relief. It seemed he had indeed mastered the nuances of the second realm. As the cards hurtled towards the figure, Su Yun could not discern if they struck their mark in the darkness. But he noticed the figure hesitated momentarily, clearly startled by the unexpected barrage. After all, anyone would be taken aback by an object thrown at them in the night. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. Su Yun sprang to his feet, racing away into the distance. Simultaneously, Xiao Sanzai felt a momentary blur before him, his body instinctively pausing, bewildered by what had just flown past, but the hesitation was fleeting. And he charged at Su Yun once more. Su Yun's heart raced as he saw the shadow drawing closer. Did I miss? Confident in his skills, he had believed the cards would slice through even thick wood. Surely, the man couldn't have escaped unscathed, unless he had indeed missed or lacked sufficient power. Frustration surged within Su Yun as he realized that his earlier throw had failed to injure the man. With the figure closing in, Su Yun was acutely aware of his own vulnerabilities. In close combat, he stood no chance. I must develop a close combat skill. I also need to enhance my physical fitness. My performance in hand-to-hand combat is abysmal. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Su Yun sprinted towards the low cliff, striving to create distance between them. As he ran, he felt the wind racing against him, prompting him to unleash another flurry of cards. Propelled by the gusts, now, under the mastery of the second realm, his speed in card selection and release had increased manifold, allowing him to launch multiple cards simultaneously. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of the playing cards slicing through the tranquil mountain air echoed ominously. Though they could not compare to the speed of bullets or the piercing power of crossbow bolts, their cutting ability far surpassed them. Meanwhile, Xiao Sanzai, startled by the strange sounds, was caught off guard. Feeling a sudden sting from the mountain wind against his skin. As he saw the distance between them widening, urgency surged within him. Where do you think you're running, kid? With a thunderous shout, Xiao Sanzai disregarded the biting mountain wind and hastened to position himself behind Su Yun, thrusting his dagger straight at Su Yun's spine. Although there remained a distance of 2 or 3 meters, Su Yun felt a chilling sensation creep across his back, accompanied by a cold sweat. None of these cards hit. What bad luck, Su Yun thought, filled with dread yet utterly speechless. How could he be so utterly incompetent during a live broadcast, only to falter at such a critical moment? Could it be that the target's movement significantly hampered his accuracy while he was in motion, resulting in such a dismal hit rate? All that practice wasted. If I ever get the chance to train again, I must practice on moving targets. Stationary shooting is only effective against tanks. With this thought, Su Yun took a decisive step forward and leaped over the low cliff without hesitation at the same time. He did not look back, casting 2 cards behind him, fully aware that he could not afford to concern himself with whether they would hit. As he was immediately met with a powerful sensation of falling, plummeting down the cliff, a drop of 4 to 5 meters, almost 2 stories high, especially with the abyss below cloaked in darkness. He could not discern whether it was grass or stone. Thus, Su Yun had no choice but to gamble on his fortune. Splash. Simultaneously, as Su Yun leapt, Xiao Sanzai was left grasping at thin air, only to feel the mountain wind chilling his neck, causing him to tumble onto the edge of the low cliff. Chapter 52. What a swift blade. As Xiao Sanzai rose again, he only caught a glimpse of Su Yun's silhouette plummeting down the cliff. But due to the dim surroundings, he could no longer discern his figure. Xiao Sanzai mused that this fellow was indeed formidable. As he prepared to step closer to the cliff's edge for a better look, he suddenly froze in place, frowning, hesitant to pursue, for he felt a slight chill on the back of his hand and neck. A subtle movement elicited a sharp sting. Looking down, he was alarmed to find several gashes in his clothing, as if they had been sliced open by scissors, fortunately without any injury to his skin. Raising his hand, He noticed that merely shifting it had caused a tiny laceration to appear on the back of his hand. Blood immediately oozing forth. Damn it, this kid is indeed a weapon-wielding poacher. What kind of weapon is that? It doesn't resemble a crossbow bolt. How sneaky. What had transpired seemed lengthy, yet it had all occurred within merely a minute or two. Xiao Sanzai could only recall hearing a series of odd sounds by his ear, then feeling the sting of the mountain wind. However, it now appeared that the individual had employed a weapon akin to a crossbow bolt rather than the wind itself. Thankfully, it's just a graze. Had I been struck by a crossbow bolt, I would have been doomed. Xiao Sanzai pondered. Feeling a strange sense of relief, he lifted his gaze again, but not a trace of anyone remained. Realizing he had lost the target, the stinging sensation on his body intensified. Although merely grazed by the crossbow bolt, Xiao Sanzai, valuing his life, feared that neglecting the wound might lead to infection. So he resolved to calm himself and assess his injuries. Just then, a rustling sound from behind caught his attention. Xiao Sanzai, where is the person? Did you catch them? As the familiar voice approached, the stout man arrived swiftly, agile and quick, followed by a tall, thin individual who remained silent. Is it really that troublesome that they had to summon us? The stout man, inherently suspicious, had followed Xiao Sanzai upon learning that he had discovered a trace of someone. Xiao Sanzai lowered his head, examining the wound on the back of his hand. After a moment of silence, he replied, "The person escaped. Big brother, the opponent possesses a ranged weapon, and I think I might be injured." Seeing Xiao Sanzai's unfortunate state, the stout man was filled with ire. "I told you to pursue them long ago. You slacked off. And now you let an ordinary person injure you." Though the stout man scolded him, he still cared for Xiao Sanzai. As he had only a few subordinates, he hurriedly approached with a flashlight to inspect Xiao Sanzai's wounds. "You still dare call yourself the short-legged whirlwind? Where's the injury? Where are you hurt?" Xiao Sanzai pointed to the back of his hand, then to his neck. "It seems my neck also hurts quite a bit." The stout man, along with the tall individual, leaned in for a closer look, and then he scolded, "Is this it? There's just a thin line on the neck. I see you've been too long without bathing, and now you're making jokes at such a time. What a useless fool. Do you have any idea how much trouble you've caused by letting that person escape? You're more of a hindrance than a help." Smack! The stout man, growing more agitated, swung his arm in a wide arc and delivered a slap to Xiao Sanzai, who felt the darkness envelop him, a wave of dizziness washing over him. Splash! In an instant, Xiao Sanzai collapsed to the ground like a limp rag doll, his head striking the ground with force. "I didn't even use my full strength. You let the person slip away, and now you're trying to pull a fast one on me," the stout man said, glancing down at his own palm in bewilderment, pondering how such a slap could be so fearsome. "When did I become so formidable?" "No." Before the stout man could finish his thoughts, a sudden noise erupted, and a warm liquid sprayed across his face. Instantly, a look of terror appeared in the stout man's eyes as he sluggishly glanced at Xiao Sanzai, only to witness the small, dark line on Xiao Sanzai's neck burst open, and a wave of pungent blood surged forth. The night was too dark to see clearly, but the stout man's expression became increasingly uncertain. He hurriedly kicked Xiao Sanzai twice, only to see him collapse without resistance. At that moment, a chill gripped the stout man's heart. Blood! What on earth is happening? Wiping the liquid from his face, the stout man regained his senses. Without a moment to spare, he and the tall individual hurriedly bent down to check on Xiao Sanzai's condition. The tall man also switched on his flashlight, and the blinding light struck their eyes, causing both to gasp in shock. A blade had sealed his throat. Xiao Sanzai lay there, bubbling blood from his mouth, his neck a vivid crimson, blood continuously flowing forth. The stout man acted swiftly, grasping Xiao Sanzai's neck to prevent the expelled blood from flowing back into his throat. "What happened? Who did you encounter?" "Gurgle. I, gurgle gurgle. What did you say?" "Xiao Sanzai, hold on. Who did you encounter?" The stout man leaned in urgently, pressing his ear close to Xiao Sanzai's lips, striving to catch every word. "Gurgle gurgle. Damn it. Can't you say a single coherent sentence before you die? You're going to drive us mad." Ultimately, the stout man gave up. He slowly withdrew his hand, and after a few violent coughs, Xiao Sanzai gradually ceased all movement. "Brother, Xiao Sanzai," witnessing the tragic state of his companion, the tall man turned pale, feeling a sense of shared grief. The stout man wiped the blood from his hands onto Xiao Sanzai's corpse, his expression dark as he rose and stated, "It's already too late." Indeed, Xiao Sanzai had been grievously wounded, likely by some unknown assailant. Had he not moved so vigorously, he might have held on for a while longer, but it was only a matter of time before he succumbed. His flesh unable to withstand the pressure of the flowing blood, and it was already beyond saving. Now, with the stout man's slap, it had been as if a switch had been flipped, causing the wound on his neck to burst open prematurely. Brother, what kind of technique was that? What sort of person could be so ruthless? The stout man gritted his teeth and replied, I don't know, but that person is certainly not ordinary. We must remain vigilant. The stout man scrutinized the surroundings for traces of struggle. It appeared there had been no signs of a fight, and the assailant's footprints abruptly ended at the cliff's edge. Upon seeing the oil cypress path below, he understood. The opponent must have leapt down from there to escape. It was highly likely that Xiao Sanzai had been ambushed by the assailant using a ranged weapon. Finally, the stout man sighed deeply, signaling the tall man to carry Xiao Sanzai's body. The tall man hoisted Xiao Sanzai's corpse onto his back. Brother, what on earth compelled you to collaborate with those people? Had we not come to Ranshan, Xiao Sanzai wouldn't have died today. Upon hearing this, the stout man shot a fierce glare, retorting, Silence. Those are individuals we cannot afford to provoke. We can only accept our fate this time. Alas, let us go. It is what it is. We must first take care of Xiao Sanzai's remains. Just as the stout man finished speaking, rustling sounds emerged from nearby, revealing two imposing figures approaching. Upon seeing them draw near, the tomb raiders instinctively grew wary, clearly on guard against the newcomers. Those two mercenaries are coming, the stout man cautioned, and as the two figures drew closer, he began to converse with them in hushed tones. In the darkness of the night, their faces were indistinguishable, but their heavy accents betrayed that they were certainly not from Huaxia. After one of the mercenaries inquired about the events that transpired, his expression shifted to one of surprise as he hastily turned on his flashlight to inspect Xiao Sanzai's body. At that moment, blood continued to seep from Xiao Sanzai's neck, the incision deep and slender, causing both mercenaries to pale at once, exclaiming, What a swift blade! Chapter 53. A master, terrifyingly skilled, blade technique? Hearing this, the tomb raiders exchanged glances, having previously surmised that Xiao Sanzai might have been ambushed by a ranged weapon due to the absence of struggle marks. However, upon hearing the mercenary's words, they felt bewildered. There are no signs of struggle at the scene, the stout man reminded them, yet one of the scar-faced mercenaries shook his head, solemnly stating, If someone is killed with a single strike, there is naturally no need for a struggle. The two tomb raiders felt a wave of discomfort. Who on earth could possibly kill Xiao Sanzai with a single blow? Although Xiao Sanzai is not a seasoned fighter, he compensates for this with his ruthless nature and willingness to risk his life. Moreover, his experience in street brawls makes him no ordinary adversary. Subsequently, the mercenaries ceased their attention on the tomb raiders and turned their focus to examining Xiao Sanzai's wounds. Murmuring among themselves, it can be conclusively identified as a knife wound. There are 5 cuts in total. 3 have merely sliced through his clothing without damaging the flesh, indicating a masterful technique. The final cut grazed the back of his hand, followed by a swift thrust to the throat, clean and efficient. Such knife skills are formidable. Xiao Sanzai had no means of defense and was dispatched in an instant. The expressions of the two mercenaries grew increasingly grave, seasoned veterans of the battlefield. They believed they had encountered every conceivable injury. However, a throat cut of this nature was indeed rare. How long has he been dead? The scar-faced mercenary inquired. Looking up, the lanky one replied, He has just died. The mercenary was taken aback. The stout fellow added, Yes, just died. Xiao Sanzai was still alive when we arrived. Previously, we only noticed a line on his neck, never imagining it was this severe. Upon hearing this, the two mercenaries' expressions shifted once more, even with their extensive experience. They could not decipher the situation. How could such a knife wound only manifest after the fact? Could a technique truly reach such a level? This was no longer explicable by mere speed. It was terrifying and unfathomable. Could the blade have been so swift that it did not even allow the flesh to rupture? He must be a master. Their conversation concluded in confusion. Utterly perplexed by the specifics of the situation, their expressions grew more complex. Faced with such knife skills, they felt they would also be defenseless in close combat, as it was far beyond their capabilities. Furthermore, what was the assailant's purpose and identity? Could he be an adversary sent by their enemies? In that moment, the mercenaries became increasingly cautious and, rising to their feet, exchanged glances with the tomb raiders before turning to leave. Let us retreat. This place is not safe for lingering. The stout fellow understood the implication immediately and instructed the lanky one to carry Xiao Sanzai's body as they hastened away. Intending to find a suitable spot in the mountains for burial, the night was deep, the rain had long ceased, and the chorus of frogs echoed through the air, carried far by the mountain breeze. That person is quite formidable. After catching up to the mercenaries, the stout man could not help but inquire. He had desired vengeance for Xiao Sanzai, but the opponent seemed far from ordinary, which left him feeling somewhat vexed. The blade was swift. One of the mercenaries responded, pausing momentarily before suddenly drawing a handgun and looking at the stout man, calmly stating, "But nothing is quicker than a bullet." The stout man's expression darkened. He could easily discern the double entendre in those words. This was a veiled threat. With a cold snort, he chose not to respond, instead letting out a long sigh to alleviate his frustration. Now, he had lost both his associate and his men. Fortunately, he was cunning and had kept a card up his sleeve. It was, in his view, the most astonishing act of deception in his career, a stealthy maneuver. His so-called plan to wait for the rain was merely a pretext. During the 2 weeks he awaited the rain, he had secretly excavated the ancient tomb the mercenaries sought. He had successfully obtained the desired artifacts, and afterward, he filled in the excavation hole to create the illusion that it remained undiscovered. No one would ever know that the genuine items had already been secured in his possession. Unfortunately, time was short, and he had not yet managed to transport the treasures. Instead, he had hidden them in the very first excavation hole he had mistakenly dug. He merely awaited the mercenaries to leave with the counterfeit items, allowing him to enjoy the spoils and become the greatest beneficiary, whether delivering the findings to the mysterious head of the research institute or reveling in his own fortune. He was poised to reap the maximum rewards. Meanwhile, Su Yun was rather fortunate. Having fallen from a height of 4 or 5 meters, he emerged unscathed, as the ground below was cushioned by a thick layer of wet leaves. He felt that even if he fell another 2 meters, he would still be fine. However, Su Yun did not dare to linger in place, so he ran along the asphalt road for some distance until he could no longer see the terrifying pine forest behind him. At which point he paused to catch his breath as he calmed from the rush of adrenaline and excitement. Su Yun felt increasingly angry, reflecting on the perilous situation he had just escaped. He was filled with murderous intent, wishing he could inflict 1,000 cuts upon that man. Thankfully, he had managed to escape. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Damn it. With that thought, Su Yun's gaze turned icy. Tempted to turn back, but ultimately reason prevailed over rage at that moment. He was overwhelmed by a heavy sense of fatigue. Additionally, having been drenched in rain for an entire day, Su Yun felt he was teetering on the brink of catching a cold or fever. He could not afford to be careless. Dragging his weary body, he pressed onward along the asphalt road. Eventually, Su Yun furrowed his brow, suddenly realizing that walking along the asphalt road made him an obvious target. What if those few people pursued him? To be safe, Su Yun quickly climbed over the guardrail and concealed himself within the pine forest. Walking along the asphalt road is not safe. I must venture deeper into the woods. As long as I continue eastward, I should be able to find my way out. Earlier, Su Yun had seen directional signs on the asphalt road, which gave him confidence that as long as he headed east, he could escape. Moreover, the Fuan mountain range was vast, making it difficult for anyone to trace his whereabouts once he entered the mountains. It was a foolproof plan. Along the way, CN's mood soured. Reflecting on the recent events, he realized he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of the shadowy figure. However, the situation had been so perilous that his attention had been solely focused on the glinting blade in the opponent's hand, leaving him no time to observe the man's appearance. The darkness had also severely hampered his vision. Fortunately, I was quick on my feet, but the flying cards failed me in that critical moment. With my current streak of bad luck, relying solely on the flying cards is not reliable. If I had been unable to escape, what good would the cards have done if they couldn't harm the opponent? Moreover, my close combat skills are too weak. As he pondered this, Su Yun increasingly felt the need to prepare himself with some effective self-defense weapons. Additionally, he needed to hone other skills to be ready for any eventuality. After all, having extra skills up his sleeve could never be a disadvantage. After an indeterminate amount of time wandering, Su Yun realized he seemed to have strayed from the path down the mountain, necessitating a detour to adjust his direction. Sigh. Su Yun sighed heavily, frustrated that he had prepared more phone chargers. The only one he had brought was ruined by the rain. Next time, I need to buy a higher quality charger. Otherwise, I could have called Yang Dadu for a ride right now. Returning to the woods, he wandered for what felt like an eternity, nearing dawn without finding an escape. As he continued, Su Yun suddenly felt his foot slip, and he fell into a narrow, deep pit. Ah, damn it. He momentarily lost his bearings, tumbling into a cramped, dark tunnel. Chapter 54. Strange objects and fortuitous encounters struggling to rise in the tunnel. Soo-yun inadvertently bumped his head against the solid wall. What terrible luck. Even drinking cold water feels like a chore. He muttered to himself, realizing that in this cramped tunnel, he could hardly lift his head. So he had no choice but to crawl. Attempting to back out proved futile as the rain-soaked tunnel was exceedingly slippery, causing him to slide back down multiple times. He then tried to turn around in the tunnel. But sadly, the narrowness allowed for only a single person's width, making it impossible to pivot. Who the hell digs such a hole for no reason? This is downright dangerous. Soo-yun found himself crawling in the muddy tunnel. Feeling utterly miserable, he felt like an ant on a hot skillet. Caught in a dilemma, with no other option, he glanced at the deep, dark tunnel ahead and swallowed hard. Fine, I accept my fate. I'll just go in and see if there is anything useful or a place to turn around. After crawling a few steps, he bumped into the tunnel wall. This pit isn't that deep, he muttered, beginning to explore his surroundings in the darkness. Suddenly, he felt something in his hand, which resembled a square box. Soo-yun was about to use it to break through the slippery wall, creating a means to climb out. However, with a little force, the square box shattered with a loud crack. What a useless thing, Soo-yun complained, then resumed searching for usable fragments from the broken box. He only needed something hard and sharp enough to break through the compacted earth. Unfortunately, after feeling around for a while, he realized the entire box was decayed, crumbling at the slightest touch. Just as Soo-yun was awkwardly turning around at the tunnel's end, thud. He felt something cold beneath his hand, and his heart leaped with joy. It seemed he had found something useful. In the darkness, Soo-yun groped around, unsure of what he had in his grasp. However, he was certain that this object was exceptionally hard, resembling a palm-sized piece of iron. Heaven does not forsake those in need. The ancients truly do not deceive me, Soo-yun exclaimed, relieved that he finally had a means to escape this slippery, cramped pit. Recalling the harrowing experience of the night, he felt a wave of sorrow wash over him. He thought to himself that such a tumultuous experience was something even a television drama would dare not depict. It was entirely contingent upon his indomitable will. Otherwise, he might have been trapped in that pit for an eternity. After much effort, Soo-yun finally climbed out of the tunnel using the iron piece. At this point, the sky was beginning to show a faint yellowish hue, heralding the dawn. Soo-yun felt like a small blade of grass that had long dwelt in darkness, finally seeing the light of day. He considered tossing the iron piece aside, but suddenly remembered the despair he had just experienced in the tunnel. You are my lifeline, my lucky charm. Soo-yun vividly recalled how sharp the soil layer he had just compacted with that tool had been. It was as if he were cutting through iron with mud, although it was, in fact, merely clay. However, not all soil is created equal. Soo-yun felt that the earth he had just encountered was undeniably as hard as rock. At first, he had attempted to pry open a foothold with his hands, but his fingernails nearly broke, yielding only a few scraps of dirt. Ultimately, Soo-yun changed his mind and decided to consider it a talisman for his escape from this dire predicament. He paid no mind to the muck on the iron piece, as he himself was equally caked in filth. If he were to appear in front of Yongdada now, one might mistake him for a resurrected terracotta warrior. Soo-yun stowed away the lucky iron shard and strode purposefully towards the direction of the rising sunat. This moment, Soo-yun was in a woeful state. Not only did he resemble a terracotta warrior, but he also embodied the image of a famished wild man in the mountains. He trudged down the mountain, dragging his increasingly heavy body. The sky had brightened, and he spotted the familiar asphalt road winding through the mountains, leading him to a way out. Along the way, Soo-yun remained silent, preoccupied with thoughts of the few shadowy figures he had encountered the previous night. Who were they? Soo-yun was uncertain as for their appearances. He hadn't paid any attention at all. After all, during such a perilous moment, merely avoiding a fatal blow was already fortunate enough. There was no time to consider what the assailants looked like. Especially in the dead of night, exhausted from the night's ordeal, Soo-yun came across a small stream, likely a trickle diverted from the Ranshan reservoir. He wiped the grime from his body, revealing a face that appeared pale and weary. His clothes were still damp, but after brushing off some of the mud, they were at least somewhat clean and wearable. With that, Soo-yun rose once more and hurried down the mountain. After walking for another hour or two, he estimated it was nearly 9 o'clock. Unfortunately, his phone had run out of battery yesterday, and the backup charger had short-circuited due to exposure to rainwater. To this day, he had been unable to contact anyone else. I wonder if young Dada thinks I've been devoured by a beast in the mountains. Surely he hasn't reported me missing. Forget it. Why overthink? After a night of wandering, a good, restful sleep is what I truly need. Resolute in his decision, Soo-yoon cast aside his tumultuous thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, he had already reached the foot of the mountain. Observing the gradually bustling road leading up the mountain, he noticed several anglers making their way up with their gear. Exhausted beyond measure, Soo-yoon decided to stop and plop down onto the roadside curb. Young Dada must pass this way to ascend. I may as well wait for him here. Shortly after he settled down, vehicles heading uphill turned curious glances in his direction. Paying no mind to them, Soo-yoon was taken aback when the anglers began to jest at his expense. Hey, brother, did you just return from the Dragon Palace in the East Sea? What happened? Did you fall into a ditch? Haha. Soo-yoon had no desire to engage with the anglers, silently giving them the middle finger. His appearance was indeed pitiful. His hair was disheveled, his face ashen, and his clothes were caked with mud. With his pant legs still dripping watered, he was as disheveled as one could be. The anglers, teasing, drew more curious glances toward him, eager to uncover the reason behind his disarray. Meanwhile, not far from the curb, Soo Jejia sat in a rugged vehicle, urging Soo Kuei with a hint of reproach. Dad, can you please stop sulking? Soo Kuei, gripping the square steering wheel, gazed straight ahead. Oh, I have my worries. You know, recently, Soo Kuei had been investigating the whereabouts of a group of mercenaries but had struggled to find any leads. Coincidentally, today his daughter had plans, so he drove Soo Jejia there. On one hand, he accompanied his daughter. On the other, he sought to ease his mind while keeping an eye out for any suspicious individuals. Currently, Soo Kuei was somewhat on edge, feeling as though he were surrounded by potential threats. He had come out today hoping for a stroke of luck, though he harbored little hope, even beginning to wonder if that group had already departed from Rongqing. Just then, Soo Kuei's attention was suddenly captured as he noticed that the vehicles heading uphill seemed to be gazing in the same direction. He immediately became alert. Could there be something unusual going on? Chapter 55. This lad exudes an aura of danger. Soo Jejia, dressed in casual attire and wearing a sun hat, appeared youthful and vibrant. Observing her father's increasingly furrowed brow, she sighed. All her efforts to engage him had been in vain. Pouting, Soo Jejia feigned anger. Dad, if you're too busy, there's really no need to drive me. Your sour face is just adding to the frustration. No, I'm not busy today, Soo Kuei replied without turning his head, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of the crowd. Dad, if you keep this up, I might as well take a taxi myself. Well, that's fine. You believe I won't find a boyfriend and get married this year. Then you won't have to worry about me anymore. As the vehicles ahead continued up the mountain, Soo Kuei finally discerned the situation in the distance. Momentarily stunned as he recognized Soo-yoon sitting by the roadside, the closer he got, the more familiar it felt, and his daughter's words became background noise. Hey, Soo-yoon! Soo Kuei exclaimed in surprise. Soo Jejia's heart skipped a beat at the mention of Soo-yoon, her cheeks flushing instantly. She thought to herself that her father was teasing her, so she retorted defiantly. Yes, that's right. I'm marrying Soo-yoon. Are you angry? At that moment, Soo Kuei's vehicle came to a stop right next to Soo-yoon. Soo-yoon, noticing the father-daughter duo, overheard their playful banter. Feeling somewhat awkward, he smiled shyly and brushed the dust off his clothing, realizing that, in his current filthy state, he had no need to concern himself with such trivialities. Hello, Uncle Soo. Oh, Soo Jejia momentarily doubted her ears. She had been bickering with her father. How could she suddenly hear Soo-yoon's voice? Surely it wasn't because she had been thinking about him lately. Slowly, she turned her neck, glancing out the car window. Slap. In the next moment, Soo Jejia felt as though something had struck her sharply, her beautiful face blushing as if adorned with rouge, seated in the passenger seat. She realized that Soo-yoon was indeed just outside her window, confirming that she had not imagined it. She recognized that she had unexpectedly encountered Soo-yoon, who had clearly heard her earlier words. Soo Kuei, with a mischievous glint in his eye, looked at his daughter and smiled. Ah, Soo, it really is you. Why are you sitting here all alone, looking so disheveled? What happened? Soo Kuei smiled warmly at Soo-yoon, though he did not wish for Soo Jejia to see it, as it would only serve to irritate her. Soo Jejia shot her father an annoyed glance before quickly smoothing her hair and turning to Soo-yoon. Seeing him in such a sorry state made her heart ache, prompting her to leap from the car to check on him. Su Yun quickly waved his hands, saying, "Oh, it's nothing. I just got caught in the rain. Young Datu is on his way to pick me up. But you're soaked through. It's fine. Uncle Su, you two should hurry up the mountain. The traffic behind is already building up." Su Yun urged. Su Kuei glanced back at the long line of vehicles already stuck in traffic, with some drivers growing impatient and honking their horns. His aim was to escort Su Jiejia, not to venture into the mountains, but he had been curious about what was happening here. Now, it was time to move forward and turn around at the roundabout. "All right, just be sure not to catch a cold." "Okay, thank you, Uncle." Su Kuei pat Su Jiejia on the back, and she hurriedly tossed him a towel, calling out to Su Yun, "Call me later." Su Yun caught the towel, offered no response, and simply smiled while waving goodbye to Su Jiejia. The off-road vehicle accelerated away, and as it turned the corner, Su Yun's figure vanished from the rearview mirror, observing his daughter in a daze. Su Kuei broke the silence. "Jiejia, do you have feelings for that lad?" Su Jiejia was taken aback, retorting, "Why would you say that? We're just classmates. It's only natural to look out for each other." Su Kuei's tone suddenly shifted, losing the earlier warmth, and took on a more serious note as he said, "Do you really know Su Yun? What does he do for a living?" "Of course, his family is quite ordinary, and he's currently working as a live streamer." "A live streamer? I meant, what's his main profession?" Su Jiejia sensed her father's seriousness and asked, "What's wrong, Dad? Didn't you say you weren't interested in him last time?" Claiming he was incoherent. "Why are you asking so many questions?" After a brief silence, Su Kuei pondered. "Today, Su Yun gives me a rather peculiar impression." "Huh?" Su Jiejia was puzzled, unable to comprehend. "Really? I didn't notice anything different." After a moment, her curiosity piqued. She asked, "What kind of impression? He usually seems quite calm and carefree to me." "No, however." Su Kuei shook his head, pondering for a moment before suddenly uttering a shocking statement. "Today, he exudes an aura of danger." "An aura of danger?" Su Jiejia trembled at her father's words, staring at him in disbelief. Then, she shook her head with a laugh, chiding, "Dad, please stop being so paranoid. I know you've been under a lot of pressure at work lately, but why are you suspicious of my classmate? He's just an ordinary person. Where would he get an aura of danger?" I too find myself puzzled. Clearly, the last time I encountered him, he was merely an unremarkable young man. Yet today, the aura he exudes is markedly different from that of an ordinary individual. Su Kuei furrowed his brow, driving while reminiscing about his brief meeting with Su Yun. "Dad, I believe you're just overly stressed from work, seeing threats everywhere. How could my college mate of over 3 years harbor any malevolence? He is simply a small-time streamer." Su Jiejia scoffed, and Su Kuei sensed the genuine annoyance in his daughter's tone, prompting him to refrain from pursuing the topic further. However, as a seasoned veteran, Su Kuei had indeed sensed a faint trace of malice emanating from Su Yun, reminiscent of the emotional turbulence he experienced after eliminating adversaries on the battlefield. Or perhaps a subconscious reaction born from the throes of life-and-death crises, akin to an emotional outburst in the heat of the moment. It was rather esoteric, akin to a person's magnetic field. Undeniably present, yet imperceptible to the average person, such a magnetic aura, without a doubt, was not characteristic of an ordinary individual. Of course, this phenomenon was difficult to articulate and could only be regarded as an intuition. Yet no one could ascertain the accuracy of such instincts. I can't shake the feeling that Su Yun is not as simple as he once appeared. Perhaps I am merely being overly cautious and misjudging him. Su Kuei sighed deeply, beginning to question his earlier impressions. That he chose to remain silent, mindful of his daughter's feelings, while Su Jiejia crossed her arms, turning her gaze towards the rapidly passing scenery outside. Sullenly silent, though a glimmer of contemplative light danced in her eyes, slowly curving her lips into a meaningful smile. "Su Yun, do you harbor secrets as well?" Chapter 56. Raw materials for weapons. Shortly after Su Jiejia and her father departed, Su Yun finally encountered Yang Daitu, who was preparing to ascend the mountain on his tricycle. Upon spotting Su Yun, Yang Daitu leapt from the driver's seat. "Su Yun, where were you last night?" "I braved the torrential rain searching for you." Su Yun waved his hands dismissively, signaling him to discuss it at home. Yang Daitu, noticing that his tricycle was obstructing the main road, promptly returned home with Su Yun. "Where on earth did you go? You had me worried sick. I thought something terrible had happened." Yang Daitu rambled anxiously throughout the journey. "I encountered an unexpected situation." Su Yun felt utterly fatigued, After exiting the vehicle, he uttered a brief response and dashed into the bathroom, intent on taking a hot shower and changing into clean, warm clothes. Observing Su Yun's weary figure disappear, Yang Daitu suddenly noticed something lying on the ground. Upon picking it up, he discovered a fluffy rabbit-eared towel. Sniffing it, he was enveloped by a delightful fragrance, one that seemed vaguely familiar yet eluded his memory. This must belong to a girl. Just as he pondered this, Yang Daitu's WeChat notification chimed. He hastily checked and found a private message from the class flower, Su Jia. What could the class flower want with me? Has my luck changed? Yang Daitu mused, momentarily perplexed, self-deprecatingly acknowledging the improbability of such a notion. However, upon opening the message, his eyes widened in astonishment. Daitu, did you run into Su Yun? Upon reading this, Yang Daitu glanced at the towel in his hand, suddenly recalling where he had encountered that familiar scent. Oh, this kid is quite the enigma. Yang Daitu felt a wave of clarity wash over him. All the pieces of the puzzle fell into place. No wonder the class flower, Su Jia, inquired about the route to Ranshan last night. So that is how it is. He chuckled to himself and quickly replied to Su Jia. How did you two end up together? Is Su Yun all right? What exactly happened? After a lengthy pause, Su Yun emerged from his hot shower, and Yang Daitu handed him a dry set of clothes, raising an eyebrow knowingly as he passed him the rabbit-eared towel. Su Yun thought to himself that he was just lamenting the lack of a dry towel. And this guy truly was considerate. Both men harbored unspoken thoughts, and everything hung in the air, unarticulated. However, Su Yun soon realized that this was Su Jia's towel, and he understood the implications behind Yang Daitu's actions. Just as he was about to explain, Yang Daitu waved his tricycle keys and said with a grin, I know you must be exhausted from last night. Take it easy at home. I am off to fish with the master. Su Yun, indeed worn out, decided not to waste breath on explanations, planning to clarify things with Yang Daitu later that evening. By the way, if you plan on staying out all night again, please let me know, so I don't end up searching the mountains like a fool, only to find out you were having a night of revelry. Get lost. I'm just saying, the wilderness can be perilous. And we young folks should exercise restraint. You look as weak as a frail dog. Yang Daitu couldn't resist teasing Su Yun before driving off in his tricycle, leaving Su Yun speechless. After tidying himself up and noticing his phone had sufficient charge, he wasted no time dialing 110. Having been attacked the previous night, Su Yun was filled with indignation and knew he couldn't let it go unreported. Regardless of the assailant's background. Hello, this is the Gotsi Go police station. Hello, I'd like to report an assault I suffered last night at Ranshan. Please provide detailed information. This call is being recorded, and we ask that your statements reflect the truth. Very well, here's what happened. Su Yun recounted the incident in detail, and the police station made thorough notes, promising to send someone to investigate at the earliest opportunity. After hanging up, Su Yun exhaled a sigh of relief. Though uncertain if the police would apprehend the culprits, filing the report at least allowed him to vent some frustration. He then organized his discarded clothes, intending to get some rest, when he suddenly felt something in his hand. Oh, how could I have forgotten you? Glancing down at the muddy iron piece, Su Yun suddenly recalled his lucky charm that he hurried to the bathroom, determined to wash it clean. Thanks to you, or I might still be lying in a pit, calling out to the heavens and the earth for help. He tenderly scrubbed the dirt off the piece of scrap iron. As he continued, he noticed something unusual. What is this? Su Yun could hardly believe his eyes as he hastily cleaned the remaining grime. Finally, the scrap iron revealed its true identity, a thin, glimmering gold piece. Gold? How could he have stumbled upon gold? Truly, it was his lucky charm. Su Yun's previously listless demeanor suddenly ignited with energy. After a brief moment of exhilaration, he keenly examined the gold piece in his hand. Then, mimicking characters from historical dramas, instinctively bit down on the gold. Can't bite through? Gold shouldn't be this hard, right? Su Yun jested, though it seemed unlikely. Though slightly disappointed, he soon rationalized it if it were pure gold. Such a thin piece wouldn't be worth much. However, its hardness and sharpness piqued his interest. After the perilous events of the previous night, Su Yun felt the need to prepare a means of self-defense. He didn't possess a firearm and wouldn't dare carry one. A knife would draw too much attention and would be considered a controlled item, subject to checks everywhere. Nevertheless, crafting some card-like attachments on Taba wouldn't be too difficult. But for someone enthusiastic about such matters, the choice between an ordinary iron sword and a legendary sword was a no-brainer. Who wouldn't he want their destined item to possess some flair? The object in his hand. Suyun pondered as he tilted the gold piece, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. He had an idea. If he could transform this item into a sturdy and sharp card-sized weapon, its lethality would be formidable. The thought made him shiver. A playing card in his hand could slice through pine trees. Imagine what this gold piece could do. Faced with terrorists, it would be akin to harvesting chives, swift and indiscriminate slaughter. Of course, precision would be key. Moreover, considering it was his lucky charm, it would carry the weight of luck and superstition, and its unique material gave it a semblance of a divine weapon. It seems creating a reliable, lethal weapon is imperative, but before that, there is something far more pressing. That was the piercing pain in his head, a warning from his body after enduring rain, sleeplessness, and high stress. Suyun had no desire to drop dead at a young age. He needed to rest immediately. He would deal with the golden card matter upon awakening. Thus, clutching the gold piece, Suyun lay down and fell into a deep sleep. In his dreams, he envisioned himself as a card-wielding deity, vanquishing foes amidst a sea of blood, only to find himself wanted by the police. After a nightmarish episode, Suyun awoke drenched in sweat, yet his body felt considerably lighter. As he groggily opened his eyes, he realized Yang Daitu was calling him. It was already time for dinner. Suyun, dinner is ready. You really can sleep. Suyun slowly rose, glancing at Yang Daitu by his bedside, then at his phone. Upon powering it on, he noticed several missed calls from Su Jejia. Checking the time, he realized it was already 7 in the evening. Has it really gotten so late? I've slept for so long. Although still feeling remnants of fatigue from the previous night's exertions, Suyun got up, washed up quickly, and joined for dinner. During dinner, Yang Daitu inquired whether Suyun had caught a cold, particularly considering that Suyun had returned completely drenched. Suyun reassured him that he was not unwell. However, after Yang Datu's reminder, Suyun realized that he indeed felt no discomfort at all. It was well known that an ordinary person would surely develop a high fever after being soaked in heavy rain for an entire night. Yet he felt remarkably invigorated. Chapter 57. A deadly weapon at hand? Yet something feels off. Are you able to sleep tonight? Yang Datu asked Suyun after washing the dishes. Suyun glanced at the now darkened sky outside and replied with a smile. Not quite. I think I'll take a stroll. With that, Suyun tidied up a bit and stepped outside. However, throughout his walk, whether due to heightened tension or an actual sense of danger, Suyun could not shake the feeling that a pair of eyes was watching him from behind, sending chills down his spine. Could it be that those thugs still wish to do me harm? Since entering the extraordinary state twice, Suyun's senses, or perhaps his intuition, had become remarkably acute. It was possible that no one was following him, or it might merely be a premonition of impending danger. Nonetheless, he understood that having recently escaped from peril, the group that had attacked him was still nearby, and there was no telling when they might come after him again, perhaps even to silence him. After all, judging by their ruthless attack, these individuals were not ordinary foes. Vigilance was essential. I need a reliable weapon. Feeling a surge of urgency, Suyun resolved not to delay any longer. It was prudent to find something to safeguard his life. Even if he was being overly cautious, it was better to be prepared for unforeseen circumstances. He quickly returned to his residence, and upon feeling the golden card in his pocket, his thoughts began to race. But ultimately, he shook his head. Not quite right. I can't be sure what this object truly is. It feels wrong to destroy it so easily. Subsequently, Suyun considered asking Grandma Yang for some scrap metal, such as an old iron pot, aluminum pipe, or kettle, but he soon discovered that none of these were suitable. Unless he ordered custom-made items online or sought out a blacksmith, finding everyday ironware that could be fashioned into a useful card was not as simple as he had imagined. Suyun was not a craftsman, nor did he possess those skills. What a hassle! As he wandered the village in search of suitable scrap metal, he found himself coming up empty-handed. All the while, an unsettling sensation gripped him, amplifying his sense of danger. He could not ascertain whether this feeling stemmed from a lack of security after narrowly escaping danger, or if he was genuinely sensing an impending threat. Regardless, the sensation of unease and anxiety was profoundly unsettling. After searching high and low, this is still the most fitting. On the road, Suyun felt the golden artifact in his pocket, torn between indecision. Frankly speaking, he did not want to destroy it, especially since he had stumbled upon it in the wild. He had no idea what it might truly be. Perhaps it was of considerable value, but given the current peril and feeling as though his life was at stake, he concluded that compared to his life, it mattered little what the object was. No matter what it was, nothing was more important than survival. Having a reliable weapon could certainly help him navigate many dangerous situations, possibly even save his life. With this thought in mind, Su-yun resolved to act decisively. Dadu, do you have any scissors? Hastily returning home, Su-yun felt the sense of danger diminish somewhat as he sought out Yang Datu. Yes. What do you need them for? Just wait a moment while I fetch them for you. Although Yang Datu was puzzled by Su-yun's request for scissors, he quickly retrieved them. After expressing his gratitude, Su-yun returned to his room. Meanwhile, Yang Datu, having caught a considerable number of fish that day, went to the fish pond beside the house to release them. Su-yun took out the golden card and examined it closely once more, yet he remained unable to discern its true nature. If this isn't gold, then what could it be? Perhaps I should test it out on some inconsequential scraps first. He then attempted to place a playing card atop the golden card and used the scissors to cut it to size. Clang, clang. The metallic scissors screeched against the golden card, yet left no mark whatsoever. Is it really that hard? Su-yun muttered, exerting more force. However, after a considerable effort, he found that he had not even scratched the surface of the golden card. Seems I've met my match. I'm curious to see how it would perform using the wave-cutting technique. If I could craft it into a card, it would undoubtedly be an invaluable tool for survival. With this in mind, Su-yun applied more force to cut, but regrettably, the scissors ended up with a nick while the golden card remained unscathed. Having tried using the golden card as a throwing card the previous night, Su-yun discovered that its size was slightly larger than a standard playing card, making it difficult to control his technique effectively. It seemed that he would need to reach at least the third realm of unity with the object to wield it as skillfully as a playing card. For now, the golden card was too resilient. Yet rather than dissuading him, it only fueled his anticipation for the moment it could be transformed into something extraordinary. That moment, Yang Datu entered the hall carrying a water bucket and called out to Su-yun in his room. Su-yun, could you do me a favor? Su-yun tucked the golden card into his pocket and stepped out, looking at Yang Datu with curiosity. What is it? Yang Datu pointed to the bucket filled with several lively fish and said, I caught quite a few today, and neither my grandmother nor I can eat them all, so I plan to take some to my third uncle. Without much thought, Su-yun agreed. Thus, Yang Datu drove his tricycle, with Su-yun seated at the back to stabilize the bucket of fish. They traveled a distance along the mountain path at night. During this time, Su-yun felt a renewed sense of trepidation, frequently glancing back, but saw nothing. His jumpy demeanor caused Yang Datu to worry. Thinking that something was amiss, before long, they arrived at a lumber yard. Su-yun suppressed his inner turmoil and surveyed the towering logs surrounding them, marveling. What does your third uncle do? Oh, he works as a security guard here at the lumber yard. It doesn't require much physical effort, just enough for him to earn some drinking money. Su-yun learned that Yang Datu's third uncle was a cousin of his grandmother, nearly 60 years old. With children who lived far away, leaving him all alone, that he had been kind to Yang Datu in his childhood, so Yang Datu always brought him gifts whenever he returned. Soon, Su-yun assisted Yang Datu in carrying the fish to the workshop in the lumber yard, where Yang Datu's third uncle lived and oversaw the premises. After delivering the fish and exchanging pleasantries with the old man, Su-yun wandered around, his gaze suddenly landing on a massive woodcutting machine. An idea sparked in his mind, and he quietly informed Yang Datu. Datu, I found something and would like to have it cut and refined. Could I possibly borrow your uncle's tools? Yang Datu patted his chest confidently and replied, No problem. Leave it to me. After a brief discussion with his third uncle, Yang Datu's request was readily granted. With access to the cutting machine, the process became much easier. In no time, Su-yun had successfully cut the golden card, ensuring that both the dimensions and edges were impeccably refined. After a final polishing, it gleamed brilliantly, its sharp edges glistening menacingly. Su-yun tucked the scrap pieces into his pocket and stepped outside with the newly crafted golden card. Thank you, uncle, for letting me use your tools. No need to be polite, young man, the old man replied. Though he was unaware of what Su-yun intended to cut, the three of them chatted about trivial matters before deciding to leave as night had fallen. On their way back, Su-yun suddenly said, By the way, Datu, I plan to head back tomorrow. That I've been at your house for almost a week, and I've had my fill of fun. Primarily, he felt that he had already broken through a certain boundary and could now complete his journey home. Moreover, Su Yun was reluctant to stay any longer. Should danger arise, it could implicate Yang Dayu that it was better for him to return to the city, where even if he encountered peril, he could find ways to cope alone. After all, now that he possessed a weapon, he felt significantly more confident. What? Is there something you're not comfortable with? It's only been a week, young Datu exclaimed, surprised, thinking Su Yun had issues with his hospitality. Su Yun waved his hand dismissively. Don't overthink it. I've noticed you've been managing your live streaming very well lately, and you seem to have found your direction, so I feel at ease. At that moment, they arrived home, and Yang Datu parked the tricycle in the courtyard. All right, but I genuinely wish you could stay a few more days. That my grandmother likes you quite a bit. As Yang Datu washed his hands, Su Yun assured him that he would return to his home for a meal in the future. The two then chatted amicably as they entered the house. I'm preparing to sleep now. My master asked me to rise early tomorrow to mix fish bait. After lunch, I'll drive you to catch a ride, Yang Datu said as he finished washing up and climbed into Su Yun, gazing at the golden card in his hand, pondered thoughtfully. Sure, you rest first. I'll be up for a little while longer. Yang Datu, not wanting to impose, turned over and soon began to snore. Su Yun, however, took out the golden card, fondly playing with it while contemplating when he might test its power. Just then, under the bright light, Su Yun suddenly noticed some intricate patterns appearing on the surface of the golden card. Chapter 58. Terrifying as such, the intricate patterns on the gold leaf shimmered under the light, flowing like serpents in motion, with varied reflections presenting a kaleidoscope of designs from different angles that bore a resemblance to the shadowy cards from childhood memories of water margin. This is absolutely new. Could it be that these patterns only emerged after being cut and polished? Su Yun mused. Perplexed, through the light, he discerned a bizarre and abstract image emerging from the serpentine patterns on the gold leaf, which, upon closer inspection, revealed exquisite detail. This elegant yet complex design piqued Su Yun's curiosity. Resembling a chaotic tapestry or perhaps a crude map, after staring for a while, he remained unable to derive any meaning. However, he was certain that when he had returned the previous day, he had scrutinized the gold leaf under both artificial and natural light without noticing such patterns. They had manifested only after the cutting and polishing. After observing for a moment longer, when he aligned his gaze parallel to the gold leaf, he discovered 4 symbols resembling ghostly script hidden within the patterns. Su Yun could not fully decipher them, but suspected they were in small seal script. He searched on his phone but found no results, suggesting they were indeed obscure ancient characters. Yet, the third character was strikingly clear, instantly recognizable as the character for gold. High-purity gold ingot. Su Yun quipped, clearly jesting. But suddenly a thought struck him, leaving him astonished. Could this be an antique? For a moment, gazing at those 4 small seal characters, Su Yun felt a twinge of confusion, but ultimately shook his head. Dismissing the notion, the reason was simple. This material was far too hard, surpassing the hardness and ductility of brittle iron. The pinnacle of ancient metallurgy in the classic novel Water Margin. The name brittle iron appears frequently. The weapon wielded by the valiant Wu Song is described as 2 snowflake brittle iron sabers. The narrative states that these blades were crafted from brittle iron, a labor of no small effort. And at midnight, they would emit a haunting howl, indeed a magical weapon. Beyond weaponry, notable characters in the novel also possess helmets and armor made of azure frost brittle iron. This illustrates that the brittle iron used to forge treasured blades and staffs was regarded by the author of Water Margin as a prime material for crafting divine weapons and armor. It is well known that the hardest material recognized by historians and archaeologists today is indeed brittle iron. Without exception, in modern terms, this is referred to as high-carbon steel. Hence, Su Yun dismissed the idea of this being an antique. For gold leaf is certainly not brittle iron, and even more so, such a substance could only be synthesized through modern chemical processes, and it bore no signs of age that would suggest it belonged to antiquity, instead boasting a quality that seemed distinctly modern. If ancient civilizations could produce such a hard material, it would necessitate a rewriting of history, enough to astonish the world. Perhaps this is merely an ordinary pattern crafted for aesthetic appeal. Su Yun still held a flicker of hope for an unexpected fortune. Akin to how most people might dream of discovering a discarded porcelain bowl in the wilderness, imagining it to be an ancient artifact worth a fortune, he could not entirely shake off that thought. Yet, As he relaxed his mindset, the sense of loss dissipated. It's already been cut. Whether it's an antique or not is irrelevant. After all, life is far more precious than relics. Su Yun sighed inwardly, haunted by the lingering anxiety that the gang of thugs would not easily let him go. As he toyed with the remaining golden card in his hand, he found himself unable to resist the urge to test its power. To know oneself and one's adversary is to respond with composure. Finally, Su Yun stealthily exited the room and made his way into the courtyard. Outside, the brilliant moon illuminated the serene and profound night sky, and the sounds of chirping insects and croaking frogs added to his sense of tranquility. As night fell, the elderly who had been enjoying the cool air began to return home, and at that moment, a song from his phone, perhaps by Su Yin or Ningxia, seemed perfectly timed. Tomorrow I shall leave this place. To be honest, I quite enjoy the leisurely pace of life here. Lost in thought, Su Yun had already reached the path leading to the courtyard gate under the moonlight. I wonder how much more powerful this golden card could be compared to a paper-playing card that can slice through a pine tree. As this thought crossed his mind, Su Yun felt a flutter of excitement. He chose a solitary locust tree by the roadside, its trunk the size of an adult's waist, and at least several decades old. Su Yun decided to test the golden card's power on this tree. Also considering that the area was relatively open, allowing him a chance to retrieve it after it flew away. If he were to test it in the woods, it might become a one-time use item. Of course, Su Yun had considered the inconvenience of having only one golden card, needing to retrieve it after each use. However, he quickly remembered that such items were typically kept as trump cards, rarely used unless absolutely necessary, and when they were, it would be in a critical moment, ensuring a fatal strike. Thus, one card was sufficient. Just as Zhang Wuji needed a divine weapon, the choice between an ordinary iron sword and the heavenly sword was clear. Naturally, the divine weapon was preferable. Every master longs to wield a legendary weapon, and every hero wishes for their signature weapon to possess an aura of prestige. Moreover, there was no time to custom-make iron plates now. He could devise a plan to forge some suitable iron plates as backups upon his return. Soon, Su Yun stood 10 meters from the locust tree, holding the golden card without rushing to strike. Instead, he focused on gathering energy, becoming attuned to the moment. As a night breeze swept by, the card trembled slightly, and he felt the fine hairs on the back of his hand stir. This sensation was a result of the mastery known as if an extension of one's own limbs, delicate and authentic. As if the card and his arm were one, bringing the hairs to life. Currently, Su Yun had developed two techniques for throwing cards. One was the wave-breaking technique, characterized by explosive power and piercing strength, while the other was the tailwind technique, which emphasized speed and fluidity. This time, he opted to ride the night breeze, executing the tailwind technique. Whoosh! Just at the right moment, Su Yun did not hesitate, suddenly launching the card. With a flick of his arm and a deft twist of his wrist, a momentary friction passed between his fingers, and the card slipped from his grasp. Listening closely, he heard the whoosh as the golden card traced a brilliant arc of gold in the moonlight, akin to the sun falling from the sky as Ho-E shot down the suns. Strikingly radiant, it flew swiftly and silently. In the blink of an eye, it had swept past the locust tree. Su Yun barely had time to savor the exhilaration of the throw before he hurriedly ran to retrieve it, fearing he might lose it, and then turned back to examine the locust tree, only to find that the tailwind technique had indeed failed. It had not struck the tree. Surprised, Su Yun attempted the throw 2 more times, ultimately discovering the crux of the issue. It turned out that after the golden card was modified in size, although it suited the throwing technique, its weight had been overlooked. This resulted in a deviation in both power and accuracy, even when employing the mastery of, as if an extension of one's own limbs. How could I have overlooked such an important detail? It seems I need to ponder this further. After all, I am not yet at the 3rd realm of unity with the object. Adapting to a special card is essential. Su Yun muttered. Undeterred, setting aside the material of the golden card, its quality and density far exceeded that of a paper-playing card, making it difficult to achieve effortless flight. That it was akin to a paper kite soaring higher with the wind. While an iron kite might struggle to even take off, the Su Yun furrowed his brow, contemplating a solution. In fact, with the card's increased weight, it can better harness explosive power during a throw. But once it's in motion, it must rely solely on inertia. After pondering for a while, he began to seek breakthroughs through practice. Fortunately, Having achieved the second realm of, as if an extension of one's own limbs, his adaptability was quite strong. If one were merely at the threshold, adapting to a new skill would require extensive practice, but that was not the case for him. The second realm allowed him to perceive subtle differences and correct mistakes, enabling him to find the adaptation point with just a few adjustments. Finally, amidst a gust of wind, Su-Yun successfully employed the tailwind technique with the golden card. In that instant, he grasped the essential elements through the delicate sensations of, as if an extension of one's own limbs. Though the golden card was heavier than a paper card, it was still relatively lightweight. With the right wind, force, and angle of control, he could achieve the desired effect. Sure enough, after several attempts, Su-Yun gradually mastered the underlying principles. The execution of the tailwind technique with the golden card became increasingly proficient. Subsequently, Su-Yun examined the damage inflicted on the locust tree by the golden card under the tailwind technique. Hissed at first glance, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. Chapter 59. Fiery Mountain Waves. If this were flesh and blood, it would likely slice open a deep wound in an instant. On the locust tree, a jagged and profound gash sent chills down Su-Yun's spine. It was far more powerful than what a paper playing card could achieve. The thought of ordinary human flesh sent a shiver through him. Su-Yun could hardly contain his excitement. Feeling a surge of confidence, he was now assured that if he were to encounter a similar situation as last night, he needed only to find an opportunity to strike once, and he could easily bring his opponent to their demise. Of course, this was contingent upon hitting a vital spot, such as the neck, head, or face. However, if the adversary wore professional protective gear, he would not be able to penetrate it, as some armors could withstand bullets. Nevertheless, the card's advantage lay in its cutting power. Its penetration still fell short. So to leverage its strength, one must focus on angles that allowed for slicing. For instance, should one employ a card to strike the body of an individual, the impact would be significantly diminished, perhaps even failing to inflict considerable harm. Of course, this is only under the premise of the second realm. The might of subsequent realms remains uncertain. Let us try the wave-breaking technique again. The windward technique possesses such terrifying slicing power, and when combined with the explosive force of the wave-breaking technique. At this thought, Su-Yun could hardly contain his excitement and began to practice fervently. He was unsure if he would encounter similar emergencies in the future, but having additional means of self-defense was undoubtedly essential. As anticipated, the wave-breaking technique revealed its drawbacks due to the altered weight of the cards. However, the increase in weight also significantly augmented the force upon release. In fact, the golden cards projected a greater distance than ordinary playing cards. It was akin to the difference between throwing a paper ball and a stone. The heavier stone would naturally travel farther than the lightweight paper. Likewise, when Su-Yun executed the wave-breaking technique, the sensation of high-frequency vibration creating a vacuum was considerably less pronounced. After numerous attempts, Su-Yun gradually grasped the essence of the technique. The distance achieved by the golden cards propelled by the wave-breaking technique reached an astonishing 25 meters. With nearly no deviation within that range. 30 meters, it was the limit, beyond which considerable inaccuracy emerged. This enhancement alone satisfied Su-Yun immensely, as his playing cards could only achieve remarkable precision within 10 meters. Certainly, upon breaking through to the second realm, some distance was gained, but the limited power still did not exceed 20 meters. If one were to force it, they could throw much farther, but exceeding 20 meters would drastically diminish the force. In contrast, utilizing the sturdier and heavier golden cards avoided such issues, instead providing a substantial enhancement. It seems the improvement in material has significantly elevated the power, achieving a true qualitative leap. Su-Yun was thoroughly pleased with the surprises the golden cards bestowed upon him. Thus, he found himself with a nearly invincible advantage within a 30-meter range, barring the presence of a firearm. Yet, the accuracy of a handgun typically only reaches around 25 meters. Beyond that, it becomes erratic, perhaps even less reliable than his card skills. In other words, Su-Yun, wielding the golden foil cards, possessed a deterrent force comparable to that of a pistol. If the enhancement of weaponry can yield such diverse effects, what if I were to use darts or throwing knives? Could it be that I have inadvertently mastered the art of the fabled Xiao Li Fei Dao? Su-Yun felt a surge of delight, envisioning himself as a chivalrous hero from a martial arts drama, effortlessly bringing down wild geese with a single throw, impervious to close encounters. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. banishing any lingering drowsiness. He hastily returned to young Dadu's home, eager to find a small throwing knife to experiment with. After a thorough search, he could only locate a fruit knife. Testing its heft, he deemed it satisfactory and eagerly returned to the large locust tree to put it to the test. However, neither of his techniques could be applied to the fruit knife, as the disparity in shape between the playing cards and the knife was too great, rendering imitation impossible. Regrettably, the initial attempt to throw the fruit knife resulted in it tumbling through the air like a kite with a broken string. After several more tries, the outcomes remained consistently dismal. The fruit knife behaved akin to a headless fly, falling to the ground in unpredictable trajectories. Sometimes it landed tip first, other times the handle would strike the ground. Overall, it exhibited no semblance of control. After spending nearly half an hour retrieving the fallen fruit knife, Suyun ultimately conceded defeat, realizing that his prowess lay solely in card throwing. Following a period of frustration, he reflected on the reasons for his failure. Both the playing cards and the golden cards shared a square shape, allowing them to spiral gracefully through the air, their edges sharp and smooth, facilitating their glide. The fruit knife, however, possessed an irregular form, necessitating a lateral throw to accurately strike a target. While it simply expended energy mid-flight before plummeting to the ground, it was akin to skipping a stone across water. A flat stone glides further than a diamond-shaped one, which would sink upon contact. This principle mirrored Su Yun's attempts with the playing cards and the fruit knife. Ultimately, he relinquished the fantasy of becoming a modern champion of the Xiao Li Fei Dao. It appears I shall have to content myself with card throwing for the time being. With this conclusion reached, Su Yun felt fatigued, and upon glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past midnight. While in the city, it might not be considered late, as the nightlife was just beginning, in the rural setting far removed from the clamor of urban life. It was indeed the dead of night, with even the lights of nearby homes extinguished. On his way back, Su Yun reflected on the astonishment the golden cards had brought him. Having only just entered the realm of effortless mastery, I already wield such power. The third realm, where one achieves unity with the self and the environment, once seemed far off, yet now it stands as my next aspiration. Su Yun felt that his journey to Ranshan had been immensely fruitful, leaving him quite content. Yet, the mere thought of the third realm reignited his yearning for higher mastery. He also recalled his previous breakthroughs, sensing that he was on the cusp of discovering something profoundly mysterious. As ancient texts suggested, his awareness of his body had deepened, as though with each step into effortless mastery, he could faintly perceive a surge of energy within him. Su Yun could not ascertain whether this was merely an illusion or if indeed there was an unknown force residing within. Perhaps this would serve as the direction for his next breakthrough. With this fateful weapon in hand, should that band of any ne'er-do-wells come knocking, I should not be caught unprepared. Shortly thereafter, Su Yun returned to Yang Data's home. Perhaps due to the presence of his fateful weapon, the sense of trepidation that had previously lingered in his heart had markedly diminished, and he ultimately fell into a deep slumber, lulled by Yang Da's melodious singing. The following morning, as Su Yun prepared to take his leave, Granny Yang expressed her reluctance, understanding that young people had their own paths to tread, refraining from further persuasion. Instead, with a warm demeanor, she urged Su Yun to stay for one last meal. Su Yun accepted graciously, allowing Granny Yang to head out early to the market to prepare something delicious for him. Meanwhile, Yang Dadu seized the opportunity of the morning lull to take Su Yun along to deliver fish bait to his master, while also showcasing his fishing achievements. Let me see what level of fisherman you have become. You won't be disappointed. I've discovered that I possess quite the talent for fishing. After this exchange, the two climbed onto a tricycle and made their way to the Ranshan Reservoir. With the fateful weapon by his side, though Su Yun still felt a twinge of anxiety and a sense of impending danger. It imbued him with newfound confidence that it was akin to the saying, "A gun is a man's courage," and the golden card was Su Yun's source of bravery. As for Granny Yang, she insisted on taking the village's shared passenger vehicle, claiming that all her friends were there and they could engage in conversation. Thus, Yang Datu abandoned his plan to drive her to the market on the tricycle. Due to the market day, the once spacious country road had become congested. After much effort, Yang Data finally transported Su Yun to the roadway leading to the Ranshan Reservoir. However, upon reaching the main road, their attention was drawn to a series of police cars speeding past. Within a short span, at least 6 or 7 police vehicles rushed by them. Young Dada scratched his head, perplexed, and remarked, "What on earth is going on? Why are there so many police cars?" At this moment, Su Yun furrowed his brow, sensing an ominous premonition. Could it be connected to the group of individuals from the previous night? He had previously wondered why no one from the police had approached him for a statement after he reported the incident at the Gotsi-go police station the day before. Initially, he thought the local precinct had dismissed his concerns, but now it appeared that the situation was far more serious, seemingly even drawing the attention of the city police. In an instant, Su Yun's mind raced with possibilities. If that band of criminals had been apprehended by the authorities, then he would no longer have to worry. Ultimately, he resolved to wait for a call from the police. Chapter 60. The ancient tomb of the warring states. At this moment, within a police car speeding past Su Yun and Yang Dada's tricycle, Zhou Xiaoxiao was focused on sorting through documents when she answered a call, saying, "Report to Director Zhang. Chun and I are following the main force and preparing to ascend Ranshan." On the other end, Zhang Zhenghuai's tone was somewhat grave. "Good. The experts have ascended the mountain overnight. Make sure to cooperate fully with the colleagues from the Cultural Relics Bureau. First and foremost, protect the nation's important artifacts. And secondly, track down the whereabouts of this tomb raiding gang." Zhou Xiaoxiao frowned at his words. "Understood, Director Zhang. Rest assured, we will first assess the condition of the ancient tomb and then report back to you immediately." "Good. I trust you and Chun to handle this. Remember to keep an eye out for any traces near the Ranshan ancient tomb. We must not allow them to roam freely within our Rongqing jurisdiction." "Yes." After hanging up, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a sheen of perspiration form on her forehead. Ever since the military's Captain Su had informed them of the presence of such a gang in Rongqing, the local police had been on high alert, day and night, yet they still allowed the criminals to succeed. Had it not been for a local fisherman venturing into the mountains early that morning and inadvertently discovering a peculiar pit in the woods, leading him to report it, they might still be without leads. The thought of suspects operating right under the noses of the Rongqing police sent a chill down Zhou Xiaoxiao's spine. This time, the criminals were unlike any before. They were not only seasoned but also exceedingly difficult to apprehend. As Captain Qingyi, driving, noticed the unease in Zhou Xiaoxiao, he realized she was startled by the cunning of the suspects. He kindly reassured her, "Xiaoxiao, there is no need to be overly frightened. The criminals we face are precisely of this nature, always capable of astonishing acts that catch us off guard. If we could anticipate every move, this world would have long been at peace, wouldn't it?" I, too, was filled with confidence at your age, only to discover that human effort has its limits. We can only do our utmost or cut our losses in due time. Zhou Xiaoxiao cast a grateful glance at Captain Chun and softly replied, "I just feel that our plans have been disrupted. I had previously identified Ranshan as a location of suspicion and even conducted a personal investigation, yet there were no leads. That I never anticipated that these criminals would be so audacious, exceeding our control." Captain Chen chuckled heartily. "Ah, you simply lack experience. That I've encountered criminals far more reckless and intelligent than them. You need to hone your skills further." Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, this has been quite an eye-opener. That I hope we can bring them to justice soon." Due to market day, traffic was congested at the foot of the mountain, yet the ascent was remarkably smooth and effortless. They traversed the winding mountain road. A convoy of police vehicles ascended, but the road was only constructed up to the halfway point of the mountain, as completing it to the summit was impractical given the enormity of Ranshan. Such a deep mountain road. No wonder few have discovered this place, Captain Chen remarked as they passed Ranshan Reservoir and continued deeper into the mountains for nearly half an hour until they encountered a line of police and Cultural Relics Bureau vehicles parked by the roadside. This marked the end of the mountain road. Further progress could only be made on foot. "Have we arrived?" Zhou Xiaoxiao inquired, peering out. The vehicle came to a halt behind others, and Captain Chen swiftly grabbed the walkie-talkie to contact the colleagues who had arrived earlier. Just as Zhou Xiaoxiao was about to exit the vehicle, her phone suddenly chimed with a notification. "The streamer you follow has gone live. Hurry to the scene to watch. Today marks the final outdoor broadcast at Ranshan." She glanced at the notification, realizing it was from Su Yun. However, she had no desire to watch the live stream at that moment and chose to ignore the message. "Captain Chun, wait for me." Zhou Xiaoxiao hurriedly exited the vehicle. Quickly catching up to Captain Chun, the two stepped over the guardrail and climbed over a low cliff, entering a dense pine forest. Soon after, A team of officers disembarked and proceeded on foot into the mountains, heading directly towards the crime scene. After traversing for over half an hour, they finally arrived at the location of the incident. To this remote site, a flurry of personnel carrying equipment hurried past. Captain Chun. UVE arrived. Captain, Professor Xie from the Cultural Relics Bureau is looking for you. As Captain Chun and Zhou Xiaoxiao approached the scene, several colleagues gathered around them. Captain Chun surveyed the surroundings and frowned. Why hasn't the perimeter been secured with caution tape yet? This deep mountain forest sees few visitors. So we haven't rushed to set it up. I'll call someone to take care of it right away. Captain Chun then turned to another male colleague. And what about the first person who reported the incident? The male colleague pointed to a makeshift tent set up behind them. Yes, inside. We've already taken his statement. You might want to check on him. Captain Chin glanced at the temporary outdoor shelter, marked with the emblem of the Ranshan Cultural Relics Bureau, which housed a multitude of equipment and tools. It appeared to be the archaeologist's temporary office. You all go ahead and continue your work. He waved his hand, then turned to Zhou Xiaoxiao. Pay close attention and learn well. This is a valuable experience. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded earnestly. Understood. Captain Chun. With that, Captain Chun led Zhou Xiaoxiao to the scene of the incident. Before them lay a clearing in the forest, surrounded by a square boundary of approximately 9 square meters established by the Cultural Relics Bureau personnel. At the center was a large artificial excavation pit. Surrounding the pit were 7 or 8 older gentlemen, adjusting their glasses and jotting down notes while occasionally instructing 2 younger men in the pit on how to use their shovels. All were clad in vests bearing the emblem of the Ranshan Cultural Relics Bureau, undoubtedly the archaeological experts. Shaoli, don't dig there. You'll compromise the tunnel's structural integrity. If the tomb collapses, you'll be a criminal against the state. The young man preparing to dig paused, trembling with fear, and hesitated. Hey, if you dig like that, we might have to spend the new year here in this forest. Come on, let me do it. Professor Xie, irritated by Shaoli's dilly-dallying, stood up to jump into the pit himself. However, as he did, he spotted Captain Chun and Zhou Xiaoxiao approaching. Professor Xie, what brings you to seek me? Captain Chun inquired politely as he extended his hand to the professor. Professor Xie's previously furrowed brow instantly relaxed, and after shaking hands with Captain Chun, he exclaimed, Captain Chun, you've finally come. Look, look. As he spoke, Professor Xie took Captain Chen's hand and walked him around the excavation pit, lamenting, This is an ancient tomb from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period. Look at what these thieves have done, committing such a heinous act. Chapter 61. A shocking discovery. Captain Chun was not particularly well-versed in history, but hearing that it was an ancient tomb from the spring and autumn period and the warring states period, he understood the significance of the discovery. This tomb was over 2,000 years old. Its value immeasurable. Rest assured, Professor Xie, we will not let these cultural relic criminals escape. We have mobilized personnel for an urgent investigation. Can you ascertain what significant artifacts might have been lost from the tomb? Professor Xie furrowed his brow in thought for a moment. Currently, we cannot venture into the rat hole to investigate. We need to excavate the entire tomb to determine its contents. However, what is peculiar is that we discovered the same burial chamber has 2 tunnels. One has been filled in. If they intended to erase their traces, why didn't they fill in the other tunnel as well? Captain Chun pondered aloud. Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly spoke up. Professor Xie, could it be that they are not part of the same group? Or perhaps this tomb was robbed twice at different times? Upon hearing Zhou Xiaoxiao's suggestion, Professor Xie's eyes brightened as he slapped his thigh, exclaiming, Ah, you truly are a heroic female officer from Ranshan. UVE reminded me. These tomb robbers are often disunited. In their greed for treasure, it's entirely plausible that they might have entered the tomb separately. Everyone nodded in agreement, finding this to be a reasonable lead. If confirmed, it would suggest that the criminal organization was not united, potentially becoming a key element in solving the case. Captain Chen then recalled something and asked, By the way, Professor Xie, did you notice any footprints or fingerprints near the entrance of the tunnel when you arrived? Alas, Professor Xie waved his hand in disappointment, sighing. Based on the changes in the surrounding soil, it appears these tomb robbers executed their theft the night before last. The rain has washed away all traces. The night before last during the heavy rain. So we discovered it a day late. Yes, Captain Chen, excavation of cultural relics is the responsibility of the Cultural Relics Bureau, while apprehending the tomb robbers falls to your police force. All right, Let us each focus on our tasks and inform you if there are new discoveries. Upon realizing they had lost a whole day to the tomb robbers, both Professor Xie and Captain Chen felt the urgency. Captain Chen quickly gathered the nearby officers and issued orders. Comrades, I am assigning a mission now that we must conduct a comprehensive search of the Ranshan area. We cannot overlook a single clue, though the recent heavy rain may have obscured the traces. We must not give up, stay alert, and search thoroughly. Yes. Immediately, all nearby police personnel mobilized for the search. Not only human resources were deployed, but even 5 specialized search dogs were brought in, determined to uncover the traces or clues of the tomb robbing gang. After giving the orders, Captain Chun led Zhou Xiaoxiao to the sunshade set up by the Cultural Relics Bureau. Observing a middle-aged man anxiously tapping his foot on a fishing stool, Captain Chen spoke up. Are you the one who reported the incident? The middle-aged man, seeing the lead officer had arrived, picked up his fishing gear and replied, Officer, I've shared everything I know. Can I leave now? Captain Chen, somewhat exasperated, retorted, What are you so anxious about? The middle-aged man, looking distressed, replied, It's already past 9. All the good fishing spots will be taken. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Captain Chun exchanged glances, incredulous that he was still preoccupied with fishing at such a time. It must be said that these anglers are indeed dedicated. It is said they fear encountering floating corpses at night, but are only concerned about disturbing their fishing spots. Subsequently, Captain Chin and the fisherman reconfirmed the details of the discovery, and after ensuring there were no issues, had the fisherman sign a statement, leaving his phone number and ID before allowing him to depart. Once the fisherman left, Zhou Xiaoxiao stood up, expressing her desire to participate in the mountain search. Captain Chin wholeheartedly agreed, as their current force consisted of fewer than 20 officers. Making a comprehensive search a daunting task, Zhou Xiaoxiao's willingness to volunteer demonstrated her keen sense of initiative. After granting her request, Captain Chun remained at the scene with the elderly professor from the Cultural Relics Bureau, while Zhou Xiaoxiao hastily ventured into the pine forest. As time progressed, the excavation of the ancient tomb from the Warring States period began to unfold with increasing smoothness. By midday, the dimensions of the tomb had been roughly determined. Its size was modest, even described as small, indicating that the identity of the tomb's occupant was not of significant stature, falling short of noble rank. Nevertheless, it still possessed considerable archaeological value. Meanwhile, on the other side, among the officers conducting a thorough search of the mountains and forests, despite the expanding search radius and the increasingly treacherous paths, particularly the muddy terrain after the rain, every step felt akin to treading through a swamp. As they ventured 3 to 4 li from the tomb site, a police dog suddenly erupted into a frenzy of barks. Nearby officers became alert, for there was no doubt that the dog had detected something unusual. Hui Lang, what have you found? The police dog Hui Lang paid no heed to the officers' attempts to calm it, and instead charged vigorously in a specific direction. The officers quickly unfastened the leash from Hui Lang, urgently calling out to their colleagues via radio. I have a situation here. Follow Hui Lang. 3 nearby officers promptly arrived and trailed behind Hui Lang, trudging through the muck until they reached a small slope. There, the dog was fervently digging and sniffing at a small mound of earth. The officers immediately discerned that something was amiss with the mound and promptly exclaimed, The outer layer of this mound is fresh soil. There may be something buried here. Quickly, let's get tools to excavate. With combined efforts, they swiftly unearthed the mound, but upon revealing its contents, a chill ran down their spines. Quickly report the situation. We have a lead. An older officer immediately activated the radio. Simultaneously, on the side of the ancient tomb, Captain Chun was still recording some site data when, accompanied by a crackle of static, the radio nearby suddenly transmitted an astonishing message. Captain Chun, we have discovered a body in the mountains. What? Where? Captain Chin's pupils dilated in shock as he exclaimed. The body was buried in the ground and was unearthed by our search dog. Right at. All right, I will head over immediately. With that, Captain Chun hurriedly informed the astonished staff from the Cultural Relics Bureau and dashed towards the location of the body. Although it was not far, merely a few li, the mountain paths were indeed arduous. After considerable effort, Captain Chun and some officers finally arrived at the dumping site, where they immediately encountered the partially exhumed corpse of a man. Captain Chin quickly issued orders to secure the scene, to examine the traces while temporarily refraining from a full excavation of the body. Before long, the traces had been collected, and after photographing for evidence, Captain Chin swiftly sent a message to the forensic department of the police station. Old Chin, a body has been discovered at the crime scene. We need your forensic team to conduct an on-site autopsy. Hurry. Chapter 62. As thin as paper. Hold on. We are on our way. 2 hours later, at the closest precinct to Ranshan, a forensic team was dispatched. The head of the forensic team, named Qin Ming, was a young man in his 30s. Trained by renowned experts and the chief forensic expert in Rong City. Following him were several forensic staff members, either departmental employees or his apprentices. Upon arrival, Qin Ming exchanged brief greetings with Captain Chun and the others before personally leading his team to excavate the body. To avoid damaging any clues on the corpse, the excavation process was meticulous and took a full half-hour to complete. Once the body was fully unearthed, its exterior became clear, although an autopsy had not yet been performed. It was possible to ascertain that it was a male, approximately 35 years old, standing under 165 centimeters tall, and weighing around 60 kilograms. After a preliminary examination, the lead forensic expert, Qin Ming, spoke slowly. Captain Chun, this body has been dead for over 30 hours and exhibits signs of having been soaked in rainwater. Oh, Captain Chin pondered for a moment before saying, so, this person died during the rainy night 2 days ago. Exactly. What about the cause of death? Has it been determined? Qin Ming stood up and replied. After a preliminary examination, it can be concluded that the fatal injury is located in the neck. Hearing this, Captain Chun and his team were taken aback. And Zhou Xiaoxiao asked, forensic expert Qin, are there no other wounds? Qin Ming lifted the deceased's clothing with a tool and replied, there is a slit on the clothing, likely cut by a sharp blade. But it did not penetrate the body. Currently, initial tests show no other wounds on the surface of the corpse that wait. There is a wound on the back of the hand that appears to be a cut from a sharp blade. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked down, and after Captain Chin observed it as well, he inquired, what about the fatal wound on the neck? What does it indicate? Qin Ming shook his head, saying, the cause of death can be tentatively established as asphyxiation due to blood aspiration. Essentially a laceration of the trachea. However, I have yet to examine other details. A thorough inspection will be necessary. This could very likely point to a criminal suspect. But why would they resort to mutual homicide? Captain Chun voiced his confusion. I cannot confirm whether this body belongs to a tomb raider, but the time and cause of death are indisputable. Listening to the forensic expert's words, Captain Chun fell into deep thought and subsequently called Professor Xie. Professor Xie had spent a lifetime combating tomb raiders and was particularly perceptive regarding their identities. Able to identify them at a glance, soon, Professor Xie, accompanied by 2 assistants, arrived at the side of the body. Professor, it is likely a tomb raider, just look at the demeanor. One assistant murmured. Professor Xie remained silent. But upon seeing the body for the first time, he sensed something amiss and proceeded to examine the corpse's palms. Finally, he spoke slowly. Captain Chun, this individual is undoubtedly a tomb raider, although the body exhibits some swelling. The palms are rough, with particularly thick calluses in certain areas, characteristic of someone who has used a Luoyang shovel for many years. Moreover, the soil particles under the fingernails are not surface soil, but rather compacted earth from deep underground. This person is undoubtedly a tomb raider. And judging from his physique, he likely specialized in tunneling. Seeing Professor Xie's certainty, Captain Chin couldn't help but feel perplexed. If this were indeed a tomb raider, the situation appeared to transcend a mere tomb robbery case. With a life lost, the severity of the situation had escalated. Nearby, Zhou Xiaoxiao noticed Captain Chin's grave expression and leaned in to say, Captain, could this be related to the mercenaries mentioned by team leader Su? Captain Chun cast a meaningful glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao and nodded unconsciously. One tomb raider was dead, and earlier intelligence had indicated that tomb raiders were mingling with mercenaries. Could this deceased tomb raider have been involved in something more sinister? Thus, Captain Chin wasted no time and promptly called Director Zhang Jinghuai to report the unfolding situation. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jinghuai was astonished. What? A tomb raider is dead. You must immediately secure the scene. The situation has escalated. I will notify team leader Su to send his people over to investigate. Understood. After hanging up, Captain Chin's expression darkened, and he fell silent. Everyone present sensed the gravity of the situation, refraining from speaking and bowing their heads in contemplation of the case. Wait. Just then, among the forensic team engrossed in their tasks, someone exclaimed, drawing the attention of all. What is it? Captain Chun and Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly inquired. Let me take a look. Qin Ming set aside his work and approached the apprentice who had called out. Without needing an introduction, Qin Ming followed the apprentice's pointing finger and soon noticed something unusual, furrowing his brow and examining it closely. The others refrained from interrupting, anxiously observing. After a moment, Qin Ming, without lifting his head, said, Captain Chun, there is indeed a new discovery. What is it, old Qin? What did you find? Qin Ming turned the corpse over to face upwards and pointed to the wound on the neck, speaking with a tone of uncertainty. Captain Chun, can you discern anything from the shape of the wound? Captain Chun thought to himself, this is a pressing matter, and you are still playing coy. Yet he dared not voice his thoughts, as offending Rome City's chief forensic expert would hinder future collaborations. It was Zhou Xiaoxiao who, sensing Captain Chen's apprehension, cleared her throat and said, Forensic expert Qin, forgive my ignorance. I see nothing. Qin Ming glanced at them and asked, are you unable to see that the shape of this wound is quite peculiar? This. Qin Ming shook his head in exasperation and said to Captain Chun, give me 100 yuan. Captain Chun, is it now customary for forensic experts to charge fees on site? Despite his reluctance, Captain Chun reluctantly produced a 100 yuan bill. Qin Ming took the bill and placed it against the wound on the corpse's neck, as if to insert the money into the injury, then looked up sternly and said, the weapon must be this thick. The crowd was taken aback, suddenly comprehending. It turned out that forensic expert Qin intended to use the bill for comparison, and what Qin Ming implied was, the weapon's thickness was shockingly akin to that of a banknote. Chapter 63. The case is solved. Indeed, but the wound must be even thinner, and the injury is narrow and elongated, with a depth of half a finger, which is quite extraordinary. Only a specialized weapon could inflict such a wound. For example, as he spoke, Qin Ming casually pocketed the 100 yuan note and then, with an available hand, plucked a strand of hair from Captain Chen's shoulder. A hair strand. A hair strand. How could this be possible? Lao Qin, you must be joking. Chun, who was nearby, lost interest in his previous wager of 100 yuan and questioned with a look of astonishment. Qin Ming shook his head, stating, I was merely using a metaphor. A hair cannot serve as a weapon, as it is far too soft. However, what about fishing line? As he pressed on the neck wound of the corpse, he continued, observe how the external wound is remarkably smooth, and the victim's throat did not rupture instantaneously. Not an instantaneous rupture. The others appeared puzzled by this assertion. Indeed, the timing of the wound and the time of death do not coincide. Noticing their confusion, Qin Ming elaborated. In simpler terms, the deceased sustained a fatal injury but remained active for a brief period, only to have the wound eventually rupture, resulting in blood flowing back into the throat, which ultimately caused death. Thus, it can be concluded that the victim was struck in the throat by an exceptionally sharp weapon, so subtly that the victim was not even aware of the injury until some time later, when the act of breathing caused the wound to gradually open, leading to the choking on the backward flowing blood. Upon hearing Qin Ming's articulate and well-founded analysis, the group marveled at his expertise, while simultaneously expressing astonishment at the nature of the assailant. What weapon could achieve such a stealthy and lethal effect? Captain Chun remained perplexed. Qin Ming chuckled lightly, rising to clap his hands together. It's simple. A cicada's wing would suffice. A cicada's wing. Forensic expert Qin, are you using another metaphor? Qin Ming pointed at the speaker, Zhou Xiaoxiao, with a look of endearing mentorship. Indeed. Unless the assailant's weapon is as thin as a cicada's wing, akin to the Miao knife from Jin Yang's novels, thin and lightweight, requiring 10 years of dedicated practice to reach such a speed that one cannot even perceive the moment of flesh separating. A chill ran down everyone's spine at these words, and they collectively inhaled sharply. Whether it was the notion of a weapon as delicate as a cicada's wing or the swift techniques found in martial arts novels, it was evident that these were merely exaggerated metaphors. As such, martial arts masters were purely fictional, existing only in literature. Yet, this inadvertently suggested that the weapon used to slay the Tomb Raider was indeed terrifying. But what could that weapon be? Just as everyone was lost in thought, Professor Xie's phone suddenly rang, startling everyone. Without hesitation, Professor Xie answered the call. Instantly, a panicked voice from Xiao Li echoed through the receiver. Professor, you must return immediately. The tomb has been opened, and there are astonishing discoveries. Oh, what have you found? You need to come back. I cannot explain it in just a few words. It's simply unbelievable. It has completely overturned my understanding of that period in history. Hearing such words, Professor Xie felt an urgency to act. As for the corpse of the Tomb Raider, that was the police's responsibility. He hurriedly informed Captain Chun of the new findings and departed. Captain Chun, do you think this could be a case of them turning on each other? After unearthing the ancient tomb treasure, did the mercenaries and tomb raiders engage in conflict over greed? After Professor Xie and his team from the Cultural Relics Bureau left, Captain Chun and the officers began an intense brainstorming session, with the forensic team nearby engaging in lively discussion. Incredible! I've never seen such a meticulously crafted wound. Indeed, this wound appears to mesh seamlessly. Not a single thread is visible. Soon, it was past 1 in the afternoon. Su Kuei, donned in military attire, rushed onto the scene, followed by 5 soldiers, all equipped in tactical combat gear, wearing camouflage helmets and armed to the teeth, presenting a formidable display of readiness. The imposing Su Kuei and his soldiers swiftly arrived at the scene. Commander Su, this is a member of the tomb raiding group. Do you have any information on them? Captain Chun hastily pointed to the corpse on the ground. Su Kuei took 3 strides to approach, frowning as he examined the victim's face and attire. After a thorough inspection, he shook his head. This is not the mercenary we are looking for. Captain Chun, although somewhat expecting this, felt a twinge of disappointment. Su Kuei then recalled the target of the tomb raiders and turned to Captain Chun, asking, have you determined what they took from the tomb? With mercenaries involved, such a grand operation must be for something significant. Captain Chun shook his head. The Cultural Relics Bureau has made some discoveries. We can confirm that a small box is missing, but nothing else for now. They are currently deciphering the clues found in the tomb. As he spoke, Captain Chun pointed at the corpse and inquired, Commander Su, since you have military experience, can you deduce what weapon caused the wound on his neck? We suspect there was an internal conflict between the mercenaries and the tomb raiders. Upon hearing this, Su Kuei appeared surprised and then knelt on one knee to closely inspect the fatal wound on the corpse's neck. He gently pressed his finger against the wound, causing it to slowly open and close. As he scrutinized the pale, exposed flesh, Su Kuei's expression grew increasingly grave. After a moment, something clicked, and a dreadful premonition washed over him. He spoke slowly. This is not the method or weapon of a mercenary. Captain Chun was taken aback. Their recent conclusion that there had been a conflict between the tomb raiders and mercenaries was swiftly overturned. Unwilling to accept this, Captain Chun reiterated their earlier suspicions. After listening, Su Kuei waved his hand dismissively. It is not impossible, but this individual was not killed by a mercenary that I am quite familiar with their methods of killing. Whether it be firearms or military knives, the wounds they inflict are easily identifiable. However, this wound is extraordinarily peculiar. Without applying pressure, one could hardly discern its existence, indicating the wound's precision and subtlety. Perfectly aligned, such a technique cannot be achieved with a military knife. It is utterly implausible, and I have never encountered anything like it. Moreover, if a conflict occurred between the tomb raiders and the mercenaries, based on my understanding of this group of mercenaries, they would never leave any survivors. Logically, there shouldn't just be this single corpse, Zhou Xiaoxiao boldly speculated. Could it be that another faction was involved? And after their conflict, they were left with no choice but to abandon this body. Su Kuei nodded gravely. The others felt a chill run down their spines. If this were the case, the situation could escalate significantly. In Rome City, aside from the tomb raiders and mercenaries, there might be other dangerous elements lurking, ticking time bombs that could explode at any moment. What were they conspiring? And what were they searching for? However, the police and soldiers lost in contemplation did not notice that the chief forensic expert, Qin Ming, had a serious expression, staring intently at his phone, his brow furrowing deeper as he scrolled with increasing urgency. Revealing his anxious state, suddenly, he looked up sharply, addressing the group. What is it? Everyone noticed Qin Ming's demeanor and was startled by his grave expression. Without uttering a word, he slowly raised his phone for all to see. The group, puzzled by his intentions, leaned in to gaze at the screen, where a close-up photo of an injured wrist was displayed. An injured wrist? It looked somewhat familiar. For a moment, everyone was bewildered. Yet, before they could react, Qin Ming spoke solemnly. The wound on the deceased is identical to the wrist injury of the robber in the robbery case. Both were inflicted by the same weapon. Chapter 64. Suddenly, I thought of someone. The photo on Qin Ming's phone depicted a close-up of the robber's wrist injury, the horrifying wound vividly clear, with the flesh's texture distinctly visible, in the forensic circles of Rome City. This case had been a topic of discussion. Yet they had yet to comprehend what weapon could create such an eerie wound. This had left the forensic community perplexed this moment, as they observed Qin Ming raise his phone and heard his words. The group stood frozen in place. Captain Chun and Zhou Xiaoxiao exchanged glances, both aware of the details surrounding the robbery case and the gravity of the situation. Captain Chun hurriedly returned to the corpse, examining it again before speaking gravely. No, this wound appears even more delicate and precise upon inspection. As you said, it is thin as a cicada's wing. That should not be the same weapon. Right? Captain Chun recalled the enlarged images Dr. Gao had shown him earlier, noting that the wound on this corpse was far more intricate, clearly differing from the one in the robbery case. Before Qin Ming could respond, Su Kuei interjected. What is going on? Do you know who did this? Captain Chen explained. No, we do not have that information. We merely suspect it might be related to a case we are currently investigating. He then provided Su Kuei with a brief overview of the robbery case. And Su Kuei, having heard of it before, was taken aback by the hidden complexities involved. Forensic expert Qin, you must examine this closely. Are you confident in your assessment? In response to Captain Chen's inquiry, Qin Ming leaned in closer to the corpse, this time examining with utmost care to validate his hypothesis. Last, Captain Chen's gaze settled upon the back of the deceased's right hand. This wound on the back of the hand warrants a comparison, he remarked. Forensic expert Qin produced his mobile phone, meticulously comparing photographs of the robber's wrist injury with the wound before him. Finally, Qin spoke in a low voice. From the appearance of this wound, it can be likened to the wrist injury from the robbery case. After all, the flesh and tissue of the hand differ from those of the neck. Moreover, upon examining the shapes of the two injuries, it becomes evident that the wound on the deceased is significantly deeper. Were it not for the bone in the hand absorbing some of the force, it could have cleaved through half of the palm. Considering the current lethality, if this weapon had been used on the robber's wrist, it would have severed the entire network of tendons in the hand. Thus, in terms of power, this weapon exhibits a far greater potency. With an astonishing rate of fire, the technique employed bears a striking resemblance to that of the robbery case, both inflicting damage through cutting. However, what perplexes me is that this wound appears notably more even and sharper, as Commander Su demonstrated earlier. If one were to align the skin around the wound, it would be nearly impossible to detect without close inspection, which is truly the most terrifying aspect. Conversely, while the wounds of the robbers were also smooth, they could not reach such an unfathomable precision. Thus, in terms of detail, it is clear that these are of the same weapon, yet, the power has seen a significant enhancement. At that moment, after hearing Qin Ming's analysis, the onlookers fell into a profound silence. Each individual pondered Qin's words, and with each contemplation, a chill crept into their hearts. Indeed, Qin's deductions were irrefutable. This only served to underscore the severity of the situation, necessitating an escalation. The existence of this mysterious, unknown weapon, capable of inflicting such terrifying damage, was alarming. After a prolonged silence, Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice broke through the stillness. However, if the individual behind this tomb robbery is the same as the one concealed in the robbery case, what could his intentions possibly be? Her question led many officers familiar with the robbery case into deep thought. Indeed, if the assailant who dispatched the tomb raider is the same enigmatic figure from the robbery case, how did he become entangled with this group of tomb raiders? What is his purpose? Is it to vie for antiques? Then what was his motive for attacking the robbers previously? The robbery case and this tomb robbery are entirely unrelated. The number of discrepancies is truly overwhelming. Just then, a young officer proposed an idea. Is it possible that the mysterious individuals in both the robbery and tomb robbery cases are not the same person? Yet they utilized a similar weapon of differing power, much like the difference between a Desert Eagle and an AK. Both are firearms, yet their power is vastly different. That makes sense. The notion sparked a glimmer of hope in everyone's eyes, and they readily expressed their agreement. If they are not the same person, it indeed becomes more coherent. Based on Qin's analysis, the weapon used by a third-party force is certainly not a conventional firearm. Yet, the nature of the wound does not resemble that of a crossbow bolt. It appears more akin to a knife wound. However, such a wound wouldn't manifest unless the blade was exceptionally swift. akin to what Qin mentioned about martial arts novels. At that moment, Captain Chun, resembling a detective, stroked his chin and speculated. Old Qin noted that the deceased was utterly unaware of the fatal injury until the last moment, and there were no signs of adrenaline surging in the pupils, indicating that the deceased did not experience shock or terror. In other words, he was caught completely off guard by his demise. This situation could arise from two possibilities. Either it was a surprise attack from someone familiar, but we have already dismissed that notion, or the weapon wielded by the third-party force is extraordinarily fearsome, capable of killing without a trace. Thus, the current investigation should focus on this unknown, yet repeatedly encountered, mysterious weapon. This is the crux of the matter. What is even more alarming is that the weapon's power is evidently on the rise. This suggests a continual evolution of the weapon, leading to an ever-growing threat, which is the most terrifying aspect. With Captain Chen's words, the group ultimately honed in on the mysterious weapon utilized by the third-party force. Such a unique weapon, continuously evolving, made them acutely aware of its formidable and unpredictable nature. Su Kuei made a decisive assertion. It is certainly not a conventional firearm available on the market, nor is it a standard military weapon. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaoxiao had a thought and spoke up. Could it be that some artisan has modified a special weapon? Su Kuei slapped his forehead in realization. Yes, yes, yes. I believe this is the direction we need to pursue. If it is indeed different individuals using the same type of weapon, it indicates that this weapon has begun to circulate. Therefore, I suggest we investigate the black market. There may be some clues there. Captain Chun, awakened by this insight, concurred. Indeed, we had been focused solely on high-tech weapons, yet this could very well be a product of civilian ingenuity. He promptly called over an officer and instructed, Xiao Lu, begin investigating this avenue immediately. Whether it be the black market or civilian sources, pursue any relevant information. Su Kuei added, Captain Chun, I recommend conducting a thorough survey of all local craftsmen and ensuring proper oversight. Should this weapon be distributed widely, the implications could be dire. Captain Chun understood the gravity of the situation and immediately set about organizing the necessary measures. Zhou Xiaoxiao then approached Captain Chun and said, Captain, the suspect ascended the mountain during the rainstorm 2 days ago. I will inquire with the villagers nearby. They may have seen suspicious individuals. This was already on Captain Chen's mind, and he agreed. Yes, this requires focused investigation. However, given the large number of individuals ascending the mountain daily, the task is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. You should take several more officers with you and coordinate with the nearby precincts. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded, then smiled. Considering the heavy rain 2 days ago, there likely weren't many people on the mountain. Moreover, if we narrow the time frame to before and after the rainstorm, it will significantly reduce our search area. Captain Chen looked at Zhou Xiaoxiao in surprise, praising her. No wonder the director has been singing your praises. This task is now entrusted to you. Su Kuei couldn't help but glance at Zhou Xiaoxiao with admiration. Xiaozhou, you are of a similar age to my daughter. Yet you excel in case handling. Truly a rare talent. Ah, Su Commander, you flatter me. I am merely a recent graduate. All I have learned is from Captain Chun, Zhou Xiaoxiao humbly replied, simultaneously elevating Captain Chen's status. Causing him to blush with modesty, Su Kuei continued to extol her virtues. There are not many young individuals who can achieve what you have. Suddenly, he paused, as if recalling something, and his eyes lit up with excitement. Perhaps I have an excellent candidate for you to inquire about. Chapter 65. Go find Su Yun. Su Kuei was referring to Su Yun. He distinctly remembered that this young man had been sitting at the fork in the mountain path. Drawing the attention of many. It was this very observation that had prompted him to take notice. At that time, he had felt an inexplicable aura of danger surrounding the young man and had conducted a background check on him. Ultimately, he discovered that Su Yun was merely an ordinary university student, as his daughter had described. A senior in turn turned live streamer, with no criminal tendencies or potential. His life history was transparent and unblemished. Thus, Su Kuei dismissed any notions of suspicion, realizing he had been overly paranoid due to the weight of his responsibilities. Now, mentioning his daughter brought Su Yun back to Su Kuei's mind. He had been seated at the fork in the mountain path that morning, and surely he must have seen many individuals ascending and descending. Perhaps he could provide some insights. With this thought, Su Kuei addressed the curious assembly. Captain Chun, I would like to recommend a classmate of my daughter S. Oh, Captain Chin's interest was piqued. Are you suggesting that your daughter's classmate is a person of interest? Su Kuei quickly waved his hands. No. No. This young man is merely a live streamer, not a suspect. What I mean is, he was present at the fork in the mountain path during the early hours following the rainstorm, so he could have seen most of the individuals going up and down the mountain. The timing aligns, and he may provide valuable information. Captain Chin nodded. Good, that we will seek him out when time permits. What is your daughter's classmate's name? Do you have his contact information? Only Zhou Xiaoxiao stood by with an odd expression. Upon hearing the word streamer, she vaguely recalled someone who had been live streaming outdoors around that time. Just then, Su Kuei mentioned, his name is Su Yun. I will ask my daughter for his contact details and send them to you shortly. Upon hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao confirmed her suspicions. It was indeed the person she had been thinking of. What a coincidence that Commander Su knew him. It was truly a small world. Very well, thank you, Commander Su. Captain Chin expressed his gratitude with a smile and surveyed the scene. Realizing there was little more to be done at that moment, he planned to lead the team in further searches nearby. Suddenly, he recalled Professor Xie's urgent return to the ancient tomb excavation site and suggested to Su Kuei, Commander Su. Since we have covered everything here for now, if you are interested, you might want to investigate what has been uncovered in the tomb. It may reveal why this group of mercenaries has gone to such lengths to associate with the tomb raiders. All right. Su Kuei nodded in agreement, but did not depart immediately. Instead, he began assigning tasks to the nearby soldiers. Team leader Chen suddenly recalled something, his expression changing abruptly as he glanced at Qin Ming, who was still examining the wound nearby. He cleared his throat twice, hesitant yet determined, and remarked, Old Qin, this wound is as thin as paper, huh? Without raising his head, Qin Ming merely nodded noncommittally. Qin's expression shifted slightly. He wanted to offer further advice, but was interrupted by a sudden urgent call. Even Su Kuei and the others ceased their movements and turned their attention. Captain, quick, there's a new lead. Following the voice, a police officer hurriedly approached from a distance. Aware of the pressing matter, Chen inquired, what lead? The officer, panting and taking a sip of the mineral water handed to him by Zhou Xiaoxiao, finally responded. I just went to liaise with the Gotsi Go police station regarding recent personnel movements and happened to learn that someone reported a crime yesterday, claiming they were attacked by unidentified individuals in the mountains. At this revelation, team leader Chen's expression shifted. Did the Gotsi Go police station take a statement from the reporting citizen? Not yet, they intended to. But with our sudden requisition, they couldn't find the time. What about the information provided by the reporting citizen? Here it is, I've brought it all. This is the recording made when the report was filed. The officer hurriedly handed over a folder containing several A4 sheets detailing the report. Chen swiftly opened it, and after reading for a few moments, he exclaimed in astonishment. The attack on this citizen occurred the night before last during a rainstorm. That was precisely when the tomb raiders were active. It was also the night the tomb raider was killed. Su Kuei solemnly remarked, we cannot rule out the possibility that the attackers were either the tomb raiders or a criminal gang affiliated with a third party. Chen nodded repeatedly. Indeed, if that is the case, it represents a significant breakthrough in the investigation. Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned in, curious. Are there any additional leads, Captain Chen? Chen continued to scrutinize the information and eventually looked up in surprise. The reporting citizen is also named Su Yun. Also named Su Yun. Also named Su Yun. Zhou Xiaoxiao and Su Kuei exclaimed simultaneously. Chen nodded, pointing at the document. Exactly, look here, also named Su Yun, with the same note indicating he is a streamer. It must be the same person mentioned by Captain Su. As he spoke, Chen turned to Su Kuei with a smile. It seems the information you provided is quite crucial. Su Kuei humbly waved his hand. Though his thoughts were somewhat complicated, Su Yun had indeed been attacked. No wonder he appeared so disheveled that morning. Could it be that the ominous aura I sensed that day was not mistaken? Was it an expression of emergency emotions after Su Yun narrowly escaped an attack? For a moment, Su Kuei found himself at a loss, yet recalling the information he had gathered on Su Yun, he chose not to dwell further, as he was entirely certain that this young man was merely an ordinary streamer, honest and unremarkable, with no criminal tendencies, and certainly not affiliated with any wrongdoers. Perhaps this Su Yun can indeed provide us with some leads. At that moment, Chen closed the folder and surveyed the assembled officers. So, who will go? Zhou Xiaoxiao volunteered. I'll go, Captain. I know Su Yun. Chen responded. Oh, You know him too? Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled. He is quite the prominent streamer in Rome City. I often watch his live streams featuring props and special effects. They're very entertaining, though I've never interacted with him in real life. Chen chuckled. All right then, consider this your chance to fangirl. Chapter 66. The first real-life interaction by noon. As Su Yun was preparing to leave Ran Mountain, Yang Dadu had already packed up his gear. While driving his tricycle down the road, he muttered, "What major event happened in the mountains today? It seems like every few moments there's either a police car or an ambulance, and I even saw 2 military radar off-road vehicles." Su Yun suspected it might be related to the group that attacked him the other day. But he wasn't sure. He smiled. "Stop being so nosy." Yang Datu feigned mystery. "Don't you know that the fishermen are actually the sunrise crowd in the deep mountains?" Oh, Su Yun was intrigued and played along. "So what exactly happened? Do tell." All right, I'll share half of the juicy gossip I heard today." Yang Dadu suddenly changed his tone, speaking mysteriously. "Today a Western Zhou tomb was discovered in the deep mountains, said to belong to some regent of the Zhou royal family." Huh. Su Yun was genuinely astonished, but equally skeptical. Yang Dadu's claim seemed a bit far-fetched. Given his historical knowledge, wasn't he the Western Zhou a feudal state made up of vassal states? Where was there a concept of a regent? Yang Dadu glanced back at Su Yun, who was leaning against a fish basket with a skeptical expression, and hurriedly insisted, "Hey, you don't believe me? When have I ever lied to you?" Su Yun rolled his eyes. "The way you speak is just like flatulence." With his exaggeration called out, Yang Datu could only awkwardly chuckle. He then shared the information he had gathered. "I heard from a few fishermen that early this morning, a guy was unhappy with the fishing spots near the Ran Mountain Reservoir, so he and a few friends ventured into the deep mountains. While they were traversing a forest, they stumbled upon a large pit. Someone was about to explore it, but when they heard terrifying roars from within, they got scared and called the police. That I heard the police found a 1,000-year-old corpse inside. It had grown white hair and turned into a zombie. In the end, the police sustained several injuries and couldn't subdue the zombie, so they called in the military, and the white-haired zombie was turned into a sieve before it finally stopped moving." All right, you're getting more and more absurd. Hurry back and help your grandma cook." Su Yun could no longer listen and interrupted Yang Dadu's ramblings. Yang Dadu wore an expression of Su Yun. "You really lack a sense of entertainment," and turned back to drive. Soon after, upon returning home, Yang's grandmother had prepared a sumptuous feast for Su Yun. Hand-pulled cold wild mushrooms, sauerkraut fish, crispy fried meat, yam stewed with farm chicken. Su Yun ate until he was pleasantly stuffed before finally stopping. After lunch, Su Yun bid farewell to Yang Dadu and his grandmother, departing Gotzi-go with their send-off. This trip to Ran Mountain had been quite fulfilling. Had it not been for that attack, it would have been even better. Nevertheless, having broken through to the second realm, he felt the journey was worthwhile. Throughout the ride back to the city, Su Yun maintained a good mood, and after a bumpy ride, he returned to the urban area. The journey was uneventful, with no attacks, leading Su Yun to wonder if that group of wrongdoers had already been apprehended. By the time he reached home, it was already evening, with the sunset casting a warm glow over the top of the Ocean Financial Building, the tallest structure in Rome City, welcoming and bidding farewell to the day. Commuters headed home under the setting sun, and at this time of year, riding a shared bike was the most comfortable experience, accompanied by colleagues, cycling side by side along the non-motorized lanes shaded by greenery. Even waiting at the traffic lights felt enjoyable. Eventually arriving home at a leisurely pace, Su Yun returned to his long-absent home in such an environment. Observing the room he had returned to in a week, it appeared clean, yet inexplicably felt as if it had gathered a layer of dust, necessitating a bit of tidying up. Finally back, home truly brings a sense of security. Just as he was about to toss his clothes into the washing machine, he suddenly felt something unusual in his hand. "What is this? Did Yang Dadu slip me some money before leaving?" "Huh?" Su Yun chuckled, pulling out the foreign object from his pocket. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was some remnants of gold leaf from the previous night's cutting. "I knew that scoundrel Yang Dadu couldn't be so kind." Shaking his head, Su Yun casually tossed the scraps aside. After quickly tidying up the house and washing a pile of clothes, he then entered the kitchen, planning to boil some instant noodles for a simple meal. Ding ding ding. However, just as he stepped into the kitchen, his phone rang. "Hello, who is this?" "Hello, is this Su Yun?" "Yes, it is. I'm an investigator from the Rome City Police Department. I need to ask you a few questions. Do you have time now?" Upon hearing this, Su Yun's heart jolted. The call had finally come. After he reported the attack, he had been waiting for the police to arrive, but hadn't he expected the Gotsi-go police station to disregard it. Now receiving a call directly from the city police department suggested that Gotsi-go had reported the incident. He couldn't help but recall the commotion he witnessed that morning at Ran Mountain. Curious if there was any connection. I have time. Great. Where are you now? I'm at home. The address is... After a brief exchange, Su Yun awaited the police's arrival at home at 6:30 in the evening. Just after finishing dinner, a series of knocks echoed at the door. Knock, knock, knock. Su Yun quickly rose to open the door, but upon doing so, he was momentarily taken aback. Standing before him was a striking woman in a neatly pressed police uniform. Her hair tied back in a crisp ponytail, gracefully poised in the doorway, tilting her head under the setting sun, her smile as delicate as a crescent moon amidst the gentle evening breeze. This was a stark contrast to the serious, unsmiling figure Su Yun had imagined that in truth. Zhou Xiaoxiao was merely a fresh graduate intern of similar age to Su Yun, having graduated from a police academy, which led to her immediate assignment to the Rongqing police station. Others often held high expectations for Zhou Xiaoxiao, viewing her as a heroine who stood shoulder to shoulder with men, yet she was still just a girl at heart. At that moment, Zhou Xiaoxiao took the opportunity to observe the handsome young man before her. Although she had seen him in live streams before, this was their first real-life encounter, particularly with a small internet celebrity she admired. Evoking the feeling of a fan meeting a star. It must be said that Su Yun appeared even more genuine and dashing in person, most notably his indescribable air of nonchalance, which made Zhou Xiaoxiao feel quite special, an experience unattainable during live broadcasts. Of course, she had seen him during the robbery case, but they hadn't had the chance to truly look at one another, and she had only heard his voice. This moment marked their first face-to-face interaction. Suddenly, their gazes met momentarily in the air. Perhaps feeling that such a stare was impolite, they both exchanged a smile, and Su Yun stepped aside, gesturing towards the entrance. Please, come in. Zhou Xiaoxiao responded with a gentle smile, changed her shoes, and stepped into the living room. Su Yun closed the door behind them, and quickly led Zhou Xiaoxiao to the sofa in the living room. Please take a seat. How should I address you? My surname is Zhou. Zhou Xiaoxiao. Here is my police badge. I am here for a routine inquiry, so there's no need for you to feel anxious, Mr. Su. Zhou Xiaoxiao walked gracefully towards the sofa, her gaze casually surveying the surroundings. It was simply a habit ingrained in her as a criminal investigator. Upon entering an unfamiliar environment, she could not help but observe. Prior to her arrival, she had conducted a brief investigation into Su Yun's background. Coupled with the fact that she frequently watched his live streams, nothing in his room struck her as particularly unusual. The corner lighting, a phone stand, a poker storage box, and the live streaming computer and equipment in another corner all underscored Su Yun's identity as a streamer. Furthermore, the shoe cabinet at the entrance was filled with nearly identical-sized male shoes, and the kitchen displayed a solitary set of dishes, clearly indicating that Su Yun lived alone. This was entirely consistent with what she had observed during the live streams. Officer Zhou, would you like something to drink? Hot tea or a cold beverage? A cold drink, please, thank you. Su Yun retrieved a can of cola from the refrigerator and handed it to Zhou Xiaoxiao. What is it that Officer Zhou wishes to inquire about? Zhou Xiaoxiao accepted the cola but hesitated to open it, holding it in both hands. It is regarding the investigation we conducted with the residents near Ranshan that we learned that on the morning of the day before yesterday, following the heavy rain at the foot of Ranshan, you were present there and reported an assault. Su Yun felt a sudden realization. It seemed she had indeed come because of that incident. Yes, Zhou Xiaoxiao began. That night, during the torrential downpour, there were not many people heading up the mountain. Yet you appeared in the vicinity at dawn, causing quite a stir. Could you explain what transpired? As she spoke, Zhou Xiaoxiao placed a recording pen on the table and added, local residents mentioned that you were drenched and appeared quite haggard. Was that due to the assault? Even now, Su Yun recalled that night with some irritation. Being chased for no reason was something no one could tolerate. Facing Zhou Xiaoxiao's inquiry, he did not conceal the truth and replied with a serious expression, actually, I went up the mountain that morning, accompanied by my classmate Yang. It was drizzling at the time. He went to the Ranshan reservoir to fish, while I was there to practice card throwing for my live stream. Hearing this, Zhou Xiaoxiao smiled slightly. She had previously suspected the purpose of Su Yun's trip into the mountains. Although she had not watched his streams in recent days, she had reviewed the streaming records before coming and knew he was telling the truth. I am aware of that. To be honest, we had already examined your streaming records before coming to IT. Appears your live stream abruptly ended around 6 in the afternoon. Did you encounter an emergency at that time? Soo-yun shook his head, feeling frustrated. Not at all. My phone simply ran out of battery. When I realized it was getting late, I intended to head back down. However, midway, I encountered a group of suspicious individuals. Zhou Xiaoxiao immediately sat up straight. Knowing they had reached a crucial point, she leaned in attentively, her demeanor resembling that of a cool-headed goddess, exuding an air of seriousness. Observing her, Soo-yun realized that this case might indeed be more complex than it appeared. Otherwise, it would not warrant a police inquiry. Reflecting on the commotion at Ranchon that morning, he could not help but ask, "By the way, officer, I noticed several police cars at Ranchon this morning. Were they there because of the people who attacked me?" Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded. This was not classified information. So she replied honestly, "The individuals who assaulted you are likely a group of tomb raiders involved in a significant tomb robbery case, which is why I am here to seek your assistance." Soo-yun paused, a brief moment of stiffness crossing his face, but he quickly masked it, returning to composure. "What's wrong?" Zhou Xiaoxiao asked, puzzled by his reaction. Soo-yun shook his head, offering a wry smile. "It's nothing. I initially thought they were poachers, or perhaps murderers disposing of bodies in the wilderness, but I never expected them to be tomb raiders. Have tomb raiders become so ruthless that they would resort to murder to silence witnesses?" Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded gravely, earnestly warning, "Indeed, this group of tomb raiders is not ordinary. It includes cross-border criminals, and their methods are far from those of mere petty thieves. You can only consider yourself fortunate to have escaped. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire." "That sounds perilous," Soo-yun remarked, his expression reflecting a sense of dread, yet a subtle glint of intrigue flashed in his eyes as he casually asked, "I heard from my classmate that it was a fisherman who reported the incident, claiming he discovered an ancient tomb. Were any valuable antiques stolen?" Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Soo-yun in surprise, curious about his sudden interest. Sensing her confusion, Soo-yun chuckled lightly, explaining, "Oh, it's just that when I stumbled upon that group of suspicious individuals, they were crouched down as if digging for something that in retrospect, they were likely excavating a tomb. I wonder if that might provide you with any clues." Zhou Xiaoxiao quickly inquired, "Could you discern their specific excavation activities? That information is crucial and could greatly assist us." "Well," Soo-yun appeared contemplative, furrowing his brow as he recalled, "the light was too dim at the time, but the rain had stopped, and I vaguely heard them searching for something. They even called to others to join them, but it seemed some were reluctant to descend and needed to stay above to keep watch." Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up as she seemed to grasp an essential detail, eagerly asking, "Could you hear what exactly they were trying to find?" Soo-yun furrowed his brow, continuing to ponder. "I recall something vaguely. What was it?" Zhou Xiaoxiao remembered clearly that when she visited the site earlier, Professor Xie had mentioned that the ancient tomb held no valuable items, but the murals were of significant archaeological importance, clearly outside the realm of the tomb raiders' interests. Thus, what the raiders were searching for must have been something precious and exceptional, worthy of such elaborate risk-taking, even involving mercenaries. Ultimately, Professor Xie had deduced from the traces within the tomb that the missing artifact was likely a box-shaped object. At that moment, observing Soo-yun's deep contemplation, Zhou Xiaoxiao sensed he was on the verge of a realization, yet struggled to recall it. She could only watch anxiously from the side. Finally, Zhou Xiaoxiao thoughtfully considered that the information regarding the ancient tomb's remnants was not particularly confidential, as many interns who accompanied the archaeological team were aware of it. Hoping to facilitate Soo-yun's recollection and provide clues, Zhou Xiaoxiao resolutely suggested, "This is a tomb from the spring and autumn period, and a box-shaped item has gone missing. According to the analysis by experts from the Cultural Relics Bureau regarding the murals, the box may contain an ancient bamboo slip with important information or oracle bones. Could you recall any such terms from the raiders' discussions? Even fragments of dialogue could provide us with vital clues. A box, bamboo slips, or perhaps oracle bones." At her words, Soo-yun's hand holding the cup trembled imperceptibly. Chapter 68. What is inside this trash can? His arm trembled slightly, yet the finely tuned sensitivity of his body allowed Soo-yun to maintain control. He then casually placed the cup on the table, took a tissue to wipe his hands, and remarked nonchalantly, An ancient tomb from over 2,000 years ago. This surely qualifies as a significant case of cultural relic theft, does it not? Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded, perhaps feeling a bit parched, and finally, with a pop, she pulled open the tab on the cola can. Taking a small sip, she solemnly stated, "Indeed, this lost national treasure is of great antiquity and significance. One could say that this group of individuals is heinously guilty. Capturing them would warrant at least a life sentence, and even execution would not be excessive." Su Yun, filled with righteous indignation, concurred, "Absolutely. These people are utterly despicable." However, Su Yun shifted her tone. Did they only take a small box? Perhaps the other items were too large to transport? As she spoke, Su Yun feigned a contemplative demeanor, continuing to recall the scene from that night. "Because I remember that evening, they were all crouched on the ground, seemingly straining to burrow underground. The entrance must have been quite small." Zhou Xiaoxiao sighed. "This ancient tomb is rather ordinary, containing nothing of significant value, save for that lost box, which holds the most crucial items." Turning to Su Yun with utmost seriousness, she added, "Thus, Mr. Su, you must disclose everything you know. Any clues are vital for our apprehension of the criminals. So, did you discover any additional information that night?" Su Yun pondered for a moment, then suddenly slapped her thigh, startling Zhou Xiaoxiao. "Right, I think I heard them discussing something about bamboo slips from the Warring States period. Worrying whether they might decay, the tomb robbers seemed quite anxious, but it was too far away. I only caught snippets." Zhou Xiaoxiao's expression brightened as she replied gravely, "This is indeed an important lead. It appears that these tomb robbers came with a specific purpose." "Bamboo slips," Su Yun exclaimed in surprise, her body relaxing slightly, secretly breathing a sigh of relief, then feigning astonishment. "Could it really be bamboo slips from the Warring States period? Did I not hear incorrectly that night?" Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head, somewhat helplessly replying, "It is indeed a similar item to bamboo slips, but it may not necessarily be bamboo slips. According to the archaeologist's analysis of the murals, this object bears inscriptions. Therefore, the contents of the box are likely a piece of gold foil. But it could also be yellow turtle shells or dyed iron artifacts. Everything remains uncertain, and we cannot be 100% sure." Gold foil? Upon hearing this, Su Yun's previously relaxed demeanor stiffened, yet she leaned back on the sofa, a hint of bitterness flickering in her eyes. Zhou Xiaoxiao's voice continued to resonate. "Regardless, experts are confident that this artifact is of immense value. Some even speculate it may be on par with national treasures like Xiangyang's Fangsheng and the E-bells from the Warring States period." Su Yun's expression darkened further, and she tentatively inquired, "Officer Zhou, I mean to say, if, hypothetically, someone were to find a national treasure, what would happen?" Zhou Xiaoxiao contemplated for a moment, suspecting no ulterior motive, replied with a smile, "Well, it would depend on the circumstances. If they were to conceal it and we discovered it, they would face charges of embezzling state property. However, if they reported it immediately, they would be recognized for their great contribution and might even receive a reward." Ahem. Su Yun had just taken a sip of water and accidentally choked, regaining her composure before continuing. "But what if this person inadvertently damaged it?" Zhou Xiaoxiao suddenly looked at Su Yun, her eyes revealing surprise, wondering why he had posed such a question. "Nevertheless," she explained, "failing to report an unidentified item already implies the possibility of concealment. And if there were intentional damage, the sentence could start at 10 years, or even life imprisonment. This falls under the crime of harming national treasures. Of course, if it were accidental damage to a nationally protected artifact causing severe consequences, the punishment could be up to 3 years of imprisonment or detention." Su Yun shivered, feeling her heart clench painfully. Zhou Xiaoxiao keenly asked, "What's wrong? Did you find something?" "Not at all," Su Yun replied with a light laugh, gesturing dismissively while expressing righteous indignation. "I just think these criminals truly deserve to die. A death sentence would not be excessive. Not only did they steal such valuable artifacts, but they also committed murder. Reflecting on that scene still infuriates me." Zhou Xiaoxiao remained noncommittal. "Then, Mr. Su, please continue recounting the subsequent events." Su Yun sighed, a bitter expression crossing her face. "That night, I was utterly terrified. After all, encountering such a group in the deep mountains was daunting. I decided to take a detour, and while leaving, I heard." Pausing momentarily, Su Yun asserted, "I heard their leader instructing the others to ensure that the stolen artifacts were well guarded and not to be lost under any circumstances." Looking back, it is remarkable how much they valued. Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded repeatedly, recognizing the significance of this clue, as it indicated the robbers had a strong intent and aligned with the expert's analysis that they were specifically targeting this artifact. Thus, they must have been guarding this lost treasure closely, carrying it on their persons. Please continue, Mr. Su. Well, I managed to slip away, but unexpectedly, one of them pursued me. Fortunately, the mountain paths were quite convoluted, and they ultimately lost track of me, allowing me to escape. Moments later, after Zhou Xiaoxiao absorbed Su Yun's narration, she fell into deep thought. Su Yun's decision to take a detour was entirely reasonable. Anyone would instinctively avoid approaching a clandestine group in the wilderness. Do you remember what the pursuer looked like? It was too dark to see clearly, but I could discern that he was not tall and rather slender. That I did not catch any specific details. Zhou Xiaoxiao was surprised, feeling it resembled the deceased tomb raider, yet she could not be certain. However, it seemed that Su Yun had encountered the pursuer just before the tomb raiders engaged with a third party. One could only say that Su Yun was fortunate, had he delayed leaving that perilous place. The consequences could have been dire. Clearly, preconceived notions did not lead her to associate Su Yun with such violence. After all, Su Yun hardly appeared to be the type capable of murder, and even he himself remained unaware that he had taken a life. Subsequently, Zhou Xiaoxiao inquired about further details, and whether Su Yun had noticed any suspicious vehicles in the morning. Su Yun answered all her questions with ease and precision. With a click, Zhou Xiaoxiao turned off the recorder, glanced at the time, and stood up, extending her hand. All right, I believe I have gathered sufficient information. Apologies for taking up so much of your time. Your fans might have some opinions. Su Yun smiled, shaking Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand. Not at all. Aiding the police in swiftly capturing these vile tomb raiders is our civic duty, and I harbor a deep-seated hatred for them. Su Yun spoke entirely truthfully. I did not expect Mr. Su, who is usually so reticent in his live broadcasts, to be exceptionally passionate about national responsibilities. I would like to express my gratitude on behalf of the Rongqing Police Department. It is the least I could do. Zhou Xiaoxiao stood, casually picking up the nearly empty cola can, and turned to ask, Mr. Su, where is your trash can? Oh, over here. Su Yun instinctively pointed to the location of the trash. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he stepped forward to block Zhou Xiaoxiao's path just as she was about to walk behind the sofa. Zhou Xiaoxiao tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? But in the next moment, she froze, as if realizing something, casting a suspicious glance at the trash can behind her. Chapter 69. A Haunting Encounter. Zhou Xiaoxiao saw that the trash can behind the sofa was filled with a jumble of playing cards and a heap of crumpled tissues. Zhou Xiaoxiao looked at Su Yun meaningfully and smiled wryly. Mr. Su, you are still single, aren't you? Upon hearing this, Su Yun awkwardly chuckled. Haha, forgive me, Officer Zhou. Your visit was quite unexpected, and I didn't have time to tidy up. As he spoke, Su Yun casually took the cola can from Zhou Xiaoxiao's hand and tossed it into the trash can behind him. Zhou Xiaoxiao assumed Su Yun was embarrassed about appearing untidy in front of her and did not intend to press further. After all, who would want to reveal their messy side when a beautiful girl visits a bachelor's home? Just then, Zhou Xiaoxiao's keen eyes caught sight of a half-hidden wooden stake beneath the curtain, with several playing cards stuck in it. Zhou Xiaoxiao flicked her hair, remarking, You seem well prepared with your props. The special effects look great. As your fan, I truly appreciate it, and hope you continue to excel. Ah, sure. Su Yun, preoccupied with thoughts of the trash can, responded absent-mindedly. Zhou Xiaoxiao reminded Su Yun to note down her number in case he remembered any overlooked clues. And Su Yun nodded earnestly. Finally, after expressing her gratitude once more, Zhou Xiaoxiao began putting on her shoes, preparing to leave. However, just as she was about to step out, she seemed to recall something and turned to ask, By the way, how did you manage to escape? Su Yun paused, casually replying, I threw a few playing cards, not caring whether they hit, to scare him off, then turned and jumped off the cliff. Through cards, Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head, a smile escaping her lips. However, upon realizing that this individual was a flying card streamer, she felt a sense of understanding. After all, in a moment of crisis, it was only natural to haphazardly toss out a couple of cards, akin to how an ordinary person might panic and choose a path without thought. Fortunately, you ran quickly. The situation at that time, as we speculate, was indeed quite complicated. Among that group of tomb raiders, there was one person who might have been pursuing you, and in the end, he met his demise. Dead. Su Yun was taken aback, a vague realization dawning upon him. Goodbye. Bang! It was only when Zhou Xiaoxiao departed, the door slamming shut, that Su Yun managed to regain his composure. He stood in a daze for a moment before exhaling a long, deep breath. Phew, finally gone. I never expected he would die. Did I cause his death? Su Yun's expression grew complex, grappling with the shocking thought that he had unwittingly taken a life. Yet, they all deserved their fate, and given the urgency of the situation, he felt no guilt, merely a sense of reflection. Ever since he had begun practicing with flying cards, his life had gradually taken on an extraordinary hue. Recalling the unsettling sensation he had felt back at Ranshan, akin to a prickling awareness on his back, he now recognized it as a premonition. Indeed, one of the assailants had perished, and retribution was inevitable. That it seemed they had not managed to locate him at that time. However, in Zhou Xiaoxiao's presence, Su Yun had not exhibited any signs of abnormality, nor had he probed further into the matter of the Tomb Raider's death. Although he had killed a villain in self-defense, which did not constitute a crime, he was still concerned that he might be misinterpreted as a perpetrator of murder and robbery. Damn it, the thought struck him. Prompting an uncharacteristic curse, he quickly returned behind the sofa and upturned the entire trash bin. Without regard for the mess on the floor, he crouched down to rummage through the contents, after gathering 4 pieces of golden foil and a roll of golden film. Su Yun finally relaxed, patting his chest in relief. Thank goodness, it's all here. These were remnants of gold foil from the Warring States period that he had carelessly discarded into the trash while tidying up. He felt grateful that Yang Datu's great-uncle had returned the scraps to him. Had they been left at the lumberyard, they would have been lost forever. Simultaneously, he was relieved that he had been lazy and hadn't disposed of the trash immediately. Now, this is troublesome. Su Yun frowned at the scraps on the table. Initially, when Zhou Xiaoxiao had come to inquire, he hadn't thought much of it. However, upon discovering that the group was composed of Tomb Raiders, he realized something was amiss, which caused his expression to stiffen. Fortunately, his mastery over his body allowed him to maintain control over his reactions. Yet, he had harbored a glimmer of hope. Thus, he had subtly inquired, providing clues to Zhou Xiaoxiao, which enabled him to gather some fundamental information. One, the tomb looted at Ranshan was an ancient tomb from the Warring States period. Point 2, that the stolen item was a square box. 3, the box likely contained gold foil. Summarizing this information, Su Yun recalled the night he had descended the mountain, inadvertently tumbling into a deep pit and shattering a box in the darkness, from which he had extracted gold foil, thereby escaping with his life. It was now almost certain that the gold foil in his possession was indeed the lost artifact from the ancient tomb. Yet, it was evident that it was not the bamboo slips or tortoise shells hypothesized by experts, but rather gold foil. Why would the Tomb Raiders hide this item in a pit? Are they out of their minds? Su Yun muttered in frustration, his face flushed with annoyance. He had sensed the impending trouble while conversing with Zhou Xiaoxiao. Thus, he had inquired about the consequences of damaging cultural relics, and upon learning the repercussions, he felt a pang of fear. Helpless, he had ultimately concealed the matter, not even admitting that the Tomb Raider might have been killed by him. Su Yun genuinely feared that the police would suspect him of murder and robbery, a crime of black-on-black violence. Of course, had the gold foil remained intact, he would have reported it truthfully to the authorities. Even now, he held the conviction that he would never misappropriate cultural relics or engage in such despicable acts. However, now that he had gotten himself into a precarious situation, it was imperative to clean up the mess. Otherwise, proving that it was not excrement would be impossible. This is all the Warring States gold foil. I wonder if it can be restored. Su Yun carefully retrieved the golden card and began to piece together the scraps on the coffee table. He thought to himself that if he could restore the Warring States gold foil and then hand it over to the state, he might be able to escape unscathed, thereby redeeming himself. Even if there were some damage, he could claim it had always been that way, since after all, the archaeological experts had never seen Warring States gold foil. They were still speculating it might be bamboo slips or tortoise shells. How could this possibly be an antique? How could there be materials like this in ancient times? Su Yun was flabbergasted. Was it a matter of his limited vision, or had Baidu Encyclopedia misled him? Ancient civilizations indeed possessed materials that exceeded the hardness of steel. Yet why did online experts assert otherwise? At the same time, Su Yun realized that regardless of its age or the significance it represented, this item could be deemed a national treasure, and damaging such a treasure, even if unintentional, could lead to a minimum sentence of 3 years. But in that moment of crisis, I felt as if someone was watching me, and the possibility of being targeted by the assailants loomed large. Lacking suitable weapons, crafting one from gold foil was my best option, a desperate measure after all, for no matter how important cultural relics are, they cannot surpass the value of one's own life. Su-yun sighed. If given another chance, he believed he would still choose to forge a weapon from the gold foil, even knowing it was an antique of immense worth. But what is wealth compared to one's life? People are inherently selfish, and Su-yun was no exception. Additionally, at that time, each outing felt like an impending threat on his back. After entering an extraordinary state twice, he had complete faith in his instincts for danger. Therefore, creating a reliable weapon to confront potential peril was an inevitable decision. In the face of life, everything else was trivial. After all, desperate times call for desperate measures, falling under the category of emergency avoidance, which is permissible. Yet, his emergency avoidance was too ephemeral. No one would believe it. The only miscalculation was his unfortunate luck, leading to the accidental damage of the cultural relic. But who would have thought this would turn out to be an antique? It was akin to picking up a stone on the road and realizing it was a meteorite. This won't do. Although it was for survival, I must find a way to restore it and submit it to the state. I cannot break the law. Su-yun understood that this object could not be hoarded. Otherwise, he would truly be guilty of hoarding a national treasure, and if the matter were to come to light, imprisonment would be inevitable. Although the threat of retribution from the assailants had not yet subsided, he had already passed through the most tense and perilous moment. Moving forward, he could seek other materials to craft weapons. Thus, this item must be returned to the state, and he must devise a plan for restoration that if all else fails, he could not evade responsibility. He would have to accept the consequences with tears in his eyes. In summary, it was imperative to submit it to the authorities without delay. Goddamn pure gold block. While he still had no idea what the 4 small seal characters represented, it was clear that as an antique, it could not possibly be a ridiculous modern term. Unexpected fortune had morphed into an unexpected calamity, utterly absurd. After laboring for half the day, Su-yun finally pushed the fragments of the Warring States gold foil aside. This simply cannot be pieced back together. After a flurry of activity, attempting to cross-reference information and reconstruct the puzzle, he found that even keeping the card intact was an impossible feat. In a fit of anger, Su-yun decided to abandon the effort altogether. Yet, a thought struck him. If he did not restore the Warring States gold foil and turn it over to the state, what then? Would he truly gamble on youth and leave his fate to a judge's decision? That would be utterly foolish. What am I to do? This is driving me to despair. Unable to restore it, and knowing that submitting it in its damaged state was not an option, coupled with the looming risk of the assailants. Su-yun felt his luck card was losing its fortune. Just as he found himself in a quandary, the alarm on his phone rang. Ding ding ding. It's 6:30? Forget it. I'm not streaming today. The alarm reminding him of his live broadcast rang. But Su-yun had lost all desire to go live. The next day, while out buying groceries and strolling, he remained in a listless state. Yet, the prickling sensation that had haunted him back at Ranchon resurfaced. Had it not been for this feeling, he would not have rushed to create a weapon for self-preservation. Su-yun was uncertain whether someone was covertly watching him or if it was merely his sense of impending danger. Nevertheless, he understood that his entanglement with those tomb raiders was far from over. Even though I've recently returned to the city, I must remain vigilant. Su-yun furrowed his brows, quickening his pace as for the matter of the cultural relics. He could not think of a suitable solution and would have to delay it for another day. However, he knew he needed to resolve this issue promptly. Dragging it out was unwise. After all, once the police caught wind of it, the implications of voluntarily coming forward would be starkly different from proactively submitting it. But how could he go about voluntarily reporting to the police? No, how could he submit it? While walking, Su-yun suddenly felt an inexplicable sensation and abruptly looked up, only to realize that he had unknowingly arrived at the entrance of the police station. Not far away, a figure was observing him. Chapter 70. The Cultural Relics Restoration Expert. Is it you? A crisp voice of a girl rang out. It was Zhou Xiaoxiao standing at the police station's entrance. Seemingly about to head out, and fortuitously encountering Su-yun. Have you come to share a new lead with me? Seeing Su-yun lost in thought at the police station's entrance, Zhou Xiaoxiao approached with a light smile. Her ponytail bouncing with every step. Oh no, I was just passing by after buying groceries and didn't expect to run into Officer Zhou. What a coincidence. Well then, are you heading home? I'm just about to go out. Let me give you a ride. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt a tinge of disappointment, but still spoke with enthusiasm. That would be a trouble for you. Su Yun didn't refuse, wanting to avoid revealing his unease. Throughout the day, Su Yun felt somewhat distracted, only regaining his composure in the evening as he prepared for his nightly live stream. He worried that if he didn't broadcast, his fans might dwindle. After all, one still needs to eat. The streamer you follow has begun a live broadcast. Hurry to the scene and show your support. Online viewers, 2657. With Su Yun's growing popularity, his follower count had surged to over 8,000, with regular streams attracting around 2,000 viewers. In an era teeming with streamers, this wasn't particularly impressive, nor did it distinguish him from the countless lesser-known ones. Yet, it marked his entry into the realm of streaming. With an audience, he was no longer a solitary ACT to Su Yun sensed the monotony of his streaming style, while it effectively retained a core group of dedicated fans. It also stifled his growth. Just like today, after an outdoor live stream that had garnered significant attention, a substantial portion of his followers had been drawn in by that experience. However, upon transitioning to an indoor stream today, he could visibly observe a steep decline in viewer numbers. It seems it's time to practice a new skill. After attempting to juggle for a while, Su Yun felt out of sorts. I should not let this affect my state of mind, as it would hinder my progress. Ultimately, Su Yun opted to engage with his viewers in the live stream to uplift his spirits. Brother, perseverance seems a bit off today. Did the heavy rain from the previous streams give you a cold? Indeed. The streamer is working too hard, and the special effects are becoming increasingly realistic. Ah, yes, I watched the rainy night stream. It was phenomenal. Hey, bro upstairs, do share. I missed that day. You missed the streamer's effects. The juggling created airflow that dispersed raindrops, cutting through pine trees. Those effects rival Hollywood blockbusters. Is that so? I want to learn special effects production from the streamer. But with such realistic effects, does the streamer have enough budget to sustain this? It can't all be effects. They must have added simulated props and repeatedly used the effects for the launching process. After this lively interaction, Su Yun felt considerably bettered. He then contemplated connecting with other streamers for some friendly competition, seeking a bit of fun. As soon as he opened the PK page, a barrage of hot PKs among major streamers flooded his screen. Upon clicking into his own page, a list of recently connected streamers immediately popped up. Scanning the list, he noticed it was filled with streamers he had previously interacted with, most of whom were online during this prime streaming time. Suddenly, his gaze landed on a particularly popular stream, Lu Hongya. Last time I lost to this little girl in popularity, resulting in a punishment. Today, feeling a bit off, I'll take it out on you. Su Yun mused quietly to himself. Swiftly clicking to connect with Lu Hongya's stream. Attempting to connect with the streamer, please wait. Successfully connected with Taekwondo Black Belt. Hongya. The screen flickered as Su Yun successfully connected with Lu Hongya, who appeared equally surprised by his sudden request to connect. With her head held high, she shot a glare at Su Yun, saying, "Oh, I sent this the loser." Su Yun nearly choked on his indignation. He had hoped to lighten his mood, but her first words struck him like a sharp arrow, leaving him feeling cold. Observing Su Yun's dejection, Lu Hongya chuckled, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "What's the matter? Not satisfied last time? Looking to reclaim your honor?" Su Yun retorted, "What a farce. Last time, you, a popular streamer, versus me, a small streamer in a popularity PK. It's a miracle you won." Ha ha, you're just now catching on. Watching Lu Hongya beam at the camera, Su Yun felt his irritation boiling over. Don't get too cocky. Let us change up our PK method this time. Sure, want to see how many hits you can take from me? A black belt. With that, Lu Hongya provocatively waved her fist. Su Yun fell silent. Fighting a girl, even if she was a Taekwondo black belt, would surely invite backlash from female martial artists online. Moreover, he had not trained in close combat skills as he sized up Lu Hongya. He suddenly noticed she wasn't streaming from a Taekwondo studio this time. The surroundings appeared to be her living room. However, it must be said, Lu Hongya's home was indeed affluent. This was no mere living room. It was clearly the reception area of a villa. What? Scared? You superstitious fool. I'll go easy on you. Seeing Su Yun hesitate, Lu Hongya intensified her tone. But before Su Yun could respond, An elderly man with silver hair strolled into view on her stream. Suyun's eyes lit up. It was Professor Liu. He recalled encountering Professor Liu while researching the essence of Tai Jinhua in the Rhone University Library, where he also met Liu Hongya. If he remembered correctly, Professor Liu had mentioned teaching ancient literature at Rhone University. Ancient literature must surely relate closely to archaeology, as both fields study ancient texts or artifacts. After all, archaeologists don't unearth ancient texts without purpose, and ancient literature scholars can't fully comprehend archaeology without interpreting the information in the texts. Thus, the two fields are intricately intertwined. In that instant, Suyun wondered if Professor Liu might know some professionals specializing in artifact restoration. In a flash, he decided not to hesitate and called out, "Hey, Liu Hongya, could you ask your grandfather for me? I have a few questions I'd like to consult with the old gentleman." Liu Hongya paused, glanced at her grandfather, then pouted at Suyun, complaining, "Don't call me by my real name online." Sure enough, as Suyun called out, the chat exploded with comments. "Liu Hongya, I love Liu Hongya. Liu Hongya, come kick my ribs. Someone, drag me out and shoot me to cheer for Liu Hongya." Liu Hongya scrunched her little nose in annoyance, shaking her fist at Suyun, scolding, "See, now everyone in my stream is shouting my name. It's all your fault." "Humph, I want to call my grandfather." Suyun was taken aback. He hadn't expected this young lady to be so prideful, throwing a little tantrum over a minor setback. Just as he was perplexed, he suddenly saw an elderly man approach the camera, peering closer. The elder seemed to recognize Suyun, slowly saying, "Ah, it's little Su. I didn't know you were streaming now." The youth truly keeps up with the times. To Suyun's surprise, the old professor had a remarkable memory and still recalled his name. This was primarily due to the profound impression Suyun had left on him, as it was quite rare for a young person to study ancient philosophy for personal cultivation. Seeing it was Professor Liu, Suyun quickly cleared his throat and respectfully said, "Hello, Professor Liu," in the stream. Liu Hongya looked visibly displeased, whining, "Grandpa, don't pay attention to him." Professor Liu smiled kindly, saying, "Little ya, I believe little Su called me for a reason. Let us allow Grandpa to join your world for a moment, Grandpa." All right. Professor Liu affectionately patted Liu Hongya's head, then turned to the camera, saying, "Little Su, what seems to be the trouble?" Suyun hurriedly replied, "I apologize for disturbing your rest. I've encountered a small issue and would like to consult you about something." Before Professor Liu could respond, Liu Hongya muttered softly beside him, "Serves you right." She then stuck her tongue out at Suyun, wearing a look of schadenfreude. Professor Liu gently patted Liu Hongya, signaling her to be quiet, then said, "That's fine. I'll have little you send you my phone number privately, and we can communicate in private." Great. Soon, Suyun received a private message from Liu Hongya. Displaying a number, he promptly left the room, leaving his audience behind, and headed to the living room to make the call. "Hello. Professor, I apologize for the interruption. The situation is as follows. My family has a collection of antiques, but I accidentally damaged one, and I was wondering if you know any masters who specialize in restoration of old items. That would depend on the type of item. If it's porcelain, restoring it to its original state is nearly impossible. After all, a broken mirror cannot be made whole again. However, if the restorer is exceptionally skilled, they can make the damage less visible, though it will still affect its value. It's not porcelain, it's iron." Chapter 71. Could it be a flying card? Suyun intentionally fabricated a story, disguising the truth, but it did not impede his inquiry. Professor LV remarked, "When it comes to metals, the material in question is of paramount importance. For instance, gold and silver may compromise the original patterns, and even after restoration, subtle imperfections may remain. If the object bears intricate designs, the complexity of the restoration only intensifies." Upon hearing that the original motifs might be ruined, Suyun felt an overwhelming sense of the daunting challenge that lay ahead. Most critically, he was unaware of the exact material composition of the Warring States gold leaf. "Professor LV, I too am uncertain about the specific material. Yet I can confirm that it is adorned with patterns that I wonder if it can be restored to its original design." Professor LV's weary gaze shifted momentarily, as if deep in thought, before he slowly responded, "I wonder if you possess any photographs of the complete design from prior to the damage?" Suyun thought to himself that he indeed had such photographs, but he could not risk showing them. What if they were to be exposed? Furthermore, The patterns were elusive, making them difficult to capture on his phone. Professor, I do not have a complete design. Professor LV furrowed his brow in contemplation, the creases at the corners of his eyes deepening slightly. After a prolonged silence, he lamented, "Then the old man is truly at a loss. It is akin to investigating an entirely unfamiliar phenomenon, without any basis for inquiry. We can only rely on our existing knowledge to speculate, which may lead to a complete distortion of the original intent." Hearing this, Su Yun felt a chill in his heart. The old professor was correct. It was reminiscent of the Sanxingdui artifacts recently unearthed, where people are still left to ponder what the bronze giant might be holding in its circular hands. Suddenly, the professor spoke again. "Do not lose heart, Xiao Su, that I happen to know some experts in this field. Though I cannot guarantee they will be of assistance, that if you have time in the near future, I could introduce you to them for a more detailed consultation. That would be wonderful. I truly appreciate your assistance. Professor, I shall treat you to tea at the academy sometime." "That sounds splendid." The old man has been retired and has been lamenting the lack of company for conversation. "Xiao Su, I see you are quite diligent and eager to learn. As long as you stay on the right path, you will achieve great things. That by the way, I have some ancient book rubbings that you might find interesting." Su Yun recognized that Professor LV was subtly encouraging him not to become ensnared by superstitions and frivolous pursuits. Nonetheless, it also affirmed his own worth from another perspective. The two, one old and one young, exchanged a few cheerful words over the phone, and both left the conversation in high spirits. After Professor LV departed, LV Hongya cast a sidelong glance at Su Yun, thereby dampening her desire to challenge him. "Su Yun, let us compete with genuine skills next time, so you may be utterly convinced," LV Hongya declared with a haughty flourish of her delicate fist. Su Yun, in an uplifted mood, relaxed his brow, feeling a sense of accomplishment from the day's live stream. Perhaps he could find a skilled restorer to mend the gold leaf. With his spirits elevated, he felt unperturbed by competition and playfully compared his fist, the size of a sandbag. "Come at me. Who's afraid?" "Umph, just you wait." LV Hongya scoffed with a dismissive huff before cutting off the livestream connection. Su Yun paid her threats no mind, focusing instead on his hope that Professor LV would connect him with a masterful artifact restoration expert. After streaming for half an hour, Su Yun concluded his session early, pondering when might be an appropriate time to visit Professor LV and how he might present the gold leaf for the expert's examination. That night marked the third day since the Warring States tomb heist, and the third day of the gold leaf's mysterious disappearance, stirring the hearts of countless individuals. These days would prove tumultuous for Rome City, just as night fell within the Rome City police precinct. Many officers were still working late due to the recent spate of robberies and tomb raiding cases, all intertwined with third-party influences, yet without a single lead. The burden of their tasks only grew heavier. In Captain Chunye's office, he had just prepared a cup of tea, intending to work through the night. Just then, there was a knock at the door. "Captain Chun, I have come to report on the black market investigation. Come in. I've been waiting for you." Xiao Qin, clutching her notebook, rushed into Captain Chunye's office, looking weary. "How did it go? You look exhausted," he remarked. Steadying herself, Xiao Qin took a few deep breaths. Observing her state, Qinyi offered her the freshly brewed tea. Without hesitation, Xiao Qin gulped down a large portion of the warm tea, letting out a long sigh of relief at Chunye's urging. Xiao Qin quickly took a seat and handed him her notebook. "Captain, this is the result of my day-long investigation. Please take a look." As Chunyi perused the notebook, he noted the meticulous records of various black market conditions. "I have also documented the usage records of shops and small factories that possess hydraulic equipment or self-manufacturing qualifications. Additionally, I have captured sales records from several second-hand goods shops, and I will have the other officers organize and send them to you shortly. Thank you for your hard work. I will review these right away." "Did you notice any suspicious weapons during your visits to the black markets?" "Captain, I did find a few shops selling slingshots and crossbows, but none of them matched the characteristics of our case." Hearing this, Chunyi felt a cold wave wash over him. How could it be that after all their efforts, not a single clue emerged? If even the black market had no sales, it raised questions about whether the mysterious weapon had yet to circulate or if there were other hidden channels at play. If it had yet to circulate, that would imply a complex web connecting the robbery and tomb raiding cases, possibly even involving a single individual. Conversely, if there were clandestine weapon sales channels, it suggested the existence of a terrifying arms trade network operating in the shadows. A matter of significant concern. Xiaoqin, you may head home for the night. You've worked hard today. All right, thank you. After exchanging a few words, Xiaoqin left, and Captain Chunyi fell into deep contemplation. Subsequently, he proceeded to the chief's office to report the lack of findings from the black market investigation to Chief Zhang. Upon hearing the news, Chief Zhang sighed heavily, visibly troubled. The weapon leads have dried up, and we have yet to uncover any traces of the third-party forces or tomb raiders. Chief, there's more to it than that. The tomb raiders are highly purposeful in their actions and have mingled with mercenaries. This situation may be more complicated than it appears. Chief Zhang remained silent. Feeling as though Chunyi was intentionally exacerbating his frustrations, he then communicated with the Cyber Police Department, deciding to temporarily suspend live broadcasts related to handmade goods. Bows, arrows, or toy firearms. However, this only applied to broadcasts within Rome City and blocked the promotion of such broadcasts in other cities. As night deepened, ordinary citizens remained oblivious to the changes taking place in Rome City, unaware of the undercurrents swirling beneath the surface. Exiting the chief's office, Chunyi planned to continue his disguise, only to be met by Zhou Xiaoxiao, who rushed in with fervor. Xiaoxiao, you're back? Any new leads? None. I also coordinated with the military, but we still cannot pinpoint the reasons behind the cooperation between the mercenaries and tomb raiders. However, we suspect their motives are very strong, solely focused on that mysterious lost artifact. With no interest in anything else, there is likely a mastermind pulling the strings behind the scenes. By the way, the archaeological experts are urgently deciphering the situation, but we still do not understand the value and significance of the lost artifact. However, according to the archaeologists, it may possess other special values. What makes this artifact so special? It's just an antique. What other significance could it possibly have? A bystander, overhearing the conversation, couldn't help but interject. Zhou Xiaoxiao shook her head, exclaiming as she sank into a chair, releasing a deep sigh, I don't know. The experts said it might not be as simple as a mere antique artifact. Its true value may not manifest in that form, but could serve another purpose. Of course, the experts are deciphering the mural for clues, but nothing is certain at this point. All right, let us take a break and grab a bite to eat. Don't overexert yourself. Okay. Zhou Xiaoxiao pulled out her phone and ordered takeout, knowing that the cafeteria wouldn't have any food left at this hour. During dinner, she opened a live stream to check if Su Yun was broadcasting, unwittingly becoming one of his devoted fans. Ever since that day and after encountering Su Yun again that morning, she felt that something was amiss, suspecting she might have overlooked a crucial clue. However, after listening to the recordings multiple times, she found nothing new. Without realizing it, she opened Su Yun's live stream, only to see him connected with a female Taekwondo streamer. Enjoying the live stream while eating, she relished this rare moment of relaxation. After a considerable time, when she finished eating, Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned back in her chair, utterly exhausted. Just then, footsteps approached, and she turned to see forensic expert Qin Ming passing by. Forensic expert Qin, you're still working late. Qin Ming smiled back at her. Yes. I just finished dissecting the body of the tomb raider. We still haven't matched the fatal wound to any known cause. How could I leave? Zhou Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up with inspiration as she called out to him urgently. Forensic expert Qin, please don't go just yet. I need to consult you about something. Qin Ming paused, curious. What is it? Zhou Xiaoxiao sat up straight, pointing to the live stream of Su Yun on her phone screen, asking, do you think a flying disc could inflict the kind of fatal injury that the tomb raider sustained? Unable to restrain his curiosity, Qin Ming cast a glance at the live stream on his phone, where a young man was skillfully throwing playing cards. The man was handsome, and his movements were graceful and artistic, undeniably captivating. Such a scene was reminiscent of the films featuring gambling deities. Indeed, throwing cards. Just like in the video, Qin Ming remarked, his attention fixed on the stream, responding earnestly to Zhou Xiaoxiao's evident thirst for knowledge. It's quite possible. Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback, and before she could react, Qin Ming pointed to the streamer, Su Yun, on the screen. Just like this host, if he possesses a century's worth of skill, he could certainly inflict the kind of fatal wounds akin to those of grave robbers. Zhou Xiaoxiao was taken aback, exclaiming, a century, skill? Is this a martial arts novel? Are you joking, Qin Ming? Qin Ming shifted his gaze from the live stream and shrugged. Isn't it you who has been overly immersed in martial arts novels? How else would you come to pose such questions? Zhou Xiaoxiao stammered. With a hint of concern, Qin Ming glanced at her, advising, "Little Zhou, remember to balance work. While the case is pressing, do not overburden yourself. Your current state does not appear to be ideal." Zhou Xiaoxiao remained silent. Qin Ming, sensing her dazed expression, sighed resignedly and attempted to elucidate further. "Firstly, the thickness of a playing card is twice that of a banknote. Therefore, to inflict such exquisite, nearly imperceptible wounds with a playing card necessitates an incredibly swift glide and cutting speed, along with considerable force. Through extensive practice, one can theoretically achieve precise card throwing with a certain level of impact. It's akin to skipping stones. With enough practice, one naturally becomes accurate and generates some force. However, there is a limit. It cannot exceed the realms of science and human capability. For instance, while you may be able to throw a stone accurately enough to crack a skull, do you believe it feasible to achieve the effect of a sniper rifle? Even someone like Wang Chongyang would struggle, I reckon. Similarly, to use playing cards to injure or even kill someone, to the extent of inflicting such terrifying wounds, a century's worth of skill might still fall short. After listening to Qin Ming's explanation, Zhou Xiaoxiao awkwardly chuckled. "All right, I was just indulging a fleeting whim and asking out of curiosity. Please, do go about your business." Qin Ming. As she spoke, she noticed that Su Yun's live stream had concluded and promptly turned off her phone. "Remember to rest. Do not exhaust yourself in pursuit of the case, and refrain from overthinking," Qin Ming cautioned as he walked away. Heading toward Chun Ye's office, muttering to himself, "Thanks to that little girl's reminder, I almost forgot about the banknotes." Meanwhile, not long after Su Yun ended the stream, in a small town 80 kilometers away, 8 men of varying builds were frowning and exchanging glances in a low-roofed house under the setting sun. The group was divided into 2 factions, one consisting of 2 tall men exuding a menacing air, both with foreign features, while the other comprised 5 individuals of diverse heights and builds, yet collectively emanating a chilling aura. The 2 tall figures were dressed in heavy attire, their skin and hair distinctly non-oriental. Identifying them as mercenaries to AT that moment, a golden-haired man stepped forward, bearing a long diagonal scar across his eye that added a fierce edge to his already imposing physique. This scarred individual was named Charles. His mercenary codename, translating to Death God in the East at AT this moment. Charles glared fiercely at the 5 grave robbers before him, admonishing in broken Chinese, "You pig-headed fools, how dare you steal the gold foil? Do you wish for me to send you to meet your maker?" In response, a middle-aged man with a plump face and a scowl shot a sidelong glance at Charles, his expression cold. "You're hardly a saint yourself, so spare me the threats." Charles waved his hand dismissively, barking, "Oh, is it my fault that the items went missing? Do not forget how much the boss values this. We lost 10 brothers to obtain the information about this tomb. For the sake of the Almighty, you better come up with a solution. The boss's methods are beyond your imagination." The man known as Pighead Rong furrowed his brow, his gaze steely. Remaining silent, the fault was undeniably his. Even in his current fury, he found no outlet for his frustration. He had never anticipated that his once-in-a-lifetime scheme would go awry. He had secretly raided the ancient tomb, retrieved the gold foil from the Warring States period, and hidden it in a previously excavated pit. Under the cover of rain, he had hoped to erase any traces of his intrusion, planning to lead Charles and the others back for another dig, at which point they would find nothing, allowing him to seize the gold foil and claim credit with the boss. However, Pighead Rong had not foreseen that on the night following the rainy day, when he went alone to the marked abandoned tunnel to retrieve the gold foil, it had inexplicably vanished, leaving nothing but a pile of rotten wood debris. He had discovered scratch marks on the tunnel walls indicating that the gold foil had been taken, and that it had been unearthed using the foil itself. As Pighead Rong prepared to seek assistance in the vicinity, he was met with a swarm of police ascending the mountain. Compounding his misfortune to avoid detection by the searching officers, he had spent an entire day in the mountains without food or water. Only when the majority of the police had relaxed their search efforts did he finally receive reinforcement. In utter desperation, Pighead Rong confessed the truth to the mercenaries, seeking their help in locating the gold foil. Thus began the uneasy alliance between the grave robbers, led by Pighead Rong, and the mercenaries, under Charles's command. However, this was not a triumphant collaboration, it was a reckoning. With the gold foil lost, neither Pighead Rong nor Charles could expect favorable outcomes at that moment. A figure named Black Wolf, standing beside Charles, was on the verge of drawing his weapon, but Charles swiftly restrained him, barking, "Stop, Black Wolf! What are you doing?" Black Wolf, true to his name, was a dark-skinned foreigner who bared a wide grin displaying his white teeth, growling in low tones. "Damn it! This pig-headed fool is playing us for fools." No wonder he insisted on waiting until after the rain to act. Tension escalated, with Pighead Roan's accomplices brandishing their weapons. Casting glances at their leader, awaiting orders, the atmosphere turned dire, and beads of sweat began to form on Pighead Roan's brow. He understood the terrifying prowess of these mercenaries. Even a one-for-one exchange was out of the question. A single one of them could eliminate several of his men in mere moments. With a quickening mind, Pighead Roan devised a strategy, easing the tension. "Death God, this is not the moment to debate right or wrong. I, old Jew, will admit my fault to the boss, but this matter isn't yet at a dead end." Charles shot a piercing glare at Black Wolf, who reluctantly lowered his weapon. Charles fixed his gaze on Pighead Roan, demanding, "I just want to know what crafty solutions you Easterners have to salvage this." Seeing the crisis abate, Pighead Roan gestured for his subordinates to lower their weapons, stepping forward to meet Charles's gaze. "But before that, I'd like to ask you, what does the boss want with this gold foil? What exactly is it, and what purpose does it serve?" "Jew, that's not for us to question," Charles responded. Pighead Roan felt a surge of irritation at being referred to solely by his surname. Exclaiming, "How many times must I say it? Do not call me Pig." With a snort, Pighead Roan pressed on, "Aren't you affiliated with some research laboratory? Why is your boss delving into antiques instead of focusing on scientific research? Why involve us?" The mercenaries were evidently in the dark regarding their employer's intentions, yet they warned Pighead Roan, "You would do well not to pry too much. The boss seeks this for a reason. It is not merely an antique but harbors great secrets. Consider it an honor that the boss has approached you. Should you secure the gold foil, your rewards will far exceed any profits from selling antiques." Pighead Roan had indeed examined the gold foil and found its material peculiar. After years in the tomb, he had never encountered any antique with such unique properties that it resembled a modern object, lacking any semblance of antiquity. Had he not known in advance that it was an antique, he might have mistaken it for contemporary metalware. He simply could not fathom why the shadowy boss desired this. Why contact him from abroad just for an inexplicable piece of gold foil? If it were a matter of antique appreciation, there were countless porcelain and pottery pieces to be found. What need was there for a mere scrap of metal? Realizing he could not extract any further information about the item's purpose, Pighead Roan shifted his thoughts. Whether for the sake of receiving a hefty commission or to avoid antagonizing the enigmatic boss, it seemed his only option was to locate the missing item. With a smile, he declared, "Charles, I spent a night hiding in the mountains and did not return empty-handed. I overheard some fishermen nearby mention that the police have yet to find the items lost from the tomb and are still searching for that box. Meaning the gold foil is not in their possession." "Oh." At this, interest peaked among the group. Pighead Roan continued, "Since the police have not retrieved it, it stands to reason that the item must have been hidden by someone nearby. With time yet remaining before the boss's deadline, we can certainly find it." Charles, visibly displeased, retorted, "Damn it, where in this vast mountain range do we even begin to search?" Pighead Roan maintained a knowing smile, as if everything was under control. Just then, the sound of footsteps approached, prompting him to rise. "Isn't this the clue we've been waiting for?" As he spoke, a figure hurriedly entered the room, revealing itself to be one of the grave robbers in their crew. The younger brother, nicknamed Old Ghost, reported truthfully, "Boss, that kid is far too alert. I nearly got discovered. I followed him halfway, but dared not continue, fearing I might startle the snake." Pighead Roan, astonished, replied, "You, who traverse the night and delve into tombs, can be detected by ghosts, yet you were noticed by that lad." Old Ghost shook his head. "He appears utterly unremarkable, truly difficult to gauge." Pighead Roan inquired further, "Do you have any leads?" Old Ghost replied, "None. He seems quite ordinary, but he appears to be a streamer." The two mercenaries nearby, realizing Pighead Roan had identified a suspicious individual, hurriedly asked, "Do you have any information about the one who took the gold leaf?" Pighead Roan shook his head, honestly stating, "Not at all, but I discovered traces of a young man's presence. I suspect the one who took the gold leaf might be the same as the one who killed Zyashanzi, though I cannot be certain yet, which is why I sent Old Ghost to follow up." The mercenaries furrowed their brows. "Why do you suspect this individual?" "Follow me." Pighead Roan waved his hand, leading the two mercenaries away, who, without suspicion, followed closely. After a little more than 2 hours, they surprisingly returned to Ranshan, but instead of entering the mountains, they arrived at a small village at the foot of the mountain under Pighead Rong's guidance. At that moment, Pighead Rong stood on a country lane with the two mercenaries, spotting a rather large-headed fisherman on a tricycle lazily appearing in the distance. However, the group's attention was not on the fisherman, but rather followed Pighead Rong's gaze towards a large locust tree in the distance. The two mercenaries focused intently on the scars on the tree trunk, deep in thought. Pighead Rong said, "This is the clue I stumbled upon while passing through, which led me to that kid. What do you two think?" The mercenaries exchanged glances. What a swift blade. Pighead Rong, Chapter 73. With the rising sun in the east, I remain unvanquished. Whether the blade is swift or not, Su Yun was unaware. Yet his previous sense of foreboding was indeed correct. The following day, Su Yun rose early, quickly washed up, and had breakfast. Initially, he intended to seek out Professor L to strengthen their rapport and extract some information. Unfortunately, Professor L was engaged in a seminar that day, so Su Yun refrained from pressing the matter. With some leisure time, he took out the golden card to examine it. Zhou Xiaoxiao mentioned that tomb raiders are searching for this item, with a very specific purpose, ignoring other antiques altogether. With a calm demeanor, Su Yun recalled Zhou Xiaoxiao's words from the previous day. From this basic information, it was evident that the tomb raiders were solely focused on the gold leaf from the Warring States period. Otherwise, archaeologist Wu Ntia found other treasures in the tomb. After all, thieves do not leave empty-handed. Leaving items behind is not the modus operandi of tomb raiders. This strongly indicated that their objective was clear, further substantiating the notion that this gold leaf was no ordinary item. Su Yun then reflected on his own encounter with the tomb raiders. Upon encountering a living person, they eliminate them without hesitation. Clearly, this is a group that is organized, goal-oriented, and ruthless, far from the ordinary tomb raiders. The more he pondered, the more he felt a sense of profound realization, remembering the moment he leaped off the cliff under the moonlight to escape. A chill ran down his spine. It seems the gold leaf not only brings punishment, but could also lead to fatal consequences. It truly cannot be kept. Since the Ranshan incident, Su Yun learned to prepare for the worst, planning ahead to avoid facing dire straits when trouble arose. Now, he found himself in a dilemma regarding the gold leaf in his possession. He could neither discard it nor keep it. However, retaining it at least ensured that, should the tomb raiders come knocking, the presence of the gold leaf might deter them. Otherwise, if he were to lose it, they would inevitably seek him out regardless. On another note, Su Yun genuinely cherished this golden card, as it was currently his most formidable self-defense weapon. It's best to keep it on me. The golden card possessed significant power, granting Su Yun a semblance of self-preservation capability. Furthermore, carrying a small piece of metal would not attract undue attention, making it an ideal self-defense tool. Yet, Su Yun reconsidered. Possessing only one golden card posed a risk. If confronted by a single foe, it might suffice, but what if two or more appeared? He feared he might not even have the time to retrieve the card. My means of defense are still too singular. Thankfully, I ordered several custom cards from Taobao, but the shipping time is rather long. Upon returning, his earlier sense of foreboding prompted him to check Taobao immediately, but custom orders take time to produce and ship, and he was uncertain if they would be practical. Thus, he refrained from ordering too many at once, as carrying excess would be cumbersome and noisy. Reflecting on his previous ambush made Su Yun realize one critical point. He lacked sufficient skills. Had he possessed a close combat skill or another extraordinary technique, he would have managed the situation with ease, avoiding such a predicament. Moreover, he needed to inject new elements into his live streams. Otherwise, his viewership would inevitably dwindle. I can't rely solely on the cards. Su Yun contemplated what new skill he should develop. After entering the extraordinary state twice, he was confident that his talents were exceptional, perhaps even unparalleled throughout history, and he was optimistic about creating and comprehending new skills. It was merely a matter of time and effort. Swordsmanship, blade techniques. He couldn't help but think of swords and blades. Whether for live streaming appeal or close combat effectiveness, they were undoubtedly top tier. Swordsmanship, blade techniques sounds rather stylish. However, carrying swords and blades in public seems rather ostentatious and overly conspicuous. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to remain low-key. Drawing too much attention could be detrimental. Su Yun mused, Recognizing that he was caught in a whirlpool of troubles, needing to avoid attracting the attention of villains while also figuring out how to deal with the matter of the gold leaf. He concluded that a more discreet approach would be wise. Yet, the allure of formidable swordsmanship and blade techniques was indeed tempting. After all, what man has not harbored dreams of wielding a sword across the world? Thus, he could not abandon the pursuit of sword and blade. In the future, should the opportunity arise, he must master these skills to address his shortcomings in close combat. For now, he required a powerful yet unobtrusive skill to keep at hand. What new skill should I develop? Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his mind, and he thought of an excellent idea. Needles. This item, unlike knives or other concealed weapons, is not easily detectable, whether it's a dagger, a fruit knife, or even a dart. They are cumbersome to carry and prone to scrutiny as controlled items. However, sewing needles fall outside this category, making them easy to carry and conceal, while their potential for impact is certainly remarkable. Moreover, they can catch opponents off guard, making them a superb choice for ambushes. Additionally, this item is readily available, requiring no custom orders, making it an ideal tool. It seems I must emulate Dongfang Booby this time. Recalling the flying needle master from The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, Su Yun felt invigorated. Should he master this skill, it would perfectly compensate for another shortcoming of his: penetration power. The card possesses formidable cutting ability. And when paired with the piercing prowess of the flying needle, he would no longer fear clothing or armor. At the very least, in terms of ranged attack capabilities, he would be thoroughly equipped. Leaving no vulnerabilities, soon he could attack from every angle without blind spots. This is it. Without hesitation, Su Yun descended to purchase sewing needles. However, he found limited stock in the general store, acquiring only a few boxes. Looking at the few boxes of needles in his hand, Su Yun frowned. This isn't enough. I might lose many just in practice. His experience with throwing cards taught him that achieving results requires extensive practice and material wear. Clearly, the few needles he had were insufficient. Moreover, losing them would be troublesome, as they are so small that stepping on one would be quite regrettable. As Su Yun pondered, a glimmer of inspiration struck him when he spotted a large box of items on the shelf that could serve as a substitute for sewing needles during practice. Even better, these items would be safer for practice, as scattering them around the house would not pose a risk of injury. Toothpicks. Yes, toothpicks. In terms of shape, toothpicks and sewing needles differ only in thickness. Additionally, toothpicks are made of bamboo, providing a degree of hardness and flexibility. Most importantly, this option is exceptionally friendly for Su Yun, who is trying flying needles for the first time. Since sewing needles are made of iron and have a very smooth surface, they tend to spin and roll between his fingers when held, causing him to lose power during practice. Toothpicks, on the other hand, are not only inexpensive. He could buy nearly 200 for just $1, but also easily accessible, making them an ideal substitute. With this in mind, Su Yun decided to purchase all the toothpicks on the supermarket shelf, filling 3 large bags, amounting to at least 10,000 toothpicks. Unable to contain his excitement for this new venture, he finished lunch and eagerly rode his bike to the location for his first outdoor live stream, the very abandoned hill he previously scoured to complete a punishment. Once again, this is the place where my dream began. Still familiar in taste and formula. Carrying a bag of toothpicks, Su Yun ascended the small hillside, unable to restrain a sigh of nostalgia. If memory serves correctly, it was here that he first grasped the technique of exerting force with the wind-following method. Wasn't he it? Yet, in the mere span of a few days, his prowess had transformed beyond recognition. Returning to this familiar place, Su Yun felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, skillfully setting up his equipment. He prepared to commence his live stream. However, upon opening the Dosha platform interface, an odd sensation enveloped him. The vast data had discerned his usual interest in sharpshooting and precision-related streamers and videos that in the past. Su Yun would find the homepage replete with recommendations featuring sharpshooters, 2 birds with 1 stone feats, sports shooting, archery, and other similar content. But today, to his surprise, not a single relevant video was suggested. Moreover, he noticed that many prominent streamers were promoting content centered around the prohibition of controlled knives. Some were even adding the phrase "safe and civilized live stream room" to their stream titles. What on earth is going on? Is it now trendy to host safety courses during live streams? Su Yun felt utterly perplexed. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was nearly time to begin his own stream and decided not to dwell on it further, initiating his broadcast. This time, Su-Yun had rebranded his live stream with a new title, The Rising Sun in the East. Only I remain unvanquished, training with the lethal 13 toothpicks. Chapter 74. The initial grasp of new skills. The streamer you follow has gone live. Hurry to the scene and support the streamer. Once the live stream commenced, loyal fans received notifications, and the majority were immediately drawn to the title. Their interest peaked as they clicked in without hesitation. The allure of the title fueled a rapid surge in the live stream's popularity. Observant viewers soon noted the change in Su-Yun's props. Hey, why isn't the streamer using flying cards anymore? It seems he has switched to toothpicks. Can toothpicks fly? I'm astounded. Lethal 13 toothpicks. Is he attempting to emulate the invincible East? 666. Has he modified the flying needle effect? And isn't the title of this livestream a tad juvenile? The streamer is quite astute. Isn't he? He must know that many shooting streamers have been banned, hence the switch to toothpicks. Ha ha ha. With all due respect, there's really no need for such caution. After all, whether it's flying cards or toothpicks, neither poses any threat as they are not controlled items. Exactly. It's as if he's treating his paper playing cards like they're dangerous. I see the streamer is simply following the trend, trying to ride the wave of popularity from shooting streamers. The brother above is spot on. Right now, there is a significant shortage of content for shooting enthusiasts in the city. You wouldn't believe it. But my favorite crafting streamer also got banned. Does anyone know what is happening? Let us not worry about that right now. How come the streamer's popularity is skyrocketing so fast? Before long, the number of viewers in Su-Yun's livestream began to soar. Online viewers, 7653. Online viewers, 10087. Online viewers, 18,974. Unbeknownst to Su-Yun, he had inadvertently turned misfortune into fortune. Just the previous night, the Rongqing Cyber Police had shut down all live streams related to crafting and shooting, thus leaving a plethora of shooting enthusiasts without their usual entertainment. Yet, as some viewers suggested, Su-Yun's unconventional use of toothpicks had left many bewildered, sparing him from the same fate. After all, what danger could a toothpick pose? It was hardly a controlled item. The only potential peril might arise on the day when a bomb made of double kings and 4 twos detonated, which could lead to unfortunate consequences for farmers. Consequently, a large influx of viewers flocked to Su-Yun's livestream. However, upon entering, they quickly realized that the streamer's performance was rather subpar. Initially, whether flicking the toothpicks from his fingers or swinging his arm in a wide arc to launch them, the results were dismal. Each toothpick barely traveled 5 meters, tumbling aimlessly through the air before plummeting to the ground, failing utterly to embed themselves into the nearby tree trunk. Indeed, when reputation falters, not a single toothpick remains innocent. Glancing at the chat, Su-Yun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Is this streamer here to entertain us? This is indeed quite disappointing. I refuse to let you speak ill of the streamer. He is clearly putting in a great deal of effort, persevering through rehabilitation for our viewing pleasure. Brother upstairs, you've just been taken down by my 900-meter knife. Speak faster in your next life. Friend, you're also armed. Don't shoot. I'm on your side. Damn it, cease fire. We're allies. Just then, the viewers were taken aback as they witnessed Su-Yun expertly propel a toothpick from his hand. Akin to a crossbow bolt, it struck the tree trunk and fell. The effect being modest but nonetheless impressive, the audience was immediately intrigued, engaging in lively discussion. What just happened? Did I just see what I think I saw? The streamer shot a toothpick. Bro, mind your language. I sense something amiss with you. At that moment, some veteran fans recognized the familiar pattern. They believed they understood the streamer's tricks well. He often inserted a special effect after a series of failures, creating a shocking contrast that heightened the entertainment value. Everyone, step back. I'm about to analyze this. Longtime fans know that our streamer is renowned for his special effects. Just look at how inexperienced you all seem. Exactly. What is a flying toothpick? The streamer's capabilities exceed your imagination. To be fair, it's the streamer's prop collection that surpasses your expectations. Simply having recorded effects isn't enough without props. Of course, it's also possible that the streamer did indeed succeed in launching a toothpick just now. After all, when you throw 100 toothpicks, one is bound to hit the mark. Indeed, I believe that wasn't a special effect. The streamer hasn't even formally started yet. Stop dawdling, streamer. Just get to the special effects already. At this moment, Su Yun remained oblivious to the changes occurring in his livestream. Just moments ago, after launching over 1,000 toothpicks, he had finally discovered a semblance of the correct technique. The shape of the toothpick was entirely different from that of a playing card, making it impossible to achieve the same spinning flight or employ the same force application technique. The correct method for the flying needle technique should resemble that of a crossbow bolt, shooting it directly forward. Hence, Su Yun adjusted his approach to exerting force and modified how he gripped the toothpick. After several hours of experimentation, Su Yun felt he had grasped some techniques, albeit not yet proficiently. He could manage to shoot the toothpicks normally, though their power and accuracy left much to be desired, and he still could not embed them into the tree trunk. As time passed, and he exhausted yet another 100 toothpicks, he noticed a few had lodged themselves shallowly into the bark. It wasn't due to any exceptional force, but rather because the bark had merely caught them. Nevertheless, Su Yun was convinced he was on the right track and needed to refine his technique further, aiming to develop a method specifically suited for the delicate force application required for toothpicks. After some time, fatigue set in, compelling him to halt his practice. He took a moment to calm himself, understanding that achieving mastery would require not only talent, but also a great deal of sweat and effort. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly 7:30. Unbeknownst to him, he had been enjoying the cool breeze on this hillside for nearly 6 hours. Let us call it a day. Goodbye, everyone. We'll continue practicing the lethal toothpicks next time. Su Yun exchanged a few brief words with his viewers before shutting down the stream, packing up his belongings, and preparing to head home. Having lost himself in the practice of flicking toothpicks, he only now felt the slight ache in his right wrist, but due to his frequent training with flying cards, it didn't cramped. Su Yun strolled leisurely back to the entrance of his apartment complex, and, upon noticing a small restaurant across the street, decided to pop in. After such a tiring day, he deserved a treat. As dusk fell, he relished a hearty meal before returning home. With his livestream flourishing and profits rising significantly, he no longer needed to skimp on his daily expenses. After tidying up, he lay down in tranquility, experiencing an unparalleled sense of comfort. Su Yun exhaled deeply, releasing a breath of pent-up air. The flying needle technique requires diligent practice. I must strive to reach the initial stage of mastery soon, thereby gaining an additional means of self-preservation. Time waits for no one. Resting his hand behind his head, he gazed at the ceiling, the unsettling sense of crisis intermittently resurfacing in his thoughts. Ding, ding, ding. Just then, a sudden ringing interrupted his reverie. Su Yun picked up his phone and, upon seeing the name on the screen, sat up straight in bed. Professor L, Chapter 75, Gathering at the Ghost Market. Accompanied by a fair lady, it was none other than a call from Professor L. Why was he calling so late? Could it be that the expert in repairing the Warring States gold leaf had made progress? Filled with curiosity, Su Yun answered the call. The professor's voice, aged yet robust, resonated through the receiver. Xiao Su, are you resting? Professor L, venerable and kind-hearted, commanded Su Yun's utmost respect, prompting him to respond with utmost deference. Not yet. Young people tend to stay up late. There's something urgent you need. Didn't you ask me to find a restoration expert for you? Well, tomorrow our Academy's Cultural Relics Club is going to the ghost market in the ancient city of Ruandang. And I have an old friend who is a restoration expert attending. I wanted to see if you have time and if you'd like to join us. The ghost market? The Cultural Relics Club? With a surge of joy in her heart, Su Yun nodded eagerly and replied, of course, it's just that. I am not a member of the society, so I would need your assistance to pull some strings. Professor Lu chuckled. As a student of Rome University, this should pose no difficulty. I'll simply make a few inquiries on your behalf. As for the restoration expert, I will give him a heads up in advance. He will surely oblige for the old man's sake. Upon hearing this, Su Yun found herself at a loss for words to express her gratitude. Thank you so much. I will definitely pay you a visit to show my appreciation in the near future. There is no need for such formality. Professor Lu replied warmly. I admire your eagerness to learn. Consider this a small gesture of encouragement for you young scholars to delve deeper into classical literature, to convey her respect, and to gather more information about the Warring States gold foil. Su Yun engaged Professor Lu in a conversation about Warring States literature. Professor Lu genuinely appreciated Su Yun, and despite their age difference, they conversed like a master and apprentice, discussing various facets of Warring States literature. Eventually, Professor Lu remarked that it was getting late, and they reluctantly ended the call. Su Yun received a definitive answer from Professor Lu, instructing her to arrive at the academy at noon the next day, where she could join the Cultural Relics Society or proceed directly to the Lantern Ancient City. After ending the call, Su-Yun silently deliberated. The issue of finding a restoration expert had been resolved, but whether the expert would be willing to assist or not was not a concern for now. However, the Warring States gold foil was indeed a precious artifact, and given its current status as lost, would it be too conspicuous to bring it out? It seemed that restoration experts were often connected with the Cultural Relics Bureau, and perhaps the expert would be aware of the missing Warring States gold foil. With this thought, Su-Yun felt a wave of unease. If the expert were to recognize the Warring States gold foil, would she not become the prime suspect? Yet, with no other option, she decided to take things one step at a time and address matters when she met the restoration expert. It seems I have no choice. This artifact is indeed a hot potato, almost akin to the coveted manual of the exorcising sword that is sought after in the martial arts world, she mused. With a sense of resignation, Su-Yun checked her taobao order, only to find that her custom card had yet to be shipped, indicating that production required some time. With no alternative, she proceeded to freshen up, intending to retire early. Shortly thereafter, having tidied up, she exited the bathroom, just as her phone rang at IT with Su Jejia. What could she want at this late hour? Su-Yun wondered, but quickly answered the call. A bright and playful voice chimed in. Su-Yun, what are you up to? I'm just getting ready to rest, Su-Yun replied. Su Jejia's tone carried a hint of reproach as she said, You didn't answer my call again. Were you not checking your phone? Humph. Su-Yun, pulling the phone away from his ear, noticed 2 missed calls from Su Jejia, likely while he had been in the shower. I'm sorry, Jejia, that I was taking a shower, he explained apologetically. Su Jejia sighed. All right, it happens every time. You didn't call just to chat, did you? Su-Yun inquired. No, I called to remind you not to forget our class defense meeting at the beginning of next month. Everyone will be returning soon, and there might be a class reunion as well, depending on whether the class organizes it. Su Jejia's reminder prompted Su-Yun to check the latest announcement posted by their advisor in the WeChat class group earlier that afternoon. Su Jejia added, I've been quite busy with work lately, so I won't have much time to call you every time. Please keep an eye on the group messages. Got it. What have you been up to that's keeping you so busy? Su-Yun asked. Su Jejia sighed deeply. Oh, don't even get me started. Our company recently landed a major client who is very fond of cultural relics. The boss assigned us to gain more knowledge about cultural artifacts, so we can engage better with the client. I had no choice but to seek connections at school and participate in a gathering of a Cultural Relics Society to learn a bit. Upon hearing about the Cultural Relics Society, Su-Yun was taken aback. You can't be talking about the ghost market gathering at Lantern Ancient City tomorrow afternoon, can you? Yes, you know about it. It seems this society is quite renowned. I must have made the right connections. Su-Yun was surprised by the serendipity of their shared destination, so he did not hide his own purpose and briefly explained his arrangement with Professor Liu, inviting her to join him. However, he refrained from disclosing his true intentions, merely stating that he needed to restore a family heirloom. Su Jejia was both astonished and delighted at the invitation to accompany him. Originally, she intended to attend the Cultural Relics gathering without any familiar faces, merely to soak in the atmosphere and learn some basics. Now, with Su-Yun as a companion, the experience promised to be far from dull. See you tomorrow. All right, good night, Su-Yun. After confirming the time, they agreed to meet at Yida Square at noon the next day before hanging up. The room fell into silence once more. Despite feeling quite fatigued, Su-Yun found that the previous sleepiness had dissipated due to the 2 phone calls, while it seemed that all problems were on the verge of resolution. An unsettling feeling lingered in the back of his mind, as if something unfortunate was about to transpire. As he tossed and turned, he pulled out his phone and glanced at the class group announcement. Becoming lost in memories of university life, the notification was a reminder for all finance and security students regarding their return for graduation defenses. So soon, upon reading the announcement, Su-Yun realized that he was not far from actual graduation. Consequently, he would soon have to bid farewell to his youth and campus life. Reflecting on the events of this period, Su-Yun felt as though he was living in a dream. First, he was reborn. Then he discovered his unique talents, followed by a series of unforeseen events that left him overwhelmed. Although the journey had been tumultuous, it was a far cry from the tranquility of the past. As night fell, Su-Yun lay awake, listening to the chirping of insects outside the window, the wind rising and falling, until he eventually succumbed to slumber without knowing when. Chapter 76. The Master of Concealing Cards in His Pants. The next day, Su-yun followed his usual routine, conducting a brief 2-hour live stream in the morning to complete his daily tasks. After 2 months of consistent practice, card throwing and live streaming had become second nature to him. During the morning's broadcast, the viewer count remained steady, yet many were urging Su-yun to practice needle throwing, evidently eager to see him showcase some new tricks and curious about when he would unveil special effects. Su-yun felt helpless regarding the audience's expectations, as he was not yet proficient with the effects, so they would have to wait a little longer. After practicing card throwing for an hour during the live stream, Su-yun began honing his needle throwing skills, causing the chat room to erupt with activity. The Willpower Brother has changed his name. From now on, he shall be known as Su Invincible. That name is not elegant. It should be called Self-Castration Brother, 666. I vote in favor of that name. Self-Castration Brother, go for it. The new live streaming gimmick indeed attracted attention. Though still indoors and lacking any significant feats or effects, it nonetheless sparked anticipation as for the banter in the live stream. Su-yun took it in stride. He had grown accustomed to it. Perhaps this would become the signature style of his future broadcasts. Once he began practicing needle throwing, Su-yun quickly immersed himself in the task. He gradually realized that while cards and needles differed greatly in shape and method of propulsion, in essence, they shared a common origin as long-range projectiles, akin to concealed weapons. Thus, many principles could be applied interchangeably, leading to accelerated improvement. However, despite having a solid foundation in card throwing, mastering a new skill was far from easy. Yet, the initial learning phase was considerably smoother, as he could draw upon his card throwing experience and had clear objectives to guide him, preventing him from feeling lost. After consuming hundreds of toothpicks, he found the foam board ahead punctuated by a myriad of toothpicks. However, there was no real spectacle to speak of, as piercing a foam board with toothpicks was not particularly challenging. The true feat would be when the toothpicks pierced through the foam board and struck a glass panel, leaving a mark. This would signify the initial success and entry into the first realm of skill. After concluding the live stream, Su-yun glanced at the clock on the table, which indicated that it was already 11 a.m. Not wishing to linger, he promptly tidied up and headed to Yida Square for his appointment. Since it was not rush hour, the traffic flowed smoothly, and Su-yun arrived at Yida Square in no time. After parking his electric scooter, he entered a milk tea shop to wait for Su Jiajia. As he was to attend an event today, Su-yun had thoughtfully changed into a smart casual outfit, appearing more polished than usual, which caught the attention of several younger onlookers, particularly the opposite sex. However, they merely glanced and did not approach. Unperturbed, Su-yun slowly savored the milk tea cradled in his hands. "Hey, which beauty are you staring at so intently?" At that moment, a bright voice rang in his ear. Su Jiajia had stealthily circled around Su-yun's line of sight, like a small cat hiding in the shadows, suddenly pouncing with a playful tap on his shoulder. Su-yun instinctively jolted, nearly choking on his milk tea. He naturally recognized the owner of the voice, slowly turning his head while complaining, "You really made me wait." Su Jiajia had donned a simple yet elegant casual outfit today, a high-neck white shirt with grand Gothic-style ruffles reminiscent of ancient European nobility, paired with a snug pair of jeans that accentuated her alluring curves, and completed with a pair of Roman knee-high boots that added a touch of freshness. Overall, her attire exuded an equestrian elegance, suitable for both outdoor and indoor occasions alike. With a playful tilt of her head and a bright smile, she casually linked her arm with Su-yun's and cheerfully urged, "Come on, let's go on a date." At that moment, Su-yun noticed the envious gazes of the surrounding patrons, both men and women, each with their own distinct admiration for Su Jiajia. He paid little heed to Su Jiajia's jest, understanding her vivacious and cheerful nature, and helplessly shook his head as he stood up to accompany her for lunch. "Let's go. We need to grab a bite before we head out." Meanwhile, not long after the duo departed, in a corner outside Yida Plaza, an unremarkable man adjusted the brim of his hat, fixating on the direction in which Su-yun and Su Jiajia had vanished, swiftly dialing a number. "Boss, this guy named Su-yun seems to be just an ordinary live streamer, aside from his attractive girlfriend. There's nothing particularly special about him." Almost immediately, the irate voice of Zhu Tuirong came through the phone, reprimanding him. "Stop rambling and don't let your guard down. Just keep an eye on him. If the Warring States gold leaf is with him, it will eventually reveal itself. But remember, do not alert the snake while stirring the grass. We still cannot confirm if he is the skilled swordsman we seek. Old Guay, responsible for tracking Su Yun, expressed his frustration. But boss, our time is limited. Is it really necessary to waste it on him? He doesn't seem like someone with the guts to steal gold leaf, nor does he appear to be a swordsman. Zhu Tuirong replied sternly. Do as I say and stop asking questions. Reluctantly, Old Guay abandoned his attempts at persuasion and continued reporting. Boss, their attire today. I'm not sure if it's for a date or some event. Should I keep following them? Zhu Tuirong snapped. Is this your first time tailing someone? You must observe every detail closely that if you notice anything suspicious, do not act rashly. Report it to me immediately. Understood, boss, but what? Old Guay observed Su Yun from a distance, noting he was unencumbered by any bags and dressed in a clean, casual shirt. But he didn't bring a knife when he left. I don't think he is the skilled swordsman. Zhu Tuirong scoffed. If he were truly skilled, would he let you see him carry a knife? Old Guay, taken aback, retorted. But he can't hide a knife in his pants, can he? Zhu Tuirong snapped. Stop talking nonsense. I still have to gather information in the Lantern Ancient City that will split up, regardless of whether Su Yun is our target. You keep a close watch on him. If I find any new leads, I'll call you back. Got it, boss. Su Yun and Su Jejia appeared like a couple, a perfect match in both talent and beauty. As both possessed striking looks and charm, such a pair naturally attracted the attention of many passers-by in the shopping mall. This made Su Yun feel somewhat uncomfortable, although he often faced thousands of viewers on camera. He rarely experienced such scrutiny in real life. In contrast, Su Jejia seemed completely at ease, having long been accustomed to the attention as one of the campus beauties, with boys often stealing glances at her. Su Yun, are you feeling unwell? Su Jejia suddenly asked with concern, her gaze reflecting worry as she noticed Su Yun's furrowed brow and tense demeanor. I'm fine. Perhaps it's just the pressure of walking with you, Su Yun joked with a smile. Though inwardly, a sense of unease continued to rise within him, making him feel as though he were in peril, suspecting someone was following them. Despite his confidence in his intuition, he lacked counter-surveillance skills. Perceiving that all the bystanders appeared suspicious, yet outwardly normal. Thus, he remained tense and unable to relax. However, he felt it unnecessary to share his concerns with Su Jejia. She likely wouldn't believe him. And he didn't want to worry her. If you don't want me to walk with you, just say so. I want to cling to you, Su Jejia pouted, feigning annoyance as she released his arm and walked ahead with her hands on her hips. Su Yun shook his head and chuckled, dismissing her antics. Nonsense, let us eat. Otherwise, we'll be late. Su Jejia shot him a glare over her shoulder. I need to use the restroom. With that, she turned into a corner of the mall. While Su Yun settled onto a nearby bench to wait, Su Jejia rounded the corner. Her beautiful eyes sparked with an unusual intensity, her brow furrowing as she surveyed her surroundings with a contemplative expression, which soon morphed into a fleeting glimmer of cold determination before she quietly entered the ladies' room. Chapter 77. Police and thieves converge, aiming at Su Yun. Not long after, Su Jejia emerged from the restroom, her hands still damp from washing. She paused as she stepped out, quietly observing Su Yun, who was seated with his head bowed, engrossed in his phone. A thoughtful expression flickered in her eyes, finally, gazing at his serene profile. She felt warmth swell within her, and with a gentle smile, she hurried over. Were you waiting long? Not at all. Let us go. I've reserved a table, so we should eat first, Su Yun replied. Rising and putting away his phone while handing her a tissue to dry her hands, Su Jejia seemed to have forgotten her earlier irritation, now linking her arm with Su Yun's once more, playfully saying, I'm hungry, let us hurry. At noon, the pair enjoyed a simple meal. With their gathering scheduled for 1-30 as the time approached, they decided against lingering, promptly hailing a cab to the Lantern Ancient City. Located 20 kilometers west of the city, it is part of the outer ring of Rong City, not too far from the city center, nestled at the base of the Ran Mountain Range and beside the Longding Ancient River. This unique geography bestows the ancient city with a natural tourism advantage. Of course, this base of the Ran Mountain is not to be confused with another location where Yongdadu resides. As they lie in completely opposite directions, the Ran Mountain Range stretches for hundreds of miles, traversing multiple regions, yet all are referred to as the foot of the Ran Mountain. Thus, while they may share the same mountainous backdrop, they are distinctly different locales. The Lantern Ancient City, as chronicled in the history of Rong City, is an ancient yamen dating back before the founding of the nation, housing a wealth of historical relics. The development of Rome City heavily relied on the Lantern Ancient City to establish a tourist destination, drawing countless visitors each year. Over time, the Lantern Ancient City has evolved dramatically, becoming a renowned hub for antique enthusiasts. Attracting a steady stream of investors, the area frequently hosts large-scale traditional performances and grand antique exchange fairs, akin to the Panjiayuan in the capital. After traversing the lengthy Ran Mountain Tunnel, the surrounding landscape displayed the magnificent artistry of nature. Su Jiejia, thrilled to see the long-lost green mountains and giant rocks, excitedly tugged at Su Yun's sleeve, urging him to take a look. Lost in thought, Su Yun contemplated whether he would indeed meet the artifact restoration expert today and how to solicit their assistance. However, unable to resist Su Jiejia's exuberance, he acquiesced, occasionally indulging her desire for selfies. Yet, unbeknownst to them, trailing behind their taxi in the ceaseless flow of traffic was an inconspicuous van. As they exited the Ran Mountain Tunnel, Old Gue squinted his small eyes, fully aware of this road. Before their heist of the Warring States tomb, they had frequented the Lantern Ancient City's antique market for supplies and sales. Now, with his boss searching for clues nearby, it was only natural for him to be on high alert. "Boss, there's a sudden development." Old Gue quickly dialed Zhu Tuirong. "Speak. This kid is heading to the Lantern Ancient City." Upon hearing this, Zhu Tuirong paused for a moment before replying thoughtfully, "A fresh graduate and a live streamer. With no apparent reason to visit the ancient city, something smells fishy." Old Gue speculated. "Yes, boss. I suspect he might be looking to inquire about how to sell the gold leaf. If that's the case, then the gold leaf might indeed be with him." Zhu Tuirong chuckled darkly. "Let him come. We're already at the Lantern Ancient City. This should be entertaining." Old Gue confirmed. "All right, I'll head over to join you. Keep a close watch and report back immediately." "Don't worry, boss." Having concluded his report, Old Gue felt a surge of energy, internally praising his boss for his strategic prowess. Who would have thought that this seemingly ordinary yet handsome kid might harbor secrets? Yet, whether the gold leaf truly resides with him remains uncertain. Only further investigation can provide clarity. Fortunately, we have identified the primary suspect. In an instant, the old ghost regained his focus, closely trailing the taxi that Su Yun had boarded. Soon enough, the majestic, ancient gates of the burning Lantern Ancient City appeared at the end of the road. "Wow, it has been ages since my last visit. The burning Lantern Ancient City looks so grand now. Surely it has been renovated." Inside the taxi, Su Jiejia gazed out with her large, watery eyes, eagerly tugging at Su Yun to rush inside. Shortly thereafter, the taxi halted at a distance from the entrance, where vehicles were prohibited from proceeding. After Su Yun settled the fare, Su Jiejia clasped his arm and hurried towards the ancient city. Meanwhile, on the road leading to the Ranshan Tunnel, a black sedan weaved through the traffic. Inside sat 3 men and 1 woman, all dressed in ordinary clothing. Yet they were undercover police officers. Zhou Xiaoxiao, Captain Chen Yi, and Xiao Li. At that moment, Xiao Li was summarizing the known clues. According to the latest information, the Tomb Raider gang is highly likely to be in the vicinity of the burning Lantern Ancient City. However, our surveillance team has not detected their presence, indicating their strong counter-surveillance capabilities that we suspect they might be headed towards the ghost market. And this time, the burning Lantern Ancient City is our destination. Chen Yi nodded and remarked, "The burning Lantern Ancient City is renowned for its cultural artifacts, making it a typical target for tomb raiders. Yet it seems somewhat out of the ordinary due to its ostentation, which may indicate a smokescreen." Indeed, Chen Yi could hardly fathom that the gold leaf had already changed hands. Otherwise, the raiders would not dare take such a significant risk to venture into the burning Lantern Ancient City. After a brief pause, Chen Yi added, "Regardless, we must investigate. Remember, this operation must remain discreet to avoid alarming the prey." Xiao Li and Zhou Xiaoxiao nodded, their expressions serious. They both understood that this gang of tomb raiders was exceedingly dangerous, necessitating utmost caution. Any misstep could lead to dire consequences. "Xiaoxiao, have you uncovered any recent clues?" asked Xiao Li, who was driving, as Chen Yi turned in his seat to inquire of Zhou Xiaoxiao, who sat in the back. Zhou Xiaoxiao appeared hesitant. "Just speak up." "Captain Chen, I have indeed discovered a clue, but I'm not entirely sure." "Oh, do tell." After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Xiaoxiao stated earnestly, I found a person who has appeared in both the robbery case and the tomb raiding incident. Do you think this counts as a clue? Shinyi was momentarily taken aback, then asked with a peculiar expression, "You're not referring to that streamer with a century of expertise, are you?" Zhou Xiaoxiao was bewildered. How did you know?" Shinyi chuckled, shaking his head. "Yesterday, Forensic Qin visited my office to return a favor and mentioned that you had inquired about him. He suggested I help ease your psychological burden. Concerned about the pressure you might be under." After a pause, Shinyi asked, "You don't actually believe it was the card that killed, do you?" Zhou Xiaoxiao blushed, admitting, "While I also think that card-related murder isn't realistic, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss, especially since Su Yun has appeared at the scene twice. It seems too coincidental." Shinyi nodded, acknowledging her suspicion. "Your concerns are valid, but the notion of card-related murder defies logic and does not align with reality. During the robbery, we reviewed the surveillance from the ATM and interviewed witnesses, confirming that Su Yun was unarmed, thereby eliminating him as a suspect. Thus," Shinyi shook his head, "unless cards can genuinely kill, he cannot be the perpetrator. Moreover, Forensic Qin has scientifically explained that the wound could not have been caused by a flying card. Otherwise, it would transcend human capability. You cannot let prolonged exposure to his live streams cloud your judgment into believing he possesses supernatural abilities. After all, this is not a novel." While driving, Xiaoli chuckled to reassure her. "Xiao, I think you're just under too much stress. Just like Forensic Qin and Captain Chen said, if playing cards could inflict such intricate and horrifying wounds, it would be a true manifestation of martial arts in reality, making Huang Yaoshi's finger snap a reality and overturning our worldview." Hearing this from both of them, Zhou Xiaoxiao felt increasingly that she was overthinking. How could she mistake special effects for reality? Perhaps the pressure from her recent cases had been too overwhelming. Reflecting on this, Zhou Xiaoxiao sighed and said, "Indeed, it has been too much pressure. However, I still plan to seek out Su Yun again later to see if there are any overlooked clues from that day and to confirm the card matter, treating it as a way to resolve my own mental block." Upon hearing this, Shinyi and Xiaoli exchanged glances, their expressions revealing concern for Zhou Xiaoxiao's psychological state, yet they chose not to say more. Just then, the outline of the ancient city came into view. "We're here," Xiaoli announced. But immediately after, Zhou Xiaoxiao exclaimed softly, seemingly having spotted something, as she turned her head to gaze out the window at a familiar figure not far away. Su Yun, in this realm of invincibility. Chapter 78. The Grand Entrance Under Public Attention. Indeed, it is him. From her seat in the back, Zhou Xiaoxiao leaned against the window, scrutinizing more closely to confirm that the figure was indeed Su Yun, who was accompanied by a youthful and attractive girl. Given their apparent intimacy, they must be a couple. Is that really Su Yun? He certainly has a distinguished appearance. Shinyi noticed Zhou Xiaoxiao's reaction and glanced in her direction. Offering that assessment, Xiaoli turned his head in curiosity as well, ultimately nodding in agreement. "What brings him here?" Zhou Xiaoxiao furrowed her brow in confusion. "Oh, come on. Are we not allowed to let him enjoy a vacation? Did you not notice the young couple together? Surely they are here for a date." Xiaoli replied, exasperated, as he parked the car and turned off the engine, looking at Zhou Xiaoxiao. "All right, Xiaoxiao, stop overthinking. Focus, everyone. Keep your eyes peeled," Shinyi advised. Zhou Xiaoxiao felt it prudent to remain silent, acknowledging that Xiaoli had a point. She had been a bit paranoid lately. Watching Su Yun's retreating figure, she decided not to dwell further and began to concentrate on the surveillance. At that moment, under Zhou Xiaoxiao's watchful gaze, Su Yun and Su Jejia approached the grand gates of the Burning Lantern Ancient City, where numerous tour groups, waving small red flags and wearing various hats, were gathering. With Su Jejia's keen eye, she soon spotted a familiar face among a group of 30 or so individuals. Grabbing Su Yun's hand, she pointed at a small team, exclaiming, "Su Yun, look, the Rongda Cultural Artifacts Society is over there." Following Su Jejia's finger, Su Yun observed a group of young people, all appearing refined and bursting with youthful energy, yet carrying an air of maturity, likely due to their long-standing study of cultural artifacts. The two hurried over to find the team's leader, a middle-aged man. After verifying their identities, the middle-aged man suddenly looked at Su Yun with realization. "Hello, you must be Su Yun. Expert LV specifically mentioned you. Are you Expert Q?" "Indeed, since you are also a student of Rongda. Just call me Teacher Yu. I also serve as an honorary professor at your university." Su Yun promptly extended his hand for a handshake, saying, "Hello, Teacher Yu. It is an honor to have the opportunity to appreciate the charm of the cultural artifacts world." Teacher Yu chuckled heartily. "You're too polite, little Su. Now, please proceed with the group. Feel free to approach me if you need anything." Turning to Su Jiejia, Teacher Yu smiled and nodded. "Su Jiejia, you are also a student of Rongda, I presume. To represent such a large organization for learning, you must be a promising graduate of Rongda in the future." Su Jiejia quickly waved her hands in modesty, responding, "Oh no, Teacher Yu, you flatter me. I am merely working for the company. Please, go ahead with your work. We can manage on our own." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the three had made their introductions, and Teacher Yu began to count the attendees. It was clear that this expert had been specially invited by the Cultural Artifacts Society to lead the group. One could not help but admire the significant influence this society wielded. After waiting for about 10 minutes, a few students arrived fashionably late, and the group was finally complete. After a brief outline of the itinerary, Teacher Yu departed. The exchange among the various regional cultural artifact societies was scheduled for 4 o'clock in the afternoon, so everyone was to reconvene at that time, with the clocks still shy of 2 o'clock. Teacher Yu granted all students the freedom to explore the antique market within the Burning Lantern ancient city. Aside from Su Yun and Su Jiejia, who were outsiders, the rest of the students had a task: to seek out a cultural artifact that they liked amidst the dazzling array of antiques in the market. This would serve as a medium for discussion during the exchange, and it also acted as an assessment of the students' discerning eye, effectively testing their practical skills. Naturally, this announcement sent the students into a frenzy of excitement, each one rolling up their sleeves, eager to seize the opportunity. The cultural artifact industry operates on a vast information disparity. For those in the know, it is priceless, yet for outsiders, it is equally invaluable. However, one is an immeasurable value, while the other is a worthless value. Within this realm lies immense opportunity and competition, which is precisely why so many are drawn to immerse themselves in the cultural artifact industry. Su Yun held no particular interest in these matters. However, having arrived at such a splendid location, perhaps he could discover some workshops that specialize in replicas without consulting the experts. If he could privately restore the Warring State's gold leaf, he could mitigate the risk of exposing its value to the experts afterward. Determined, Su Yun turned to the excited Su Jiejia and gestured towards the side, saying, "Jiejia, I have a few matters to attend to here, so I want to be able to accompany you for now. I'll be back shortly." Su Jiejia's face fell, disappointment evident in her eyes, and she exhaled softly. "All right then, I'll wander around a bit. There are so many intriguing little objects here. Remember to call me if you need anything." Su Yun nodded, raising her gaze to select a street dedicated to the crafting of artisanal goods, and blended into the crowd. That Su Jiejia watched Su Yun's departing figure, momentarily stunned, before her attention was drawn to the nearby vendor's calls. One cannot deny that the Lantern Ancient City is indeed a sanctuary for leisurely tourism. With the foot traffic at the Lantern Antiques Market being quite substantial, that it attracts not only tourists from across the nation, but also a considerable number of local visitors. Although the streets are predominantly filled with vendors, the items they display are far from ordinary, with a small square of patterned cloth brimming with an array of diverse artifacts. And this is merely a typical day, should one encounter the rare morning ghost market. The scene would be truly bustling. As Su Jiejia meandered through the stalls, she marveled at the countless jade bracelets, exquisite bone curiosities, colorful porcelain, and iron bowls. Initially, she resembled a curious child, captivated by everything and bombarding the vendors with questions, who often waved her off, urging her not to inquire if she had no intention to buy. After a prolonged exploration, Su Jiejia became considerably more composed, adopting a demeanor akin to the elderly connoisseurs who peruse antiques with a calm disposition. She soon realized that the appreciation of such artifacts transcends the ordinary perspective. Just moments ago, she had witnessed an elderly gentleman purchase a palm-sized black stone for 5,000 yuan. While she initially scoffed at the old man's apparent folly in paying such a sum for what seemed like an ordinary rock, a sudden turn of events unfolded, and an even older gentleman rushed forward and purchased the stone for an astonishing 50,000 yuan on the spot. Su Jiejia barely had time to marvel at the swift transformation of the artifact's value before someone elucidated the stone's provenance. It turned out that this seemingly worthless black stone was, in fact, an exquisite inkstone used in the imperial court, boasting exceptional quality, suitable only for the nobility. Its collection value and potential for appreciation were immense. Su Jijia's mouth fell agape, and it took her a moment to regain her composure. In the blink of an eye, a mere stone had traversed several hands, acquiring such extraordinary worth. How could one not be astounded? Amidst this atmosphere, Su Jijia was struck by the desire to procure a suitable trinket to take home as a memento. As she surveyed the surroundings, unsure of what to choose, she suddenly heard a commotion from a nearby stall, the sounds of raised voices indicating a dispute. This immediately captured her attention, and many around her paused. Casting puzzled glances, the vendors, however, remained unfazed, continuing to engage the customers at their stalls. "Miss, this jade bracelet is a court treasure from the Qianlong era. Such pieces are quite rare in the market and would be a fine addition for both collection and wear." Hearing the vendor's voice, Su Jijia refocused her attention. Moments ago, she thought she had faintly heard someone mention Rongda amidst the noise, causing her heart to race. Could it be the junior students? With this thought, Su Jijia lost interest in the jade bracelet, returning it to the vendor with an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll come back to take another look later." The vendor frowned, recognizing her excuse for what it was, and intended to persuade her further. But upon glancing up, he found that the beautiful girl had already vanished from sight, letting out a resigned sigh. "Ah, another fat fish has slipped away." He rose to gaze into the distance, shaking his head. Who has the audacity to cause a ruckus in the territory of the ancient master? Meanwhile, Su Jijia maneuvered through the crowd, making her way toward the source of the commotion. The closer she got, the clearer the voices became. A sharp voice reprimanded, "Young lady, while one can eat without care, one must not speak carelessly. How can you accuse me of selling counterfeit goods? Moreover, it was you who broke my item first. Are you now trying to evade responsibility?" A calmer middle-aged man interjected, "Indeed, young beauty, although this blue and white porcelain is situated in the replica section, it is a genuine article. The compensation you propose not somewhat insulting?" As Su Jijia emerged from the throng, she spotted two Rongda female students. Panic-stricken, being firmly grasped by a vendor sporting a handlebar mustache. Frowning, she glanced at the onlookers who merely pointed and gawked, realizing the situation. Witnessing the junior students being bullied, Su Jijia, raised in a military family and imbued with a sense of justice, could not stand idly by. She immediately pushed through the crowd, pointing an accusatory finger at the mustachioed vendor, exclaiming, "Release her. Can't we discuss this civilly? It's quite excessive for a grown man to manhandle a young girl." Upon hearing her words, all eyes turned to the slender figure of Su Jijia, astonished by her bravery, wondering where this bold girl had come from. "What bad luck, another meddler has appeared," the vendor muttered under his breath. The two junior students, recognizing the beautiful senior from their earlier gathering at the entrance, exchanged glances of relief and desperation. "What, still unwilling to let go? If not, I will call the police," Su Jijia declared, raising her phone defiantly. Under the mounting pressure, the vendor begrudgingly released the girl's wrists but cautioned, "I know you're Rongda students. You better not run off, or I'll come looking for you at school." The two girls, now free, hurried to Su Jijia's side, glaring angrily at the vendor. After Su Jijia inquired about the incident, the two students recounted the events in a fragmented manner, allowing her to piece together the story. They had intended to select a suitable assessment item from the stall when one of them accidentally shattered a piece of blue and white porcelain that had been placed in the replica section. However, the students had no intention of shirking responsibility and planned to compensate accordingly. Unexpectedly, the vendor claimed that the broken piece was genuine and demanded an exorbitant price of 68,000 yuan. This left the two students utterly bewildered, yet upon regaining their composure, they began examining the shards on the ground. As they were trained in the identification of antiques, particularly blue and white porcelain, they had diligently studied numerous texts. While they could not claim absolute certainty, they felt capable of making an informed judgment. After careful inspection, they concluded that the porcelain in the vendor's possession was a poorly crafted imitation, clearly intended for display and sale as a souvenir. The vendor, it seemed, was attempting to swindle them. They earnestly tried to reason with him, urging him not to take advantage of their inexperience. Yet, the vendor stubbornly insisted that his item was authentic, asserting it was merely temporarily placed in the replica section to free up space. Both sides presented their arguments, Attracting a crowd of onlookers, Su Jia listened intently. The vendor began gingerly collecting the porcelain fragments from the ground. This is a genuine piece from the Qianlong era. Every time one of these is broken, the world loses a treasure. I'm only asking 68,000 because I'm considering your status as students and am not holding it against you. You dare to claim I sell fakes. The vendor feigned deep sorrow, almost convincing one that the shattered piece was akin to a family heirloom. What is happening here? At that moment, students from the Antiquities Club, who had been idly browsing nearby, gathered around. Upon learning the details of the incident, they naturally sided with their peers. Moreover, it was evident to all that the vendor was deliberately attempting to deceive. A bespectacled male student argued passionately. Just because you say it's genuine doesn't make it so. If it were real, would you have displayed it in the replica section? With that remark, the tide of public opinion shifted, and many in the crowd began to nod in agreement. Exactly. Genuine items are cherished and well-kept. Clearly, this vendor is trying to pull a fast one. Indeed, these vendors often target outsiders for a quick profit. It's outrageous. They don't even spare students. Seeing the unfavorable shift in sentiment, the vendor quickly signaled to a companion behind him, who understood the cue and quietly responded, "I'll fetch the ancient master." The vendor nodded, then turned to the crowd, insisting, "Who says that just because it's in the replica section? It's fake? I've explained it already. It's merely there to free up space. Who knew it would be broken so soon after being placed? And do you even know what blue and white porcelain is? Do you understand antiques? I've been running this shop for decades. Would I jeopardize my reputation over a few thousand yuan?" The vendor's sharp rebuttal left bystanders momentarily speechless, as his reasoning had a semblance of logic. Once again, both sides found themselves at an impasse. Can we not block the path? This fuss is excessive. Clear the way so we can conduct our business, several nearby vendors urged, signaling for the crowd to disperse. Su Jia scanned the scene, noticing that many tourists chose to look away, shaking their heads and drifting away, leaving her and her companions to confront the irritable vendor alone. Su Jia quickly signaled to another junior student beside her to call for reinforcements. "Hello. Teacher Yuda, we encountered a bit of trouble at the antique market on Street 3. There's a vendor." Shortly thereafter, Teacher Yu arrived at the vendor's stand, accompanied by more than 10 students. Upon seeing Teacher Yu, a few of them secretly sighed in relief, thinking that with a teacher to stand up for them, and given that Teacher Yu is an expert in artifact restoration, surely the vendor would understand the gravity of the situation. What is going on? Is it necessary to bully a group of students? True to expectations, Teacher Yu, as their mentor, bravely spoke up with righteous indignation. The vendor exchanged glances with his two companions before grinning. "So you are their mentor? Perfect. You can help mediate." The vendor recounted the events as they had transpired, adding, "Your students claim I am selling counterfeit goods, ruining my business and severely damaging my reputation. Who do you think is at fault here?" Upon hearing this, Teacher Yu realized that it was indeed her students who had broken the vendor's items. She then suggested that they examine the authenticity of the blue and white porcelain, asserting her expertise in this area, confident that she could discern the truth at a glance. The vendor's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile as he instructed his accomplice to bring over the previously collected shards of blue and white porcelain. After donning her glasses and scrutinizing the pieces meticulously, Teacher Yu shook her head and glanced at her students. Noticing her prolonged silence, the vendor pressed, "Can you even tell? Is this blue and white porcelain from the Qianlong period fake?" All the students turned their gaze to Teacher Yu, with one female student's eyes filled with urgency, hoping for justice. However, after a moment of contemplation, Teacher Yu murmured, "It is genuine. Indeed, it is blue and white porcelain produced during the Qianlong period." This revelation left everyone astounded. Genuine? How could that be? The female student wanted to argue further but was restrained by Su Jia, who whispered urgently, "Don't. His accomplices have already swapped the items. Clearly, this vendor has employed such deceitful tactics multiple times. The counterfeit you broke was likely placed there intentionally to set a trap for unsuspecting passersby. This is his territory. He holds all the advantages. You two should refrain from escalating the situation further. Let Teacher Yu handle it." The female student glanced at Su Jia, her eyes filled with shock and grievance, feeling a bitter sense of helplessness. The world harbors many dark corners, and Su Jia recognized that these students, still unaccustomed to society's harsh realities, were somewhat intimidated. Various underhanded tricks were hard to guard against. Teacher Yu, being well acquainted with this environment, only needed to glance at her students to grasp the underlying deception. She then spoke kindly. Boss, my students are young and inexperienced. I apologize for the misunderstanding. How about I have them apologize to you, and we can compensate you for the damages? Let us consider this matter settled, as your tactics may be beyond the understanding of passers-by, but I am somewhat aware of them. The vendor chuckled, stroking his mustache, yet he was unmoved, sneering. What do you mean by consider it settled? What is that supposed to imply? His tone was menacing as he contemplated how to extract more compensation from them. Dismissing the significance of Teacher Yu's status. Unexpectedly, several male students did not take this lightly. One of them shouted angrily. No way. He is just a greedy vendor. They must have swapped the items. Exactly. A counterfeit placed in the fake goods section, once broken, suddenly turns genuine. This is a common scam. Why should we apologize? Let us call the police. Upon hearing this, the vendor's previously softened demeanor shifted dramatically. He realized he had encountered students unafraid of confrontation. However, he dismissed the idea of calling the police, knowing that this situation would be difficult for anyone to resolve, as the evidence was clear, just as both parties found themselves in a stalemate. A voice suddenly exclaimed from the crowd, "Old Goo is here." This announcement immediately drew the attention of everyone present. The name was unfamiliar to the students, leaving them puzzled as they looked around. Soon, they saw a large group approaching from the end of the street, all clad in Zhongshan suits, their faces expressionless, surrounding a middle-aged man exuding an air of authority. The students could readily discern that this man held an unusual status. He appeared to be in his 50s. Adorned with several distinctive rings on his fingers and 2 strands of translucent Bodhi beads wrapped around his wrist, he emanated a commanding presence, as if he had long occupied a position of power. They observed that as this so-called Old Goo passed by each vendor, they not only cleared a path for him, but also greeted him with bows and gestures of respect. The deference shown revealed that this man held considerable weight in the antique market. Su Jiejia furrowed her brow, sensing that the situation had just become more complicated. They say a powerful dragon cannot suppress a local snake, and it seemed they had unwittingly stepped on the toes of someone formidable. Just then, her phone buzzed with a message from Su Yun. Jiejia, I just saw Teacher Yu rushing to the antique market with some students to is there a problem over there? Su Jiejia pondered for a moment. Realizing that inviting Su Yun over would be futile if a conflict arose, Su Yun would only be dragged into it unnecessarily. She replied, a female student had a minor misunderstanding with a vendor. Teacher Yu is already there. So don't come over. I'll find you later. After sending the message, Su Jiejia refocused her attention on Old Goo. He had now approached, and the mustachioed vendor quickly stepped forward, bowing and recounting his grievances. Old Goo, UVE finally arrived. This group of students is disrupting business on your turf. You see, Old Goo frowned at the vendor's words, while his numerous followers glared at Teacher Yu and the students with predatory eyes. A few impassioned students wanted to speak up, but were restrained by Teacher Yu, who firmly placed a hand on one's shoulder, whispering, Stay quiet. We can't afford to provoke this person. As a figure well-versed in the antique scene, Teacher Yu understood exactly who had arrived. Known as Old Goo, or Gu Daozi, he commanded respect in the realm of antiquities that in the territory of Randing Ancient City, whether in legitimate or illicit dealings. One must heed Old Goo's authority. Furthermore, regardless of the authenticity of the goods, no transaction could occur in Randing Ancient City without his approval. That it could be said that the city's prosperity and reputation in the antiquities world were significantly bolstered by Old Goo's influence. Thus, when Teacher Yu heard his name, the previously vocal male students fell silent, their heads drooping like deflated balloons. After all, they were merely students. Who had ever witnessed such a scene? They could debate concepts verbally. But faced with the intimidating presence of Old Goo and his entourage, their bravado dissipated, replaced by fear. Teacher Yu put on a welcoming smile and stepped forward, extending her hand. Hello, Old Goo. I am a disciple of Professor Hu Zhangtian. We had a misunderstanding with this vendor, and I did not mean to trouble you. I kindly ask that you let this matter pass in consideration of Professor Hu. Old Goo merely cast a cold glance over the group, showing no inclination to engage with Teacher Yu, causing her heart to race. If even invoking her teacher's name held no sway, it seemed unlikely that the situation would resolve amicably today. After all, her teacher was an honorary expert in Randing Ancient City, Yet old Gu appeared unperturbed, indicating his elevated status. Teacher Yu realized that if they were to trivialize this issue, it would inevitably tarnish old Gu's reputation in the city, ensuring he would not relent unless someone of even greater standing intervened. However, she did not know such individuals, nor could she even name them at that moment. Old Gu scanned the crowd before turning to Teacher Yu. Speaking coolly, a student of Professor Hu? Teacher Yu eagerly nodded in affirmation. However, old Gu's tone shifted sharply as he declared, "So you truly are the unruly students of Hu? Do you think that merely invoking Professor Hu can absolve the vendor of his losses? Or do you believe the vendors who conduct business here are easy prey?" The last few words were nearly a shout, prompting old Gu's henchmen to swiftly encircle Teacher Yu and her students. Feeling the overwhelming pressure from the vendor's entourage, the students began to tremble, looking around in confusion. Only Su Jiejia, coming from a military family, stood resolutely among them, her gaze fierce, noticing the fear taking hold of her peers. Old Gu casually toyed with the Bodhi beads in his hand before smiling. "Actually, this matter can be quite simple. If you purchase this blue and white porcelain, it will not only help the vendor recover his losses, but you will also acquire an antique for yourselves. What a delightful arrangement. Of course, although it is broken, as a disciple of Professor Hu, you must also be a restoration expert, correct? Restoring it would still hold significant value." Upon hearing this, Teacher Yu's heart sank. He had just confirmed that the blue and white porcelain was indeed authentic, yet in terms of rarity, it was not particularly precious. Its market value was likely around 5 or 6,000 yuan. The stall owner had previously sold it for a staggering 68,000, making it implausible for him to sell it at a loss to Teacher Yu and the others. It was evident that the old man was biased, attempting to make them bear the brunt of this hidden loss. Although fully aware that the stall owner was attempting to extort them, Teacher Yu felt powerless against the formidable presence before him. Just as he was at a loss, he suddenly heard someone calling out to him from a distance behind. Instinctively, he turned to look, but was pulled back to the present by the old man's raised hand. "What? Are you all planning to deny your responsibilities?" the old man said as he approached the group of students, surveying each of them from a position of superiority. His gaze finally landed on Su Jiejia, who did not lower her head under his scrutiny. Instead, she met his gaze defiantly, her eyes revealing no tremor, clearly unperturbed by his presence. This piqued the old man's interest. Leaning slightly, he smiled down at Su Jiejia, who stood a head shorter than him, and remarked, "Little girl, you seem quite unconvinced. Do you think your uncle is not being fair?" Su Jiejia replied calmly, "Indeed, what you are doing is rather unscrupulous." "Haha," the old man chuckled, shaking his head in mock amusement. Seemingly feeling his authority was being disrespected, he then shot a glance, and immediately, a burly man in a Zhongshan suit, with tattoos visible on his neck, stepped forward. "What can I do for you?" "Old master." With a sweeping gesture, the old man pointed at the two girls who had broken the antique, bellowing, "Every debt has its source. Detain these two girls here and call their families. They can only be released once the payment is made." In an instant, the atmosphere shifted. Everyone's faces turned pale. Teacher Yu hurriedly stepped forward, pleading softly, "Old master, please, don't do this. You are a magnanimous person. Why trouble a student? Get lost. What are you even worth? Even if your master were here, it would be of no use." The old man shouted, forcefully pushing Teacher Yu back until he collided with a student behind him, barely managing to regain his balance. Damaging someone else's property demands compensation. This is an undeniable truth. If you don't resolve this matter today, you won't be able to leave this ancient city of Fandang. And I, Gudaozi, will have wasted my time. At this, the students turned ashen, feeling as though they had plunged into an icy abyss. Some even discreetly gestured to the two girls, whispering, "Maybe we should just pay up." Yes, we learn from our mistakes. Faced with the advice from a few classmates, the two girls, tearful and aggrieved, realized they had little choice but to accept their fate. Just then, several burly men in Zhongshan suits advanced, ready to seize the two female students. Su Jiejia, however, glared defiantly at them, unflinchingly placing herself in front of them, clearly unwilling to yield. "Huh, this little girl has some guts," the old man sneered, waving his hand dismissively, signaling his men to proceed without restraint. Tension crackled in the air as the imposing figures of the men loomed closer. "Jiejia, what is happening?" Just then, A male voice suddenly broke through the tense atmosphere from afar. Jia. What is happening? As the voice reached them, the previously charged atmosphere eased slightly, and Su Jia froze momentarily. Quickly recognizing the voice as Su Yun's, Su Jia felt helpless, thinking to herself, hadn't she told him not to come? Why was he still stirring up trouble? With so many people around and the chaos escalating, it would be impossible to keep him safe if a fight broke out. What is Su doing here? Teacher, you mumbled. Having also heard Su Yun's voice, he realized it was Su Yun who had called out to him earlier. The other students, too, had heard the voice, but with the current situation being so dire, they had no time to worry about it. If the teacher was at a loss, what could a senior do? Meanwhile, the old man furrowed his brow, following Su Jia's gaze, wondering who was bold enough to join the fray at such a moment. Didn't they understand the precariousness of the situation? The old man's expression changed slightly as he looked up, taken aback by the sight of a young man in casual attire. Handsome and seemingly puzzled, walking towards them from a distance. He looks somewhat familiar. However, due to the distance and his slight nearsightedness, the old man couldn't make out the young man's features clearly and dismissed it. He turned back to Teacher Yu with a darkened expression. Teacher Yu, why not just pay the students' dues today? It would save everyone time. Old master, could we perhaps exchange for a different item? I truly cannot afford the 68,000 you demand. Teacher Yu, you jest as a distinguished professor at a prestigious university and an expert in the field. You cannot tell me you lack pocket change. Perhaps you should teach children to play in the mud instead. Old master, please, let us reconsider this. For the sake of Professor Hu, can we settle for less? Teacher Yu's mental defenses had already crumbled, and he recognized that without compensation today, they would not be able to leave, that he merely sought to negotiate a lesser amount. The old man shook his head, admonishing, stop invoking Professor Hu's name. It holds no weight here. What nonsense. However, the old man's words abruptly ceased, and his authoritative demeanor faltered. He had noticed the young man had approached, and what astonished him was not just the young man's audacity, but his very appearance. It felt eerily familiar, yet he couldn't recall where he had seen him. Suddenly, the old man's expression hardened, his eyes revealing a fleeting glimmer of apprehension. Could it be him? In that moment, uncertainty washed over the old man. Meanwhile, Su Jia, catching the shift in the old man's demeanor from the corner of her eye, felt a rush of caution. She raised an eyebrow at Su Yun, signaling him not to approach. Su Yun, noticing the group of intimidating men surrounding Su Jia and the others, surmised that trouble was brewing. Despite seeing Su Jia's warning glance, he disregarded it. How could he stand idly by while she was in peril? Without hesitation, Su Yun frowned, pushing aside the burly men surrounding them and stepping in front of Su Jia, asking with concern, what happened? Are you all right? Su Jia looked at Su Yun, reproaching him quietly. Didn't I tell you not to come? As she recounted the events that had transpired, Su Yun's understanding dawned. They were being extorted. It seemed that unless they resolved this issue, they would not be able to leave. With his hands in his pockets, Su Yun raised his head to look at the old man. Contemplating how to negotiate, the onlookers felt their hearts leap into their throats, fearing that Su Yun's impulsiveness might provoke the old man, spiraling the situation out of control. Meanwhile, the old man's subordinates, seeing Su Yun daring to stare at their boss, angrily retorted, "What with your hands in your pockets? Don't you know what respect means? Kid, I advise you not to meddle in affairs that don't concern you." Slap. Just as the subordinate finished speaking, a sharp sound echoed through the air, unmistakably the sound of a slap landing on a face. Everyone instinctively turned to look at Su Yun, expecting to see him struck, only to find him standing unscathed, while the subordinate was sent reeling to the side by the old man's slap. What in the world? Confusion spread among the crowd. Why is there so much nonsense? The old man barked, commanding the subordinate to step back. The subordinate, fearing he had unwittingly angered the old man, fell silent, realizing the old man intended to handle this himself. Clearly, the old man was not pleased with any interruptions. At that moment, Su Yun observed the unfolding scene with surprise, but he didn't dwell on it. He had his hands in his pockets simply to feel for his cards. If the situation turned dire, he would strike first. With unwavering composure, Su Yun met the old man's gaze and said, "Hello, old master. May I have a moment of your time?" Wait. To Su Yun's astonishment, before he could finish his sentence, the old man waved his hands repeatedly, and, in a surprising shift, lowered his previously lofty demeanor, speaking in a tone akin to that of a neighborly uncle. I understand. Today, we indeed bear some responsibility. I will have the stall owner come over to apologize, and we can consider this matter settled. Young man, what do you think? This? Su-yun looked bewildered. The old man appeared to be quite reasonable. Why had they been entangled in this issue for so long? However, he was not the only one bewildered. Everyone present shared his confusion. Just moments ago, the old man had been brimming with hostility. Yet now he was suddenly so accommodating. Was it merely an illusion, or did he appear somewhat intimidated? What was going on? How could there be such a stark contrast in attitude? The old man's subordinates were equally perplexed. They had never seen their boss so agreeable before. This was his territory. Who had ever made him feel apprehensive? Did the old man have a change of heart? The subordinate who had just been slapped wore a particularly aggrieved expression. What was the meaning of this? Wasn't he the old man supposed to assert his dominance? Why had he suddenly backed down? For whom had he slapped that subordinate? Even Su Jiajia's eyes widened in astonishment as she looked at Su-yun. Bewildered by the scene unfolding before her, it was hard to fathom that the previously arrogant old man had shifted his stance the moment Su-yun arrived. Yet they didn't seem to know each other at all. What was the old man truly wary of? How had Su-yun managed this? It seemed he had said nothing at all. With a sense of bewilderment, Su Jiajia observed as the once imperious Gu Yi now dragged the mustachioed vendor before Su-yun. Huh. I just inquired, and this old rascal is indeed untrustworthy. He has swapped genuine blue and white porcelain for fakes, so I initially misjudged the students from Rome University, Su-yun remarked, not expecting the other party to exhibit such understanding. He waved his hand and smiled. No problem, since the misunderstanding has been resolved. That's what matters, that we are all in business. One must be forgiving. Wouldn't you agree, Boss Gu? He then turned to his classmates and teacher Yu, asking, what does everyone think? Is this an acceptable resolution? The students, momentarily dazed, snapped back to reality, and although teacher Yu was internally shaken, he quickly responded, absolutely. It's merely a small misunderstanding. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. You, scoundrel, hurry over and apologize to the students and teachers. Gu Yi scolded while glaring fiercely at the mustachioed vendor. The vendor, utterly bewildered, pondered whether Gu Yi had lost his mind, suddenly siding with outsiders. Did you make a mistake? Boss Gu. Smack. The mustachioed vendor attempted to correct him, but without a moment's hesitation, Gu Yi delivered a resounding slap that left the man seeing stars. You create fakes and still dare to take advantage of these students. They are all scholars, the future pillars of our nation. Do you think you're worthy to engage in such deceit? Just wait until I settle this with you. Now, hurry up and apologize to the students. Under Gu Ye's imposing presence, the vendor gradually realized he was dealing with someone formidable, likely this young man who had just arrived. Although unaware of Su-yun's status, he understood that Gu Ye's attitude had shifted dramatically. He certainly could not afford to offend him. Thus, albeit reluctantly, the mustachioed vendor gritted his teeth and bowed in apology to Su-yun and the others. Moreover, compensate them for their emotional distress. Your unscrupulous actions must not tarnish the reputation of our Lantern City. Consider it a lesson for you. Gu Yi commanded. Yes. The vendor dared not protest and could only accept his fate and pay up. However, the two young women waved their hands, clearly unwilling to accept the money, leading both parties to ultimately agree to part ways. Seeing that the vendor had apologized, Su-yun glanced at Su Jiajia, who nodded in agreement, prompting him to refrain from saying anything further. Noticing Su-yun's prolonged silence, Gu Yi tentatively inquired, young brother, is there anything else you find unsatisfactory? He patted his chest, asserting, everyone knows that I, old Gu, am reasonable and never oppress guests. If there's anything amiss, please, speak freely. Teacher Yu felt embarrassed. Recalling Gu Ye's earlier demeanor, Su-yun scrutinized Gu Yi for a moment, harboring doubts, yet eventually waved his hand, signaling that it was unnecessary. Gu Yi, seeing this, ceased further dialogue and clasped his hands, saying, well then, I shall take my leave. Without waiting for Su-yun's response, he gestured for his subordinates to depart hastily and turned to leave as if fleeing the scene, not wishing to linger for a moment longer. Once Gu Yi had exited, the vendors returned to their stalls, casting cautious glances at the students from Rome University, no longer inclined to provoke them, hoping fervently that they would not approach their booths, lest they encounter trouble. Hadn't they seen how Gu Yi had retreated, At this moment, a group of puzzled students remained. Finally, unable to contain their curiosity, they turned their gazes towards Su Yun in their eyes. He appeared almost divine, had he not arrived unexpectedly. It seemed that everyone would have suffered humiliation today. Su Jejia furrowed her brow, suddenly recalling that on a recent visit to Ranshan, her father had mentioned that Su Yun was somewhat peculiar. It now seemed that this was indeed the case. Seeing everyone staring at him, Su Yun helplessly raised his hands. What's the matter? He was quite reasonable, wasn't he? Reasonable? Perhaps only in your dealings with Gu Yi. The group felt a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. Had he not witnessed Gu Ye's earlier arrogance? How could he now claim him to be reasonable? The absurdity of the situation only grew. Su Jejia stepped forward, grasping Su Yun's arm, and with narrowed eyes, inquired, "Tell me, what just happened? Why did this gang of local tyrants flee upon your arrival?" Su Yun was at a loss. He hadn't done anything. At that moment, the members of the Cultural Relics Society, having regained their composure, encircled Su Yun, their eyes filled with fervor and admiration. "How did you manage that, Senior Su?" I was about to cry from fright. "Exactly. Senior Su, what do you do? It felt like that Gu Yi was intimidated by you. Bro, the moment you appeared, his attitude did a complete 180. He was insisting we pay 70,000. The crowd praised Su Yun as if he were a celestial being, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward that in truth, he had done nothing at all. As for why Gu Yi had retreated, Su Yun himself could not fathom it. Surely it wasn't he merely because he exuded an air of authority? After pondering, he replied, "I'm just an amateur streamer." Perhaps he realized he was being unreasonable and had a sudden epiphany? Yes, that must be it. I must have enlightened him. Naturally, no one took Su Yun's jest seriously. One of the female students, upon hearing this, suddenly exclaimed, "I understand. It must be that Gu Yi was up to no good and, knowing that our senior is a streamer, feared provoking someone of such stature and being exposed online." Indeed. That makes sense. Wow, is this the power of a celebrity? The female students found this reasoning highly plausible. Otherwise, how could Su Yun's mere presence compel an apology from Gu Yi? However, unlike the girls, the majority of male students and teacher you were not convinced by this theory. After all, Gu Yi was a local big shot, a figure of authority in Lantern City. Could a local tyrant truly fear being exposed by a streamer? It seemed unlikely. If he were afraid of such exposure, it would imply he had too many skeletons in his closet, unworthy of public scrutiny, and would have long since been dealt with by the law. Thus, most believed that Senior Su must possess some extraordinary qualities, though they could not ascertain what those might be. Nevertheless, they held a deep respect and gratitude for him in their hearts. Meanwhile, observing the crowd surrounding Su Yun, Su Jejia felt a tumult of emotions. Su Yun's performance had not been particularly remarkable, yet the moment he arrived, an inexplicable trust and sense of security enveloped her. His calm demeanor and composed words created a stark contrast, as if a simple utterance from him could compel even Gu Yi to bow down. This was the first time Su Jejia had witnessed this side of Su Yun. Previously, she had considered him an ordinary yet ambitious individual, possessing commendable looks and temperament, someone who shied away from the spotlight. His past conduct had always been unremarkable, yet now, it was astonishing that even a local tyrant in the antique market held him in such high regard. Unlike the naive younger girls, Su Jejia understood that a local overlord would never regard a mere streamer as significant. What secret identity could Su Yun possibly harbor? Reflecting on their earlier conversation, she noted how Gu Yi had consistently avoided Su Yun's gaze and never addressed him directly, as if Su Yun's name struck fear into his heart. "Su Yun, what secrets are you hiding?" Su Jejia gazed at him, her beautiful eyes glimmering with curiosity. Meanwhile, the hastily retreating Gu Yi returned to his manor, accompanied by his subordinates. With a dejected demeanor, seated in the elegantly adorned hall, a tattooed brute respectfully offered him a bowl of tea. Gu Yi drank it in one gulp and let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat calmer. It was only then that the observant subordinate noticed Gu Yi's back was already soaked with sweat. Upon seeing this, the tattooed man was even more astonished. It was rare to see his boss in such a state, and he couldn't help but cautiously inquire, "Boss Gu, what happened?" "It was just a kid." "Fool." Gu Yi shot him a glance. "One cannot judge a person by their appearance. Did you not see the murderous aura surrounding him? That person is not someone I can afford to offend. And you should refrain from prying. Be careful not to invite trouble upon yourself." At these words, the tattooed man felt a chill run down his spine. Had there truly been a murderous intent? He hadn't noticed it at all. Thankfully, Gu Yi was astute. He immediately ceased further inquiries that Gu Yi, however, was simply fabricating excuses to regain face in front of his subordinates, as for the so-called murderous aura. That was entirely a figment of his imagination. To Gu Yi, such notions were mere nonsense. Believing in them was akin to being overly influenced by martial arts novels. The main issue was that the young man appeared remarkably resolute. Typically, when faced with such circumstances, most people would feign ignorance and avoid confrontation, perhaps making a few polite comments to smooth over the situation. But this young man had approached, as if ready to take action. After all, that girl had explicitly told him not to come closer, yet he still advanced without hesitation. Furthermore, if he were merely an ordinary fool, that would be one thing. However, this was someone whom Zhu Turong regarded with utmost caution. Someone not to be underestimated. Who exactly is he? That even Zhu Turong fears him. Gu Yi pondered, gripping his teacup, lost in thought, clearly still grappling with the events that had just transpired a few days prior. Zhu Turong had sought him out, presenting photos from Su Yun's livestream. Inquiring about the young man's background, Gu Yi had immediately sensed that this individual was an enemy of Zhu Turong, not a friend. Moreover, when the individual known as Zhu Turong sought me out previously, I distinctly perceived the profound apprehension in his eyes, coupled with an unmistakable determination to succeed. It was evident that Zhu Turong harbored intentions detrimental to this young man. However, he also harbored a palpable wariness towards this person. Gu Yi is no fool. He is aware of the nuances of operating on the fringes of legality, engaging in a bit of coercive commerce without crossing certain lines. The crux of the matter lies in the fact that Zhu Turong is not one to be trifled with. His ruthless nature and notorious reputation within the circles are well understood by Gu Yi. Should I find myself in a conflict with that individual named Su Yun, only to have Zhu Turong eliminate me afterwards, I could easily be burdened with the stigma of being an accomplice. Furthermore, a person who inspires such caution in Zhu Turong is surely formidable. A confrontation with them could result in dire consequences, perhaps even a lethal ambush. It is prudent to endure a moment of tranquility and to retreat in the face of danger. My current life is quite satisfactory. There is no need to wade into these murky waters. Today, I might lose a bit of face, but that is preferable to losing my life. The depths of this situation are too profound for me, Gu Yi, to navigate. It is wiser to keep my distance. On Su Yun's end, after a considerable wait for the fervor of the members of the Antique Appreciation Society to wane, he finally seized the opportunity to speak privately with Teacher Yu. However, upon inquiring, Su Yun learned that although Teacher Yu is an expert, he has not attained a high level of proficiency in the restoration of antiques and cannot be classified as a master. Only an expert. Teacher Yu, I have come here today seeking a master in the field of antique restoration, specifically someone of exceptional skill. Do you know where I might find such a master? He asked in a hushed tone. When it comes to seeking someone to restore antiques, the fewer individuals who are aware, the better. After all, the Warring States gold foil is currently in my possession and has already been fashioned into a card, should the police discover this. As the officer indicated, I would likely spend my life behind bars, although I am yet to devise a method for restoration that does not reveal the item as a missing national treasure. I must first locate this master and proceed cautiously. You don't know? Teacher Yu's eyes widened as he regarded Su Yun, who felt an unsettling premonition rising within him. Know what? The individual you just met, Gu Yi, is the most renowned master of antique restoration. His skills are among the finest in the province. Teacher Yu exclaimed with astonishment. Su Yun, on the other hand, felt as if he had been struck. Is this truly the case? While Gu Yi had been exceedingly polite towards him, Su Yun is no fool. He is well aware that Gu Yi must be seething with indignation after suffering a significant loss of face today. Under such circumstances, one cannot expect Gu Yi to divulge any insights on how to restore the Warring States gold foil. Not only that, but it is also possible that the entire antique market might blacklist him henceforth. What is it that you wish to restore? Perhaps I could give it a try. Teacher Yu expressed some regret over this outcome, as this matter originally had nothing to do with Su Yun. It was merely a mishap involving his student, who fell into the other party's trap. It's nothing. I just wanted to gather some knowledge on the subject. Since Gu Yi is the master in question, I shall let it be. Su-yun certainly would not be foolish enough to mention the Warring States gold foil. And given Teacher Yu's level of expertise, it would be best to let it go. By the way, Teacher Yu, my live broadcast is about to start. I must take my leave. Please convey my regards to my classmates. He deftly sidestepped the topic and continued, "Thank you very much for today." Teacher Yu nodded in acknowledgement. He understood that Su-yun is a streamer, and from the students' remarks, it seemed he had a considerable following. Streamers, in pursuit of engaging content, often delve into intriguing subjects such as antique restoration. However, Teacher Yu sincerely advised Su-yun against involving himself in such matters, especially not to seek out Guyi merely for the sake of entertainment. After all, the experiences of the two girls earlier have already illustrated the dangers inherent in this field. The world of antiques is fraught with peril, and most individuals cannot navigate it safely. You are too kind, Teacher Yu. Su-yun waved goodbye as he departed. Upon exiting the antique market, Su-yun let out a sigh. His primary purpose for visiting the Lantern Ancient City today was to locate the master. He never anticipated becoming embroiled in such unexpected events, particularly with the master himself. What a frustrating twist of fate. But was it merely coincidence? Guye's demeanor towards him was evidently questionable. Su-yun was certain that this was their first encounter. So why did the other party appear to recognize him and choose to defuse the situation upon their meeting? Perhaps this master is connected to that group of tomb raiders. After all, the primary source of antiques often lies in looted treasures. It seems I must seek an opportunity to visit this master. The restoration of the Warring States gold foil is secondary. My primary concern is understanding why he recognizes me. This could indicate whether the tomb raiders have set their sights on me. With this thought in mind, Su-yun instinctively glanced around, only to find himself face to face with a beautiful visage, a pair of large eyes fixed intently upon him. "Jejia, what are you doing?" Su-yun exclaimed in surprise, taking a step back and speaking sharply. The one hiding behind him was none other than Su Jejia. Su-yun's sudden turn had caught Su Jejia off guard, and their lips were a mere millimeter apart. Su Jejia was startled as well, her complexion paling momentarily. Yet, she quickly regained her composure, a smile breaking across her face. "What were you daydreaming about?" "Nothing." Su-yun shook his head, then countered. "What about you? Shouldn't you be studying antiques instead of lurking here like a ghost?" "What ghost? Besides, studying antiques is nowhere near as interesting as figuring out your secrets." Su Jejia unabashedly displayed her curiosity. Su-yun shook his head slightly, unwilling to dwell on Guye's attitude, and instead shifted the topic. "Jejia, I plan to head back now. Are you going to leave with Teacher Yu and the others so soon?" "I was hoping you could accompany me up the mountain for a stroll," Su Jejia replied, somewhat surprised. "It's time for my live broadcast," Su-yun explained, though he had other reasons he could not divulge. "Isn't it the same to broadcast from here?" Su Jejia retorted. "I didn't bring my equipment, and this location isn't ideal," Su-yun replied, fabricating a reason. "All right then, you head back. If anything comes up, just give me a call." "Sure." Su-yun turned to leave, while Su Jejia remained behind, watching his retreating figure with a hint of disappointment in her large eyes. Once Su-yun vanished around the corner, Su Jejia shook her head lightly. She glanced around, noting that this was the entrance to Lantern Ancient City. The management had made efforts to preserve the ancient ambience, with both sides of the road lined with unadorned green mountains and boulders, interspersed with winding paths. These paths are not frequented by ordinary tourists, not because the management forbids it, but due to their challenging terrain. Su Jejia casually chose one of the paths and strolled leisurely into the depths of the Green Mountains. The trail was somewhat slippery, surrounded by ancient trees that exuded an eerie atmosphere. However, as the daughter of a military family, Su Jejia possessed a greater courage than most girls and paid little heed to such things. After wandering for 200 or 300 meters, Su Jejia suddenly halted. A glimmer of caution flickered in her eyes as she glanced behind her, and her clear voice rang out, "Come out." No response echoed back. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. Su Jejia pouted. Her cheeks adorably puffed, and called out again, "Stop hiding. If you don't come out, are you not afraid I might run away?" "You have quite the nerve." A voice emerged as three figures stepped out from behind the nearby trees. Encircling Su Jejia, the speaker was a stocky man wearing a large mask, his hat pulled low to obscure his face, while the two others, clearly his subordinates, were similarly attired. Such attire is not uncommon nowadays, as people take precautions in crowded areas, making their appearance unremarkable. This very inconspicuousness surprised the stocky man, who inquired, "How did you discover us?" "I didn't discover you. I merely heard some sounds and thought it was a wild boar," Su Jejia retorted mockingly. "I didn't expect you to be so alert." The stocky man, naturally identified as Zhu Tu-rong, found himself momentarily bewildered. He had personally intervened, as Su Jejia's situation directly impacted whether the Warring States gold foil would come into his possession. After learning that the streamer named Su Yun had come to Lantern Ancient City with Su Jejia, he took action to prevent his subordinates from causing further trouble. To his surprise, he arrived just as the streamer departed, leaving Su Jejia alone to ascend the mountain. For Zhu Tu-rong, this was a fortuitous opportunity, and he promptly followed her with his two lackeys. All three were experienced tomb raiders, adept at navigating the mountains and forests without making discernible noise, even if an ordinary person occasionally heard the sounds of their passage through the foliage. They would likely dismiss it as the wind. However, this seemingly student-like and attractive girl was able to detect that she was being followed and accurately assess the position of her pursuers, which took Zhu Tu-rong by surprise. How could a girl possess such keen awareness? Yet, Zhu Tu-rong quickly regained his composure. This girl was the daughter of the military officer, Su Tuanzhang. Being raised in a military household, a heightened sense of awareness is not particularly extraordinary. You are quite clever. A person of your intelligence must be well aware of your current predicament. If you wish to avoid any danger, you would do well to obey. Zhu Tu-rong issued a warning while signaling his underlings to advance and subdue Su Jejia. "Beautiful lady, refrain from calling out. I assure you, even if you scream until your throat is raw, no one will heed you." One of his henchmen, tall and slender, seemed to harbor a peculiar fascination with binding a woman. Eagerly, he retrieved a bundle of woven straps from his pocket, his enthusiasm palpable. Su Jejia remained motionless, likely paralyzed by fear. With a triumphant grin, the tall henchman seized Su Jejia's arm, preparing to twist it behind her back for restraint. However, in a sudden twist of fate, Su Jejia's wrist flicked, and she grasped the henchman's arm in a swift counter. He stumbled forward, caught off guard by her unexpected maneuver, and before he could react, he felt a dizzying sensation as the ground rushed up to meet him. With a resounding thud, he was thrown to the ground, his tailbone striking a rock with a jarring impact, eliciting a pained cry. Yet, that cry was abruptly cut short as Su Jejia delivered a swift kick to his lower abdomen. Silencing his screams, the tall henchman writhed on the ground, clutching his groin in agony. The burly henchman, startled by the sudden turn of events, instinctively reached for Su Jejia's shoulder, but before he could grasp her, she deftly caught his arm. Just as he attempted to leverage his strength to break free, a slender, beautiful leg appeared before him. Coiling around his arm like a viper, the heavy force bore down upon him, and he was effortlessly toppled to the ground. Employing a joint lock technique, Su Jejia unceremoniously subdued the burly henchman, twisting his wrist with determination. He let out a howl of pain, but unfortunately for him, his face was buried in the dirt, muffling his cries to mere whimpers. Su Jejia had always refrained from revealing her prowess in public to avoid drawing attention, but against these tomb raiders, she considered it a trivial matter, not one to relent. She prepared to exert her strength anew when a chilling voice interrupted. "Stop, unless you wish to die." Instinctively, Su Jejia lifted her gaze to find Zhu Tu-rong standing nearby. Motionless, yet brandishing a handgun, the dark barrel aimed squarely at her. "I doubt you have the audacity to fire that weapon here," Su Jejia replied, her pupils dilating, though her expression bore little fear. "I truly would prefer not to use my gun. However, should you force my hand, I might reconsider." Zhu Tu-rong's voice dripped with menace and a hint of astonishment. His choice to target Su Jejia had not been made lightly. Although he had tracked down a broadcaster named Su Yun, suspecting she might possess valuable gold foil and having obtained knowledge of her whereabouts, he was nonetheless cautious. The main reason for his trepidation was his uncertainty about whether this broadcaster was the same mysterious knife-wielding expert who had claimed the life of his subordinate, Xiao Sanzi. The memory of Xiao Sanzi's gruesome death, with blood gushing from his throat, haunted Zhu Tu-rong's mind. The unknown is indeed the most terrifying of all. Having navigated the underworld without facing death or capture for so long hinged primarily on his caution. Since the broadcaster's identity was uncertain and difficult to confront, targeting her companion was equally viable. Chapter 80. Cloaked in elegance. Off to kill. Zhu Tuorong's decision to set his sights on Su Jiejia was rooted in simplicity. Firstly, Su Jiejia was closely associated with Su Yun, likely in a romantic relationship. By threatening Su Jiejia, he presumed Su Yun would undoubtedly capitulate, obediently surrendering the gold foiled out of course. That was only if it was indeed in his possession. If not, it would be of little consequence. The second reason pertained to Su Jiejia's lineage. Her father was affiliated with the military, creating an inherent animosity between her and criminals like Zhu Tuorong. Moreover, her father, Commander Su, was a key figure in the investigation and pursuit of Zhu Tuorong and his hired mercenaries. Yet, Zhu Tuorong had never anticipated that this seemingly delicate, beautiful girl would possess such adept and ruthless skills. Yes, ruthless, whether it was delivering a kick to the groin or employing a joint lock, her techniques could easily inflict permanent disability if mishandled. Such prowess was hardly what one would expect from the daughter of a military family. As military combat techniques are primarily designed for capture and restraint, even when training with a dagger, the methods utilized are intended for subduing captives. Yet this girl's approach was clearly aimed at lethal efficiency. Why did she possess such lethal skills, and why was she so proficient? What purpose did she practice these deadly maneuvers for? Enough of this. Zhu Tuorong shook his head. The gun was now drawn, and there was no turning back. He could not afford to ponder the girl's secrets any longer. Release him. Zhu Tuorong commanded coldly. Su Jiejia, aware of the gun's menacing presence, hesitated to act recklessly. She calculated the distance between herself and the gun, knowing full well that within 7 paces, a handgun is both swift and precise. With a resigned sigh, Su Jiejia relinquished her hold on the burly henchman. Stepping back 2 paces, the burly henchman sprang to his feet, his pride wounded at being subdued by a mere girl. Damn it, he wiped his face. Who the hell are you? Before he could finish his sentence, a sharp slap echoed as Zhu Tuorong stepped forward, delivering a stinging reprimand. Fool, put your mask back on. The burly henchman froze for a moment before dutifully picking up the mask that had fallen in the dirt and covering his face. Su Jiejia exhaled softly. She had not truly seen this man's face, as he had been face down in the mud, rendering his features indistinguishable. However, the mask itself signaled that they did not genuinely intend to harm her. At least not at this moment. Otherwise, there would be no need to conceal their faces. Is he dead? If not, get up. Zhu Tuorong kicked the tall henchman, who lay groaning on the ground, watching as he struggled to rise. Clutching his groin and moving as if he had just been castrated, Zhu Tuorong then redirected his attention to Su Jiejia. Miss Su. His voice was icy, laced with malice, indicating he would not remain benevolent for long. You must realize that we are merely seeking monetary gain. We have no intention of harming you. However, should you refuse to cooperate further, we cannot guarantee your safety. Seeking riches? Kidnapping me for ransom, is it? Su Jiejia retorted, casting a glance at the 3 men present. I'll be frank with you. Zhu Tuorong replied coldly. We intend to use you as leverage to obtain a treasure we have long desired. Su Jiejia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. After a moment of contemplation, she extended her hand decisively. Very well. As long as you ensure my safety, I will cooperate. Excellent. Zhu Tuorong nodded, issuing a curt command, bind her. As Zhu Tuorong escorted the bound Su Jiejia toward their hideout, Su Yun was already en route home. His urgency stemmed from a sense of impending danger he had sensed through Gu Yi, compounded by a foreboding feeling earlier in the day. Thus, he opted to retreat early to avoid entanglements. After all, this was not a time for ostentation. Located over 20 kilometers from the city center, Wanding Ancient City was not particularly close to the bustling heart of the metropolis. Fortunately, Su Yun managed to return home just before the evening rush hour. Although it was already past 5 o'clock, with no live stream in the afternoon, he needed to start early for the evening broadcast, coinciding perfectly with dinner time, a prime slot for viewership. He activated his streaming equipment. Though he refrained from turning on the camera just yet, a bold message appeared on the live stream screen. The broadcaster will arrive on the battlefield in 30 seconds. All troops prepare for action. This served as a notification for the audience, as few would wait idly at their screens all day for the broadcast to commence. Additionally, Su Yun could utilize this time to prepare for the stream, arranging props and other essentials. Just as he sent out the broadcast notification, a flurry of comments erupted in the chat. What is going on? Why isn't the broadcaster live yet? What is the plan for today? brother? Continuing with toothpicks. Guessing wildly. Is the broadcaster planning to emulate Dongfang Booby and use needles today? Su-yun chuckled softly at the absurdity of their guesses. There was no need for such speculation. He raised his hand to modify the live stream title, intending to change it to Today the Broadcaster. Just as he typed the first 4 characters, his phone chimed with an incoming call. Glancing at the screen, his brow furrowed slightly. The call was from Su Jiejia, which surprised him. They had parted ways just over an hour ago, and she should still be in Ruanding Ancient City. Why was she calling now? Curious, he answered the phone, and his expression shifted dramatically. The voice on the other end was not Su Jiejia's, but rather a strange, altered tone. Your girlfriend has been kidnapped. If you wish to save her, follow my instructions. Do not contact the police, or she will be killed. Who are you? Su-yun quickly demanded. The voice was evidently modified, making it impossible to discern any identifying features other than that it belonged to a male. We are the kidnappers. The tone dripped with dark humor. What do you want me to do? Su-yun pressed for more information. Bring 200,000 in cash and arrive at the Jianjia West Road subway station before 10 tonight. Someone will contact you. The other party replied once more. I can't gather that much money at once, Su-yun interjected. That's your concern. Remember, 10 o'clock, Jianjia West Road subway station. I can borrow it, but there's not enough time. Su-yun attempted to negotiate for a little more time. However, the other party chose to hang up immediately. Su-yun redialed, but this time he was met with a busy signal, indicating that the other party had likely turned off their phone. Setting his phone down, Su-yun furrowed his brow. He did not ask Su Jiejia whether she was safe, a question that would seem trivial, nor did he question the credibility of the kidnapping message. After all, this was indeed Su Jiejia's phone number. She would never joke about such matters. This meant that Su Jiejia was undoubtedly kidnapped, and those who took her clearly had ulterior motives. Su-yun had specifically mentioned money. If the kidnappers were truly after a ransom, they would have provided a rough figure. They understood that raising funds takes time, and yet they had not done so, suggesting that the ransom was likely a ruse to mislead him, the only group capable of abducting Su Jiejia to threaten him. While harboring hidden intentions, was undoubtedly a gang of tomb raiders. A chill crept across Su-yun's face as his brows slowly raised. He swiftly switched his phone to the live streaming page, announcing, the host will cease streaming today, because the host has matters to attend to. Indeed, he had pressing issues to address today. For today, the host intended to commit murder. After briefly stating these lines, Su-yun abruptly ended the live stream. While Su Jiejia was not his girlfriend, they shared a close and intimate relationship, and Su-yun would do everything in his power to ensure she remained unharmed and free from his entanglements. This was what incensed him. He was inherently a reasonable person. Regardless of the circumstances, he had indeed interfered with the tomb raiders' significant plans, seizing the precious gold leaf of the warring states period that they desperately sought. It was only natural that they would come after him. However, they had no right to involve Su Jiejia. She was entirely unrelated to this affair and was not even Su-yun's girlfriend. To cowardly kidnap an innocent person, unconnected to their scheme, to threaten him, was a reckless act. Although he was thoroughly enraged, Su-yun did not let his anger cloud his judgment. He understood that Su Jiejia was likely still safe at this moment. After all, the kidnappers were after the warring state's gold leaf, which was still in Su-yun's possession. Even if they contemplated silencing her, it was probable they would do so only after obtaining the gold leaf. But where could Su Jiejia be right now? Jianjia West Road subway station. Su-yun pondered the location. This was the site the kidnappers had mentioned, instructing him to arrive by 10 o'clock, at which point they would make contact. Shaking his head slightly, Su-yun realized that Su Jiejia could not possibly be nearby. The area was commercial, bustling with people, making it exceedingly difficult for kidnappers to conceal a hostage without attracting attention. It would be too easy to expose their operation. Any rational individual would avoid such a location. Additionally, there was a crucial reason. Su-yun had parted ways with Su Jiejia just after 4 o'clock. Returning from the Lantern Ancient City, it took him over an hour to reach the city center by taxi. The extended duration was not due to heavy traffic, as the peak hour had not yet arrived, but because there was still a considerable volume of vehicles on the road, with many rushing home as dinner time approached. Even if the kidnappers had acted immediately after he left, their return to the city could not have been quicker than his. Not to mention, they would have had to first reach the bustling Jianjia West Road subway station and prepare in advance. Even if Su-yun had hurried home without delay, he would not have arrived until 8 or 9 o'clock. Therefore, this location was evidently a smokescreen. The kidnappers might merely be using it to ascertain whether Su Yun had alerted the authorities and to gauge the importance of Su Judge's safety to him. It was even possible that their aim was simply to confuse Su Yun. Su Jujia and her captors were undoubtedly not in the Jinjia West Road subway station area. Furthermore, Su Yun was nearly certain that Su Jujia was currently in the vicinity of the Lantern Ancient City. He had received the message shortly after returning home, and there was hardly enough time for the kidnappers to find an opportunity to strike and execute the abduction without granting themselves ample time to relocate. However, the Lantern Ancient City was not large, yet it was situated a full 20 kilometers from the city center, meaning the surrounding area was a desolate wilderness. More precisely, it was a dense forested area, with various hills and mountains beyond the Lantern Mountain itself to eye in such an expansive region, especially one that Su Yun was unfamiliar with. Locating the exact spot where Su Jujia was being held could only be likened to searching for a needle in a haystack. Unless he reported to the authorities, who were adept at tracking, equipped with various devices and methods, they would likely find the kidnapper's location given some time. However, Su Yun could not alert the police. He was acutely aware that these were not ordinary kidnappers. Typical kidnappers, after abducting someone, would have the chance of a lighter sentence if they did not harm the hostage and surrendered voluntarily. These were tomb raiders, and the act of excavating ancient tombs from the Warring States period was itself a grave crime, carrying a prison sentence of 3 to 10 years. If kidnapping were added to the charges, even accomplices would face a minimum of 10 years, while the ringleader would likely receive a life sentence. Su Yun understood this well, and the kidnappers surely did as well. Thus, if he were to call the police for Su Jujia's rescue, the kidnappers, in a state of desperation, might very well harm her. Furthermore, the Warring States gold leaf was in Su Yun's possession. Should he fail to rescue Su Jujia, he could use the gold leaf as leverage for her safe return. However, if the police intervened, given the significance of the Warring States gold leaf, they would undoubtedly refuse to accept a trade of the gold leaf for the hostage, and might even arrest Su Yun himself. Faced with these choices, Su Yun chose his life. Therefore, the responsibility of rescuing Su Jujia rested solely on him. As for her whereabouts, he had already formulated a plan. With a resolute mind, Su Yun swiftly prepared himself and headed out, racing back toward the Lantern Ancient City. Meanwhile, as Su Yun stepped out, the live stream chat exploded with activity. Cease streaming. Just moments ago, he was setting up to go live. Why the sudden stop? Is Iligo unreliable now? Nonsense. It's now Zigong Go. The audience was left bewildered. After all, Su Yun's streams had been consistently uninterrupted for days on end. Many had developed a habit of glancing at his card game while dining, casually critiquing the special effects, and they took pleasure in it. They had not expected Su Yun to abruptly stop streaming today. Had something happened? He was clearly on camera. Moreover, the live stream wasn't terminated. He merely cut off the signal. Could something unexpected have occurred? The viewers began to speculate, when suddenly a comment caught their attention. Don't you think the host's demeanor was off just now? He seemed ominous, almost like he was about to commit murder. I was just thinking that. The way he looked was genuinely frightening. These remarks ignited a heated discussion among the audience, prompting several rebuttals to emerge. You're talking nonsense. The host usually stays home, and when he goes out, it's just to gather leaves on the mountain. Who would he be killing? Exactly, what could he possibly use to kill someone? With that frail appearance, would he stab someone with a toothpick? The cards. Don't forget that the host's cards can pierce through stakes. The audience members who were countered felt somewhat dissatisfied. No way. Surely no one believes that's real. In this day and age, there are still people who take card magic seriously. It seems the 9-year compulsory education still has its shortcomings. All right, everyone, stop arguing. A comment suddenly appeared. I study psychology and reading micro-expressions is my specialty. I can tell you that Zigong Ji's expression indeed carried an intent to kill. With the professional's input, the chat fell silent for a moment. Could it be that Zigong Gu was genuinely preparing for something significant? As the live stream audience buzzed with speculation, led by the professional, they began comparing screenshots from the stream with various expressions associated with killers. Meanwhile, Su Yun had already boarded a taxi once more. However, he was not heading toward Jinjia West Road. Instead, he was returning to the Lantern Ancient City. It was rush hour, and traffic was heavy, but neither Su Yun nor the taxi driver could do anything about it. They could only wait patiently. Re-entering the Lantern Ancient City, Su Yun's curiosity had evaporated, replaced by an icy demeanor. He had never felt such rage since his rebirth. Even when pursued deep within the Lantern Mountain, he had not experienced such fury. He scanned his surroundings, realizing that he had spent too much time on the road. That it was now around 8 o'clock, and the ancient city had begun to illuminate with lights. The street lamps, adorned with lanterns, cast a warm orange glow, enveloping the entire ancient city in an aura of antiquity. First, I need to find someone. Su Yun's expression remained composed as he devised a plan of action. He did not intend to follow the kidnapper's instructions blindly. Otherwise, he would simply become a pawn, with no chance of rescuing anyone. At that moment, he did not see the figure he sought, but this issue could be easily resolved. Su Yun made a beeline for the antique market, which typically opened early, with many vendors setting up as early as 4 in the morning for what was known as the ghost market. Since the ghost market opened early, it also closed early. However, today was the day of the antique exchange in the Lantern Ancient City, attracting archaeology students from various institutions to observe, along with enthusiasts drawn by the event. As night falls, the antique dealers, who would normally be closing their stalls by this hour, are naturally seizing the opportunity to profit from the unsuspecting patrons. Hence, despite the clock inching towards 8, the antique market remains a bustling hive of activity, teeming with crowds hand in hand. Individuals huddle together, bargaining furtively beneath their sleeves. Su Yun, however, finds little interest in such trivialities. He deftly navigates through the throngs, seeking out the stall where he had previously encountered a conflict with the Rome Society. To his surprise, the previous proprietor, the man with the prominent mustache, is absent. In his stead, a heavily tattooed giant occupies the stall, currently engaged in the mundane task of scrolling through his phone in apparent boredom. Su Yun recognizes this tattooed figure from his previous encounters with the underlings of Gu Wai. Excellent. Su Yun nods slightly. This should simplify matters. He discreetly makes his way through the crowd, approaching the stall, just as an impatient voice interrupts. What do you want? If you're short on cash, don't bother asking for prices. Everything here is a treasure. Su Yun pauses momentarily, taken aback. It seems the tattooed man has not recognized him. This is hardly surprising, as Su Yun has opted for a black hooded sweatshirt to obscure his identity and facilitate his movements in the field. Reminiscent of the enigmatic Zhang Qiling. He has also donned a face mask that obscures much of his visage, leaving only his eyes visible in the shadows of the hood. Yet, this is of little consequence. With an air of authority, he stands before the tattooed man and coldly inquires, "Where is Gu Yi now?" Indeed, that is Su Yun's objective. While he may be unfamiliar with the surroundings of the Lantern Ancient City, there is one individual who is well acquainted with the area: Gu Yi, the overlord of the antique market. As a significant figure in the antique trade, he is likely to possess valuable information regarding the local environment and may even have connections with these tomb raiders, knowing their haunts and identities. Moreover, tracing the whereabouts of these individuals through Gu Yi would allow Su Yun to catch them off guard. Looking for Gu Yi, the tattooed giant, failing to recognize Su Yun, scoffs dismissively, his perception altered by Su Yun's drastically changed demeanor and concealed identity. Who do you think you are? Gu Yi is not someone you can just meet at will. Let me tell you, his time is precious. If you wish to see him, you must first purchase an antique from me. Speak. Su Yun interjects coldly, his tone as frigid as ice. The tattooed man, initially taken aback, feels a chill run down his spine at the intensity of Su Yun's gaze. In an instant, his demeanor shifts from surprise to indignation. Few dare to speak to him in such a manner on this street. He rises abruptly, rolling up his sleeves, preparing to retort, but is halted once more by the penetrating gaze of Su Yun. At first glance, the young man garbed in the hooded sweatshirt appears unremarkable, with merely slightly larger and brighter eyes. However, what truly astonishes the tattooed man is the chilling detachment reflected in those eyes, a profound indifference born from a fury that has reached its zenith, rendering him utterly unafraid of consequence. Someone well acquainted with the various personalities within the antique trade. He recognizes this gaze. This is the gaze of a man capable of murder. He stares, entranced, until another hue of impatience flickers within those eyes. The tattooed man involuntarily shudders, quickly donning a facade of submission. "My good sir," he begins, his tone now humble, "you seek Gu Yi?" Noticing Su Yun's growing impatience, he hastily continues, "Gu Yi is currently dining at a restaurant with several wealthy antique enthusiasts, but he should be finishing up shortly. You may find him at his home. located at the west end of the ancient city, in a small house with a yard. After a brief pause, he adds, "There's a flag at the entrance of his yard, so it should be easy to spot." Su-yun remains silent, turning on his heel to depart. He harbors no fear that the tattooed giant might discreetly inform Gu Yi of his presence, for he considers such a local ruffian beneath his notice. As for the possibility of being deceived, he doubts the man would dare to mislead him. After all, Gu Ye's home is likely nearby, and this stall is evidently connected to him. It's a case of the monk being able to escape, but not the temple. Watching Su-yun stride confidently towards the western end of the ancient city, the tattooed giant exhales a sigh of relief. As he wipes the sweat from his brow, he realizes that in the span of just a few sentences, he has perspired profusely despite the chill in the air. "My goodness," he mutters, wiping away the sweat, still shaken. "It's not that I don't want to help you, Gu Yi. Weren't you just boasting about how no one could approach you when you were young and reckless? Surely, dealing with this young man would be a trivial matter. Yet, this fellow appears to be of a lethal disposition. I truly cannot afford to provoke him. Moreover, he may not even be here to cause trouble. Perhaps he possesses some rare treasure he wishes to sell?" The tattooed giant feels no guilt about betraying Gu Yi, for in this line of work, the concept of brotherhood is merely a facade. In reality, those who are loyal are often fools. Having rationalized his actions, he carelessly grabs a piece of fabric and tucks it into his clothing. Feeling the dampness under his arms, a most uncomfortable sensation. Earlier that afternoon, Gu Yi had mentioned something about a murderous aura, which he had dismissed as mere bravado. Yet, it seems there may have been some truth to it. That young man truly exuded a palpable sense of danger. Should Gu Yi become aware of his intentions, he would surely be infuriated, realizing he had been foolishly dismissive of the threat presented by this young man. Meanwhile, as Su-yun makes his way towards the western part of the ancient city, Gu Yi, his target, is unsteadily heading home. Today marks the annual antique exchange fair in the Lantern Ancient City, attracting many eager visitors. The stall owners have capitalized on this opportunity to maximize their profits. And Gu Yi is no exception, having just enjoyed a lavish meal with 3 affluent antique enthusiasts, who treated him with utmost deference and reverence. Gu Yi has successfully sold a few ancient porcelain shards he had long struggled to find a buyer for. These shards, discovered near several ancient graves, were likely used by descendants for sacrificial offerings. However, their age and exposure to the elements had rendered them broken and scattered in the earth. It is evident that these artifacts are not particularly ancient, dating back only to the Guangxu period, and bear little value for collectors. Yet, the so-called enthusiasts were rather gullible, and ultimately, Gu Yi sold these shards under the pretense of them being fragments from an official kiln of the Qing dynasty. After all, the Guangxu period does fall within the Qing dynasty, and the local government did sponsor porcelain production during that time, thus rendering the sale entirely legitimate. In high spirits after his successful transactions, Gu Yi indulges in a few drinks, and by the time he makes his way home, he finds himself slightly unsteady. Nevertheless, this is of little concern, as his residence lies just to the west of the ancient city. The area is comprised of structures designed to resemble ancient architecture, albeit small in size, with a spacious yard. Initially intended for rental as a guest house, the current economic climate has led to many such establishments closing, leaving Gu Yi's property as the sole survivor on that street. After traversing much of the ancient city, Gu Yi finally arrives at his home. However, just as he unlocks the door, a voice pierces the night, sending a shiver down his spine. "I have a few questions for you." Startled, Gu Yi feels the effects of the alcohol recede as he instinctively turns around. There, perched on the edge of the ancient water well in his yard, sits the silhouette of a figure clad in a hooded sweatshirt. The orange glow of the streetlight casts a dim halo around the mysterious figure, rendering them little more than a shadow in Gu Yi's eyes. As a prominent figure in the antique trade, Gu Yi possesses a modicum of artistic sensibility that he cannot help but acknowledge the poetic nature of the scene, the figure's presence evoking the essence of an ancient wanderer. Yet, in the next moment, realization dawns upon him, and his anger begins to bubble. This is his home, and not only has this stranger trespassed, but they audaciously sit at the well's edge, exuding an air of superiority. While the mere act of entering his yard could be dismissed, the condescending tone with which they address him is intolerable. Without preamble, without greeting, without so much as a hint of civility, they launch straight into the matter at hand. Their demeanor calm and indifferent, as if they are a servant awaiting his command. exuding an air of nonchalance that is utterly unacceptable. In all his years of dominance in the Lantern Ancient City, no one has ever spoken to him in such a manner. "Who the hell are you? How dare you enter my yard and speak to me in such a manner?" he erupts, his patience evaporating. "I currently have little patience. So consider this your only warning." The hooded figure's voice remains cool and collected, yet Guyi can discern an underlying chill. However, he is unperturbed. As a local strongman with a reputable standing in the antique community, he knows that prominent figures afford him a measure of respect. Furthermore, he has a cadre of loyal subordinates. He is confident that with a single command, this hooded interloper would find it impossible to leave the ancient city this night. "A warning to me? What do you think you are capable of warning me about? Unfamiliar with this face of mine, yet you fail to recognize the flag at the entrance." Indeed, as the tattooed brute asserted, there hung a flag at the gate of the ancient courtyard, an artifact of antiquated design, emblazoned with the characters Lao Gu Zhai. It bore a striking resemblance to the wine curtains typically seen outside taverns and period dramas. This flag served as a beckoning symbol, a relic of ancient merchants who displayed it at their doors to attract customers in lieu of a conventional signboard. "Lao Gu Zhai, have you ventured to the ancient city of Randang to seek your fortune without inquiring whose establishment it is?" He continued to interrogate. It was then that he observed a slight shift in the stranger's posture, as if the name Lao Gu Zhai had instilled a sense of trepidation. Keenly perceptive, Guyi detected this subtle reaction, and a look of triumphant satisfaction spread across his countenance. "Now, enlighten me regarding your origins, and elucidate your intentions for trespassing into my courtyard." However, scarcely had Guyi's words left his lips when a sudden breeze rustled by his ear. Almost immediately, he felt a peculiar itching sensation on the left side of his ear. Accompanied by an unsettling warmth, he instinctively reached up to touch it, finding it slick and slimy, likely the residue of bird droppings. "What a stroke of bad luck," he muttered, exasperated that even in this season, foolish birds persisted in their defecation. His ire intensified, and he disdainfully shook his hand before continuing. "Confess honestly. If you fail to satisfy me, I assure you, you will not leave unscathed." Yet, in the very next moment, his voice abruptly faltered. Despite the dimness of the courtyard, it was evident that his face had turned ashen, for Guyi gazed in astonishment at his hand, now stained with an inexplicable crimson liquid. It then dawned upon him that he had felt a fleeting night breeze brush past his ear, accompanied by a sharp sting, though he had paid it no heed at the time. With no time to ponder further, he instinctively reached for his left ear, only to find nothing but emptiness. A tremor coursed through Guyi's body, fueled by the sudden onset of excruciating pain and an overwhelming sense of dread. Surely, the night breeze could not have severed his ear. Thus, it was evident that the assailant had amputated it. The question remained, what weapon had been employed? A gun. Unlikely, for he had seen no flash of gunfire, nor heard any shots. A flying dagger? That too seemed implausible, as a flying dagger would penetrate rather than slice. Moreover, no matter how sharp, a flying dagger could not have so stealthily excised his ear without his awareness. This could only be the result of some exceedingly light, thin, and swift weapon. Only such a tool could render a person oblivious in that instant. Yet, despite Guyi's extensive experience, he had never encountered such a weapon. His gaze grew increasingly filled with terror, his body trembling in the darkness. Instinctively, he turned to glance at the figure clad in a hoodie, only to find it had risen and was now advancing towards him with deliberate steps. An overwhelming wave of fear surged within Guyi, prompting him to instinctively retreat. Though he could not discern the stranger's face, the manner of their approach and the ruthlessness of their previous action conveyed a chilling truth. The assailant held no regard for his life, and one could say they were imbued with a desire for bloodshed. Should he linger any longer, it was conceivable that the enigmatic weapon would reemerge, this time possibly aimed not at his ear, but rather at his neck. At that moment, a resounding crash echoed as Guyi, in a panic at the encroaching figure, stumbled back against the threshold of the door, tripping and tumbling headlong into the room. This fall jolted him fully awake, and as he beheld the figure now looming before him, he shouted hoarsely, "Do not make a move. I will divulge anything you wish to know."